In Class 4 of the 3rd year at the 3rd high school in the 7th district, the homeroom teacher stood on the podium, giving final advice to the students about to awaken their professions. The hard-earned wisdom, bought with the blood and lives of countless predecessors, told them that choosing a high-consumption profession without sufficient resources would only ruin their future. Choose warrior if you have high strength, ranger if you have high agility, and mage if you have high spirit, the teacher declared firmly. If you're from a poor family but have outstanding talent, then a paladin is your best choice. They can withstand attacks, fight, and heal, offering the highest survival rate. These words were clearly directed at the class monitor, Sanchi. As a poor student living in a 30-square-meter apartment at the edge of the city, he seldom had the chance to eat meat, and conditions only improved after his sister became a warrior. However, Sanchi had already made up his mind, wanted to choose the profession of summoner, which the teacher strongly opposed. What no one knew was that Sanchi was actually a transmigrator, having crossed over into this world while still an embryo. More importantly, he possessed a mysterious system panel. Name, Sanchi. Profession, not yet awakened. Level, 0 yet to transfer. Attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 9, Agility 8, Spirit 12. Talents, Divine Summoning activated upon becoming a summoner. Great Strength activated upon becoming a warrior. Elemental Affinity activated upon becoming a mage. Agility activated upon becoming an assassin. In the classroom, classmates had already begun to eagerly discuss their choices. Some wanted to become warriors due to their height, others chose to be priests due to poverty, and some hoped to take advantage of healing to get close to girls. But Sanchi was determined. With this system panel, he was destined to forge a unique path as a summoner. 3 months ago, on Sanchi's 18th birthday, his system awakened. Staring at the semi-transparent panel floating in front of him, his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement, a stark contrast to his previous anxiety over career choices. Summoner. It has to be a summoner. His fingers trembled slightly as he skimmed through the various talents displayed on the panel. Ordinary talents like strength and elemental affinity seemed insignificant compared to the god-level summoning. The system's talent levels are ranked from highest to lowest as Super S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The name, god-level summoning, undoubtedly suggested it was at least in S-level talent. Sanchi took a deep breath and tapped the panel to view the detailed information. God-level summoning. The quality of the creatures you summon automatically increases by 3 levels. Summoned creature quality: common, rare, extraordinary, heroic, legendary, epic, mythical, divine. The power of this talent made Sanchi's heart race. In this world, the quality of summoned creatures determined everything. Most common summoners could only summon creatures of common or rare quality. Even a rare creature, with careful cultivation and strategic pairing, could barely compete with ordinary professionals. An extraordinary quality creature, however, was truly exceptional, capable of overpowering most professionals of the same level. This means, Sanchi clenched his fist, even if I summon the most ordinary slime, it will automatically upgrade to heroic quality. This realization filled him with strength. The quality issue that worried other summoners simply didn't exist for him. Gazing at the sunlight outside the classroom window, a determined glint appeared in Sanchi's eyes. Just wait. Within a year, I'll make sure my parents move into a house in the central district. My sister won't have to risk her life in those dangerous dungeons anymore. Sanchi, hurry up, the homeroom teacher is calling. A classmate's shout interrupted his thoughts. Coming. He quickly caught up with his classmates. The square was already filled with all the eligible students from the 7th district, with tens of thousands of enthusiastic students from 4 schools. Even more impressive was the presence of the 7th district's governor, who spoke gravely about the plight of humanity. Over 100 years ago, the demonic forces from beyond invaded, nearly destroying human civilization. At the most critical moment, a human hero named Li'er emerged. With extraordinary talent, he comprehended and awakened a transcendent profession merely by observing the process of magical creatures using their extraordinary powers. He then rose to become a figure even the demonic gods feared. Most importantly, he simplified the awakening process of transcendent professions, allowing this power to spread widely among humanity. The hope for the survival and evolution of the human race was reignited. Countless talented individuals benefited from this, awakening to professions and gaining extraordinary talents. Thus, humanity officially sounded the horn of counterattack on the world stage. After nearly a century of arduous battles, humans reclaimed almost half of their land from the monsters. These hard-won territories were divided into 13 districts, known as the 13 districts. Each district bears the hopes and sweat of countless humans. After the passionate speech by the city lord, the principals of 4 schools took the stage one after another. They briefly introduced the unique features of their schools, and then announced the official start of the profession awakening ceremony. The 4 awakening points were quickly set up, and the air was filled with a tense yet exciting atmosphere. At that moment, A loud voice interrupted Song Chi's thoughts. Song, have you decided which profession to choose later? Have you made up your mind? Song Chi turned around and saw a familiar smiling face Wang Zihao, the class president of the neighboring class 2. Wang Zihao was a well-known wealthy second-generation student and a know-it-all at the school. Although his theoretical grades were average, his emotional intelligence and extensive network kept his overall performance at the top. Despite being outperformed by Song Chi in both written exams and physical tests, their relationship remained unaffected, and Wang Zihao admired Song Chi even more. I've decided, but you wouldn't guess it, Song Chi replied with a smile. Wang Zihao paused, then teased, You're not thinking of becoming a summoner, are you? Haha, just kidding, don't look at me like that. I think you would choose something versatile like a magic swordsman or a paladin. After all, you do seem quite well-rounded at school. Versatile, huh? I guess you could say that, Song Chi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As they chatted casually, students around them were completing their profession awakenings. Most showed average results, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from afar, breaking the silence. Wow, an A-level talent with multiple casting abilities and a mage profession. That's invincible. Who awakened an A-level talent? It's Gongsun Wuyue from First High School. The news spread like wildfire. The multiple casting talent was already powerful, and perfectly matching it with the mage profession was a match made in heaven. The principal of First High School was beaming, as this year's bonus seemed assured. Wang Zihao scratched his head, puzzled. Really? I remember Gongsun Wuyue as a glasses-wearing bookworm. Does she have such high talent? Song Chi explained. A level talent is already a key focus for nurturing, and an A-level talent is extremely rare. Among the hundreds of thousands of awakeners across all districts each year, only a four-figure number can awaken an A-level talent. Not to mention such a perfect match between talent and profession. Do you know her? Song Chi asked curiously. You don't know her? Wang Zihao was surprised. She's the only student in our 7th district who consistently scores full marks in theoretical courses. Song Chi suddenly remembered a petite, introverted girl with round glasses, who was always buried in books and blushed easily, with a hint of baby fat. He had seen her a few times while researching in the library but hadn't paid much attention, and they had never spoken. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to a suddenly appearing figure. A lavishly dressed noblewoman descended from the sky and went straight to Gongsun Wuyue. Someone quickly recognized her as the vice principal of Second High School, a high-level mage of at least level 60. After a brief conversation with Gongsun Wuyue, the noblewoman took her away, sparking a flurry of discussions. Wow, the vice principal personally came to poach someone. Jealous. Why not me? TSK, she's probably going to take her as a disciple. Gongsun Wuyue's future is limitless now. Shameless, the vice principal of Second High School poaching from First High School. Well, the principal and vice principal of First High School aren't mage-type professionals. They can't exactly force Gongsun Wuyue to apprentice under an assassin or warrior, can they? True, there was a brief commotion at First High School, but the principal quickly calmed the situation. The awakening ceremony continued smoothly. Gongsun Wuyue's appearance seemed to open Pandora's box, as several more A-level talents emerged. However, their professions and talents didn't match as perfectly, so there was no scramble like with Gongsun Wuyue. Finally, it was Song Chi's turn. Next, Third High School, Class 4, Song Chi, please come to the stage. Wang Zihao flashed a big, bright smile and excitedly shouted to Song Chi. It's your turn, Song. Awaken S-level talent and blow them away. Song Chi gave a slight smile, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. S-level talent? Shouldn't be a problem, he replied softly, his tone carrying a subtle certainty. Hearing this, Wang Zihao's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Haha, great. That's the spirit, just what I'd expect from you, Song. His grin widened, as if he could already see Song Chi awakening his S-level talent. Taking a deep breath, Song Chi stepped towards the awakening platform. The staff guided him to the center of the formation and solemnly instructed, before the ceremony starts, ensure you aren't carrying any extraordinary items, or you'll bear the consequences of a failed ceremony. Also, the awakening process might be a bit painful, but just endure it. Once you're ready, we can begin. Song Chi closed his eyes, calming himself, and then firmly said, I'm ready. As soon as he spoke, a dazzling white light descended from the sky, enveloping him completely. Within this light, a simple attribute panel with only 4-dimensional attributes and talents materialized before him. Subsequently, for potential professions emerged. Outside the formation, a staff member raised an eyebrow in surprise and exclaimed, Kid, your attributes are impressive. You haven't even awakened yet, and your mental attribute is already over 10. He quickly scanned the results and continued. According to the results, the professions that suit you best are priest, mage, paladin, and, summoner. Please make your choice within a minute. Without hesitation, Song Chi replied, I choose summoner. The staff member was about to proceed when he paused, retracting his hand, and confirmed again, You want to become a summoner? Yes. Sanchi answered resolutely. The staff member furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Sanchi closely. He noted Sanchi's plain attire, which didn't suggest a wealthy background. Strange, he doesn't seem to come from a well-off family, he thought to himself, then asked, Are you sure you didn't misspeak? You want to become a summoner? Absolutely sure. It's not a mistake, Sanchi reaffirmed with determination. Though puzzled, the staff member hesitated briefly before proceeding. After all, it's not my profession change. People can choose whatever they want, he muttered internally. As the staff member operated the controls, the white light at the center of the formation intensified, fully enveloping Sanchi. In Sanchi's consciousness, the simplistic attribute panel post-awakening began to transform. His profession shifted from none to summoner, and a profession-specific inventory was forming. Just as Sanchi was about to examine it closely, suddenly, with a bang, a system panel appeared, instantly shattering the awakened attribute panel into pieces. Despite the panel being shattered, the profession change was successfully completed. The system's attribute panel now displayed updated information. Name, Sanchi. Profession, Summoner. Level 1. Experience, 0100000. Strength, 7. Constitution, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 14. Free attribute points, 1. Equipment, none. Talent, Divine Summoning. Skills, Summoning, Summoning Formation. Items, none. Quest. Choose any profession and change completed. Evaluation, an unremarkable individual, but with an extraordinary talent in summoning. Sanchi noticed that his profession changed to summoner. His level increased from 0 to 1, with his spirit attribute gaining 2 points, and agility and constitution each increasing by 1 point, along with an additional free attribute point. He had gained a total of 5 attribute points. At that moment, the familiar system sound chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully changing professions. You've earned 2 lottery chances. Then, another notification followed. Ding! Detected that the host's profession is summoner and is currently in the profession change ceremony. Proceeding to draw items that can remove all non-summoner profession items. Sanchi was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Completing a task actually comes with a chance to spin a prize wheel? He pondered silently, wondering what kind of rewards he might win. Yes. Sanchi nodded, his voice tinged with anticipation. In an instant, a massive wheel materialized in Sanchi's mind space. It was covered with a dizzying array of prize names, making it hard to take it all in. Names like Heaven-Opening Axe, Body of Gods and Demons, and Emperor's World-Shocking Skill caught his eye, causing his heart to race. However, he quickly realized that many items were not suitable for a summoner. The options on the wheel instantly shrank by 80%. A timely system prompt announced, detected first-time draw for the host, ensuring a guaranteed minimum reward, removing common and rare-level prizes. The options on the wheel further decreased. Sanchi carefully scanned the remaining choices, and suddenly, his gaze was locked onto one particular box. Bold letters spelled out, Great Sage. Heavens equals summoning ticket. The Great Sage, Heavens equal. Sanchi's heart skipped a beat. Is it the same Great Sage I know? The one referred to as the Supreme Celestial, the Tai Golden Immortal of the highest order. His eyes gleamed with excitement, already envisioning himself leading the human race to rise, and even striking back at the extraterritorial demon's lair. Continuing to browse, Sanchi's eyes widened again. Heaven's 4 Spirits Vermilion Bird Summoning Ticket, one of the 4 sacred beasts. By summoning standards, this was at least a god-level or saint-level entity, and upgrading it by 3 qualities would make it an extraordinary prize. Eagerly, Sanchi scanned the remaining prizes, each one a coveted treasure. No wonder it's the newbie's first draw. Having a guaranteed minimum is great, he thought to himself. Start the draw, Sanchi said eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. The wheel began to spin, and Sanchi's heart raced with it. Moments later, the wheel gradually slowed, and the pointer finally settled on 2 boxes. Congratulations. You've received a triple experience card, duration of 2 hours, 1 piece. Congratulations. You've obtained an extraordinary 3 Kingdoms Lu Bu summoning ticket, 1 piece. The Lu Bu from the extraordinary 3 Kingdoms world, and a triple experience card. Nice. Sanchi nodded in satisfaction. While not the top-tier prizes, these were already immensely powerful rewards for him at this stage. At that moment, the class transition ceremony finally concluded. Although the process in the mind space seemed lengthy, only a moment had passed in reality. The white light in the center of the formation gradually dissipated, and Sanchi's figure reappeared in the square. Outside, the staff began announcing Sanchi's information. 3rd High School, Class 4 Senior Year, Sanchi. Awakened profession, Summoner. This news landed like a bombshell, causing a huge commotion in the square. A summoner? Did I hear that right? Someone actually chose Summoner? Various expressions of surprise and skepticism filled the air. Some speculated, maybe he's some rich kid. Poor stats, lazy, so he just picked Summoner to slack off. True, the wealthy can indeed afford such choices, another voice agreed. However, those who knew Song Chi doubted their ears. They were well aware that Song Chi was no rich kid. In fact, his family was quite struggling. Standing still, Wang Zihao frowned deeply, almost able to crush a fly between his brows. He incredulously said, "No way, Song, you really chose Summoner? I was just joking earlier. You didn't have to take a joke so seriously and risk your entire future." But before everyone could recover from their shock, the staff announced an even more astonishing revelation. His talent grade is... The staff's voice suddenly paused, as if repeatedly verifying something. Talent grade is... Super S class? The staff's voice trembled with astonishment. Boom. This news exploded like a depth charge, causing a massive upheaval across the entire square. The uproar, like a stormy sea, swept through the venue. Thousands of students involuntarily let out cries of "what?", plunging the square into chaos. And strength talent. A wave of astonishment swept through the square. The crowd buzzed with chatter, with some people rubbing their eyes in disbelief as if to ensure they weren't seeing things. And a rank talent that's perfectly suited to a profession is already impressive, but in strength talent is unheard of, exclaimed an excited student. The announcer wouldn't make a mistake on such an important occasion. Every letter is double-checked. Another person assured confidently. As someone in the crowd was about to inquire about the specifics of the talent, an informed bystander shook their head and explained, the details of strength talent are hidden until the individual reaches a certain level. This level of talent means the entire human race would invest all resources to support their growth. Just like that mage 50 years ago, someone added. After he received strength warrior talent, the human leadership created the path of the magic swordsman just for him. Strength isn't an exact measure, an older student clarified. It's because the current evaluation system can't adequately assess such a remarkable talent. As discussions heated up, a dozen figures suddenly flew over the square. A burly man stepped forward and commanded in a booming voice, "Silence." It was as if thunder had erupted, and the clamor ceased instantly. The uninitiated students felt a ringing in their ears, but soon recovered. "It's the roaring thunder principal of the Third Academy." Someone recognized the speaker. "And the principals and vice principals of the other 3 academies are here too." However, as these high-ranking individuals landed in front of Song Chi, their expressions were not as joyful as expected. "Summoner." A white-haired elder muttered with a frown, his tone laced with evident disappointment. The others remained silent, clearly harboring biases against this profession. Everyone present understood. The summoner is known as the most unpredictable profession. No matter how much effort and resources are invested, if luck isn't on their side, all efforts could be in vain. Song Chi stood at the center of the formation, surrounded by gazes of both envy and pity. Slimes, goblins, gremlins, slugs, and blood-sucking leeches, these names of low-level monsters echoed in Song Chi's ears. He stood in the square of the 7th District Middle School, surrounded by the school's senior administrators, with a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. Even with a super-level talent, summoning these trash creatures will only result in slightly stronger minions. An elder's voice broke the silence, full of disdain. Song Chi recognized the man standing at the forefront as his own principal, Shun Huowu, a warrior who had surpassed level 95 years ago. His scarred face was now filled with anger, and his eyes glared fiercely at the elder who had spoken. "Old Shu, do you have any dissatisfaction with our school's outstanding students?" Shun Huowu's voice was deep and intimidating. The elder sneered. "You know the situation with summoners, Shun Huowu. It's the only profession in the world that might not rise even with a super-level talent. It's a waste of our human resources." Shun Huowu narrowed his eyes, looking hostile. "So you're trying to seize my student's resources? I'm sorry, but even if he really summons a slime, my student will not be deprived of any resources." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura burst from the elder, filling the square with a white mist. Song Chi shivered violently, feeling as though his nose might freeze. In the next moment, Shun Huowu stood his ground, his presence like rolling flames. The scorching sun melted the ice, and the temperature around Song Chi quickly warmed. Just as the tension peaked, an imposing woman dressed in a pristine nun's outfit interjected with a smile. "Oh, come on, let's all say less. We're all colleagues, seeing each other often, so why make things so tense?" With her mediation, the 2 men snorted coldly and stepped back. Shun Huowu turned to Song Chi, his fierce eyes fixed on him. "Song Chi, right?" "Yes, principal." Song Chi quickly nodded, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the principal. "Rest assured, since you're my student, you won't lack anything you're entitled to." Shun Huowu's voice was deep and powerful. "But don't bring shame to the 3rd middle school. If it's bad luck, I won't blame you. But if you slack off in training, don't blame me for being harsh. Use your talent well and contribute to the rise of humanity. Do you hear me?" "Yes, principal." Song Chi straightened his back and responded loudly. Despite his inner anxiety, he knew this was his chance to prove himself, and no matter what he summoned, he was determined to give it his all. As Sanchi was taken away by Principal Xian, the transition ceremony continued seamlessly under the arrangement of others. In the square, Wang Zihao stood in shock, his mind nearly overwhelmed. He repeatedly confirmed to himself that he hadn't misheard Sanchi had indeed awakened a super-level talent. From initially doubting the summoner profession to now being astounded by this incredible news, Wang Zihao's thoughts were like a roller coaster ride. The sudden appearance of the school's top officials and their act of taking Sanchi away finally convinced Wang Zihao that all of this was actually happening. He stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, as if still trying to process this unbelievable fact. All right, everyone please continue to line up. The staff's voice brought everyone's attention back to reality. Next, from Class 4, Grade 12, 3rd High School, Peng Xiaomin, please come to the stage. The student named Peng Xiaomin walked up with a hint of excitement. The emergence of Sanchi's super-level talent had not only become the talk of the town, but also ignited everyone's hope for their own talents. Peng Xiaomin's heart raced, secretly hoping to awaken a super-level talent as well. Meanwhile, in the professional hall, Sanchi completed his registration under Principal Xian's guidance. With the assistance of the Whisperer, Sanchi sealed his information into a special paper. Principal Xian explained solemnly, "From now on, your information will be classified as one of the top secrets of the human race. Apart from the City Lord, no one else can view your information." Principal Xian's expression grew more serious, his voice low. "Remember, your talent information is your ultimate trump card. No matter who asks, even if it's your own parents, you must not reveal it." He explained that the extraterritorial demon tribe has been targeting human geniuses, and the presence of the Whisperer can help fend off curses and provide warnings. Sanchi nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Besides this, do I have any other special privileges? I heard that S-level talent gets a house in the city, so what about a super-level talent?" He looked expectantly, his mind flashing back to his family of 4 squeezed into a shabby home on the outskirts of the city, near the foul-smelling sewers. Principal Xian smiled, patting Sanchi's shoulder. "Don't worry, you will definitely get a house. Not only that, from now on, all your living expenses will be covered by the human race. Apart from training and upgrading, you won't have to worry about anything." With that, the two returned to the front desk. The staff there seemed to have been prepared, smiling as they handed over several lists and a ring. Sanchi accepted these items, feeling the onset of a whole new chapter in his life. "Dear Mr. Sanchi, from this moment on, you are a VVIP member of the Professionals Hall," the receptionist said with a smile as she handed him a finely crafted storage ring. "This is your personal storage ring, inscribed with your identity information and mental imprint." Sanchi accepted the storage ring, contemplating silently. Although he already had a system-provided backpack, this ring could serve as a perfect cover. The receptionist continued her introduction, presenting various documents one by one. "This is your exclusive credit card. This list details the monthly financial and material benefits you can receive. This is a selection of property documents prepared by the association for you to choose from." When he heard about the monthly allowance of 80,000 credit points, Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief. This figure far exceeded his expectations. His sister worked tirelessly for a month to earn just 10,000, and regular professionals in factories made only 5 to 6,000. Yet he could receive 80,000 without doing anything? "Your credit card limit is initially set at 10 million credit points," the receptionist added, leaving Sanchi stunned once again. Such astronomical figures were something he had never encountered in both his lifetimes, yet they appeared before him so casually. As he flipped through the property list, his breath quickened. A standalone villa in the 1st district? That was the most prestigious area in the city center. Each square meter started at least at 50,000 and was hardly ever available. A house like that could easily be worth billions. Impressed, Principal Xian asked with a smile, "Once you choose, you can move in directly. But in terms of value, these are just appetizers. The real treasures are the scarce resources not listed here." Sanchi was too astonished to speak. If benefits worth billions were considered appetizers, what level were these so-called scarce resources? Principal Xian explained that these resources would be distributed in batches, depending on Sanchi's performance. Then, remembering something important, he added, "Almost forgot, let's go. It's time to summon your first creature. Fortunately, there's a summoning array ready upstairs. Hope your luck isn't too bad." Principal Xian firmly grasped Sanchi's arm, leading him through the bustling hall of professionals. The interior of this hollow skyscraper was designed like a cylindrical atrium, with its pristine white walls gleaming under the lights. Sanchi finally had a chance to take in his surroundings. The 1st floor was dedicated to reception and inquiries. The 2nd and 3rd floors handled low to mid-level task assignments, and further up housed various specialized equipment and vocational training facilities. Soon, they arrived at a floor covered with intricate rune patterns. After carefully verifying Sanchi's identity, the guard raised an eyebrow. "VVIP? Here to summon your first creature?" "I'm the only one," Sanchi replied with a nod. The guard was slightly surprised but said nothing more, simply directing them. The third room from the left is available. You can go in. There's some material on the bookshelf in the corner that might help you improve the quality of your summoned creature. After thanking the guard, Sanchi and Principal Xian entered the room, and the door closed automatically behind them. Watching their retreating figures, the guard muttered to himself, "A VVIP rookie summoner. That's rare. Is he the child of some influential figure, or exceptionally gifted? If it's the latter, his talent must be at least level. Perhaps this kid could become the savior of our summoner lineage." Hope glimmered in the guard's eyes. As a former high-ranking summoner, he understood the pitfalls of the profession all too well. An unfortunate incident had cost him all his summoned creatures, leaving him in a state of decline, relegated to guarding. Yet he held on to the hope of a prodigy emerging to reach the pinnacle of the profession and bring new possibilities to summoners. Inside the room, Principal Xian casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Sanchi was a bit puzzled. "Principal, aren't you leaving? I still need to learn how to use the array." Principal Xian waved his hand, teasingly. "It's fine, I'm just passing the time. You're the only summoner in human history with a talent surpassing level. You might just be the future big shot. I wouldn't want to miss your first summoning." Sanchi didn't insist further and turned to retrieve a book titled Beginner's Guide to Summoner Array Usage from the shelf, diving into its contents. About an hour later, he suddenly closed the book. Principal Xian, who had started to doze off, woke up instantly. "Done." Principal Xian rubbed his eyes. "Done," Sanchi replied succinctly, then walked to the center of the array, beginning to slowly channel his mental energy into it, as instructed by the guide. With a faint hum, Sanchi knelt and sat in the center of the array, embarking on his first attempt as a summoner. A faint glow emerged from the array patterns, signaling the activation of the formation. In an instant, those intricate patterns seemed to transform into rifts leading to other realms, filling the entire room with countless auras from different worlds. Some of these auras were so intense that even the battle-hardened Principal Xian felt uneasy, as if he were being watched by a predatory beast. At the same time, Sanchi's summoning ritual reached its most critical moment. His consciousness seemed to detach from his body, entering a place where myriad worlds converged. Countless otherworldly creatures' auras swept past his senses, accompanied by low murmurs and deafening roars that echoed in his ears. Sanchi's vision was filled with dazzling lights, with countless beams weaving into a vast sea of summoning creature consciousness, constantly rolling and surging. He had a premonition. If he extended an invitation to one of these consciousnesses, the summoning ritual would be complete. However, these consciousnesses moved with astonishing speed, not pausing even for a moment, flashing past Sanchi like shooting stars. He couldn't help but marvel at how summoning was a profession entirely dependent on luck. In such circumstances, no one could discern the quality of each consciousness. Without hesitation, Sanchi retrieved the extraordinary Three Kingdoms Lubu summoning voucher from his consciousness space. The system immediately prompted, "Do you confirm the use of the summoning voucher?" "Confirm." Sanchi responded decisively. As soon as he spoke, a crimson light shot out from the sea of consciousness. Before Sanchi could react, his consciousness had already established a connection with it. A series of system notifications followed. The quality of this summoning is Hero. Divine summoning spell activated, quality enhancement initiated. Enhancing quality. Congratulations. You have obtained Godly Lubu. When Sanchi opened his eyes again, he found himself withdrawn from the summoning ritual. A burly man had appeared in the room, clad in armor with beastly motifs, wearing a trident-shaped purple-gold crown, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Undoubtedly, this was the renowned Lubu. Lubu, just summoned, paused briefly before kneeling with one knee, pledging his allegiance to Sanchi. "Lubu, Lu Fengxian, at your service, my lord." Once summoned, a creature is absolutely loyal to its summoner. Principal Xian, observing this, became intrigued, his eyes lighting up as he moved closer for a better look. A humanoid summoning creature? No, it should be called a summoned spirit, he muttered to himself. Humanoid summoned beings often possess intelligence, hence they're called summoned spirits, not beasts. Seems like a general from some world? That armor looks quite impressive. Just as Principal Xian was about to reach out to touch it, Lubu swiftly smacked his hand away. Frowning, Lubu stood up, a halberd appearing in his hand out of thin air. His over 2-meter stature towered over Principal Xian, confronting him without fear, and asked coldly, "My lord, is this disrespectful individual an enemy? Shall I eliminate him for you?" "No. Stop." Sanchi was startled, quickly intervening. "He's not an enemy." Upon hearing this, Lubu withdrew his hostility, standing beside Sanchi but remaining wary of Principal Xian. Principal Xian, far from being angry, was even more amazed. "Wow, your summoned spirit is extraordinary, able to fend off my attack," he praised. "You should know, I'm ranked among the top in the human race. Even a casual strike from me isn't easily repelled by ordinary professionals." More importantly, Sanchi's summoned spirit has just appeared, and its level is only 1, yet it possesses such power? This performance is simply impressive. Principal Xian analyzed. Either it has some explosive skill, or its natural attributes are incredibly high. Sanchi, let me see the attribute panel of your summoned spirit. If the initial attribute values exceed 40, then it's definitely a legendary summoned spirit. He excitedly continued. Class gifted summoner, paired with a legendary quality summoned spirit. Even the city lord might not sit still with such a combination. Even if old Chu wants to seize your resources, even with my consent, the city lord probably wouldn't agree. Sanchi scratched his head, opening Lu Bu's panel. Sanchi stared at the information of the summoned spirit before him, secretly amazed. The mythical figure, Lu Bu, stood proudly, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. His attributes were astonishing 99 in physique, agility, and spirit, coupled with the divine Tongtian halberd and the divine red hair horse. Even though he was currently in a sealed state, his presence was still intimidating. Though Sanchi was mentally prepared, witnessing such a mythical summoned spirit firsthand still made him feel a sense of relief. He calmly examined Lu Bu's innate skills, each one being incredibly impressive. The invincible talent allowed Lu Bu's combat power to grow stronger with each fight, increasing all attributes by 1 per second, up to a maximum of 100. Reckless enabled him to unleash explosive power, boosting all attributes by 500 for 10 minutes. Desperate Strike was an earth-shattering finishing move. Meanwhile, Divine Might granted him a terrifying ability to suppress enemy troops. As Sanchi was savoring these extraordinary abilities, Principal Xian beside him was already dumbfounded. His worldview seemed to collapse at that moment, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Mythical summoned spirit, Principal Xian exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, comparing each of Lu Bu's abilities to conventional standards, becoming more and more astonished. A berserk skill that can increase all attributes by 500 and last for 10 minutes? Principal Xian shook his head in disbelief. Even the so-called weakened state only reduces all attributes by 20? That's better than my state after a night at a succubus bar. He continued to marvel. An increase of 1 per second in all attributes with Invincible means that after a minute and a half of fighting, Lu Bu's attributes would double? And his initial attributes are already 99? How can anyone else compete at level 1? Principal Xian became more excited, his voice trembling. The most terrifying is Divine Might, which directly reduces enemy attributes by 50. Doesn't that render mass assault tactics useless? He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. If this summoned spirit levels up in the future, wouldn't facing the demon army be like slicing through butter? Divine Might for crowd control, Berserk for duels, Reckless for bursts, and Invincible for endurance. This is practically an all-powerful war god. Principal Xian's exclamations echoed in the room, while Sanchi quietly contemplated Lu Bu's information, already planning how to utilize this peerless warrior. It's like the perfect war machine. Shen Huawu stared wide-eyed in awe at the mythical summoned creature before him. He had always thought such beings were mere fantasies concocted by summoners, but witnessing it firsthand made him pinch his thigh to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Regaining his composure, Principal Xian turned his gaze to Sanchi, his eyes filled with intense emotion that sent shivers down the young summoner's spine. At that moment, Lu Bu stepped forward, his halberd pointing directly at Principal Xian, and shouted, "Hey, brute, mind your manners towards my master." This scene didn't anger Principal Xian. Instead, he clapped enthusiastically, saying, well, not only is it highly potential, but it can also read the room? Truly worthy of being a mythical summoned creature. He turned to Sanchi excitedly. With this mythical summon alone, your resources are secured. The city lord will definitely approve. However, the city lord left for the outskirts after the speech, so you might have to wait a few days. Principal Xian quickly finished speaking and prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered something, his expression turning serious. Also, it's best to keep the information about your summoned creature confidential. Our human race isn't completely unified, and you're too weak now, which might attract the attention of the extra-dimensional demons. But you should be safe within the city. With that, he hurriedly ran out, eager to report Sanchi's information. Sanchi pondered the principal's warning thoughtfully. After returning Lu Bu to the summoning space, he took out the list of benefits, feeling delighted. The treatment for geniuses among humans is truly generous, he thought to himself. They just give you a house worth billions. Just as Sanchi was about to test Lu Bu's strength in a dungeon, his stomach growled in protest. He realized he hadn't even had breakfast today. Looking around, he noticed several vendors near the professional hall, the aroma tempting his appetite. Let's eat first, Sanchi muttered to himself. I'll hit the dungeons after a meal. As he pulled out his phone to order a pork leg rice, he wondered, I hope the system task gives me another chance soon. Without tasks, I can't keep drawing prizes. Despite the massive changes in the world, With the support of extraordinary powers, humanity's technological level hasn't significantly regressed. Devices like phones and computers still play important roles in daily life, adding a touch of modernity to this fantastical world. In the afternoon, the warm sunlight bathed the street, where dozens of dark, oval-shaped portals hovered silently at the end, resembling gateways to an unknown world. Various shops lined both sides of the road, filled with the lively sounds of vendors peddling their wares, offering an array of healing potions and auxiliary gear. This was the adventurer's dungeon area of the 7th district, where the air was thick with the promise of adventure and opportunity. Sanchi walked briskly along the signposted path, feeling a surge of excitement. He had finally arrived at a place where he could truly showcase his abilities. This was a haven for adventurers to challenge themselves, gain experience, and collect monster materials. Every newly transitioned adventurer could enter a dungeon through their attribute panel, as if opening a door to newfound power. The dungeon area was divided into 3 levels. The beginner area for levels 1 to 20, the intermediate area for levels 21 to 40, and the advanced area for elite adventurers from levels 41 to 60. Each area had strict level restrictions to ensure fair challenges. As for those who surpassed level 60, they were beyond the benefits of regular dungeons and had to venture into the perilous wilds to confront the demonic forces from beyond. Sanchi arrived at the beginner area, and as soon as he stepped inside, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Host detected in the dungeon area. Optional tasks are now available. 3 tasks appeared in quick succession. 1. Clear the dungeon with rank or higher evaluation. Reward, 3 lottery draws. 2. Level up to level 10. Reward, 3 lottery draws. 3. Eliminate 50,000 monsters. Reward, 5 lottery draws. Song Chi's eyes lit up. These were the lottery opportunities he had longed for. The first 2 tasks seemed straightforward, but the third task made him frown. 50,000 monsters. That would take ages. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice interrupted him. Songgu. Songchi looked up to find Wang Zihao had already arrived ahead of him, surrounded by a group of newly transitioned students. Is the transition ceremony over? Songchi asked in surprise, recalling that the ceremony usually lasted the entire day. Wang Zihao grinned. No. I awakened a rank talent, so the teachers let me leave early. A rank talent? Impressive, you guy. Songchi laughed, giving him a playful punch. What's your class? Does the talent match? Mage. Wang Zihao said proudly, his muscular frame contrasting with his chosen path. You know, my goal has always been to be a mage. As for the talent, it's about half a match. He displayed his attribute panel. Body of Crimson Flame. Reduces physical damage taken by 30, increases affinity for fire magic, reduces proficiency required for fire magic upgrades by 10, and increases casting speed by 10. Songchi realized that this talent seemed more suited for a magic swordsman, a class that combined both magic and martial skills, rather than a pure mage. He couldn't help but be curious about Wang Zihao's future development. Yeah, but what can you do? Humans don't have a way to check talents in advance, so we just have to make do. Wang Zihao shrugged, seemingly unbothered. By the way, Songgu, are you here to level up? Want to join forces? Wang Zihao enthusiastically suggested. If we team up, I have to be the leader. He briefly explained the benefits of teaming up. The strength and experience yield of dungeon monsters increase with the number of players, with a maximum of 8 people. The team leader also enjoys a 5 experience bonus. For Songchi, teaming up was clearly advantageous. Of course, you should be the leader. Wang Zihao laughed heartily. You're a genius with austere talent. Who else would lead if not you? Just as Songchi was about to agree, an unpleasant voice interrupted from behind. Why should you be the leader? Did you get my approval? A tall man with a sinister expression stepped forward, looking down with disdain. Sure, you have austere talent, but if I remember correctly, your class is summoner, right? And a level 1 summoner wants to be the leader. Songchi raised an eyebrow at Wang Zihao, who awkwardly explained. His name is Chu Xiaojiang, a distant nephew of the principal of our high school. After you left, he awakened austere talent too, and his class is assassin, just like the principal. Songchi couldn't help but think of the old man who had scolded him during the job change ceremony. It seemed this family had it in for him. Forget it, you guys team up. I'll go solo, Songchi said calmly. Solo? Huh. Chu Xiaojiang laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. A level 1 summoner wants to solo a dungeon? Are you tired of living? Do you think you're wasting humanity's fortune and want to end it yourself? Wang Zihao quickly stopped Songchi, looking serious. Solo? That's not a good idea. How can you solo as a summoner? Songgu, don't be impulsive. There's no need to get angry over this. He explained that summoners were notoriously weak in the early stages, with their combat power ranking just above priests at low levels. To everyone else, a summoner soloing a dungeon was akin to suicide. All right, I'll team up with you, Songgu, Wang Zihao said determinedly. With just the 2 of us, the monster strength won't be too high. We should be fine if we're careful. Seeing Wang Zihao's resolute expression, Sanchi couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you afraid? A mage teaming up with a summoner? If the monsters get close, we'll be done for. Not afraid. Wang Ziheo's eyes were firm. Even though I'm a mage, my physique and strength attributes are quite high. With my talent, I could pass for half a warrior at this level. Plus, with your steer talent, you won't be weak. Songqi nodded, said nothing more, and sent a team invite to Wang Ziheo. Chu Xiaojiang snorted, clearly displeased. Wang Ziheo, you're truly the son of a nouveau riche, with no sense at all. Sure, Songqi awakened in steer talent, but being a professional isn't just about talent. Think it over. Befriending Songqi means opposing my family. With these words, the other professionals who were still considering approaching Songqi fell silent, clearly intimidated by Chu Xiaojiang's attempt to isolate Songqi through family influence. However, Wang Ziheo couldn't help but laugh. Oppose your family? Who can speak for the Chu family? You? Chu Xiaojiang. Do you think awakening in steer talent makes you the family spokesperson? Before today, you hadn't even spoken to your family head, right? You've been meek for 3 years in high school, and now you're feeling triumphant. Someone might mistakenly think you awakened in steer talent. With that, he turned and accepted Songqi's team invite. Wang Ziheo's words left Chu Xiaojiang's face flushed with anger, clearly hitting a sore spot. You're ruthless, Songqi chuckled, thinking that only someone like Wang Ziheo, who knew everything about the school, could pinpoint weaknesses so accurately. Let's go, Songgu. Hopefully, stupidity isn't contagious, Wang Ziheo urged. You. Chu Xiaojiang was trembling with rage, unable to form a coherent sentence. Songqi opened the dungeon list and randomly selected one to enter. Just as their figures were about to disappear, Wang Ziheo turned around and flipped Chu Xiaojiang the bird. Sure, my family might be nouveau riche, but don't forget, I'm still my dad's only son. Go on, try and touch me. This final gesture completely ignited Chu Xiaojiang's fury. Unable to hold back, he screamed, Ah, I'll kill you both. Songqi, Wang Ziheo, just you wait. Crash. On the rooftop of the abandoned building, where the paint had long peeled away, 2 beams of white light flashed, and the figures of Wang Ziheo and Songqi appeared out of thin air. Awesome. That was so awesome. Wang Ziheo couldn't help but shout joyfully as soon as he landed. That smug face finally got what it deserved. Clearly, his previous interactions with Chu Xiaojiang had not been pleasant. Songqi frowned and asked, Doesn't your family do business with the Chus? Aren't you afraid of offending them? Wang Ziheo chuckled dismissively, afraid of what? If business ties are severed, both sides suffer losses. The Chu family is so big. Do you really think they'd cut off their nose to spite their face over a spat between kids? I doubt it. As he spoke, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. By the way, Song, which scenario did you choose? This place looks like an abandoned city. There are only 3 low-level scenarios featuring cities: slime invasion or goblin society. Neither, Songqi replied calmly. It's the one with the most experience points, zombie horde. Oh, zombie horde, huh? We'll have to be careful. Wait. Wang Ziheo's smile froze. He suddenly remembered that there weren't many scenarios suitable for novice adventurers, only about a dozen. Among them, the one universally acknowledged as having the highest experience points and being the most challenging was the zombie horde. The zombie horde is a special scenario with only one final boss, the zombie mother. The minor enemies are just zombies and mutated zombies, without even a mini-boss. The attributes of these creatures aren't particularly high. Even the mutated zombies are just average enemies in other scenarios. In theory, an ordinary person without a profession, armed with a decent weapon, could kill a few zombies for fun. Yet this seemingly simple scenario, with its endless zombie army and elite minor enemies, has become a nightmare for countless low-level adventurers and a favorite for mid to high-level adventurers seeking experience. This was precisely why Songqi chose this scenario. His third optional quest required an environment with a large number of monsters. Wang Ziheo suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Wait, isn't zombie horde a special scenario? We shouldn't be able to access it yet. Oh right. Song, you have a super-level talent, so you have privileges. His expression turned extremely exaggerated as he incredulously asked several times, No way. Did you really choose the zombie horde scenario, Song? As he spoke, he ran to the edge of the building and looked down. The densely packed zombies in the street below made his heart sink, and he checked the attribute values out of desperation. Creature, zombie. Level 4. Strength, 13. Constitution, 8. Agility, 6. Spirit, 3. Skills, bite, infect, mutate. Seeing this panel, Wang Ziheo was utterly disheartened. How are we supposed to fight this? Even an ordinary enemy has such high stats. Song, I haven't offended you, have I? No, you haven't, Songqi replied, puzzled. Then why did you choose the zombie horde scenario? Wang Ziheo lamented, People can die in these scenarios. And once you're in, you can't leave unless you clear it. If we can't complete it, we'll be stuck here. Songqi reassured him. Don't worry, we can handle it. Wang Ziheo sighed helplessly. Dude, a first-level mage learns fireball. not the area attack spell meteor shower. Sure, this is called an experience scenario, but you have to know your own limits. Sanchi and Wang Zihao stood on the rooftop of the abandoned building, feeling a bit tense as the impending wave of zombies approached. As a level 1 mage, Wang Zihao, and a level 1 summoner, Sanchi, neither had any means of group attacks, making it seem challenging to face the situation ahead. However, Sanchi appeared exceptionally calm. He patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, I've got this." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a towering figure instantly appeared before them. Boom! The moment the figure landed, the entire rooftop shook, sending dust swirling. It was Sanchi's summoned spirit Lu Bu. Lu Bu was imposing, clad in heavy armor, resembling a human tank, almost causing the concrete beneath him to collapse. Lu Bu knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Lu Bu, reporting to my lord." His voice was loud and powerful. Only then did Wang Zihao snap out of his shock, astonished as he examined Lu Bu. He circled the towering figure several times, his gaze lingering on the magnificent and sturdy armor, then on the Tongtian halberd in Lu Bu's hand, which was taller than a person. Seeing Lu Bu's effortless demeanor, a glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Zihao's eyes. "I get it now," Wang Zihao suddenly realized. "Brother Song, you're planning to use Lu Bu's heavy armor to block the entrance, while we attack from behind, slowly wearing down the zombie horde. That's a great idea." Excitedly analyzing the tactic, Wang Zihao continued, "But if that's the plan, we need to find a narrow passage first. This building won't do. The walls are gone and might collapse under the horde. It's best to choose an old alley that only allows 2 people to pass." As he spoke, he ran to the edge of the rooftop, scanning the surroundings for a suitable location. However, Sanchi paid no attention to Wang Zihao's analysis. He directly pointed downstairs and instructed Lu Bu. "Lu Bu, go deal with the zombie horde below." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu responded without hesitation, moving to the edge of the rooftop and leaping off. "No." Wang Zihao reacted too late, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. Watching Lu Bu's figure disappear from the rooftop, he felt a chill run down his spine. A level 1 summoned spirit jumping off a building over 100 meters high? How could it survive? Wang Zihao's hope shattered instantly, his eyes turning from hopeful to despairing. He angrily questioned Song Chi. "Brother Song, what are you doing?" "This is the rooftop of a building." Song Chi remained unfazed, teasingly replying, "What does it have to do with me? I didn't tell him to jump. You should have stopped him when you saw him about to jump. Don't you know that most summoned spirits aren't very intelligent? Even humanoid ones aren't necessarily smart." Wang Zihao's heart was filled with regret. The hope of clearing the level was right in front of him, but with one careless moment, such a powerful warrior was lost. Boom! A heavy thud echoed from the street below. Wang Zihao closed his eyes, imagining Lu Bu had turned into a pile of mush. He sat on the ground, looking up at Song Chi, who was smiling at him, showing no sign of losing his summoned spirit or feeling tense. "You're laughing? How can you laugh?" Wang Zihao exclaimed, frustrated. "Think about how to clear the level now. And your first summoned spirit is gone. How will you level up in the future?" Song Chi waved his hand with a smile. "All right, enough teasing. Don't worry, my summoned spirit isn't dead. Don't forget, I'm in Sclass Gifted Summoner." "Huh?" Wang Zihao scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Sclass Gift? Even an SS Sclass Gift wouldn't let a level 1 summoned spirit survive a jump from a 100-meter building. And more importantly, do you know?" Mid-sentence, Wang Zihao suddenly stopped. His pupils widened as if receiving some unbelievable information. Experience points 29, experience points 28, experience points 31. A series of notifications rang in Wang Zihao's ears. Undoubtedly, someone was killing zombies. He gaped, his mouth opening and closing without words, feeling as if his throat was blocked. Trembling, he pointed downstairs and then at Song Chi. Song Chi nodded, confirming, "Yes, that's right. My summoned spirit is killing zombies." "Damn!" Wang Zihao jumped on the spot, clinging to Song Chi, refusing to let go. "Brother Song, you're incredible." At that moment, Wang Zihao realized he wasn't just holding onto a lifeline, but his future. The two of them reached the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The scene on the street was breathtaking. Lu Bu, wielding his massive halberd, seemed like a war god, cutting through the horde of zombies with ease. The weapon, taller than he himself, swung with such force that the dark, brackish zombie blood glistened ominously in the sunlight. With a single sweep of his halberd, several zombies were felled. Ordinary zombies were as fragile as paper before him, and even the mutated ones had no chance to fight back. The once crowded street was quickly cleared, leaving a large open space. Experience 32, experience 64, experience 33. The pleasing sound of the system notifications kept ringing out, leaving Wang Zihao dumbfounded. Is this really just a level 1 summoned spirit? Its power rivals that of a mid-level professional. Is this the strength of a summoner with an ultra-level talent? At that moment, Sanchi quietly opened his inventory and activated a triple experience card. The system promptly notified, your experience gain is now 300. Duration, 2 hours. Combined with the captain's 5 experience bonus, his experience gain was directly increased to 3.05 times that of Wang Zihao. Experience 102, Experience 210, Experience 113. Every system notification signified hundreds of experience points gained. Wang Zihao excitedly exclaimed, Brother Song, this is amazing. Just watching it, the experience points are skyrocketing. Song Chi didn't respond, instead checking his own stats. His experience had reached 245510000, and he calculated that by hunting around 70 more ordinary zombies, he could level up to 2. He quickly did the math. A low-level dungeon zombie horde usually numbered around 1,000, and with the experience from mutated zombies and the boss, this notoriously difficult and rewarding low-level dungeon should allow him to level up directly to 4. If I move fast enough, I might be able to use the triple experience card to run another dungeon. A glint of determination flashed in Song Chi's eyes as he quickly calculated his next leveling strategy. Level 6 might be tough, but level 5 is definitely within reach. In 3 to 5 days, I'll be ready to advance. Watching his experience points skyrocket on the screen, a confident smile tugged at Song Chi's lips. For most novice players, leveling up once a day is considered good progress, but he had already reached level 5 in just 1 day. This astonishing speed of progress was far beyond the reach of even those with top-tier level talents. When the city lord returns, my performance is sure to catch their attention, Song Chi thought to himself. He never subscribed to the cautious approach of slow and steady growth, being a professional mint facing fierce competition, where every resource had to be fought for. The zombie horde dungeon before him was not just a game scenario. It was a crucial training ground for humanity's core strength. While other players needed to reach level 10 to unlock the zombie horde dungeon, and were limited to 3 runs per day and 1 special dungeon a week, Song Chi's status as a super-level talent granted him exceptional privileges: unlimited regular dungeons and 3 special dungeons a day. These hard-earned advantages allowed him to pull ahead rapidly. Fast in one step, fast in all steps. Song Chi understood that to prove his worth to the higher-ups, he needed to make them willing to invest resources in him. Although his rapid leveling might draw attention, he was unfazed. Who would dare question a super-level talent? Even if the city lord asked, he had the right to remain silent. As Song Chi pondered, a loud boom echoed, and a brilliant white light descended from the sky, enveloping him. Then, a golden light infused into his body, a sign of leveling up. Congratulations. You've reached LV2. Already killed 100 zombies? Song Chi quickly opened his panel to check. Name, Song Chi. Class, Summoner. Level 2. Strength, 7. Constitution, 11. Agility, 10. Spirit, 16. Free attribute points, 2. Equipment, none. Talent, Divine Summoning. Skills, Summoning, Summoning Array. Items, none. Quests, Optional Quest 1, Optional Quest 2, Optional Quest 3. Evaluation, an average individual, but possesses an extraordinary talent in summoning. Compared to when he changed classes, his spirit, agility, and constitution had increased, and his free attribute points had gone from 1 to 2, with other aspects remaining largely unchanged. Wang Zihao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He glanced at his own experience bar, which was only halfway filled, then looked at Song Chi. Wow, since when did the team leader's experience boost become so high? Keep it to yourself, Song Chi whispered conspiratorially. The principal gave me something, plus my talent, so? Before he could finish, Wang Zihao had an epiphany. I see, that makes sense. I get it. He then looked envious. No wonder a super-level talent not only gets special dungeons, but also special privileges, even leveling up so much faster than us. As Song Chi's summoner level increased to level 2, Lu Bu, who was connected to him, also advanced. On the battlefield, Lu Bu's eyes gleamed as he wielded the Tongtian Huaji, feeling a surge of warmth within as some of his sealed power gradually returned. Song Chi observed Lu Bu's updated attribute panel. Summon Spirit, God Lu Bu. Level 2. Quality, Mythical. Base attributes. Strength, 149 Peerless. Constitution, 149 Peerless. Agility, 149 Peerless. Spirit, 149 Peerless. Equipment, God Tongtian Huaji Sealed. God Red Hair Horse Sealed. Talents, 1. Peerless. All attributes increase by 1 per second in battle, up to a maximum of 100. 2. Reckless. In Berserk state, all attributes increase by 500 for 10 minutes, followed by a 30-minute weakness where attributes drop by 20. 3. Sacrificial Strike. Delivers a powerful, concentrated blow. 4. Divine Might. Enemies below Lu Bu's level suffer attribute reduction due to fear, up to 50. On the street, Lu Bu, with his attributes dramatically increased, seemed like a war god descended. The Fangtian Huaji in his hand glowed red as he let out a thunderous roar. Kill! The zombie horde, which could barely resist before, fell like paper in front of him, swept away by the halberd. Experience points kept rising. 119, 96, 104. In just half an hour, Wang Zihao also advanced to level 2. The once dense horde of zombies had become sparse. Level 2 in just half an hour? Incredible! Wang Zihao exclaimed excitedly. At this rate, we could clear the level in an hour. The experience dungeon truly lives up to its name. Although there are no equipment or skill book drops, the experience is abundant. I leveled up even before facing the boss. I might reach level 3 by the end of this run. Brother Song, I'll soon catch up to your level. Before he could finish, Wang Zihao turned to look at Sanchi, and his voice trailed off. A burst of golden light suddenly appeared above Sanchi's head, and Wang Zihao was astonished to witness this scene. What did you say? Sanchi turned his head and asked calmly. Wang Zihao felt deflated. Nothing, he replied, thinking to himself. I just reached level 2, and he's already at level 3? Is the saying that it gets harder to level up later just a myth? He took a deep breath, deciding not to compare himself to this super-class gifted individual. After calming down, Wang Zihao refocused his attention below, watching as Lu Bu effortlessly mowed down zombies like they were nothing. A few minutes later, another flash of golden light signaled Song Chi's level up. He took a moment to check Lu Bu's stats. Summoned Spirit, Divine Lu Bu. Level 4. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 249,249. Constitution, 249,249. Agility, 249,249. Spirit, 249,249. Sanchi understood that with each level, all of Lu Bu's attributes increased by 50 points. He had already confirmed this pattern. As time passed, the zombies on the street became sparse. Lu Bu had to actively search the houses on either side to clear out any remaining zombies. Brother Song, do you think we can finish this level now? Wang Zihao suggested. Killing more doesn't seem to give much experience. Sanchi glanced at his experience bar. Level 4. Experience points. 300, 854, 0000. He quickly did the math. The zombie wave instance generated about 1,000 zombies each time, with each one providing 100 experience points. Now, there were roughly only 100 left. It really wasn't worth wasting more time and the triple experience card. You're right, Sanchi nodded in agreement, moving to the edge of the rooftop. Lu Bu, no need to search for those minor creatures anymore. Go to the basement of the convenience store at the far right corner of the street. The Mother of Zombies is there. Kill her. The Mother of Zombies was the boss of the zombie wave instance. Defeating her would complete the level. Thanks to the efforts of countless predecessors, Sanchi was well-versed in these instant strategies and knew the boss's location from the start. At your command, Lu Bu's voice echoed from below, followed by a tremendous whooshing sound. He charged like a heavily armored war machine, smashing through walls and finally stomping through the convenience store's floor. With a loud crash, the entire store collapsed, and an enormous, bloated mass leapt from the basement, seemingly trying to escape. Despite its massive size, the Mother of Zombies was surprisingly fast. Dozens of strong mutant zombies followed, drooling as they lunged at Lu Bu, attempting to block his pursuit. However, a scarlet arc cut through the air, slicing the Mother of Zombies and the mutants in half in an instant. Experience points 8,008. This 4-digit experience gain instantly filled up the nearly full experience bars of both individuals. Ding! Ding! 2 golden lights descended, and Wang Zihao and Song Chi leveled up again. Song Chi reached level 5, and Wang Zihao took the opportunity to become a level 3 mage. Subsequently, the scene before them began to blur, and the image of the ruined city gradually faded. A familiar system notification chimed in their ears. Congratulations on completing the instance. Calculating the rewards for this instance. Congratulations. You have cleared over 95 of the monsters. Your completion time surpassed 90 of challengers, earning an grade overall evaluation for this instance. Congratulations. Based on your rating, you have received a reward of 1,000 credit points. The credit points will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. If there are any issues, please visit the Adventurers Hall for inquiry. Keep up the good work and aim for even more outstanding completion records. Song Chi and Wang Zihao escaped from the instance and instantly appeared in the familiar instance plaza. Wang Zihao jumped up excitedly, his face beaming with joy. Woo! Leveled up to 3 in one go. Even if I don't run any more instances today, it's worth it. However, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. But it's a pity, I can only do this special instance once a week. Song Chi ignored Wang Zihao's mood swings and focused on opening his own panel. He carefully checked the remaining time on his triple experience card, 1 hour 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Calculating quickly in his mind, Song Chi thought to himself, the first round was slow because Lu Bu's level wasn't high. It should be faster next time. clear most of the zombies, and then go straight for the boss to finish in about half an hour. If I manage it well, I can enjoy the triple experience for the last 2 instances today. Having confirmed his plan, Sanchi summoned the instant selection interface again. Seeing this, Wang Zihao hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Brother Song. I'm out of chances, I'll log out first." However, before he could finish his sentence, both of them disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared in the zombie wave instance, Wang Zihao was stunned and asked in confusion, I'm back in. Isn't it said that besides those with Ultra S-class talents, others can only do special instances once a week? Did the rules change?" Song Chi shot him a look as if he were an idiot and explained, "When an Ultra S-class talent holder is in the team, teammates enjoy the same privileges. Didn't you pay attention in class?" "Huh? Really?" Wang Zihao scratched his head awkwardly. "You know, Brother Song, other than the mage class knowledge, I'm not really interested in anything else." Song Chi shook his head and said no more. The two surveyed their surroundings and found themselves in an abandoned convenience store by the street, instead of on a rooftop like last time. Song Chi decisively snapped his fingers, and the imposing figure of Lu Bu appeared instantly before them. "Continue clearing the zombies, but be quicker this time," Song Chi instructed succinctly. "At your command." Lu Bu clasped his fists and charged out without wasting a word. "Unbridled, activate." As soon as he stepped outside, Lu Bu's eyes turned a fierce red, slightly manic, as he activated the unbridled skill. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Bu. His body swelled, exuding an overwhelming presence. Even though Wang Zihao knew he wasn't the enemy, the aura still made his scalp tingle, and a sense of fear crept into his heart, as if he had encountered a natural predator. "This is your summoned spirit, Brother Song? That's insane." Wang Zihao felt his mouth go dry and instinctively hid behind a shelf. Realizing what he had done, he awkwardly stepped out but couldn't help swallowing hard. In contrast, Song Chi, as Lu Bu's summoner, felt nothing unusual. However, when he glanced at the panel, he was startled. Since Song Chi had reached level 5, Lu Bu's level had also risen to 5. With 50 points added to all attributes per level, Lu Bu's 4-dimensional attributes were nearing the 300 mark. Coupled with the skill's 500 attribute boost, Lu Bu's panel stats were astonishing at this moment. Summon Spirit, God Lu Bu, level 5 quality, Mythical Power 299, 1495, Berserk Constitution 299, 1495, Berserk Agility 299, 1495, Berserk Spirit 299, 1495. This mighty war god stood on a street littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of decay. Suddenly, countless wandering zombies sensed the presence of a living being and turned towards Lu Bu. Their eyes were vacant, mouths emitting hoarse growls, driven by their remaining instinct to devour. Yet, they were oblivious to the terrifying force they were about to confront. Lu Bu coldly surveyed the oncoming horde of zombies, his halberd striking the ground with a deafening crash. In the next instant, he moved. Whoosh! Lu Bu shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, a gust of wind roaring in his wake. Song Chi and Wang Zihao could barely stand, pushed back by the force of the wind. The halberd traced a graceful arc in the air, emitting a piercing hum. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu had charged forward nearly 100 meters. The zombies in his path were shattered to pieces by his unstoppable advance, limbs flying into the air. Then, a cascade of experience notifications began to rain down. Experience points 102, experience points 108, experience points 104, experience points 110. On Song Chi and Wang Zihao's screens, their experience bars climbed rapidly, the notifications flashing like a torrent. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wang Zihao's eyes widened, repeating the crude yet apt expression of his astonishment. The speed of leveling up was simply unbelievable. If it weren't for being in a dungeon, he might have suspected Song Chi of cheating. Typically, leveling up as a novice was extremely challenging. Low attributes, lack of skills, insufficient experience, these factors made progress in battles arduous. However, Song Chi's presence completely overturned this notion. Who said it was hard for novices to level up? Ever seen experience points skyrocket just by standing still and watching? Is this the power of a summoner? No, this is the terrifying potential of a summoner with a super-class talent. Wang Zihao turned his head, looking at Song Chi with an almost obsessive gaze. Song Chi, who was searching for the boss's lair, suddenly shivered, feeling uncomfortable under such an intense stare. What's with that look? Song Chi frowned and asked. Song bro, Wang Zihao dragged out his words, his face plastered with a flattering smile. I'm not into that. Song Chi immediately and sternly refused. What do you mean? I'm a straight guy. Wang Zihao joked as he moved closer. I'm serious, Song bro. Can you take me along next time? I remember those with super-class talent can run special dungeons 3 times a day, right? We still have one left. Why not use it all? Song Chi feigned helplessness and shrugged. Since you put it that way, let's use it. Although the 5 team leader experience boost wasn't much, it was better than nothing. More importantly, he remembered how, during tough times, Wang Zihao often found excuses to treat him to meals. Taking him through a dungeon was a small favor in return. Hearing this, Wang Zihao beamed with joy. I knew Song Bro wouldn't abandon a brother. After this dungeon, I'll treat you to a good meal. No thanks. I'm in a hurry to get home. Maybe next time, Song Chi politely declined. Alright, next time then, Wang Zihao agreed cheerfully. Low-level dungeon maps are usually not large, covering less than 100,000 square meters. This zombie horde dungeon was even smaller, around 30,000 to 40,000 square meters, equivalent to the area of 2 streets. Lu Bu's clearing speed far exceeded Song Chi's expectations. In less than half an hour, most of the zombies were wiped out. Song Chi glanced at the time. The triple experience card still had 36 minutes and 20 seconds left. That's enough. Need to save some time for the next run. He nodded, his gaze fixed on a tall building not far from Lu Bu. Go to the tall building on the right. The boss is on the top floor. Take it down. Understood. Lu Bu immediately abandoned chasing the remaining zombies and made a sharp turn toward the building. Rather than using the stairs, he crouched by the wall, his leg muscles bulging and distorting his armor. Boom. In the next second, Lu Bu launched himself like a human cannonball, crashing through the top floor wall and bursting inside. It wasn't long before the familiar system notification sounded in Song Chi's ear. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Calculating this dungeon's rewards. Congratulations. You cleared over 85 of the monsters. Your completion time surpasses 95 of challengers, earning a grade evaluation. Congratulations. Based on your evaluation, you have been rewarded 200 credit points. The credit points will be deposited into your account within 3 business days. If there are any issues, please check at the Adventurers Hall. Keep striving for even more impressive records. Swish. Swish. Song Chi and Wang Zihao reappeared in the dungeon plaza, their faces a mix of exhaustion and excitement. The recently completed dungeon challenge had left them both panting, but the results were exhilarating. We cleared 85 of the monsters and surpassed 95 of challengers in time, and it's only in a rank evaluation? Wang Zihao frowned at the evaluation screen, his tone slightly dissatisfied. He soon chuckled at himself. But then again, this is an experienced dungeon. The boss is notoriously weak. It's just the sheer number of small monsters. Wang Zihao's eyes fell on the rewards section, and he widened them in disbelief. Only 200 credits for a rank evaluation? That's so stingy. And rank evaluation gives 1,000 credits, so they cut 80. No wonder no one farms credits in low-level dungeons. After venting, Wang Zihao eagerly checked his own panel. Woohoo! Leveled up again, he exclaimed excitedly. I've reached level 4 after this dungeon run. This leveling speed is beyond my expectations. However, his excitement was quickly dampened. Wang Zihao glanced at Song Chi and noticed 2 consecutive flashes of leveling light on him, indicating that Song Chi had reached level 7. Level 7. What does that mean? Wang Zihao calculated in his mind. For a typical player, reaching level 7 in half a month would be considered great progress. Seeing Song Chi's calm expression, Wang Zihao couldn't help but reflect. Happiness truly comes from comparison. He let out a loud howl to release his mixed emotions. Song Chi ignored Wang Zihao's reaction, paused briefly, and then continued to open the dungeon selection interface. Ready? Let's go again, he said succinctly. No problem, always ready. Wang Zihao promptly responded with renewed energy. Despite feeling somewhat discouraged, he was determined to stick with Song Chi. Swish. Swish. Their figures disappeared into the dungeon entrance once more in less than a minute, without any rest. This unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of those around them. Chu Xiaojiang and his group, who were resting, immediately noticed the anomaly. If I'm not mistaken, those two were Song Chi and Wang Zihao, right? Chu Xiaojiang frowned. Why did they go back into the dungeon right after coming out? Aren't they going to replenish their state? A nearby follower chimed in. Hey, isn't it obvious? They must be running the Slime Disaster dungeon. Slime Disaster is the easiest of the low-level dungeons, another follower added. The monsters have single attacks, and their attack frequency is very low. The experience points are low, and the equipment drop rate is near 0. Aside from being easy to clear, it has no advantages. Even novice players rarely choose this dungeon. It's a dungeon for weak players. Exactly, a summoner and a mage. What else could they clear but the Slime Disaster? Chu Shajiang's expression relaxed a bit, and he sneered. They can only clear such trash dungeons. The others quickly agreed. Exactly. They can't compare to you, young Master Chu. So pathetic. At this rate, they might not level up even once a day. They deserve it for crossing young Master Chu. Chu Xiaojiang, listening to the flattery, smiled contentedly. He waved nonchalantly. All right, we've rested enough. Let's prepare to enter the dungeon again. Today, let's aim to level up once. In half a month, we'll reach level 10, and then I'll use my Shrank talent privilege to take you all through the experienced dungeon corpse tide. Hearing this, his followers' eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation. The zombie horde? The one that gives 30,000 experience points per run. A voice of surprise rose from the crowd. You can only enter a special instance once a week, but Chu Xiao has ins-level talent and can enter 3 times and bring others along, someone said excitedly. That's like getting 100,000 experience points for free. Following Chu Xiao, reaching intermediate rank within half a year is within reach. Chu Xiaojiang smirked with satisfaction, casting a disdainful look in the direction where Sanchi and his companion had disappeared. Nouveau riche are always short-sighted. Regretting it now won't help. With that, he led his followers away from the plaza. Half an hour later, the battle was nearing its end. Turn right at the second house. Charge in. With the command given, Lu Bu's towering figure descended from the sky, wielding his halberd like a giant hammer. Boom! The house instantly crumbled to dust. Both of their panels displayed an increase of 8,012 experience points, as the zombie mother was obliterated along with the building before it could even appear. Congratulations on completing the instance. The system notification sounded. This instance has been rated A. Reward, credits 200. Back at the plaza, Wang Zihao looked slightly disappointed. It's a pity I was just shy of leveling up. As a level 4 player, he needed 40,000 experience points to reach level 5. Even if he meticulously farmed the zombie horde instance, he could only gain about 35,000 experience points at most. Song, are you going to keep farming? No, what about you? I'm planning to check out the skill books at the Adventurers Hall, learn a few skills, and then do another run. Hopefully, I'll reach level 5 today and close the gap with you. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Song. After leaving the instance plaza, Sanchi opened his panel. Name, Sanchi. Class, Summoner. Level, 8. Experience, 213-388-0000. Strength, 7 Constitution, 17 Agility, 16 Spirit, 28. Free attribute points, 8. Talent, Divine Summoning. Skills, Summoning, Summoning Array. Summon Spirit, God Lu Bu. That was close. Sanchi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Caught the boss in the last 10 seconds of the triple experience card, almost missed it. The zombie mother could provide 2500-2800 experience points, and missing the triple experience bonus would have meant losing over 5,000 points, equivalent to the yield from hundreds of ordinary zombies. Looking at the 8 free attribute points on his panel, Sanchi decided to hold off for now, planning to allocate them after learning new skills tomorrow. Plus, the optional task 1 was completed, so he could draw a prize now. Ding! You have 3 remaining lottery draws. Would you like to draw now? Yes. A massive, ethereal roulette wheel slowly appeared in front of Sanchi, visible only to him. This time, the wheel contained noticeably more items than before, though most were for other professions. Sanchi sighed inwardly, wishing he could eliminate them once more. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to spin the wheel. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of 3 consecutive spins echoed. The wheel started to spin, with the speed of the 3 pointers increasing until they became a blur. After a few minutes, the pointers finally slowed and stopped, lighting up 3 different colored sections. The system's voice announced, "Congratulations. You have received the heroic weapon Bloodthirsty Shark Tooth Broadsword. Congratulations. You have obtained a triple experience card, lasting 2 hours. Congratulations. You have acquired a profession item selection ticket." A profession item selection ticket? What's that? Sanchi was momentarily puzzled and quickly opened the item menu to check the details. Profession item selection ticket. Used during a system draw to select a profession and exclude all items not related to the chosen profession. Sanchi read through the description twice and quickly grasped the item's purpose. Essentially, it allowed him to remove all rewards not applicable to his profession. Although it didn't increase the chances of drawing high-level items, it did enhance the probability of acquiring useful ones. He then turned his attention to the other 2 items. Having previously experienced the triple experience card, he knew it worked exceptionally well. The last item seemed to be a warrior's weapon. He attempted to retrieve the weapon from the item menu. Suddenly, an immense weight nearly knocked him over. The corner of the weapon clanged against the floor with a crisp metallic sound. Only then did Sanchi get a clear look at the weapon. It was a double-edged sword with countless small serrations, the blade alone measuring 1 meter long, and with the handle, about 1.3 to 1.4 meters in total. Sanchi grasped it with both hands, yet even with all his strength, he couldn't lift it. So heavy. Sanchi was astonished. He considered himself to have decent physical strength, at least on par with the average adult male. Yet, he could barely raise the handle with both hands. He opened the weapon information panel, and the details were displayed. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Shark Tooth Broadsword. Quality, heroic. Required level, 30 and above. Required attributes, Strength 60, Constitution 40. Strength, 275. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 5. Effect 1. Increases the user's strength by an additional 15. Effect 2. Wounds inflicted by this weapon cause continuous bleeding and reduce the target's beneficial buffs. Innate skill, none. As expected, it's a warrior's weapon. A strength requirement of 60? No wonder lifting it is so difficult, Sanchi remarked, unsurprised. He briefly considered giving it to Lu Bu, but quickly dismissed the idea. For someone with the divine weapon Fong Tian Hua Ji, this weapon seemed redundant. Although Fong Tian Hua Ji was sealed and its effects couldn't be used, its durability still far surpassed that of the heroic weapon. If he insisted on Lu Bu using it, Lu Bu would comply, but Songqi imagined he would secretly resent it. After all, for a formidable general with a divine weapon, the bloodthirsty shark-tooth broadsword was hardly an enticing choice. Standing in the square, Songqi held the newly acquired weapon in his hand, lost in thought. A fleeting idea crossed his mind. Should he sell the weapon? But then he hesitated, wondering who he should sell it to. As he pondered, an image of his sister popped into his head. Songqi remembered that she had reached over level 30 and was also a warrior. An idea began to form. Why not take it to her first? If she didn't need it, he could look for other buyers. After a moment of contemplation, Songqi decided to put away the weapon. He turned and left the square, heading out of the city with a plan in mind. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion of the 7th district, an important conversation was taking place. Shun Huiwu, having just completed the certification process at the Hall of Professionals with Songqi, rushed over. He was pacing anxiously in front of a magic formation, waiting for the city lord's response. Why hasn't the city lord responded yet? Shun Huiwu muttered to himself. Could it be that he's still at the field camp? Or has he encountered high-ranking demons? Just as he considered using the emergency communication channel, the formation finally reacted. With a crackling sound, the array flickered, and a large human silhouette appeared. The figure was clad entirely in black armor. Even the head was covered. A giant axe, as tall as 2 people, was strapped to his back, its blade glinting with an eerie purple light. With a clanking sound, the figure removed his helmet, revealing an extraordinarily ordinary face. The city lord looked at Shun Huiwu with a hint of irritation in his voice. Xiaoshen? Didn't I tell you not to contact me unless it's urgent? This operation is crucial for establishing our human race's 14th district. You've been calling all day, so what's the matter? It better be important. Anyone who knew Shun Huiwu might be startled to hear him called Xiaoshun. After all, Shun Huiwu was nicknamed Roaring Heavenly Sovereign, with roaring referring to his skill traits and angry to his irritable nature. Normally, anyone daring to address him like that would face a fierce battle. But at this moment, Shun Huiwu wasn't angry at all. In fact, he smiled, seemingly unfazed by the nickname. City Lord, our 3rd high school has produced a super class student today. I'm here to request special resources for him, Shun Huiwu said excitedly. The city lord frowned, sounding displeased. Just for that? Can't you give the minimum resources first? Shun Huiwu seemingly anticipated this reaction and teasingly replied. Don't rush, city lord. Why not guess his profession? But the city lord wasn't in the mood for jokes, his expression turning grim. Guess his profession? It seems you've grown too comfortable in the district, forgetting our current situation. You have 1 minute to explain. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, you'll lead next year's field clearing mission. Realizing the city lord wasn't joking, Shun Huiwu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly relented. No, city lord, I was just joking. Today is the awakening day for students. We have a student named Songqi who awakened with a super class talent, and his profession is a summoner. The city lord nodded, not overly surprised. And then? Super class talents are indeed rare. It's been years since the 7th district had one. But as city lord, I've seen nearly 10,000 of them, if not more. Even I possess a super class talent. This alone isn't enough to capture my attention, even if his profession is a summoner. Shun Huiwu hurriedly added. And his first summon is a mythical grade humanoid summoning spirit. Mythical grade. The city lord's expression shifted. I've seen many summoners, but this quality of summoning spirit is unheard of. What are its specific attributes and skills? Have you seen them? Shun Huiwu confidently replied. Level 1, all attributes at 99, and it comes with 4 skills. The city lord was taken aback, his pupils dilating with visible excitement. Level 1 with all attributes at 99. Are you sure you're not joking? Or were you drunk at the time? Think carefully, Shun Huiwu. This is no laughing matter. Shun Huiwu earnestly replied. I swear on my life. Hearing this, the city lord was silent for a moment before solemnly saying. 3 days Laterno, the day after tomorrow. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Until then, protect that child. Shun Huiwu grinned widely. He knew the city lord was taking it seriously. Rest assured, he replied confidently. 7th district, the workers' residential area. This is where the industrial workers find their refuge, among towering tenement buildings. Although the lighting in these buildings is poor, they can accommodate a large number of people. Each floor has a long corridor, like a tube, connecting numerous single rooms, with good ventilation at both ends, hence the name, Tube Building. Songqi dragged his weary body up the steps to his home. His heart surged with excitement. eager to share the good news with his family. Although he was a traveler from another time, after living together for over a decade, he had long considered his family in this world as his own. Arriving at the familiar door, Sanchi first peeked through the window, only to find the room dark and empty. Slightly disappointed, he took out his key to unlock the door. Suddenly, the slightly worn wooden door swung open with a bang, and three figures jumped out from behind it. Congratulations on your successful career change, son. Welcome home, the second future advanced professional. Congratulations on graduating. Three colorful paper streamers came whistling towards him, landing right on Songchi's face. One of them, thrown with excessive force, hadn't even unfurled. Without needing to look, Songchi knew this must be his father's handiwork. Ugh! Songchi spat out the streamer from his mouth and said helplessly, Dad, don't you know your own strength? Next time, go easy on the streamers. His scruffy bearded father scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. I was too excited. I'll be more careful next time. His mother smiled as she stepped forward, gently brushing off the paper bits from Songchi's clothes. All right, our second professional in the family, come in quickly. To celebrate your graduation, we took the day off and have been busy since morning. We made 4 big dishes, all your favorite meat dishes. For meat dishes? Songchi was astonished. In this world surrounded by demonic tribes, humans were confined to the city districts, and the scale of animal husbandry was pitifully small. A chicken, artificially accelerated in growth, could cost several hundred credit points, and ordinary folks considered themselves lucky to taste a bit of meat. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Songchi felt the warmth of family enveloping him. His parents were also professionals, once harboring dreams of battling against alien tribes. His father had chosen the warrior profession, while his mother became a priest. Unfortunately, they were born with low attributes and never awakened any talent. Coupled with their impoverished background, they barely managed to reach level 21, only to find they couldn't even clear the simplest dungeons. In the end, they had to work in a factory, leading ordinary lives. They remain at level 21 to this day, and since they aren't in auxiliary professions, they can't take on special jobs, earning a meager salary. This is the reality for most ordinary people today. Graduates choose combat professions, dreaming of making a name for themselves in battles against the demon army. But the reality is that after the novice period, they can't even clear a dungeon, eventually fading into obscurity. Songchi's gaze turned to his sister, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Hey sis, I successfully changed my profession and awakened a talent. Songchi exclaimed excitedly to his sister, Songlan. Songlan merely nodded, not inquiring further about the specifics of his talent. Songchi was already used to his sister's reactions. Songlan was a warrior with a level talent. As a child, she appeared small and weak due to malnutrition, but after becoming a professional, her appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. In just a year, Songlan went from being teased as the glasses girl to a stunning goddess-level presence. Her skin became flawless and fair, and she grew tall and well-proportioned. Especially when she donned her fitted black armor and wielded a giant sword, she exuded an impressive aura. Her once criticized wooden personality was now interpreted as cool and aloof. Over the past 2 years, Songchi had been able to enjoy a decent life, largely thanks to his sister's generous support. After some thought, Songchi decided to share the good news with his parents first. Dad, Mom, actually today, I changed my profession. Hold on, his mother quickly interrupted. Whatever it is, let's talk after dinner. Come in first, the food will get cold. She ushered the family into the house. Songchi couldn't help but smile wryly, but he understood his mother's intentions no matter what. Enjoy a good meal first to avoid affecting the mood. He obediently sat down, and the family enjoyed a hearty dinner together. After the meal, only a few leftovers remained on the table. I'm stuffed. Thanks to our son's success, we really enjoyed the meat today, his father said contentedly, leaning back in his chair and patting his round belly. If only we could eat like this every day. His mother gave him a look. Every day like this? This meal alone cost nearly 2,000, and together we only earn about 6,000 a month. With your daughter's earnings, it's barely over 10,000 credits. Well, now we have a second professional in the family, his father chuckled, turning his gaze to Songchi. His sister and mother also looked at him. For this family, the outcome of Songchi's profession change was crucial. A good talent meant hope for lifting the family from poverty to middle class. If not, they would have to continue relying on Songlan. Songchi swallowed the chicken bone in his mouth and, after a brief pause, said directly, Actually, the profession I changed to today is summoner. The atmosphere in the room turned cold instantly. Disappointment was evident in the eyes of the three. Even those working in factories knew how impractical the summoner profession was, not only unreliable, but also notoriously resource-intensive. Sensing the awkward silence, his father forced a smile. Being a summoner is great. If you're lucky, you might summon a particularly powerful creature. If you summon a dragon, our family would be set. Even if it's not a dragon, a strong beast or undead could level up quickly. It's a humanoid summon, Sanchi explained. His father fell silent. Humanoid summons were notorious for consuming resources. For wealthy families, it wasn't a problem as long as the potential was sufficient, but for families like theirs, supporting even one professional was hard enough, let alone a humanoid summon. His mother quickly interjected. What's wrong with a humanoid summon? With good talent, they can be very strong too. They can think, have no leveling bottlenecks, and have potential beyond beasts or undead. So what if they're weak early on? By the way, son, have you awakened your talent? I have, Sanchi nodded. Hearing this, his parents' expressions improved. His father let out a long breath. I knew it. My son is destined for great things. So, son, is your talent level, or a level? None of those, Sanchi replied, shaking his head. Is it level then? His mother asked, a bit serious. Not that either. His parents exchanged worried glances, and the room's atmosphere plummeted once again. Only his sister, Song Lan, remained focused on her bone broth, finishing it quickly. The couple began contemplating how to comfort Sanchi. Should they tell him that being ordinary is valuable, and working in a factory is also contributing to the human race? Or should they encourage him not to give up easily, reminding him that talent doesn't determine everything? At that moment, Sanchi suddenly pulled a weapon from his inventory. His movements were swift and deft, as if conjuring a large object out of thin air. By the way, sis, I brought you a weapon. I'm not sure if you can use it, Sanchi said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation and mystery. Clang. A crisp metallic sound echoed through the room as a giant serrated blade, as tall as a person, crashed to the floor, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The sword was so heavy that Sanchi, a summoner, couldn't lift it and had to let it fall. Seeing this, Songlan's face showed a trace of a smile, though a flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. You're only level 1, right? I'm already level 37. Weapons from beginner dungeons are basically useless to me, she explained calmly. But if the attributes are good, I can sell it for you. Songlan paused and added. Even though you failed your job transition, it seems like your luck isn't too bad. With that, she bent down to examine the weapon closely. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Sharktooth, Greatsword. Quality, Hero. Required level, 30 and above. Required attributes, Strength 60, Constitution 40. Strength 275, Constitution 50, Spirit 5. Effect 1. Increases the user's strength by an additional 15. Effect 2. Wounds caused by this weapon will cause continuous bleeding and reduce the opponent's buffs. No inherent skills. The Bloodthirsty Sharktooth Greatsword is exclusive to strength-based professions, and its quality is hero level. Songlan's voice suddenly rose, her eyes widening in shock. A hero-level weapon. Even high-level professionals rarely acquire those. A hero-level weapon, she murmured, as if confirming she wasn't mistaken. Suddenly, Song Lan looked up sharply, her gaze becoming piercing. Wait, has society advanced this quickly? Are hero-level weapons now dropping in low-level dungeons? She looked at Sanchi in disbelief, her expression turning serious. No, this weapon definitely didn't drop from a dungeon. Tell me, where did you get it? Noticing the change in atmosphere, their parents quickly intervened. What's wrong with the weapon, Xiaolon? Why are you getting so worked up? Their father asked, puzzled. Their mother chimed in. Yes, Xiaolon. If you're not satisfied with the weapon, there's no need to speak to your brother like that. Song Lan took a deep breath, her expression grave. It's not about satisfaction, she stated emphatically. This weapon is hero-level quality. It's worth at least 1,000,000 credit points. The parents were immediately flustered. A hero-level weapon? Isn't that something only high-level professionals use? Their father exclaimed. If someone comes looking for it, a scratch on the weapon could cost us everything. Their mother quickly turned to Sanchi. Son, you need to return this thing. Seeing this, Sanchi calmly waved his hand, a mysterious smile on his face. Finally, he stopped being cryptic and pulled out a stack of documents from his inventory. These are the papers from the professional hall, he explained. It's my certification of an ultra-level talent and the privileges I can enjoy. Halfway through his explanation, their mother froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Their father's hand also stopped midair. Ultra-level talent? They exclaimed in unison. That's right, Sanchi confirmed calmly. Is it really true? Song Lan took the documents to inspect them closely, frowning as she read. Once she confirmed their authenticity, she sighed in relief. I see, that gave me quite a scare. She exhaled deeply. Sanchi, are you really an ultra-level talent? Yes, Sanchi replied matter-of-factly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Song Lan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sanchi as if seeing him for the first time. This is unbelievable, she muttered. As a professional, Song Lan knew that ultra-level talents enjoyed numerous privileges and were often recognized and rewarded by influential figures. It wasn't impossible for such figures to reward a hero-level weapon. In that case, Song Lan nodded lightly, finally smiling with relief. I'll accept this weapon. Having understood the situation, Song Lan felt relieved. He took the serrated sword, his fingertips gently caressing each tooth on the blade, his eyes gleaming with joy. As a warrior, he knew well that a weapon not only determined combat effectiveness and dungeon efficiency, but could also be a lifesaver in critical moments. As Song Lan swung the new weapon to get a feel for it, his parents were overwhelmed with uncontrollable joy beside him. Holding the certificate under the bright lights, they repeatedly confirmed it, too excited to speak coherently. And great talent? This is our son's talent. His father exclaimed repeatedly. It's not just good fortune, it's our son's hard work. Suddenly, his mother slapped her thigh as if she remembered something important. Doesn't high-level talent come with a monthly subsidy? I've heard some even get housing. Reluctantly, they put down the certification and turned to check other documents. 80,000 credit points a month. His mother repeatedly confirmed the number with her finger, afraid of misreading even a single digit. Dad, you count too. After carefully verifying, his father excitedly discovered. There's more. Look at the second page, there's housing. You can choose one from number 5, 7, or 13 in the first district. When it came to the credit points, Song Lan remained calm. In the professional circle, especially among mid to high-level professionals, earning 80,000 a month wasn't uncommon. But the housing in the first district made him gasp in disbelief. He took the documents from his parents, repeatedly confirming this incredible benefit. The layout of the 7th district was clear in his mind. The outermost area was the industrial zone, filled with factories and farms, the main source of the district's resources. Further in was the outer city, fully equipped with public facilities like schools and hospitals, home to a large middle-class population. The innermost layer was the inner city, where the wealthy and powerful resided. Within the inner city, the first district, next to the Lord's Mansion, was the most important, located at the center of the core formation, with the highest security, and had become the ultimate symbol of status and prestige over the decades. The first district is in the inner city, right? What's so special about it? His mother asked, puzzled. The houses there are worth at least 9 figures in credit points. This left his mother standing in shock, silently counting on her fingers. 9 figures? That's 100 million? This astronomical figure left the woman, who had worked her whole life in a factory, utterly speechless. That night, the lights in the Song family's home stayed on until midnight for the first time. The parents held the documents, reading them again and again, unable to suppress the joy on their faces. In the early morning, the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a golden glow on the massive apartment building. As the workday approached, the residents began to stir. Most of them, still groggy with sleep, shuffled to the communal water basin to wash up. Among the sleepy crowd, Song Sheng stood out. He hummed a cheerful tune and walked lightly to the basin, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Song Sheng, you didn't show up for work yesterday. Must have had a great time, a co-worker teased. Song Sheng filled his basin, a smug smile playing on his lips. Oh, that's right. My son awakened an ultra-level talent. Did I just hear that correctly? The co-worker paused, then realized what was said. Workers nearby stopped in their tracks, eyes wide as if frozen in place. Old Song, your son awakened an ultra-level talent. I heard Slevel gets you a house. Are you moving to the inner city? Song Sheng straightened with pride, his voice full of boastful excitement. Not just the inner city, but the first district, right next to the city lord's mansion. At this news, everyone's sleepiness vanished. They surrounded Song Sheng, bombarding him with questions. Old Song, you've really made it. I have a son and a daughter, one with no talent, the other only Flevel. I'm so jealous. Tell us your parenting secrets. Your daughter is Blevel, but your son is ultra-level. Inside, Song Lan watched her father being swarmed by the crowd from the window and shook her head in exasperation. Dad's at it again. Your dad doesn't smoke or drink, he just loves to brag. Let him be, her mother said with a chuckle as she tidied up. She gazed out the window, her eyes filled with hope for their new life. Thanks to Song Chi, they would soon leave this massive apartment building. Should we wake up your brother to help pack? Song Lan asked. Let him sleep a bit longer, her mother replied gently. He just awakened yesterday. A few more days of rest won't hurt. I'm just a bit worried about the first district. What are you worried about? Whether the neighbors there will be easy to get along with. Maybe we should buy some new clothes so we don't get looked down on. No need, Mom. Song Lan shook her head. Clothes worth thousands of credits can be spotted by an insider in an instant. Living in the first district already signifies one's worth. Honestly, whether we are respected depends on my brother. As long as my brother steadily levels up and demonstrates his abilities, no one will dare to look down on us. On the contrary, if he doesn't perform well later, even if we enter with legendary battle armor, people will still look down on us in the future. Mom frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're right, daughter. That's the logic. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and raised her voice several octaves. Oh no, we can't let your brother keep sleeping. Such good talent would be a waste if not used. Quick, go wake him up and get him to start leveling up in the dungeons. A few minutes later, Song Chi was bewilderedly pushed out of bed, stumbling down the stairs to his mother's urging. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, puzzled. Didn't they tell me to rest for a few days last night? Why the sudden change of plans this morning? After weighing his options, Sanchi decided not to head to the dungeon square just yet, but to go to the practitioner's hall to learn some skills first. He remembered that every practitioner could learn a skill related to their profession every 5 levels. Moreover, before reaching level 20, the practitioner's hall offered many skills for free, mostly of common or rare quality, as a benefit for civilian practitioners. Sanchi groggily arrived at the entrance of the practitioner's hall, bought a breakfast togo, and ate it quickly while heading to the floor designated for summoners. The practitioner's building was organized by the number of people in each profession. The first few floors were for popular professions like warriors, mages, priests, and assassins. Since summoners were less common, they were assigned to the 21st floor. However, having fewer people has its advantages. At least Sanchi didn't have to queue up in front of each room like the warriors and mages. He soon reached the 21st floor, the same place where he had previously summoned Lu Bu. The floor's entrance was still guarded by the same middle-aged man, who looked quite worn out. He was leaning on his hand, dozing off at the table, clearly not fully awake. Sanchi approached and handed over his identification. "Hello, I'm here to learn some skills. Could you tell me where the skill learning room is? Here's my ID." Feeling someone approach, the guard barely roused himself. After glancing at the ID, his eyes widened. "You're a summoner, and your status is VVIP? Sanchi. It's you." He seemed to recognize Sanchi, suddenly becoming more alert. "If I recall correctly, you summoned your first creature just yesterday, right? You need to reach level 5 to start learning skills." "I'm already at level 5, Sanchi replied calmly. "Leveling up so fast. Well, well, well." The guard laughed, filled with satisfaction, leaving Sanchi a bit confused. "I'm just here to learn a skill. Why are you so excited?" Sanchi asked, a bit puzzled, though he didn't mind chatting a bit since the guard seemed friendly. "So, which skill are you planning to learn this time?" the guard asked enthusiastically. Sanchi thought for a moment and replied, "Well, either protection or recall." "Protection and recall." The guard's eyes showed a hint of approval. "Both are survival-oriented skills, suggesting your first summoned creature is quite strong." He explained further. Protection is a rare skill that creates a shield for the summoner. The shield's defense is based on the summoned creature's attributes. The stronger the creature, the higher the shield's defense. Recall is a common skill that allows you to summon a specific creature back to your side after a 3-second chant. It's mainly used when an enemy approaches the summoner or when a summoned creature is in danger. The guard's eye showed increasing admiration as he continued. Both skills are defensive and survival-oriented. Early on, summoners choose skills based on their creature's traits to compensate for weaknesses. If a summoned creature has strong attack but weak defense, the summoner should learn healing skills. If the creature has strong defense but weak attack, the summoner should learn offensive skills. Only when a summoned creature's attributes are balanced enough to handle current dungeons do people choose survival skills. The caretaker pondered for a moment before saying to Sanchi, "Given your current circumstances, there's no urgent need to learn these 2 skills unless it's absolutely necessary." He paused briefly, then suggested, "If possible, you could save up some money to buy a skill book called Soul Link." Sanchi frowned, looking puzzled. "Soul Link? What kind of skill is that? I don't recall seeing it in the summoner skills section of the curriculum." The caretaker's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "The Soul Link skill book doesn't appear in the dungeon area. It can only be found randomly in the wild, so it's not mentioned in the school's curriculum." He paused before continuing. "Its effects are quite powerful. You can share all attributes and skills of your summon for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. If you max out the skill level, theoretically, the duration and cooldown can align, effectively eliminating the cooldown." Sanchi's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. He quickly calculated in his mind. He was only at level 8, with his highest attribute, Spirit, at just 28 points. But LVBU? Every level up increased all attributes by 50 points. His base attributes alone had already surpassed the 400 mark, exceeding the single attribute values of some advanced professionals, not to mention those incredible skills. Seeing Sanchi's interest piqued, the caretaker continued to entice him. "Oh, and after using Soul Link, you can enjoy the summon's attributes while still using summoner skills." Unable to resist asking, Sanchi said, "This kind of skill book must be expensive, right? How much does it cost?" He calculated that as long as it didn't exceed 10 million, he could afford it. After all, the professional hall had given him a card with a 10 million limit. The caretaker smiled, knowing he had him hooked. He leisurely replied, "If you want to buy it, you'll have to check the auction house. But don't worry too much about the price. Since there aren't many summoners, the skill book isn't too expensive. Generally, you can get it for 80 million credits. 80 million credits. Sanchi felt like a cold bucket of water had been dumped on him, instantly sobering him up. 80 million was way out of his league, even if the price were halved. Seeing this, the caretaker quickly explained, 80 million isn't expensive for a legendary quality skill book. If it were a legendary skill for a warrior, it could easily go for 3 to 5 billion. Sanchi feigned composure, pretending to ponder before saying, "Well, on second thought, I don't really need that skill book right now. Besides, I'm still low level, and using such a high-quality skill now might diminish the training effect of dungeons and weaken my fighting spirit. In the long run, I might become like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the elements. So I'll pass for now. The caretaker nodded approvingly. I didn't expect you to have such insight. Young people with a strong work ethic like you are rare these days. Well done. Sanchi humbly responded. You're too kind. However, the caretaker's tone shifted as he sighed with regret. It's just a shame. Curious, Sanchi asked. What's a shame? The caretaker gave a mysterious smile and said, it's a shame I happen to have a Soul Link skill book. I was going to say that if you don't have the money, you could learn it first and sign an IOU, paying me back in a few years. Well, it seems everyone has their own aspirations, so I won't insist anymore. The keeper spoke as he took a skill book that shimmered with golden light from the professional's backpack and placed it on the table, seemingly resigned. The brightness almost blinded Song Chi. He focused his gaze and saw the words Soul Link prominently displayed. Big brother, can I take a look? Song Chi asked cautiously. Go ahead. The keeper said, tossing the skill book nonchalantly, as if he didn't care. Song Chi quickly opened the panel to examine the skill book's information. Skill book, Soul Link. Quality, legendary. Profession, summoner. Effect, allows the holder to learn the Soul Link skill. Skill description, the summoner can designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Maximum upgrade level, LV20. It's actually real. Song Chi was astounded, not only by the authenticity of the skill book, but also by the keeper's identity. How could an ordinary guild worker casually produce a legendary skill book worth 80 million credits? A series of questions raced through Song Chi's mind. This person is definitely not just a simple worker, but why are they so invested in him? They've only met twice, and he doesn't even know the person's name. Could it be they see potential in his super class talent and want to invest early? Or do they have other motives? Finished looking? If so, it's time to give it back, the keeper said, extending his hand with an amused expression. I don't want you to become a sheltered flower. Song Chi clung to the skill book, coughing twice as he tried to argue. Cough, cough. But when it comes to fighting spirit, it's mostly about one's character. A sheltered flower isn't necessarily fragile. Life's short, no need to make it unnecessarily difficult. The keeper seemed to have anticipated his response and laughed. Hey, you shameless kid. Fine, the skill book is wasted on me anyway. If you can use it, take it and don't waste it. Thanks a lot. Song Chi was overjoyed and immediately stored the skill book in his inventory. He picked up a pen and paper to write an IOU, but the keeper stopped him. No need for an IOU. I don't care about the money, the keeper said, shaking his head. But I might have some troublesome matters to ask for your help with in the future. Consider it a favor owed, okay? Song Chi was secretly delighted. Getting a legendary skill book for free was an incredible stroke of luck for a low-level professional who wasn't even qualified to venture into the wild yet. He cautiously asked, can I ask what kind of matters? When your strength reaches a certain level, I'll find you. The keeper said mysteriously. As for what exactly, rest assured it won't go against your principles and might even benefit you. Remember, my name's Wu Mingzheng. All right, that works, Song Chi nodded, committing the keeper's appearance to memory before heading out. Even after Song Chi left the guild hall, Zhuo Mingzheng didn't follow. It seemed the skill book was indeed a gift. Song Chi was filled with curiosity. Why had he received a legendary skill book out of the blue? He opened the panel to check the skill book again, but didn't use it immediately. Regardless of the other's intentions, he decided to keep the book for now. As for when to use it, he would wait until he understood the person's identity. Though Song Chi didn't understand Zhuo Mingzheng's motives, he believed Principal Shun would know something. If not, he could ask the city lord when he met them, as they might be able to see through the situation. He remembered Principal Shin mentioning that he would introduce him to the city lord soon. It's just a skill, waiting a few days won't kill me, Song Chi thought to himself, deciding to hold off for now. Song Chi stood at the entrance of the dungeon plaza, scratching his head in frustration as he realized he forgot to ask Principal Shun for contact information. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already past 9. Wang Zihao should be up by now. I might as well run a few dungeons first, he muttered to himself. Anyway, I'm sure Principal Shun will be able to find me. Half an hour later, Song Chi arrived at the dungeon plaza, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The entrance to the low-level dungeons was packed with newly awakened freshmen, and among the crowd, he immediately spotted Principal Shun. Principal Shun was engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman in an extravagant robe, standing close to each other with a knowing exchange of glances. Beside them stood Wang Zihao and a timid girl wearing glasses. As soon as Wang Zihao saw Song Chi, he patted Principal Shun on the shoulder. Principal Song? No, Song Chi is here. Reluctantly ending his conversation with the woman, Principal Shun turned and greeted, Song Chi, come over here. I'd like to introduce you to someone. He gestured to the woman. This is Vice Principal Lin from 2nd High School. Then pointed to the girl with glasses. And this is her student, Gong Wua. She awakened with you all yesterday, with an 11 talent for multiple casting, and her class is mage. Lastly, Principal Shun introduced Sanchi to Vice Principal Lin. Vice Principal Lin, this is Sanchi, the only super-level talent holder in our 7th district. Sanchi politely stepped forward and greeted. Hello, Vice Principal Lin. Hello, Gongsun. Vice Principal Lin smiled charmingly and pulled Gongsun Wua closer, leaning down to say to Sanchi, "You're truly the pride of our 7th district, such a fine young man." Her figure was quite striking, and as Sanchi looked up, he accidentally caught sight of something he shouldn't have, causing him to become flustered. Vice Principal Lin continued. Song, I heard that with a super-level talent, you can enter the zombie-tied dungeon 3 times a day, and you even took Wang Zihao with you yesterday? Could you possibly take another student along? Her voice was soft and melodious, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Sanchi jolted slightly, about to respond, but was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by Vice Principal Lin's impressive figure, leading to a fit of coughing. I cough, of course, cough. No problem, he managed to say with difficulty. Principal Shun watched Sanchi's awkwardness with amusement, arms crossed. Hey, just a little kid after all. Vice Principal Lin, unfazed, laughed lightly as she took out her phone. Don't worry, I won't have you do it for free. The market rate for the zombie-tied dungeon is 10,000 credit points per run, but considering your super-level talent, I'll pay double. After quickly completing the transaction, Sanchi's phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up to see. A message popped up on Sanchi's communication device, vibrating continuously. It was a notification of a transfer from a stranger named Lin Yunji, amounting to 60,000 credit points. Along with it came an official reminder and 2 friend requests from Lin Yunji and Gongsun Wua, their names clearly displayed on the screen. Holding the device, Sanchi was momentarily at a loss, instinctively glancing at Principal Shun beside him for advice. If Principal Lin transferred money to you, just accept it, Principal Shun shrugged casually. Seeing Sanchi's hesitation, he teased, what's wrong? Do you think the amount is too low? Want me to ask her to add another 40,000? No, that's not necessary. Sanchi quickly waved his hand, promptly confirming the transfer and accepting the friend requests from the 2 women. Seeing this, Principal Shun leisurely strolled over to Principal Lin. That's the spirit. As principals, we're not going to shortchange you by a few thousand credits. It's good to be cautious, but don't overthink everything. He paused, his expression turning serious. Oh, by the way, remember to come to the City Lord's mansion before 6 tonight. The City Lord wants to personally assess your potential. If there's nothing else, Lin and I will be leaving. We have other matters to attend to. With that, Principal Shun turned to leave. Although Principal Lin gave him a sideways glance, she silently prepared to follow him. Nearby, Wang Zihao's eyes gleamed with a knowing look, a sly smile playing on his lips. Normally, Sanchi would tactfully see the 2 principals off, but this time he called out to them. Principal Shun, I have something else to discuss. Principal Shun's expression shifted slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, clearly annoyed by Sanchi's lack of awareness. But he quickly composed himself. Go ahead, what is it? Sanchi recounted his encounter with a guardian at the professional building in detail. Surprisingly, the 2 principals didn't seem too shocked by the story. Zhuamingzheng. Principal Shin mused. He was once a formidable summoner, capable of fighting in the wild zones outside the city. During a clearing operation, he was ambushed by demons, and all his summoned beasts died protecting his retreat. Without them, he had to return to the city, where the City Lord's mansion provided substantial compensation. Later, he volunteered to be a guardian at the professional building and often supports promising newcomers. We've investigated, and both he and his gifts are legitimate, seemingly purely out of concern for the younger generation. Principal Shun added with mild surprise. But to give you something as significant as Soul Link? He must really value you. Though it was a legendary skill book, it was only mildly noteworthy to the 2 principals. Sanchi suddenly understood why the guardian was so knowledgeable about summoner skills, able to accurately assess his summoned beasts and offer professional advice. Any other questions? Principal Shun asked. No, that's all. Then we'll be off. Principal Shun reminded him once more. Remember, report to the City Lord's mansion by 6. It's important. I understand. After ensuring Sanchi wouldn't forget, Principal Shun and Principal Lin walked towards the edge of the square. After the 2 principals walked away, Sanchi was still immersed in an unbelievable joy. He repeatedly checked the additional 60,000 credits in his account. This unexpected windfall left him a bit dazed. Just yesterday, he was marveling at earning 80,000 credits a month, and now, in just one day, he had gained 60,000. The income of professionals is indeed tempting. No wonder everyone wants to pursue this path. Beside him, Wang Zihao couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Watching the backs of the 2 principals, he excitedly lowered his voice. Song, did you notice? There's definitely something going on between those 2 principals. Principal Shun, a rough guy, paired with Principal Lin, such a classy beauty. It's like a real-life Beauty and the Beast. Especially Principal Lin's figure, wow. Sanchi immediately cleared his throat twice and signaled with his eyes towards Gong Wua beside him. Wang Zihao realized his faux pas and quickly apologized awkwardly. Gong Wua waved it off, indicating she didn't mind, though a slight unease flickered across her face. It was then that Song Chi noticed Gong Wua's significant transformation. Her black-framed glasses were gone, and she looked completely renewed. She wore refreshing jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, and her previously messy hair was now smooth and shiny. Although her figure wasn't as stunning as Principal Lin's, her tall stature of about 1.7 meters and well-proportioned curves gave her the fresh image of the girl next door. After a brief silence, Wang Zihao broke the awkwardness. By the way, I remember you used to wear glasses. You look quite different now. Yes, my mentor invited a high-level priest yesterday to cure my nearsightedness, Gong Wua explained with a smile. As for my personality, I was just too focused on studying before and didn't feel like socializing much. The two of them suddenly understood why she maintained the top score in the district's written exams. What's your level now, Gongsun? Song Chi asked, changing the subject. I'm level 3. I just leveled up after using up my dungeon opportunities yesterday. What about you guys? Wang Zihao perked up immediately. Thanks to Song, I ran the zombie wave dungeon 3 times yesterday, and I'm already level 5. Plus, I spent 150,000 credits to learn the Great Fireball spell. He proudly boasted about this rare skill, which is more powerful than the regular fireball and offers greater mental attribute bonuses. Impressive, Wang. Choosing a rare skill for your first one, truly living up to your generous reputation. Song Chi feigned amazement and applauded. Just average, keeping it low-key. Wang Zihao was clearly pleased with his choice. Impressive indeed. Gong Wua responded with a neutral expression, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Gong Wua wasn't too surprised that Wang Zihao had reached level 5. After all, she had reached level 3 just yesterday after being taken through a wave of zombie missions, and with Wang Zihao's super-level talent, reaching level 5 after 3 rounds made sense. What about Song Chi? She asked, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Him? He's at level 8, Wang Zihao replied casually. Level 8. Gong Wua was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Level 8 in just one day? How is that possible? Wang Zihao looked puzzled and asked, why not? Gong Wua frowned and began to analyze. If you calculate based on theoretical values, the total experience points from all the minor enemies in one zombie mission would be around 38,000. Including the boss, it barely reaches 40,000. Even if you maxed out 3 rounds, you would only earn about 120,000, but reaching level 8 requires a full 280,000 experience points. Songchi, how did you do it? Songchi scratched his head helplessly, thinking that she truly was a top student to notice something was off so quickly. However, he wasn't worried. As someone with an unobservable super-level talent, any anomaly could easily be attributed to his talent. Clearing his throat, he explained, actually, my talent helps with leveling up. The suspicion in Gong Wua's eyes lessened considerably, as the reasoning didn't surprise her. Some talents indeed reduce the experience points needed for leveling up or increase the experience gained. That's the power of a super-level talent. Even leveling up is faster, she marveled. Although she still had some doubts, she couldn't find a better explanation. She couldn't accuse someone of cheating, could she? That would be absurd. Seeing this, Wang Zihao reassured her with an experienced tone, you'll get used to it. I was shocked too yesterday. Spending time with a genius like Song Ge can make you feel like a failure. He paused and added, and you know what? Song Ji's summoned creature is incredibly powerful. Just one can clear an entire zombie mission. Another shocking revelation. Gong Wua was astonished and asked, if I remember correctly, a summoned creature's level shouldn't exceed that of the summoner, right? What? You don't believe it? Wang Zihao raised an eyebrow. Gong Wua contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just curious. What kind of quality does a summoned creature have to be able to single-handedly kill nearly 1,000 zombies at level 8? Seeing someone doubt Song Chi, Wang Zihao smiled slightly. I didn't believe it at first yesterday either, but after being brought through 3 rounds, I was convinced. Song Ge, why don't you show her? Song Chi, standing nearby, didn't say a word but instead sent a team invitation to the two. Beep, beep. 2 notification sounds rang out, and as soon as they accepted the team invitation, Song Chi immediately clicked to enter. Whoosh! The 3 of them disappeared from the mission plaza. In the next second, they found themselves in a corner of the zombie mission street. Gong Wua looked around, confirming that they had indeed entered the mission, and noticed that only Wang Zihao and Song Chi were with her, making her a bit nervous. After all, missions could be deadly. Typically, those who could lead a zombie mission were at least level 15 and had learned group attack skills. Their skill proficiency couldn't be too low either, or they'd either lack damage or exhaust their skills before the mission ended. But now, it was just the 3 of them, with the highest level being a summoner. Gong Wua could only place all her hopes on Song Chi. At that moment, Song Chi suddenly spoke. Lu Bu, Snap! He snapped his fingers, and Lu Bu's imposing figure appeared before them. Without needing further instruction, Lu Bu charged forward as soon as he landed. Boom! Crash! 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 The outskirts of the street were instantly filled with the sounds of flesh and blood flying, and the noise of zombie limbs colliding with walls echoed in their ears. Experience 43, Experience 32, Experience 36. The pleasant sound of gaining experience points continuously rang in their ears. Gongsun Wuyue's expression shifted from initial terror to contemplation, then to bewilderment. Lu Bu's bulldozer-like speed at eliminating enemies felt unreal. Even the 3 level 20 mages her mentor had arranged for her yesterday weren't as fast as this one summoned creature. Legendary. And it must be one of those legendary creatures with strong early game combat power, but slightly weaker potential. Gongsun Wuyue concluded after some thought. Only a legendary quality summoned creature could have such formidable power early on. She turned her head, intending to ask for more details, only to find Wang Zihao already sitting down, expertly pulling out a deck of cards. Clearly, he was familiar with this method of mission farming. Gongsun, want to play a game of cards? Wang Zihao invited. Gongsun Wuyue shook her head. I'd rather not. More than playing games, she wanted to carefully observe this humanoid summoned creature named Lu Bu. Seeing that Gongsun Wuyue ignored him, Wang Zihao turned his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He forced a smile and said to Sanchi, Brother Song, want to play a game? Half an hour isn't long, but it can be hard to wait. How about a round of poker? Sanchi shook his head slightly, politely declining Wang Zihao's offer. No thanks. I want to test out my skills. His tone carried a hint of urgency, clearly anticipating the upcoming experiment. Wang Zihao pursed his lips, a trace of dissatisfaction in his voice. Fine, fine, you're all busy, right? I'll play by myself. With that, he sulkily retreated to a corner and started playing solitaire. Ignoring Wang Zihao's sulking, Sanchi focused on his inventory. His fingers swiftly glided across the screen, selecting a triple experience card and a Soul Link skill book. A system notification chimed. Ding. Triple experience card successfully used. Your experience gain is now at 300. Duration, 2 hours. A timer appeared in the corner of Sanchi's vision, showing 2 hours, and began counting down. Another notification followed. Skill book successfully used. You have learned Soul Link. Current skill level is LV0. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit Sanchi, making his head spin. Once the discomfort passed, he was surprised to find the method of using the skill naturally appearing in his mind. He quickly opened the panel to check the details of his new skill. Soul Link. The summoner can designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Sanchi took a deep breath and silently thought. Select target, Lu Bu. The system promptly responded. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Without hesitation, Sanchi issued the command. Activate. In the next instant, an inexplicable surge of power erupted within Sanchi. The sudden influx of power overwhelmed him. As he took a step, there was a loud bang, and the hard asphalt cracked beneath his foot, sending shards flying. Sanchi staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he steadied himself, thinking, I thought I'd be able to unleash chaos right after using it, but I almost tripped just walking. My strength jumped from single digits to over 400, making it hard to control. I need to get used to it first. The sudden noise caught Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue's attention. Wang Zihao asked in surprise, Brother Song, what's going on? While trying to tread lightly, Sanchi replied, just testing a skill, like I mentioned earlier. He was making an effort to manage the sudden surge of power, though it felt unfamiliar. Lu Bu's control helped him adjust his strength. Gongsun Wuyue approached, curiously observing Sanchi. She thought, do summoners have skills to enhance their own power? Typically, a summoner's skills relate more to their summoned creatures. Summoner skills are usually supportive, like inspiring or urging. However, she kept her thoughts to herself, continuing to watch silently with Wang Zihao. After all, having an extraordinary strength talent might come with unique capabilities. Crack. Sanchi moved his feet again, this time landing firmly on the road. Although there was a sharp sound, he didn't crack the ground. He continued to move cautiously, muttering to himself. All right, this pressure, I can walk normally now. Sanchi nodded, feeling he was getting the hang of his newfound power. He began to pick up the pace, gradually moving from a slow walk to a faster speed. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, Sanchi shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. He effortlessly pulled a nearby lamppost, twisting it into a spiral, and charged towards the horde of zombies on the other side. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the zombies' bodies crumbled like paper under Sanchi's assault, instantly pulverized. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Sanchi couldn't help but shout, excitement coursing through his entire being. The experience of wielding such power was intoxicating, vastly different from watching others fight. The sensation of strength filling his body was utterly captivating. On the street sides, Lu Bu had already cleared a significant portion of zombies on the left. Meanwhile, Sanchi, with astonishing speed, was determined to outpace his summoned creature and personally eliminate the remaining zombies. On the right, Sanchi, though slightly slower, fought in a more astonishing manner. He wielded a massive weapon, and with each swing, he smashed several zombies into pieces. Dark, thick blood rained down, quickly pooling into a foul-smelling puddle on the ground. As Sanchi's figure was gradually obscured by the buildings along the street, his presence remained intensely strong. From time to time, bursts of filthy blood shot up like fountains, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy blows, as if announcing his victories. Meanwhile, the notification sound of gaining experience points became more frequent, almost merging into a continuous stream like raindrops in a downpour. At the street corner, Wang Zihao stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. His jaw dropped unconsciously, and the playing card slipped from his hand unnoticed. He muttered to himself, "Wait, is Brother Song a summoner or a berserker? Is this his new skill? It doesn't quite match my impression of summoner skills." Wang Zihao held his head in disbelief, feeling his understanding completely overturned. He recalled the textbook description of a summoner, a magician who manipulates magical creatures or beings from other worlds to fight, drawing power from the summoned beings while the summoner's own body remains weak. But how was Sanchi weak? Not even at level 10, he could crush asphalt roads with a single stomp and single-handedly cut through an entire horde of zombies. How was that weak? Confused, Wang Zihao turned to Gongsun Wuyue. "Gongsun Wuyue, aren't you always top of the class in theory? Analyze this for me." Gongsun Wuyue rolled her eyes at him, but also had a look of surprise. "I was equally shocked when I saw Sanchi charge into the zombie horde," she admitted. "While his summoned creatures are impressively strong, it's still within a comprehensible range. After all, he's the first super-scrade talent summoner in human history. But for his own body to be this strong, what's that about?" She couldn't help but complain. If a summoner can not only summon powerful creatures, but also enhance their own body through other means, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? If that were the case, how could summoners ever be considered a weak class? They'd be incredibly popular. Suddenly, Gongsun Wuyue's eyes lit up. "Wait, I remember now. There's a skill that allows a summoner to gain powerful combat abilities for a short time. I read about it in a book on human hero tales. A summoner once acquired this skill, called Soul Link." "Soul Link," Wang Zihao repeated, looking puzzled. He had never even heard of this skill. "Is this Brother Song's new skill? What's its effect?" Gongsun Wuyue explained. "The effect is that it allows a summoner to temporarily possess the same attributes and skills as their summoned creatures. But it's only temporary, and the cooldown period is quite long." Wang Zihao's eyes widened in surprise. A summoner with the same attributes and skills as their summoned creatures? He recalled the two major weaknesses of summoners: the variability in the quality of summoned creatures and the vulnerability of the summoner's own body. Doesn't this directly solve the second problem? Even if it's temporary, it's still incredibly powerful. If it could be popularized, summoners could rise to prominence just with this one skill, right? Gongsun Wuyue shook her head regretfully. "Unfortunately, this skill can't be popularized yet because its quality is legendary." "Legendary?" Wang Zihao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. A legendary skill, the kind that costs billions in credit points to be crafted into a skill book, is a rare treasure. Wang Zihao nodded slightly, recalling the rules at the professional guild. Skills can be duplicated if you pay someone to make them into a skill book. However, the higher the quality, the more expensive the materials required, sometimes to the point where they're unobtainable regardless of price. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait, are you saying Song Ji's first skill is legendary?" He looked at Gongsun Wuyue in disbelief. Gongsun Wuyue calmly nodded to confirm. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the case." Wang Zihao frowned, calculating. But where did he get the money? A legendary skill book costs at least 50 million, right? Could it be a privilege of having an SS grade talent, allowing him to choose legendary skill books at will? He recalled that Song Chi's family wasn't well off. They couldn't even come up with 100,000 credit points, let alone millions. Gongsun Wuyue shook her head, explaining. "No, this skill book was likely a gift." "A gift?" Wang Zihao found it hard to believe. A legendary skill book worth millions, just given away. What Gongsun Wuyue said next completely shattered Wang Zihao. "If I remember correctly, the person who learned this skill was a member of our 7th District's former clearing team. According to the records, that summoner later joined the professional association. He might have learned about Song Chi's situation and, being the only SS grade talent summoner, greatly admired him, gifting the skill book for free. That's outrageous." Wang Zihao wailed in despair. "I spent tens of thousands just for a rare fireball skill yesterday, and his first skill is legendary and free? It's so unfair. I was just bragging in front of him, and he must have been laughing at me inside." Wang Zihao sat down dejectedly, saying with resignation, I originally wanted to use skills to narrow the gap with Sangu, but now it feels like it's only widening. Gongsun Wuyue patted his shoulder, comforting him. That's the allure of geniuses. I've reviewed records of nearly 1,000 SS grade talent holders, and regardless of their ultimate achievements, they almost always quickly outpace those around them early on. You'll get used to it. Wang Zihao nodded, reluctantly accepting the reality. Yeah, I guess I have to get used to it. I can't hold him back, right? When we first started school, I knew he was extraordinary, but I didn't expect his achievements to come so quickly. The two gazed down the street, where Sanchi and his summoned spirits continued to display astonishing efficiency. Just then, a beam of golden light descended, and Gongsun Wuyue's level increased to 4. The boss has been defeated, experience 2400. As soon as the system notification sounded, the three of them were teleported back to the instance square, and Sanchi rejoined the two. That was quick. Wang Zihao looked at the timer in surprise. This time, the instance only took a little over 10 minutes. He quickly opened his panel to check, seeing a significant increase in his experience bar, with over 30,000 experience gained, indicating that the number of small monsters defeated hadn't decreased much. Gongsun Wuyue also opened her panel to confirm the rewards and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Wang Zihao's questioning look, Sanchi cleared his throat and explained, that Lu Bu is a humanoid summon. After fighting it multiple times and getting familiar with the terrain, the speed naturally increases. Plus, it's a duo this time, so it's normal to be quicker. In reality, Sanchi got too carried away with the excitement of the battle and found himself in front of the zombie mother when his skill was about to end. With no other choice, he finished off the boss with a lamppost in the last few seconds. But I have a question, Wang Zihao asked cautiously. Brother Song, is your skill called Soul Link? Yes, you know it. It's a legendary grade skill. Song-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Was it given to you by someone else? How do you know that? Song-Chi frowned in confusion. Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with the principal? No, Gongsun guessed it. Wang Zihao replied dejectedly. Song-Chi looked at Gongsun Wuyue in surprise, and she shrugged, explaining her deduction process in detail. After listening, Song-Chi couldn't help but admire her vast knowledge. She was familiar with even the biographies that had been compiled. No wonder she consistently topped the written exams. Reading biographies broadens your knowledge. Many exam questions are directly drawn from those stories, Gongsun Wuyue explained. And most importantly, I'm genuinely interested in those stories, like reading a novel. After a brief conversation, Song-Chi immediately opened the instance panel. Ready, let's start the second round. Before he finished speaking, the three were teleported back into the instance. Half an hour later, the trio returned to the square. Since Soul Link was still at LV0 and required a day to cool down, it turned into a solo show for Lu Bu this time. Song-Chi immediately started the next round without pause. Another half hour later. Ho-ho, level 7. Wang Zihao jumped up excitedly. Leveling up twice in one day, awesome. Gongsun Wuyue also reached level 6, very satisfied with Song-Chi's efficiency in leading the team. Thanks to him, she not only experienced high efficiency leveling, but also got to run 2 additional special instances. If it weren't for the limitation of only running 3 times a day due to her super grade talent, she would have kept going. Watching her experience bar fill up so quickly was mesmerizing. Just then, the system notification chimed. Detected that your current level has reached 10, optional task 2 completed. Congratulations, you have earned 3 lottery chances. The 3 zombie wave instances had brought Song-Chi about 300,000 experience points, and combined with yesterday's gains, a total of 600,000 experience points pushed him directly to level 11. Although the experience required after level 11 surged to 200,000, it was still within his acceptable range. Song-Chi didn't rush to use the lottery chances, but instead checked the remaining time on his triple experience card, 51 minutes and 46 seconds. 50 minutes left, Song-Chi looked up at the 2. Although the zombie wave instance attempts are used up, we can still continue with normal instances. We can't waste this time. I'm planning to run the Crimson Blood Nest. Are you in? Scarlet Blood Nest. Wang Zihua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Song-Chi. The name of this dungeon sent a chill through his heart. Among the 16 dungeons in the beginner's area, Scarlet Blood Nest is unanimously considered the most difficult. Unlike other dungeons, the creatures here don't rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm adventurers. They possess terrifying intelligence and strength. Each humanoid monster seems like a meticulously designed killing machine, capable of disguise, ambush, and even setting intricate traps. Their attributes far exceed those of ordinary monsters, and the boss is so overwhelmingly powerful that it has crushed countless low-level adventurers. Every year, more adventurers die here than in all the other dungeons combined, Gongsun Wuyue said with concern in her voice. This is the first real challenge for novice adventurers. She looked at Song-Chi, her brow furrowed. We've only just changed professions, and we're thinking of taking on a dungeon of this caliber? Even though your summoned spirit is indeed formidable, the monsters here are not just your average zombies. Among us, only you or rather, your summoned spirit has true combat capability. Tackling this dungeon is too risky. Sanchi, however, waved his hand confidently. Don't worry, I have full confidence. He was well aware of Lu Bu's true strength, a base attribute of 99 points, with an increase of 50 points per level. Now at level 11, Lu Bu's attribute panel was astonishing. Summoned Spirit, Divine Lu Bu. Level 11. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 599. Constitution, 599. Agility, 599. Spirit, 599. Equipment, Divine Sky Piercer Sealed, Divine Red Hair Sealed. Status, Sealed limited by Summoner's Strength, not fully unleashed. Talents, Peerless, Reckless, Sacrificial Strike, Divine Might. With all attributes nearing 600 points, what does this mean? Even high-level adventurers above level 60, without the aid of equipment, are no match for Lu Bu. Against such overwhelming numerical superiority, those so-called intelligent monsters and intricately designed traps would be rendered useless. Seeing Song Qi's determination, Wang Zihua and Gongsun Wuyue exchanged a glance, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Finally, Wang Zihua gritted his teeth. All right, I'll trust Brother Song this time. Gongsun Wuyue sighed, pulling out 2 fist-sized white stones from her backpack and handing them over. Take these emergency exit devices. If you encounter danger, crush them to teleport out of the dungeon immediately. If we manage to clear it, consider it as payment for running a regular dungeon. If we fail, I'll consider it compensation for helping you through a week of zombie wave dungeons. This offer made Song Qi raise an eyebrow in surprise. This device is worth 500,000 credits on the market. Hardly anyone would use such a luxury in a low-level dungeon. Wang Ziheo's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the device in Gongsun Wuyue's hand. Even as a wealthy second generation, he couldn't bear to use such a treasure. Did your master give it to you? Wang Ziheo couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with envy. Gongsun Wuyue gently shook her head, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. No, I bought it myself. You're that rich. Wang Ziheo frowned, clearly skeptical. As the school's know-it-all, he had never heard any rumors about Gongsun Wuyue being well off. Rather, there were constant whispers about her family's poverty. Gongsun Wuyue's smile deepened, and she pointed to herself. Let me reintroduce myself. My surname is Gongsun, as in Gongsun Zhao, the principal of number 2 high school. Damn, so you're a little rich girl. Both Song Qi and Wang Ziheo were shocked, their minds racing with thoughts. No wonder the vice principal of number 2 high school was eager to take her as a disciple. There was more to it than met the eye. Song Qi looked down at the stone in his hand. Although he couldn't use it himself, he carefully placed it in his backpack. He planned to take it home for his sister to see. Maybe it would come in handy. All right, since we have this device, you two should feel at ease. Song Qi took a deep breath and looked at the two beside him. Shall I start? Ready when you are. No problem. Song Qi nodded, found the dungeon selection interface, and decisively pressed the confirm button. Whoosh. The 3 of them vanished in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in front of a dark, ancient castle. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky, bats occasionally flitted by, emitting faint screeches. The castle was perched on the edge of a cliff, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, with only a narrow path leading to the entrance. The crashing waves against the cliff broke the night's silence. A pale-faced guard in armor patrolled around the castle, and the entire scene was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The 3 of them landed neatly below the path, quickly surveying the surroundings. Gongsun Wuyue immediately spoke, as if reciting a strategy guide. Crimson Blood Nest, recommended level 20. The number of monsters ranges from 20 to 25, with only one boss. The boss is the castle's owner, named William, a vampire baron. He has 3 skills: a bite that can heal his wounds and inflict an infection status on enemies, Scarlet Frenzy, which temporarily boosts all attributes, and Bat Transformation, used for escaping and avoiding damage. The other minions in the castle are his blood thralls, possessing only the bite skill. Just avoid getting bitten. But be cautious, as the boss will scream when encountering enemies, summoning all the minions back. She paused briefly before continuing. If I remember correctly, the highest attribute of a blood slave is Constitution. Song Qi frowned as he calculated quickly in his mind. According to the dungeon rules, a boss's attribute points are typically 2 to 3 times stronger than those of regular monsters. This means Baron William's highest attribute could be between 100 and 150. With the addition of the Crimson Fury skill, it could theoretically reach 300 points. This is indeed a bit tricky, Song Qi muttered to himself. No wonder this is the hardest dungeon. However, he then allowed himself a confident smile. Lu Bu's attributes were as high as 500, far surpassing these numbers. In the face of such a powerful summoned spirit, blood slaves and zombies were nothing more than ants. Having assessed the enemy's strength, Song Qi felt completely at ease. So, have you thought of a strategy? Gongsun Wuyue asked. Are we going in through the side door, or the main entrance? She estimated that Sanchi's summoned spirit had an attribute value of around 100 points. While dealing with the boss might be challenging, taking out a few blood slaves shouldn't be an issue. Yes, I've got it, Sanchi replied with determination. We'll break through directly. Before the words even settled, Lu Bu materialized. His massive frame landed heavily, sending a cloud of dust into the air. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Lu Bu greets my lord. Rise, Sanchi instructed, pointing ahead. Do you see that castle? Everyone inside is our enemy. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu sprang up, grasping his weapon, ready to charge. Gongsun Wuyue quickly stopped him. Wait, Sanchi. Don't let your summoned spirit charge directly. The blood slave at the gate is the castle's guard. If he spots us, he'll call for reinforcements and might even awaken Baron William. It's better to sneak around and attack when the guard isn't looking, to avoid alerting the Baron right away. In regular situations, this would undoubtedly be the safest approach. High-difficulty dungeons typically require a strategy of defeating enemies one by one. Otherwise, being surrounded by a horde of monsters could mean certain death unless one is exceptionally powerful. However, this was not a regular situation. Before Sanchi could explain, Lu Bu gently pushed Gongsun Wuyue aside. With a charming smile, he said, Do not worry, my lady. Though I am not particularly talented, I do not fear mere vermin. Why bother with a sneak attack? Gongsun Wuyue was stunned. Wait, he can talk? Even though she had been through 3 dungeons with Lu Bu, she had assumed he was only partially intelligent, a summoned spirit that could understand commands but couldn't engage in deeper conversation. Now, it was clear that Lu Bu's intelligence far exceeded her expectations. For summoned spirits, the higher the intelligence, the higher the quality often is. Before she could recover from her surprise, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Lu Bu slightly bent his knees, and a fierce killing intent erupted from him. He had directly activated his berserk mode. Crack! The ground beneath him cracked. In the next instant, boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated right in front of them, the shockwave rushing towards them, scattering countless shards of stone. Lu Bu's figure vanished in a flash. When they looked up again, the guard in front of the castle had been split in two, flying through the air like a ragged doll. Lu Bu appeared like a flash of lightning in front of the ancient castle's gate, his Tongtian halberd still shimmering with residual energy. His astonishing speed took Gongsun Wuyue's breath away. Covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye was beyond the reach of ordinary summoned beings. This speed, Lu Bu's agility and strength attributes must start at least at 200 points. Gongsun Wuyue was shocked. A level 11 summoned being with dual attributes over 200? No, it's more than that. Has a skill that boosts his explosive power instantly. Wang Zihao noticed her unusual expression and innocently asked, Is it really hard to have dual attributes over 200? Can't an intermediate professional achieve that with a set of rare equipment? Gongsun Wuyue almost laughed at his ignorance, but she just glanced at him with exasperation, too tired to explain. She knew all too well that the more one understood about professions, the more one realized what this truly meant. Refocusing her gaze in the distance, she saw Lu Bu raise his Tongtian halberd high and bring it down with a fierce chop. The castle's gate was instantly split in two, fragments flying everywhere. Several blood slaves screamed as they rushed out from inside, wielding blood-red spears. Meanwhile, 2 blood slaves leaped from the castle rooftop, attempting to form a pincer attack. However, they clearly underestimated Lu Bu's power. 2 cold flashes zipped through the air, almost too fast to catch. The blood slaves descending from above were split in half instantly, while those rushing from inside the gate froze, a line of blood stretching from the center of their foreheads to their chins. The next moment, with a snap, all the blood slaves were severed in 2. Not only are his attributes and intelligence incredibly high, but his combat experience is also so rich. Gongsun Wuyue marveled. Extraordinary level? No, at least a legendary summoned being. Her mind raced. A supers level talent combined with a legendary summoned being? It's like having dual supers level talents. No wonder Principal Shun and the city lord value Song Chi so highly. His potential is unimaginable. Gongsun Wuyue gave Song Chi a deep look, her eyes filled with admiration and envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. She finally understood why Song Chi dared to confidently challenge the Scarlet Blood Nest. A legendary summoned being isn't just about attribute advantages, it's a fundamental difference, she mused. With the same attribute values, a legendary can easily defeat dozens of rare ones. These blood slaves with attributes of only 50 probably can't even touch Lu Bu. The only potential threat might be Baron William, the boss. With this thought, Gongsun Wuyue felt completely at ease. She turned to Song Chi and Wang Zihao, saying lightheartedly, Let's play cards. Count me in. The crisp system notification sounds chimed in succession around the 3 of them, announcing experience points of 1007, 996, and 997. No wonder this is a high difficulty dungeon. The experience from the creatures here is really high. Song Chi remarked as he shuffled his deck of cards. Just one blood slave gives over 300 experience points, which is equivalent to 10 zombies. With the boost from a triple experience card, each blood slave contributed nearly 1,000 experience points to him, while Wang Zihao and Gong Wua each received a little over 300. The blood slaves in the castle's main hall should be mostly cleared out. It's time to collect the loot, Gong Wua said as she put down her cards and prepared to stand up. Although the zombie horde dungeon doesn't have equipment drop rates, the Crimson Blood Nest could yield rare gear and other items. No way. Wang Zihao protested immediately. You're both trying to bail because you're losing, right? I still have a powerful combo and a straight flush. Even if you run, you owe me 10 flicks on the forehead. Sanchi pretended not to hear and turned to Gong Wua, saying, hopefully, we can get 1 or 2 rare grade items. Even if we can't use them, selling them could earn us enough to buy something at the market. Skills books are better than equipment, Gong Wua analyzed as they walked. The drop rate for skills books is lower, but the market demand is high, and so are the prices. Good point. The two continued discussing as they headed towards the castle, ignoring Wang Zihao's outburst. Wang Zihao gave them each the finger as they walked away, reluctantly packing up his cards to follow. Upon entering the castle, they found that the blood slaves had been mostly wiped out. Occasionally, there was noise from the rooftop, followed by silence, and then their experience bars would slightly increase clearly. Lu Bu was dealing with the remaining creatures. There's a staff here, Song Chi exclaimed as he spotted a glowing item next to a blood slave's corpse. He picked it up to examine it. Brand new stainless steel staff. Quality, common. Required level, none. Required attributes, none. Base attributes, Spirit 15, Constitution 10. Additional attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 1, Spirit 5. Special effect, slightly enhances the power of fire spells. Innate skill, none. Evaluation, a product of industrial and magical fusion. Not very powerful, but without side effects. Anyone want the staff? A common quality staff? Wang Zihao scoffed. You keep it, Brother Song. I'd rather buy a set from the market. Gong Wua shook her head as well. I'm only interested in extraordinary grade gear and skills. All right, big spenders, aren't we? Then I won't be shy about it. Song Chi tucked the staff into his backpack. For someone like him with limited resources, selling a common quality item for a few hundred credits was a decent income, enough to buy a chicken to improve his meals. The three continued their search and found a second piece of equipment in a room on the second floor, a common quality apprentice's hat, which Song Chi eagerly added to his collection. Boom. The rooftop of the ancient castle suddenly exploded, and amidst the flying debris, a massive bat emerged into the sky. This was none other than the final monster of the castle, the dungeon boss, Baron William. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of an elegant nobleman, his body covered in deep wounds that exposed bone, his eyes filled with terror as he desperately fled towards the distant cape. Where do you think you're going? Lu Bu shouted angrily, swiftly following like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the Tongtian halberd gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the air in a silver arc that cut the bat from neck to lower limbs, cleaving it in two. With a splash, the remains of Baron William plunged into the sea, sending waves rippling outward. The system notification sounded immediately. Experience points 10,034. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. This was followed by more detailed settlement information. Monsters cleared in this dungeon exceed 100. Completion time surpasses 95 of challengers. Overall rating, S great. Reward, 1,000 credit points, which will be automatically credited to your account within 3 business days. In a flash of light, the three were transported back to the square. Wang Zihao quickly opened his panel and calculated. The Scarlet Blood Nest only gives 10,000 experience points. To advance to an intermediate professional, you'd have to run it hundreds of times. This dungeon is so difficult, and the equipment drops are poor. No wonder no one wants to grind it. Gong Wua shook her head. The Zombie Tide dungeon has spoiled you. This is already one of the highest experience dungeons outside of the Zombie Tide. Becoming an intermediate professional within half a year is considered genius. Leveling up as a professional is as hard as climbing the heavens, and the experience gap only widens. She glanced meaningfully at Song Chi. Of course, some people are exceptions. She still couldn't understand Song Chi's extraordinarily rapid leveling speed, nor his ridiculously strong summon spirit. While the strength of a summon spirit is partly down to luck, it was clearly more than that. Wang Zihao agreed. Yeah, Brother Song's leveling speed is unbelievable. If someone else can advance in half a year, that's genius. He probably only needs a month. Song Chi didn't respond, quietly checking his panel. The triple experience card still had 31 minutes and 29 seconds left. This dungeon had taken 20 minutes. He calculated in his mind, the first time entering, unfamiliarity with the terrain, and having to chase down the fleeing blood thralls took longer. Another run should be faster. He aimed to complete 2 more runs before the card expired. Glancing at the time, it was only noon, and there was still time before meeting the city lord. Sanchi turned to the others and decisively said, "Get ready, Scarlet Blood Nest Dungeon. Round 2 begins." Whoosh. The three appeared once more in front of the castle gates, barely steadying their feet. Wang Zihao, gasping for air, was about to suggest a break when Songqi's glance stopped him. "No lunch break. Let's do a couple more rounds." Songqi ordered decisively, waving his hand. With a thundering landing, Lu Bu stood imposing, eyes sharp. "Lu Bu, go," Songqi commanded. This time, Lu Bu had already gauged the enemy's strength. He advanced slowly, deliberately luring the enemy. Click, click. The sound of footsteps was especially clear in the silence. The guards became alert, their whistle piercing the air. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The castle gates creaked open, and several blood thralls rushed out. On the balcony, 2 crossbowmen and a mage prepared to strike. Swish, swish. 2 icy bolts whistled through the air. Lu Bu snorted, casually swinging his halberd. A gust of wind deflected the bolts and ice shards, sending them crashing into nearby stones. "Pathetic cowards," Lu Bu sneered. "Neither fighting nor killing is satisfying. How disappointing." He even started to miss the zombie hordes that he could decimate with ease. A heavily armored blood thrall charged with a spear. Bang! Lu Bu swept his halberd, scattering blood. Wasting no time, he stormed into the castle. From a distance, Songqi was counting the enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 7 blood thralls. And no sign of Baron William. What a pity. He had hoped to draw out the boss for a quick fight, but things didn't go as planned. "Looks like we'll have to search room by room. Wasting another 10 minutes, Songqi sighed, then turned with a smile. "Oh well, let's play some cards. Wang, get the deck. We can play a couple of hands." "No way," Wang Zihao protested. "You still owe me 10 flicks from the last game." "We'll settle later," Songqi coaxed. "Once we're done with all this. It's not like we're going to skip out on you." "All right then," Wang Zihao reluctantly agreed. "But I'm keeping track, 10 flicks, not 1 less." Got it, Songqi replied dismissively. Just as Songqi predicted, this run only took 15 minutes. He collected 3 common quality items. Although not very useful, they were better than nothing. Without delay, the trio stepped out of the plaza and re-entered. As Wang Zihao aptly described it, their toes barely touched the ground before they were whisked back to the castle gates. Upon their third entrance, the boss still hadn't appeared. Fortunately, just as their triple experience card was about to expire, Lu Bu finally found Baron William in a coffin. With one swing of his halberd, the boss was slain on the spot. "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon." The system's announcement echoed once more as Songqi, Wang Zihao, and Gongsun Wuyue suddenly appeared in the plaza. The system continued, calculating this dungeon's rewards. "Congratulations. The overall evaluation for this dungeon is strength." Wang Zihao rubbed his forehead with one hand and clutched his stomach with the other, exhaustion written all over his face. "Song, should we keep going? We've been at it all morning. Maybe we should take a break." A slight redness marked the center of his forehead, evidence of the recent head-flicked game. Gongsun Wuyue couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. "Can't handle it anymore? You're the one who wanted to settle accounts immediately," Wang Zihao stubbornly retorted. "Who said I can't handle it? I'm just a bit hungry because I skipped breakfast, not because I can't play cards. If you don't believe me, let's go a few more rounds." Songqi quickly stepped in to stop the bickering. All right, let's go eat." His triple experience card had expired, so there was no point in continuing. "We can come back this afternoon." Gongsun Wuyue nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'm hungry too. I know a good restaurant nearby. How about we go there?" Wang Zihao perked up, but hesitated. "Oh, a restaurant recommended by the Gongsun family princess? But won't it be too expensive?" Songqi shared the concern. Despite having a credit card with a 1,000,000-point limit, he was used to frugal living and would cringe at spending thousands of credits on a meal. Gongsun Wuyue laughed heartily. "Don't worry, this meal is on me. You're treating?" The 2 men's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Zihao quickly changed his tune. "What are you saying? Whether it's on you or not isn't the point. The important thing is we must respect Gong Suin's invitation." "Exactly. We must respect Gong Suin's invitation," Songqi echoed. Soon, the 3 of them, led by Gongsun Wuyue, arrived at the entrance of a luxurious restaurant in the inner city. "We're here. This is Jingming Xian," Gongsun Wuyue said, pointing to the building in front of them. Wang Zihao's eyes widened at the name. "Wow, it's Jingming Xian. You really are living large." Songqi was puzzled, unfamiliar with the inner city's luxurious spots. "Is this place well known?" "Very well known," Wang Zihao nodded, explaining. "Let me put it this way. My dad's factory has an annual output of over 1 billion, and he still hesitates to eat here, only coming when meeting clients. It's definitely one of the top-tier restaurants in the 7th district." Gongsun Wuyue added. "Not quite the pinnacle, but this place is famous for its magical creature meats. Their most renowned and delicious dish is the Demon River fish. They're the only ones in the 7th district capable of preparing it. I reserved it yesterday. It's a bit pricey, but it's worth every credit for the taste." Wang Zihao eagerly agreed, giving a thumbs up. "Song, That demon river fish is no joke. The texture, the flavor, it's amazing. I had it once 6 months ago and still remember the taste. You have to try it. He was already salivating at the thought. Thank you, Gongsun. I've been dreaming of a second chance to eat it. My dad wouldn't let me, but now you've made it happen. You're officially my big sister. Wang Zihao exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Wang Zihao's reaction, Sanchi also looked forward to the meal. Thank you, Gongsun. No problem. Gongsun Wuyue replied nonchalantly, waving her hand as she called over a waiter to lead them upstairs. The three of them reached the third floor and had just sat down when a sarcastic voice came from a nearby table. Oh, look who's here. Isn't it the super strength talent from Third High? Why aren't you still grinding through the slime disaster? The trio turned in confusion to see Chu Xiaojiang and his group seated at another table on the third floor. When Chu Xiaojiang, the nephew of the principal of Yizhong, stepped into the Jing Mingshuan restaurant, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes. He was an level talented assassin, but due to his uncle's dissatisfaction with Song Qi, a newly recognized super-level talent, he constantly opposed him. Inside the restaurant, Song Qi and his group had just taken their seats when Chu Xiaojiang wandered over. He elegantly lifted a glass of emerald green liquid with his middle and ring fingers, shaking it boastfully in front of them. Hey, are you sure you're in the right place? Chu Xiaojiang sneered. This is Jing Mingshuan, a high-end restaurant where even a glass of water costs 150 credit points. Can you afford it? He brought the glass closer to them, continuing to flaunt. See this drink? It's Emerald Elixir, from the first district, crafted by at least 4 brewers over level 60. It costs a mere 5,000 credit points a glass. What do you think? Interested in a taste? Gongsun Wuyue glanced at him coldly and scoffed. Emerald Elixir? I wouldn't even use it to rinse my mouth. Chu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, but he quickly resumed his frivolous smile, eyeing Gongsun Wuyue. Oh, you brought a pretty girl along. No wonder you're putting on airs. Wang Zihao frowned, his tone stern. Chu Xiaojiang, aren't you done yet? If Principal Chu finds out you're squandering your time here instead of leveling up in dungeons, what do you think he'll say? Mentioning Principal Chu made Songqi tense. As the principal of Yizhong, he was known for being protective yet extremely strict with the younger generation. The more talented they were, the stricter his discipline. Logically, Chu Xiaojiang should have toned down after hearing this, but he seemed even more disdainful. At this point, one of Chu Xiaojiang's followers quickly explained, young Master Chu is hosting a celebration banquet, with Principal Chu's approval. Another follower added, young Master Chu has qualified for the Human Genius Selection Tournament, and he'll be competing in the first district next month. Moreover, Principal Chu has specially applied for a month-long unlimited dungeon pass, so young Master Chu can reach level 20 in a month and strive for first place in the tournament. Song Qi was taken aback. He knew about dungeon passes, but unlimited dungeons for a whole month? If he had that, he could reach level 20 in just 3 days. He couldn't help but marvel at the privileges that those in power possessed. Human Genius Selection Tournament. Song Qi and Wang Zihao exchanged puzzled glances. They clearly hadn't heard of it. Seeing this, Chu Xiaojiang became even more smug. This is a competition organized by the city lords of various districts, in collaboration with the leaders of the human race. Only the true prodigies of humanity are eligible to participate. Gongsun Wuyue furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment of recollection, she explained in detail to Song Qi and Wang Zihao. The core purpose of the genius selection is to identify true talents. Those with only high-level talent, but lacking in actual combat skills will have their resource allocation weights reduced. On the contrary, contestants with outstanding combat abilities will receive more attention. She continued, this competition is held once a year. The reward for the first place is quite generous, allowing the winner to choose any legendary quality equipment, skill, or even a rare item. Upon hearing this, the young and inexperienced Song Qi and Wang Zihao widened their eyes in shock, unable to speak. However, to Gongsun Wuyue, this reward was just average. She shook her head and added, in fact, the material rewards are just icing on the cake. What truly matters is that the winner will officially catch the attention of the human race's higher-ups. The favor and support from those at the top are the most valuable gains. The resources they can mobilize far surpass any legendary equipment. Suddenly, Gongsun Wuyue frowned and asked, logically, Song Qi, with your super-level talent, you should have received a notification in advance. Didn't Principal Xian mention it to you? Song Qi shook his head blankly. Gongsun Wuyue consoled him. Maybe he just forgot. At this moment, Chu Xiaojiang couldn't help but sneer. I think you've been abandoned. What good is a summoner with a super-level talent? Being abandoned makes sense. After all, talent isn't the only measure of a genius. Only people like you from the lower ranks would think that having a good talent means having everything. His sidekick immediately chimed in. Chu Xiao has already reached level 5 today. Not only has he learned a transcendent skill, but he also passed the genius selection and became a key focus for the Chu family. Tomorrow, the Chu family will send someone to help Chu Xiao run through the corpse-tide dungeon. With the dungeon tickets, Chu Xiao will surely reach level 20 within a month. and then he can represent the 7th district in battles. Meanwhile, you guys will probably still be grinding through low-level dungeons like the slime disaster. Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue exchanged a glance, then looked at Chu Xiaojiang and his group with disdain. Sanchi relying only on talent? Sanchi being abandoned? Him only leveling up through the simplest dungeons like the slime disaster? It's a joke of the century. A prodigy who reached level 11 in 2 days, soloed the corpse-tied dungeon on the first day of his job change, and cleared the Crimson Blood Nest on the second day, could never be abandoned. Gongsun Wuyue scoffed at Chu Xiaojiang's group's words. Although she disliked flaunting family prestige, as the cherished jewel of the Gongsun family, she had seen many so-called geniuses and prodigies. Yet, only Song Qi earned her genuine admiration, and she couldn't resist wanting to befriend him. His talent and skills were simply astonishing. Frankly speaking, if a genius like Song Qi were to be overlooked, it would only indicate that the human race's higher-ups had become irredeemably corrupt. Gongsun Wuyue said helplessly, "What a bunch of idiots. Let's go to a private room." Hearing this, Chu Xiaojiang's side burst into laughter again. "Miss, Jingming Pavilion isn't an ordinary restaurant. Private rooms require VIP status. And Jingming Pavilion's VIP is not something you can get just by having money. Your 2 little friends probably don't qualify." Before Chu Xiaojiang could finish his sentence, it got stuck in his throat. Because he saw the server following Song Qi and his companions unhesitatingly, leading them straight to a private room on the 4th floor. What the heck? Chu Xiaojiang was stunned, his eyes wide as he watched Song Qi and the others head straight to a private room on the 4th floor. He suddenly grabbed a waiter's sleeve and urgently demanded, "Hey, are you kidding me? Why are they allowed to go straight into a private room?" Before he could finish speaking, bang. Chu Xiaojiang's hand felt as if it had hit an invisible iron wall, the force pushing him back a few steps. It dawned on him that Jingming Xian, being a high-end restaurant catering to prestigious guests, had even its most ordinary waiters possessing strength levels of at least 40. Such a presence was not something a rookie like him, who had just changed jobs, could easily contend with. The waiter remained unfazed, offering a slight bow of apology. "Apologies, sir, but Jingming Xian has a policy against casually touching the staff. As for why those guests can enter the private room, it's because Miss Gongsun is one of our esteemed VIP clients." With that, he straightened up and continued leading Song Qi and his companions upstairs. Before leaving, Wang Zihao turned back and flashed a middle finger at Chu Xiaojiang, mocking, "Sorry, Chu, but it seems your status is no match for Gongsun Wuyue." Chu Xiaojiang was left standing there, frowning deeply, repeatedly muttering the surname, "Miss Gongsun? Gongsun, Gongsun, Gongsun." Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, his pupils widening instantly. "Wait, in the 7th district, someone with the surname Gongsun, around my age. I remember, isn't there a granddaughter of the principal of the 2nd high school, Gongsun Zhao? If I heard correctly, Wang Zihao called her Gongsun Wuyue?" Chu Xiaojiang slammed the table, feeling a wave of anxiety. "Damn it, I should have realized earlier. An A-grade talent wouldn't catch the vice principal's eye personally without anyone objecting. Her identity couldn't be that simple." Although Chu Xiaojiang was the nephew of Principal Chu, he wasn't part of the family's core circle. He only knew of such a person but was unaware of her name or appearance. Now, upon reflection, there were indeed many clues he had overlooked. His lackey, thinking he was angry again, stepped forward to console him. "Chu, don't bother with them. Maybe they're using a VIP card from their elders. Yeah, don't let this ruin your mood. If it really bothers you, why not get someone to teach them a lesson? Didn't Principal Chu find over a dozen level 20 professionals for you? We just need to wait for Song Qi and his group." "Shut up." Bang. Chu Xiaojiang slammed the table, shouting angrily, startling his lackeys. But soon, he calmed down, forcing a smile. "Sorry, lost my temper. Let's continue eating. But don't mention anything about Song Qi again." The lackeys exchanged confused glances, not understanding why Chu Xiaojiang's attitude had shifted so drastically. But since he insisted, they reluctantly agreed. Let's do as Chu says. Anyway, Song Qi probably won't go far, so let's just let it go." "Chu, you're so magnanimous." Chu Xiaojiang smiled as he listened to their conversation, then called the waiter to order more dishes. For a while, it seemed everyone had forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, drinking and chatting merrily. Yet, only Chu Xiaojiang's eyes glinted with coldness as he contemplated his next move. Why did Chu Xiaojiang intentionally provoke Song Qi? In his eyes, Song Qi was just a pawn he could easily offend. Despite possessing an extraordinary level talent, Song Qi came from a humble background, with parents who were factory workers and a sister who was merely a mid-level professional, offering no significant threat. More importantly, Principal Chu seemed to have a critical view of Song Qi, which Chu Xiaojiang saw as an opportunity to curry favor with the principal. He meticulously orchestrated this confrontation, deliberately positioning himself as an adversary to Song Qi. If Principal Chu noticed and rewarded him, it would be a win. If not, there was no loss to him. It seemed like a risk-free venture. However, The unexpected arrival of the young princess of the Gongsun family disrupted his plans. Chu Xiaojiang was deeply puzzled. Was Gongsun Wuyue simply drawn to Song Chi's personality, or did she see potential in him worth investing in early? Regardless of the reason, he had to reassess the situation. Was it worth risking offending the Gongsun family princess for an uncertain gain? Chu Xiaojiang knew well that despite being part of the Chu family, his status was not prominent. His level talent was his ticket to gaining the family leader's attention. His unexpected qualification for the genius competition surprised many, but no one knew the immense effort he put in to seize this opportunity. Rising from an obscure family member to a proud representative of the Chu family's new generation, he knew he couldn't afford any mistakes that might make the family leader doubt his value. I should focus on the genius competition, Chu Xiaojiang calculated internally. Starting tonight, I'll double my training intensity. 1,000 thrusts and quick strikes a day are not enough. With the family's resources, I can reduce my sleep to 4 hours. After reaching level 10, I'll include endurance training, as the mental attributes gained from assassin upgrades will help me combat fatigue. He understood better than anyone that as the first level talent in the 7th district in years, Song Chi would undoubtedly participate in the genius competition. Even if the principal forgot, the city lord wouldn't miss the chance to showcase such talent. In the 7th district, Song Chi was his main rival. At the dinner table, Chu Xiaojiang chatted and laughed with his followers, but his eyes couldn't hide the burning ambition within. If he could openly defeat Song Chi in the genius competition, even Miss Gongsun would have nothing to say. By then, he would earn the favor of both the city lord and the family leader, securing the 7th district's greatest resources for himself. Over an hour later, the door of the private room on the 4th floor of Jingmingshuan was pushed open, and Song Chi and his 2 companions emerged with heavy steps. I'm stuffed, I really can't eat another bite, Wang Zihao said, burping as he gently patted his noticeably round belly. The food at Jingmingshuan is incredible, especially that Mo river fish. It wasn't just tender and juicy, it even gave us experience points. I'll never forget that taste. Song Chi chuckled and gave Wang Zihao's round belly a couple of light taps, producing a clear bang-bang sound. You ate more than half of that 5-pound fish all by yourself. No wonder you're full. He then turned to Gongsun Wuyue. By the way, how much did this meal cost? Well, Gongsun Wuyue tilted her head, pondering. I never really pay attention to prices when shopping. Probably in the range of 5 to 6 figures. This casual attitude astonished Song Chi and Wang Zihao once more. Describing a price in terms of figures, what level of wealth was that? Even Wang Zihao, a second-generation rich kid, couldn't help but feel amazed. Truly, there are always higher mountains. Song Chi couldn't help but speculate about Gongsun Wuyue's true identity. Her relationship with Principal Gongsun was likely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. She was probably an important figure in the Gongsun family. However, since she didn't want to elaborate, Song Chi tactfully refrained from asking further questions. As the trio exited the restaurant, they noticed that Chu Xiaojiang and his group had already left, sparing them a lot of trouble. Let's go to the dungeon plaza, Wang Zihao said excitedly, pointing ahead. Let's aim to run through it a dozen or so times this afternoon and level up 5 or 6 times. Gongsun Wuyue nodded in agreement. With Song Chi's summoned spirit strength, this seemingly ambitious goal was actually quite achievable. However, Song Chi shook his head regretfully. You guys might be able to level up 5 or 6 times, but I probably can't. I'm already at level 11, and I need 200,000 experience points to level up. Hearing this, Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue both stopped and gave him a meaningful look. Go ahead, keep showing off. Wang Zihao couldn't help but mock. Level 11 in just 2 days? What are you trying to do? I suggest they revoke your super grade talent privileges. How can others even compete? Agreed. Gongsun Wuyue added with a laugh. Time flew by, and the sun gradually moved westward. Before they knew it, noon had passed, and dusk was approaching. Whoosh. The trio appeared in the dungeon plaza, their foreheads red from exertion. They had spent the entire afternoon in the Scarlet Blood Nest dungeon, and since it was Lu Bu doing most of the fighting, they ended up playing a card game. In the course of winning and losing, they flicked each other's foreheads countless times, leaving Wang Zihao feeling dizzy even now. Brother Song, should we keep going? Wang Zihao asked. Song Chi glanced at the time, 5:15 p.m. Although their meeting with the city lord was scheduled for 6 p.m., it was best not to arrive at the last minute to make a good impression. He shook his head. No more for today. I'm heading to the mayor's office next, Gongsun Wuyue said, stretching her slender frame, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. All right, I won't disturb you on your path to a bright future, Song. The efficiency of the dungeon runs this afternoon was astonishing. Song Chi adopted a decapitation strategy, skipping the time-consuming clearing of minor monsters and focusing on quickly taking down Baron William. Sometimes, he could even lure the boss out early with the help of the guards, finishing the battle in just 3 minutes. The gains for the three were remarkable. After more than 20 runs of the Scarlet Blood Nest dungeon, Song Chi leveled up from 11 to 12, with Lu Bu's attributes skyrocketing by 50 points. At this pace, he was on track to reach level 20 within a week, paving the way for his advancement to an intermediate class. Wang Zihao was particularly exuberant, leveling up 3 times in one day and reaching the cusp of level 10. He was contemplating his second skill choice and whether to ask his father for a few million to purchase an extraordinary skill. After all, reaching level 10 in just 2 days was impressive enough to persuade his strict father. Gong Wuyue's progress was most astonishing. She soared from a level 3 mage to level 9 in just one day, a speed of advancement she had never experienced before. This further solidified her decision to invest in Sanchi. After agreeing on the meeting time for the next day, the three parted ways. Half an hour later, Sanchi arrived at the mayor's office. The building's exterior was modest, contrasting with the surrounding opulent structures, resembling an ordinary office building. "Hello, I'm Sanchi. Principal Xian mentioned that the mayor wanted to meet me this afternoon," he informed the receptionist. After a quick check, the receptionist looked up and said, "Thank you for waiting, Mr. Song. The mayor has just returned and is expecting you on the 12th floor." "Which room on the 12th floor? Or will someone guide me?" "Sir, the entire 12th floor is the mayor's private space. Once you arrive, he will be aware of your presence." Song Chi stepped into the elevator conveniently waiting on the ground floor and pressed the button for the 12th floor. As the announcement reminded passengers not to run or jump, the elevator began its ascent. However, as the elevator rose, an inexplicable sense of unease began to spread within him. This oppressive feeling grew stronger, as if invisible hands were pressing down on his shoulders. He took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm this unsettling sensation, but it was to little avail. Just then, the elevator abruptly stopped at the 11th floor, and the clear ding sound broke the tense atmosphere. The elevator suddenly stopped, and Song Chi let out a sigh of relief as the discomfort in his body instantly vanished. He reassured himself, maybe it's just nerves. However, just as he was about to press the close button, an overwhelming sense of danger surged over him like a tidal wave. From the ceiling, countless tendrils of black mist poured through the gaps, resembling a giant sinister hand descending from above, engulfing the entire elevator space. Looking up, Song Chi felt a chill run down his spine. That eerie aura was unmistakably unique to the demonic creatures of another race. His heart pounded violently as he realized with disbelief that there was a traitor from another race lurking within the city lord's mansion. In this life-and-death moment, Song Chi unhesitatingly summoned Lu Bu. "Protect my master." Lu Bu's figure leaped out from the void, seemingly sensing Song Chi's perilous situation, and immediately activated his two major skills, recklessness and sacrificial strike. Lu Bu's eyes glowed blood-red, and the halberd he held crackled with purple lightning. In his berserk state, all his attributes skyrocketed into the 4 digits, maximizing the power of his sacrificial strike. This was Lu Bu's most powerful attack that could be unleashed in the shortest time. Kill! Lu Bu's thunderous roar echoed, as the halberd, imbued with the force of lightning, slashed fiercely at the black hand. With a deafening crash, the black hand was instantly shattered. The threat of death looming over Song Chi was finally lifted, yet he felt no relief. For emerging from the dissipating black mist was a humanoid figure wearing a black helmet, standing before him. At this moment, Lu Bu was already half kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood, having clearly exhausted all his strength in that single strike. A humanoid creature? No, this aura is distinct from both humans and monsters. Song Chi's pupils contracted as a terrifying thought crossed his mind: extraterrestrial demon. Though he had already learned from Principal Xian that the human race was not a monolithic entity, the presence of a demon lurking within the city lord's mansion was far beyond his expectations. Turning his gaze, he saw that Lu Bu's condition was distressing. His hands trembled, his chest was sunken, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had lost most of his combat strength. In just a brief exchange, the opponent had gravely injured Lu Bu while remaining unscathed. This terrifying disparity in power sent chills down Song Chi's spine. With a dull thud of metal against the ground, the black humanoid figure emerged from the dense fog. Its body was encased in seamless black armor, with each gap in the armor exuding black mist that quickly coalesced into a fearsome black hand. "Master, go ahead. I will hold them back for you." Lu Bu stood up painfully, staggering to block Song Chi. With a roar, his aura surged, and his blood-red cloak flapped fiercely in the wind, making him even stronger than before. At that moment, something extraordinary happened. A magnificent crimson warhorse appeared out of thin air. The system notification immediately followed. Sensing its master's peril, Chidu has partially broken free of its seal to follow him into this world. Divine Chidu Horse's current unsealing progress. 10. Ha ha ha. Chidu, we meet again. Lu Bu laughed wildly as he mounted the horse, his mouth still bleeding, but his fighting spirit was ablaze. With a thunderous neigh, Chidu reared its front hooves, and man and horse became one as the halberd once again slashed at the black hand. Seeing this, Sanchi was overjoyed and quickly opened the lottery interface, using his accumulated 3 chances. However, the rewards from the system left him on the verge of tears. All were experience cards. Just as he was lamenting, the battle took a sudden turn. A wisp of black mist bypassed the main fight with Lu Bu and shot straight toward Sanchi. Its speed left him no time to react. The black mist surged into his body through his orifices, filling him completely and leaving him suffocated. As his consciousness blurred, Sanchi felt as though the eerie black mist had entirely engulfed him. The black mist slithered into Sanchi's scalp like a venomous snake, corroding his brain. His consciousness descended into chaos, his mental strength dissipated, and he could no longer maintain Lu Bu's presence. With a popping sound, Lu Bu and his steed red hair vanished like bubbles. My life is over, Sanchi thought, feeling his life slip away like sand through an hourglass. As death loomed, he unexpectedly found himself calm, perhaps because he had experienced death and time travel before. His body grew heavier, and the lack of oxygen made thinking increasingly difficult. Seconds ticked by until suddenly, all the black mist receded like a retreating tide. Sanchi fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air. After taking several gulps of fresh air, he began to feel a little better. Looking up, he saw the armored man had removed his helmet, revealing a familiar face, the city lord. Glancing at the elevator, the LED display showed 12 as the fog dissipated. The crisis was over, and Sanchi sat on the ground, exhausted. At that moment, everything became clear. The experience he had just gone through was likely a test from the city lord. So can't get up now? The city lord's armor dissolved into black mist, revealing his casual attire. He crouched down, a playful tone in his voice. Sanchi turned his head away, not responding. Hey, got some spirit, don't you? The city lord chuckled, pulling a thumb-sized potion from his pocket and placing it beside Sanchi. All right, get up. This is a life potion. Drink it, and your injuries will heal. Consider it my apology. A life potion? Sanchi was taken aback. This was a rare item worth 50 million credits per bottle. He hesitated. My summoned spirit is injured too. Before he finished speaking, another potion landed beside him. Satisfied now? The city lord asked. Sanchi beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. Satisfied. He knew full well that one potion was enough for both him and Lu Bu to recover. The second bottle was pure profit. He got up, applied a drop to himself, and summoned the severely injured Lu Bu, giving him 2 drops. Although Lu Bu would need time to fully recover, Sanchi felt relieved. After all, Lu Bu was his only summoned spirit at the moment, and he wouldn't get a second one until reaching level 20. By the way, City Lord, Sanchi asked, puzzled. What did you call me here for today? It wasn't just to torment me, was it? That wasn't torment, just a test. The City Lord waved his right hand, and the black mist formed into a chair as he sat comfortably. These black mists are my weapons, but they can also be used for testing. What you experienced was both a trial and a test. A test? Sanchi scratched his head. Testing what? My talent. No. The City Lord shook his head. Testing whether you're human. Sanchi was slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow. Have the alien races really infiltrated the human city? A multitude of conspiracy theories flashed through his mind as he recalled Principal Shun's previous warnings. Could it be that a large number of alien races have long been lurking within human settlements, just waiting for the right moment to launch an attack? With a serious expression, Sanchi said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I think Chu Shaojiang and Principal Chu are highly suspicious. They might very well be aliens. My lord, I suggest you investigate this matter thoroughly. The City Lord stared at Sanchi with a blank expression, his eyes dull like those of a dead fish. He nodded slowly and said in a flat tone, I can tell you have a grudge against the Chu family. Caught off guard by the City Lord's insight, Sanchi gave an awkward smile and said no more. The City Lord then turned to Lu Bu, remarking, Your summoned spirit is indeed impressive. Not only can it face me in battle, but it has also dispersed my dark fog multiple times. Its strength is undeniable, but to determine its exact rating, I'll need to see the panel. Just a moment. Sanchi opened the system panel, found Lu Bu's section, and chose to make it public. Ding! A light blue panel appeared before the City Lord. The City Lord carefully examined the panel's content. Summoned Spirit, God Lu Bu. Level, 12. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 649. Constitution, 649. Agility, 649. Spirit, 649. Equipment, God Tongtian Halberd. Seal, God Red Hair 10 unsealed. Status, Sealed. Limited by the summoner's power, Lu Bu has not yet fully unleashed his strength. His level will rise and sync with the summoners until his power is completely liberated. Talents. 1. Unmatched. Lu Bu's combat prowess is unrivaled, growing stronger with each battle. All attributes increase by 1 per second during combat, up to a maximum of 100. 2. Reckless. Lu Bu enters a berserk state, immediately boosting all attributes by 500 for 10 minutes. Afterward, he enters a weakened state for half an hour, with all attributes reduced by 20. Cooldown, half an hour. 3. All-out strike. Lu Bu forsakes all defense, channeling his full strength into a single, devastating blow. 4. Divine might. Having acquired a seed of divinity, any being with a lower level than Lu Bu will experience a decrease in attributes due to fear when facing him. The extent of this decrease varies with level difference and distance, up to a maximum reduction of 50. 5. Mount Summon. Lu Bu summons red hair, gaining a 10 increase in strength and a 10 boost to all skills when mounted. Evaluation. A general who stands alone amidst 1,000 troops, taking what he desires with ease. Since red hair had already appeared earlier, Sanchi wasn't surprised by the 5th skill. The city lord's previously calm demeanor changed as he focused on the panel, clicking his tongue in amazement. All attributes at 649? At this level? Incredible. If I remember correctly, this summoned spirit's base attribute value is 99, right? Level 1 attributes are all 99, and at level 12, there's 649. That means each level increases attributes by 50 points. The city lord was startled by his own calculations, his eyes briefly showing disbelief. Gaining 50 points to all attributes with each level up was a concept that made the city lord gasp. He quickly calculated in his mind that this was almost equivalent to equipping an extraordinary piece of gear with every level gained. His eyes widened as he continued to scan through Lu Bu's list of skills. Unmatched. Maximum 100 increase to all attributes. The city lord murmured, furrowing his brow. Reckless, a 500 increase to all attributes? This is simply. His voice trailed off, too shocked to speak. The city lord swiftly browsed through the remaining skills. Sacrificial strike, divine might. Each one made his heart race. Especially divine might, which was an extremely rare aura-type skill. Initially, the city lord thought Lu Bu was the type of summoned spirit that was strong early on but lacked staying power. However, as he read further, he realized he was completely mistaken. Lu Bu not only had astonishing base attributes, but his level-up gains were also incredibly high, and almost every skill offered percentage-based boosts. Is this the mythical summoned spirit? The city lord murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He finally understood why Xiao Shun was so eager for his return. The city lord's gaze shifted to Sanchi, his eyes growing increasingly intense from initial indifference. Sanchi, I must admit, you truly are a genius, he exclaimed, his voice slightly trembling. Sanchi scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. You're too kind, my lord. The city lord took a deep breath and made a decision. In a month's time, you will participate in the Genius Qualification Tournament of the 13th District. The Genius Tournament. Sanchi was slightly taken aback. I heard about it from Chu Xiaojiang. The city lord nodded, his expression suddenly turning serious. Remember, being a genius is just your ticket in. You need much more honing. He continued. Originally, I thought if you were lazy or of poor character, I would only offer limited assistance. But now, I've changed my mind. Talent is innate. Once missed, it cannot be regained. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Sanchi was about to speak, but the city lord waved him off. The city lord displayed his signature warm smile, but to Sanchi, it appeared rather intimidating. Are you ready, Sanchi? The city lord's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. To achieve great results in the Genius Tournament, I will personally oversee your training for the next month. Sanchi shivered, his brow furrowed. As a summoner, he couldn't understand why he needed training. Unlike mages or warriors, summoners only need to call forth powerful creatures during battles and use a few survival skills. However, the city lord's words made him ponder. After a moment, Sanchi's eyes lit up, and he tentatively asked, City Lord, do you mean that summoners need to train to grasp timing so they can enhance their summons at critical moments? The city lord shook his head in denial. Unwilling to give up, Sanchi guessed again. Is it to handle unexpected situations, like if an enemy gets too close and the summon can't help in time? The city lord denied this again, stating that learning survival skills would be more effective in such cases. A sudden thought struck Sanchi. I get it. It's because summoners are physically weak and need to train to cope with harsh outdoor environments. The city lord glanced at him like he was a fool and retorted, Can't you just have your summon carry you? After 3 failed guesses, Sanchi was completely baffled. He asked helplessly, Then why do I need training? What's the purpose? The city lord stretched lazily and said bluntly, It's simple. Before you advance to the next stage, we need to maximize your attribute values. Sanchi frowned in confusion. It was common knowledge that training could improve attributes, and he and Wang Zihao had been working hard before their career transition. But the problem was that years of training might only slightly increase attributes, which seemed insignificant compared to the boost from leveling up. He recalled what he had learned from textbooks. If I remember correctly, after becoming a professional, the attribute gains from training become extremely small. Isn't this an inefficient method? The city lord nodded in agreement. That's right, the textbooks are correct. The higher the attribute, the harder it is to improve. Raising strength from 10 to 11 might take a month, but going from 20 to 21 could take half a year or more. The difficulty increases exponentially. Hearing this, Sanchi was even more puzzled. As a summoner, his most needed attribute was mental strength, which was already over 20. Was he supposed to meditate for a year just to increase it by 1 point? So, City Lord, what's the point of training me? Sanchi asked in confusion. The City Lord smiled mysteriously. It's simple, because we have a special potion that can significantly lower the difficulty. Theoretically, it can multiply your attributes several times, potentially even 100-fold. Of course, the exact effect varies from person to person. Theoretically, all attributes can be increased 100-fold through training. This astonishing information made Song Chi's eyes widen. He quickly calculated in his mind. If this were true, his mental attribute could even surpass the 2,000 mark. The thought made his breath quicken. Although this is just a theoretical possibility, Song Chi pondered, even doubling the attributes would be enticing enough. He understood clearly that whether it was a warrior's powerful slash or a mage's fireball, the strength of these abilities was closely linked to one's attributes. The continuous enhancement of skills further amplified the importance of attribute values. Strange, the City Lord frowned at him. As someone with a super-level talent, how could you not know these basic facts? This potion is part of your fixed monthly allocation. Didn't anyone tell you? Song Chi first shook his head, then suddenly remembered something and quickly corrected himself. Wait, Principal Xian did mention that I would receive extra rare resources each month, but he didn't specify what they were. So this is what he meant. The City Lord then turned away, his tone softening. That's good. I thought my subordinates were up to their old tricks again. He paused for a moment. Starting tomorrow, come to the City Lord's mansion for training every day at 5 in the afternoon. Isn't tomorrow a bit too soon? Song Chi rubbed his hands. I have to move in the next few days. Moving? The City Lord waved his hand. Let Xian help you. He's strong and can get it done quickly. Although Song Chi didn't know who this Xian was, he nodded in agreement. After he left, a face formed from the black mist beside the City Lord, laughing hoarsely. Interesting, Fu Tianqi, you're willing to personally train such a low-level professional? What's special about this boy? The City Lord walked to the window, gazing into the distance thoughtfully. There is something special about him. But more importantly, our human race is running out of time. I see a glimmer of hope in him, though it's faint. Oh, the face in the black mist looked surprised. Are you planning to fully cultivate him? The 4 families' potion shares will inevitably decrease. Will they agree? Disagree? The City Lord lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Then let them send someone to compete with Song Chi. If anyone can win, I'll transfer Song Chi's share to the victor. After speaking, he took out a communicator, call Shun Huiwu, and have him help Song Chi move. Also, inform the Chu family to behave themselves. From today on, Song Chi will be personally trained by me. In the industrial district of the 7th city, beneath a residential building, a burly man was performing an astonishing feat of strength. He effortlessly carried a tumter-high wardrobe on his left shoulder and held a person-high refrigerator in his right hand, loading these heavy items onto a truck with ease. Song Chi stood nearby, breaking out in a cold sweat. This strong man was none other than Little Shun, as referred to by the City Lord, who was actually his principal Shinhuwu, known as the Roaring Celestial. If I'd known Little Shun was the principal, I wouldn't have agreed to this even if it killed me. Song Chi sighed to himself. He vividly remembered that Principal Shun was supposed to have a date with Principal Lin today. Who could have imagined that the City Lord would ask a principal-level figure to help with moving? It was simply unbelievable. Boom! Another heavy item was placed into the truck, causing the entire vehicle to shake. Principal Shun turned to Song Chi with a slightly forced smile on his face. Esteemed Mr. Song Chi, all your belongings have been moved. Is there anything else you need? No, nothing else, Principal Shun. If you have other matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can drive myself from here. Song Chi quickly replied. What a joke. Principal Shun's eyes widened. The City Lord specifically instructed me to personally help you move to your new home. What could be more important than the City Lord's orders? Get in the car. I'll be your driver. With that, he huffed and got into the driver's seat. Song Chi shrank back slightly and quietly got into the passenger seat. Throughout the drive, Principal Shun's expression remained grim. Though he knew it wasn't Song Chi's fault, he couldn't help but be frustrated. After all, he finally had a chance to date Principal Lin, and just as they were transitioning from business to pleasure, even booking a hotel, the City Lord called him away to play the role of a mover. Anyone would be upset. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Principal Shun sighed deeply, calming down a bit. As he glanced at Song Chi, he suddenly realized that if it weren't for this young man, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to spend time with Principal Lin today. In a way, he owed him a favor. By the way, Song Chi, what level are you now? Me? Level 12, Song Chi answered honestly. Level 12. Principal Shun was initially surprised, then couldn't hide his joy. Since Song Chi was one of his students, the stronger Song Chi became. the more it reflected well on him as a principal. So soon? Good job. No wonder the city lord values you so much. Bang! Hiss! A powerful pat landed on Sanchi's back, causing him to wince in pain. Oh, sorry, forgot to hold back. It's fine. Sanchi gritted his teeth and said. Sanchi rubbed his back, pondering whether the other person's slap was simply an overexcited gesture or a deliberate act of revenge. Regardless of the reason, he realized he had no choice but to silently endure it. Seeing Sanchi grimace in pain, Principal Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood visibly uplifted. He chuckled softly and, with a flick of his fingers, retrieved a gently glowing skill book from his storage ring. Since you've reached level 10, it's time to consider your second skill, Principal Xian said with a smile. After all, you spent the whole day running dungeons with Gong Wua, which allowed me to meet with Principal Lin. Consider this my thank you. A thank you gift. Sanchi took the skill book, immediately captivated by its attributes. Mirage. Quality, extraordinary. Range, summoner exclusive. Effect, creates a duplicate with 50 of the summoned creature's attributes. Unable to use skills. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown, 6 hours. Level cap, cannot be upgraded. Although this extraordinary quality skill book couldn't be upgraded, its effects were indeed impressive, providing a direct boost to combat power. However, what Sanchi needed more at the moment were survival or defensive skills, as combat power wasn't his top priority with Lu Bu around. Not quite satisfied, Principal Xian keenly noticed Sanchi's hesitation and pulled out another skill book. I've prepared 2 different types of skills. Life's Blessing. Quality, extraordinary. Range, summoner exclusive. Effect, creates a shield based on the summoned strength and the summoner's mental attributes. The shield can forcibly recall the summon upon breaking or voluntary dismissal. Level cap, cannot be upgraded. This is perfect. Sanchi's eyes lit up. Although Life's Blessing was only extraordinary level, its combined shield and recall effect was exactly what he needed most at the moment. With this skill, he wouldn't have to constantly hide in high-level dungeons. I'll take this one. Thank you, Principal. Sanchi said, about to return the Mirage skill book. Principal Xian waved his hand. Keep them both. I won't be needing them anyway. Sanchi was about to say something when the truck suddenly braked sharply, stopping in front of a standalone house with a yard his parents' chosen new home. His parents and sister were already waiting at the door. Oh, thank you so much, Principal, for helping with the move and driving, his mother called out. Sanchi, quickly bring a chair for the principal to rest. Principal Xian immediately put on a warm, genuine smile, and, with a few quick steps, effortlessly lifted a heavy load from the back of the truck. No problem, ma'am. I'm strong enough. Let the kids rest a bit. We'll be done in no time. Sitting in the truck, Sanchi looked at the 2 skill books in his hands, momentarily torn. Both skills were indeed to his liking. While Mirage wasn't immediately necessary, it would certainly prove valuable later on. Never mind. I'll find a way to repay the principal in the future, he reassured himself, then stored both skill books in his system backpack. The day passed by quickly, from sunset to sunrise. The next morning, Sanchi stretched lazily on his newly purchased king-sized bed, yawning as he sat up. He had specifically chosen the most spacious design after enduring over a decade on a narrow bed barely a meter wide. Though still single, he had eagerly opted for this luxurious bed for the sheer joy of being able to roll around freely, without fear of falling off in the middle of the night. Opening the bedroom door, he was greeted by the sweet aroma of pastries. In the living room, his parents had already set up a lavish breakfast spread, their faces beaming with happiness. Our darling son is finally up, his parents chimed in unison. Sitting down at the table, Sanchi was surprised to find that today's breakfast wasn't the usual buns and fried dough sticks, but an array of exquisite pastries. This isn't breakfast, it's almost lunchtime. It's already 10:30, his mother laughed. And these are all from the neighbors. We need to eat them quickly before they lose their freshness. Sanchi picked up a pastry and tasted it. The cream was sweet and delicate, melting in his mouth, definitely of premium quality. His father leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone, and remarked, several neighbors came by first thing this morning. We didn't want to disturb you while you were sleeping. People in this inner city are really friendly. Every family brought lots of things. These pastries are the least of it. One neighbor even got your sister a job offer 30,000 credits a month. And it's not even hard work, just a phone call. Life is getting better and better. Seeing his parents' contentment, Sanchi was thoughtful. He finally understood the deeper meaning behind the city lord asking Principal Xian to help with their movement was more than just a simple relocation. After having a couple of pastries and chatting with his parents, Sanchi headed to the Instance Plaza. Wang Zihao and Gong Wua were already waiting there, eagerly sending him a team invite as soon as they saw him. For the rest of the time, they methodically tackled the instances. First, the routine 3 rounds of the Zombie Tide instance, followed by endless repetitions of the Scarlet Blood Nest instance. To Sanchi now, these instances had lost all challenge, becoming merely repetitive tasks. The only point of interest was his new skill, Life's Blessing. Tests had shown that this skill allowed him to withstand the Scarlet Blood Nest boss's attacks 5 times. This boss had attributes over 200, and a single hit could easily kill him. More importantly, whether to recall his summons after the shield broke was completely under his control, giving him more strategic options. Besides that, he was also focused on improving his Soul Link proficiency. Hours later, Sanchi bid farewell to his teammates and left the group on his own. He glanced at his interface and found that the afternoon of grinding with a triple experience card had been fruitful, raising his level to 14. At this moment, the status panel displayed. Name, Sanchi. Class, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience points, 251, 338500000. Base attributes. Strength, 7. Constitution, 22. Agility, 21. Spirit, 38. Free attribute points, 14. His equipment slot remained empty, but his skill bar gleamed with the golden glow of divine summoning. Supporting skills included Soul Link and Life's Blessing, and his most powerful summoned spirit was none other than God Lu Bu. His inventory was neatly organized with 9 triple experience cards, 1 quintuple experience card, a mirror skill book, and a class-specific item voucher. The quest log showed 3 optional tasks: clear a dungeon with rank or higher completed, reach level 10 completed, and defeat 50,000 monsters progress, 21, for 5750000. The system still rated him as an unknown figure, but with an extraordinary talent in summoning. Sanchi opened the skill panel and noticed that the proficiency of Soul Link was at 2/3. One more use tomorrow and it'll level up, he calculated to himself, and the cooldown will shorten as well. At his current pace, he estimated it would take 3 to 4 more days to complete the final task and unlock 5 lottery draws. With the 10th guaranteed draw and the class-specific item voucher, he was assured of obtaining at least 1 extraordinary grade summoner item. Of course, if luck favored him, he might draw even higher quality gear. Lost in thought, Sanchi arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The elevator carried him up to the 12th floor, where the doors opened to reveal the City Lord waiting in casual attire, cigarette in hand. City Lord, I'm here. The City Lord nodded, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, you haven't used your free attribute points yet, have you? No, I haven't. Good. The City Lord explained, once your attribute values reach their limits, use just 1 point to break through the cap, allowing you to continue improving through training. Directly adding points would be a waste. This information took Sanchi by surprise, as textbooks had never mentioned such a use for free attribute points. It seemed these points were far more valuable than he had imagined. The City Lord led him down the right corridor, stopping in front of a heavy iron door. This is the training room, he introduced. It can accelerate your training speed, adjust gravity, and monitor attribute values in real time to tailor the difficulty. But with your current strength, there's no need to activate the gravity system yet. Sanchi surveyed the room's crisscrossing equipment and formations, clearly powered by extraordinary forces. Across the hall is the changing room. The City Lord pointed to another door. Locker 02 is yours. Your training clothes and today's potion are ready. Remember to apply the potion all over your body. Use 1 bottle per session, and don't waste a drop. Change, and then come back. Understood, Sanchi replied, pushing the door open and entering the changing room. Stepping into the changing room, Sanchi went straight to locker number 02. Inside, neatly arranged, was a loose, breathable training outfit and a small vial of potion, about the size of a thumb. The bottle contained a strange purple liquid that shimmered eerily under the light. With a soft pop, Sanchi carefully opened the bottle. A faint sweet fragrance wafted into his nose, tempting him to taste it. But he resisted the urge, quickly changing into the training outfit and applying the potion evenly on his body. As Sanchi entered the training room, the City Lord immediately approached to professionally assess his physical condition. Physique is decent, strength is a bit weak, the City Lord commented while squeezing Sanchi's arms and thighs and checking the tablet in his hand. But as a summoner, that's normal. Mental attribute is 38, primary attribute is up to standard. I'm going to teach you 3 movements that will comprise your entire training, the City Lord announced, moving to the center of the room and demonstrating the first stance, standing on 1 leg, arms extended, a unique pose combining elements of horse stance and meditation. He then gracefully transitioned to the second movement, sinking his weight with the fluidity of a swimming fish. The third movement involved a subtle shift, but the aura changed dramatically, as if a beast was about to pounce. The City Lord performed the sequence 3 times in a seamless flow. Got it. More or less, Sanchi nodded in response. Is it just these 3 moves? Simplicity is key, the City Lord replied, conjuring a chair to sit on. These are the most effective postures our ancestors have devised. The first movement is for meditation, which can enhance your mental attributes. Once you master it, and can easily enter a meditative state, we can move on to the next step. Sanchi moved to the center of the room, attempting to replicate the first movement from memory. Thanks to his physique and agility exceeding 20 points, Standing on one leg wasn't difficult for him. You're using too much force with your arms. This is meditation, not strength training. Relax a bit, the city lord advised. Keep your legs straight, but not to the point of cramping. And your spine isn't fully extended. Never mind, I'll help you. Before he finished speaking, a cloud of black mist enveloped Sanchi's entire body. With a sharp crack, his back and the hollows behind his knees were forcibly straightened. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the floor. The city lord, expressionless, covered his ears as if he had anticipated this scene. At that moment, Sanchi's back and legs went numb, his whole body engulfed in a peculiar mix of numbness and pain sensation, so intense it would be etched in his memory forever. Is this supposed to be a meditation pose? Sanchi stood in the center of the room, one leg raised high, his entire body teetering precariously. Black mist wrapped around his limbs like iron shackles, forcing him to maintain the awkward stance. Waves of muscle soreness struck his nerves, nearly making him want to curse out loud. If it weren't for the fact that the person was the lord of the city, he would have seriously doubted if he was being played. Hold your position. Stop whining. Focus on the changes in your body, and don't waste the potion on you, came the lord's voice. Gritting his teeth, Sanchi tried to adjust his stance. As his posture became more precise, the black mist gradually dissipated. An unusual sensation washed over him as the potion on his skin started to heat up, sending a warm current gathering in his abdomen. The initial discomfort faded away, replaced by a tingling sensation throughout his body, mixed with a slight pain that only made the feeling more distinct. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes, his body relaxing into the strange sensation while his posture became increasingly standard. About 10 minutes later, all the black mist had vanished. The Lord watched Sanchi, now in a meditative state, with satisfaction. A face formed from black mist appeared beside him, looking pensive. All right, let's go out and not disturb him, the Lord said softly, then left the room. Hours later, Sanchi was still standing on one leg, his whole body flushed red. When the last drop of potion was absorbed, he could no longer hold his stance and fell heavily to the ground. The impact jolted him out of his meditative state, and he tried to get up, only to find his body felt scalded and his limbs were numb and powerless. After several failed attempts, Sanchi could only lie on the ground temporarily. Several minutes passed before he managed to stand up. Just then, the door opened, and the Lord walked in. Congratulations, your mental strength has increased by 42 points, bringing your mental attribute to 80. Sanchi, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, was suddenly jolted by the news and quickly opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Sanchi. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience, 25133850000. Strength, 8. Constitution, 23. Agility, 21. Spirit, 80. Free attribute points, 14. Seeing that his mental attribute had indeed reached 80, Sanchi was overjoyed. Although his strength and constitution had only increased by 1 point each, it was still progress. However, the Lord's next words were like a cold bucket of water. Don't misunderstand. This was your first training session, and the effect is the best. The effect of subsequent training will gradually decrease. Also, considering you haven't grade talent and used the top grade potion, you get the idea. Sanchi's joy vanished, replaced by a sense of shame. Having the best resources, but achieving only above average results was indeed a bit disappointing. All right, if there's nothing else, you can head back. Just remember to come on time tomorrow. Lord, I'll work even harder tomorrow, Sanchi said determinedly. The Lord waved his hand to indicate he understood. After Sanchi left via the elevator, the black mist, which had been lurking in the Lord's shadow, suddenly emerged, with a face full of shock. Just okay. Wow, Fu Tianqi. You're calling an increase of 42 attribute points in a day just okay. I've followed you for so many years, and I never realized you could be so modest. You're also in grade. Have you forgotten how much your attributes increased back then? How can you tell someone whose increase is double yours that it's just okay? The Lord finally couldn't help but retort. What do you know? This is called a teaching method. It's because he has great potential that I must push him harder, to prevent him from becoming arrogant. Nonsense. The black mist clearly didn't believe it. I've been with you for decades. Do you think I can't see through your thoughts? You're just feeling a bit insecure and are trying to find confidence by putting others down. Bang! The Lord punched the face into pieces. But the black mist quickly reformed on the other side, still speaking in a teasing tone. You're upset. You got upset because I hit the nail on the head, didn't you? The Lord glared at him coldly and turned to leave. I can't be bothered to argue with you. As Sanchi stepped out of the Lord's mansion, night had already fallen. He glanced at his watch, surprised to realize he had been meditating for a full 5 hours, with the clock hands pointing past 11. Despite the excruciating pain throughout his body, he felt a sense of exhilaration. Increasing his mental attribute by 40 points in one go was equivalent to leveling up 20 times. Even if he could only improve by a tenth each day, he would be content. For a professional, The importance of attribute values is undeniable. Sanchi oriented himself and headed towards his new home in the first district. Thankfully, after moving, his place wasn't far from the Lord's mansion. Supporting his aching abdomen, he managed to return home with difficulty. His sister, Songlan, opened the door, and their parents were still up, evidently waiting for him to come back. Dad, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Songchi asked, somewhat surprised. Waiting for you, his parents replied with a smile, getting up and heading to the kitchen. Hungry? We've kept the food warm for you, so eat while it's hot. Songlan was also pulled into the kitchen by their parents. Soon, the three of them brought steaming dishes to the dining table. Wow, big sis is here too. Were you waiting for me as well? Songchi teased with a grin. Although his sister was usually nice to him, it wasn't to this extent. Songlan rolled her eyes and retorted. You're the head of the family now, so taking care of you is only right, isn't it? The head of the family? Songchi noticed something unusual. This wasn't something his sister would typically say. What do you mean? Return gifts, big brother, Songlan explained. Our neighbors gave us so many gifts this morning. We need to return the favor, don't we? Then let's do it, Songchi replied. And the money? Songlan spread her hands, speaking bluntly. As the head of the family, shouldn't you provide some funds? Without money, how can we return the gifts? We can't just use a few hundred credit points worth of industrial zone specialties, can we? Besides, Mom and Dad spent all their savings on furniture. Oh right. Songchi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. He had been out of the habit of handling money for so long that he naturally ignored it. His parents sat by, looking slightly awkward. After all, just a few days ago, Songchi was still a child needing care, and now they were asking him for money, which felt a bit awkward. After a moment's thought, Songchi didn't transfer money directly to his parents. Instead, he pulled out the black card given by the professional guild from his pocket and handed it to them. Dad, Mom, this is my credit card. From now on, just use it for whatever you need. The card has a limit of 10 million credit points, which should be more than enough for the family. All right, his mother said with a cheerful smile, taking the card. Don't worry, son, we'll be sure to spend it wisely. Don't be too frugal, spend freely, Songchi chuckled. The card's limit is 10 million, and I'm happy to see you enjoy spending it. 10 million credit points. His parents were initially shocked, then overjoyed. All right, our son has grown up and can support a family now. With the financial issue easily resolved by Songchi, the family atmosphere returned to one of happiness and warmth. Looking at the increasingly bright smiles on his parents' faces, even though Songchi wasn't particularly fond of money, he had to admit that sometimes, having money truly makes it easier to find happiness. Soon after Songchi finished his last bite of food, everyone returned to their rooms. As he lay in bed, his thoughts surged like a tide. In just a few days, he had transformed from a student needing family care to the head of the household, a change that came all too quickly. The head of the household. Songchi murmured softly, beginning to plan for his family. His parents had a solid million to rely on, so they were essentially worry-free. However, his elder sister wanted to continue her path as a professional, and the cost of equipment and skills was no small amount, with extraordinary quality setups costing millions. I need to find a way to earn some money, he thought, pulling out the emergency escape device given by Gong Wua. This is perfect for my sister. It could be her lifesaver. As his thoughts blurred, Songchi drifted into sleep. Before he knew it, morning light filtered through the curtains into his room. Songchi, get up, your classmate's here to see you. His sister's voice pierced through the door. Songchi barely opened his eyes and tried to get up. Ouch. That hurts. His muscles felt as if they had been crushed. Every movement was like torture. After a night of lactic acid buildup, limbs that were barely functioning yesterday were now hard to lift. I still have to train at the city hall tonight. He gritted his teeth and took out a life potion from the system backpack, letting a drop fall into his mouth. It was indeed a miraculous potion worth 50 million credit points. The pain eased significantly. Damn, the city lord must have known this would happen when he gave me this potion, right? Dragging his still sore body downstairs, Songchi was stunned. A beautiful girl with striking long legs was chatting and laughing with his family. Gongsun classmate. Songchi exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Gongsun Wuyue turned around with a bright smile. Time to go raid the dungeon. Song Lan's eyes gleamed with mischief as she leaned closer to her brother's ear. Little brother, you've got some skills, landing such a beautiful girl. It's not like that. Sis, you misunderstood. She paid me to lead her. Songchi hurriedly explained, but seeing Song Lan's meaningful expression, it was clear she didn't believe him. With no other choice, he quickly pulled Gongsun Wuyue out the door. Around the corner, Songchi lowered his voice and asked, what are you doing at my house? Although Gongsun Wuyue was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, especially with those perfectly long legs, as a transmigrator, he was well aware of the tricks of beautiful women. Gongsun Wuyue smiled sweetly. Nothing much, my family sent me to discuss something with you. The Gongsun family wants to discuss something with me? Songchi pointed to himself incredulously. Discuss what? Discuss whether you would be willing to marry into the Gongsun family. An alliance? Me and the Gongsun family. Sanchi repeated in shock, furrowing his brows as disbelief flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as his mind raced. Wait, this doesn't make sense. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gongsun Wuyue in front of him. The Gongsun family is one of the 4 major families in the 7th district, holding vast resources with countless high-ranking professionals. Each family has at least one top-tier human powerhouse equivalent to a school principal. Your strength is enough to form an independent extermination team in the wild, and your resources are astonishing. If it weren't for the city lord, the entire 7th district might as well be your private territory. Song Chi's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Such lofty beings actually want to form an alliance with a commoner like me? Saying I'm marrying into the family would be more accurate. Gongsun Wuyue smirked slightly. Do you want to know who you're supposed to marry? Song Chi couldn't help but nod. The clan leader's precious granddaughter, quite a noble identity, Gongsun Wuyue teased. Impossible. Song Chi shook his head vigorously. If you told me some senior member of the Gongsun family was recognizing me as a nephew to brush me off, I might believe you. The clan leader's actual granddaughter? Absolutely not. Gongsun Wuyue sighed. You are the personal disciple of the city lord, not someone of low status. Did you know? Your name has spread among the 4 major families, provoking quite a bit of hostility. The Chu family was even specifically warned by the city lord. I heard their clan leader was so furious that he smashed a roomful of things that night. Song Chi was stunned and interrupted her. Wait, when did I become the city lord's personal disciple? Gongsun Wuyue shook her head. I know the city lord hasn't officially accepted you as a disciple, but the title isn't important. What's important is the treatment you receive. The magic potions, which aren't available on the market but can stimulate attribute growth. You've been using them, right? Do you know? The potions you're using were actually snatched from the 4 major families. Song Chi recalled the purple potion he applied yesterday. That's right, I did use it. But I only used 1 bottle yesterday. Are the 4 major families so petty that they'd hold a grudge over 1 bottle? Gongsun Wuyue was taken aback, her eyes showing confusion and disbelief. After a long contemplation, she slowly spoke. You use 1 bottle a day? In that case, saying you're the city lord's personal disciple is completely false. Song Chi nodded. Yeah, I also think it's unlikely for the city lord to take me as a disciple. No, that's not what I mean. Gongsun Wuyue suddenly became agitated. What personal disciple? This is clearly treating you like a son. You know, even the key figures in the 4 major families only use 1 bottle every 5 days. Each use requires a large amount of herbs and magical creature essences to maximize efficiency. You drink 1 bottle a day? Gongsun Wuyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice tinged with anger. Her fingers clenched involuntarily, as if she was about to punch Song Chi. And you think it's nothing? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Our family has only produced 12 individuals with super-level talents so far, and on average, each person is allocated 3 bottles of the potion per month by the city lord. And that's only after the clan leader fought hard for it. Song Chi gasped, blinking in disbelief. Is that potion really so precious? Gongsun Wuyue gave him a sideways glance, her tone filled with resignation and a hint of sarcasm. You really don't know how good you have it. Song Chi scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of apology on his face. He truly didn't realize how rare the potion was. After a moment of silence, he decided to change the subject to ease the tension. If that's the case, why do the other 3 families oppose me, but your Gongsun family doesn't? And why would they want to marry off the clan leader's granddaughter to me? Gongsun Wuyue sighed, her expression becoming somewhat complex. Because the younger generation of the Gongsun family is lacking. None of them even have level talent, so no one qualifies to use the potion. She paused, then continued. As for the marriage alliance, it's because the clan leader's granddaughter doesn't have high talent. While she's considered decent among ordinary people, she's not impressive to the family elders. So despite her noble status, she's seen as a political pawn. Her tone was unusually candid, as if she were recounting a story unrelated to herself. Song Chi felt even more awkward. This generation's younger members are lacking? It's like rubbing salt in the Gongsun family's wounds. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense again, Gongsun Wuyue decisively interrupted Song Chi's thoughts. All right, let's go to the dungeon plaza, she said, starting to walk ahead, then turned back to add. As for the marriage alliance, think it over and let me know when you have an idea. The 2 of them reached the dungeon plaza and, as always, teamed up with Wang Zihao. They cleared the zombie wave dungeon 3 times before moving on to repeatedly tackling the Scarlet Blood Nest. For Song Chi, these dungeons had lost their challenge and became a monotonous routine. The only thing that piqued his interest was his Soul Link skill finally reaching LV1. The skill description read, Soul Link LV105, allowing the summoner to designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 23 hours. Song Chi silently calculated his progress. The completion rate for optional task 3 had reached 60%. Eliminate 50,000 monsters. Current progress 34, 15450,000. He estimated that he could complete the task in about 4 days and earn 5 lottery chances and a new task. Considering he was already level 14 but hadn't drawn a second summoning ticket, Sanchi felt a bit anxious. He preferred knowing the possibilities over relying on luck for summoning. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Sanchi bid farewell to the two and returned to the city lord's mansion. Familiar with the route, he entered the training room and found a brand new purple potion bottle, as expected. So it really is 1 bottle a day, Sanchi muttered to himself, wondering how much the other 3 family shares had been reduced. He quickly poured out the potion, applying it evenly over his body, and then changed into his training clothes. I've already incurred the hatred of the 3 families. Might as well make the most of it, Sanchi thought self-mockingly as he strode into the training room. The city lord half-squinted, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. He straightened up, fixing his gaze on Sanchi. Get ready. Today we're practicing the second and third moves. The second move was as fluid as a swimming fish. Sanchi tried to relax his arms and increase the range of his leg movements. The city lord instructed him to raise his right hand naturally. Moving into the third action, the city lord emphasized the importance of momentum and asked Sanchi to imagine a fierce beast in his mind. Focus on the momentum, not on baring your teeth. Momentum is not about your facial expression, the city lord corrected. Engage all your muscles, staying poised to strike. Well, except for the sphincter. Sanchi adjusted his posture as instructed, with black mist swirling around him, making timely adjustments. Although the last 2 moves were less difficult, transitioning between the 3 was awkward. Reflecting on the city lord's smooth demonstration, Sanchi realized that these moves had no connection. Even if he managed to complete them, his form would likely be off. He had to repeatedly correct mistakes, let alone practice them seamlessly. Suddenly, the city lord's wrist lit up with a message. He stood up and said, I have to go out. Master switching between these 3 moves within an hour and enter meditation while moving to pass. If you can't, meditate using the first move, like yesterday. Sanchi was surprised by the demand to meditate while moving, but he quickly calmed down. Remembering what Gong Wua had said, he was aware that the city lord was putting in his best efforts for him, even sparing the precious demon-slaying potion without hesitation. He asserted firmly, yes, I will do my best, then focused on correcting his moves. The city lord gave one last glance and left the training room. The door closed with a bang, and a face formed from black mist appeared on the city lord's shoulder, showing disdain. Fu Tianqi, have you no shame? Teaching the 3 demon-slaying techniques in 2 days is one thing, but expecting meditation within an hour? Is that reasonable? The city lord shrugged as he stepped into the elevator. He has promising talent, but time is tight. There's only a month before the genius competition. The heirs of the major families in the 1st through 3rd districts have been using potions since childhood, preparing for 18 years. If he can't show extraordinary talent and shine in the competition to attract the attention of the human high command, our 7th district alone can't nurture a city lord-level powerhouse. His potential will be capped. The human race has 13 districts in total, with very uneven development. The most developed, resource-rich, and strong are the first 3 districts, established the earliest. Unlike the 7th district, which produces a super-level talent every few years, these 3 districts see several super-level talents emerge almost every year. The face made of black mist sighed at this. Don't worry, a week is more than enough, the city lord said with a sly smile. What I said earlier was just to put some pressure on him. My real hope is that he can make it into the top 10 of the genius competition. With his family background, achieving that would be enough to prove his remarkable talent. By then, the higher-ups of the human race will naturally take notice, and I won't have to worry about future resources. The elevator descended slowly, stopping with a ding on the 1st floor. The face formed by the black mist quickly dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared. In the training room, Sanchi was still practicing with difficulty. His movements were awkward, and transitioning between the 3 poses was particularly challenging, not to mention maintaining a meditative state simultaneously. After another half hour, he barely managed to maintain the correct posture during transitions, but his progress stalled there. Sanchi stopped and took a deep breath. This isn't working, he thought to himself. It took half an hour just to find some sense of it. Forget about entering a meditative state within an hour. Even smoothly completing the 3 moves seems unlikely. I need to find another way to meet today's goal, at least reach the passing line. I can't let the city lord down. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, recalling every detail of the city lord's demonstration. The sequence is correct, and the posture is standard, Sanchi puzzled over. Why can the city lord do it so smoothly, but I keep stumbling? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Sanchi opened his eyes wide. That's it. It's not about the movements, it's about the muscles. The city lord had already reminded me that the key is finding the balance between muscle relaxation and tension. The first move requires relaxed muscles, the second should be natural, and the third needs to be tense. The focus is on how to adjust muscle changes during transitions. Excited, Sanchi stood up to test his hypothesis. During the first attempt, his movements were still a bit jerky. He paused to think for a moment, adjusted his breathing, and then began a second round of practice. This time, his movements were noticeably smoother. This is it, Sanchi exclaimed with joy, feeling a slight warmth spreading through his body. From past experience, he knew this was a sign that his training was on track and the magical potions he had applied were taking effect. Sanchi didn't rush, but gradually increased his speed. As his pace quickened, he felt his mind becoming numb, and his consciousness began to blur. Yet his body seemed to have a will of its own, continuously repeating those three movements. In the training room, Sanchi's skin started to turn red, and wisps of white mist rose from his head. By this point, he had fully entered a state of dynamic meditation. Sanchi slowly emerged from his profound meditative state, his consciousness gradually becoming clear. He instinctively wiped his forehead, noticing that his skin was no longer red and hot, but had returned to normal. However, his muscles were still aching, as if he had undergone an intense workout. Anticipating a challenging morning ahead, Sanchi didn't hesitate to take a drop of a life potion. He smacked his lips, feeling the effects of the potion, and then turned toward the dressing room. Checking his phone, Sanchi was surprised to find it was only 8:50 p.m. Only 3 hours have passed, he murmured to himself, recalling the 5-hour meditation session from the previous day. Clearly, the effects of the 3-move meditation far surpassed those of a single move. Eagerly, he opened his status panel to examine his attribute changes. Name, Sanchi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience, 462, 311500000. Strength, 91. Constitution, 25-2. Agility, 22-1. Spirit, 120-40. Free attribute points, 14. Sanchi's eyes lit up, especially seeing his spirit attribute leap from 80 to 120, a remarkable 40-point increase. Although it was 2 points less than yesterday, it was still within an acceptable range. What pleased him even more was that from starting the training to entering the meditative state, it hadn't taken more than an hour. I can finally report back to the city lord with satisfaction. Sanchi chuckled, proud of his accomplishments for the day. Just then, the elevator chimed, and the city lord strode out. He immediately spotted Sanchi peering around the dressing room door, his brows furrowing. What's going on? Why didn't he continue meditating? The city lord wondered, suspecting that Sanchi had encountered difficulties and given up. In his mind, when Sanchi used the first move to enter meditation, the effect should last at least 5 hours. Yet, Sanchi stood there seemingly unaffected, which almost amused the city lord with disbelief. This young man, wasting something I painstakingly obtained from the 4 great families. The city lord's eyes narrowed slightly, deciding to teach Sanchi an unforgettable lesson. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the city lord, an endless black mist instantly engulfing the entire floor. The momentum was even greater than during their first encounter. However, just as the city lord was about to act, he suddenly felt a black mist tightly clutching his leg. Wait, something's not right. A familiar voice echoed from the mist, and the city lord noticed that the potion scent on Sanchi was faint, instead mixed with a strong smell of sweat. Could it be that he achieved the goal you set? The black mist's tone was filled with uncertainty. The lord of the city calmed down a little upon hearing this, his brow furrowed. Are you saying he actually learned the 3 demon techniques in one day and entered a meditative state? He murmured to himself, then shook his head. No, even if he learned it, the absorption of the potion should take several hours. It can't be so fast. Halfway through his sentence, the city lord suddenly paused. A shocking thought flashed through his mind. Did he really enter the state within an hour and use up the potion? The city lord's expression changed from doubt to disbelief. The so-called entering the state within an hour was originally an impossible task he had set on purpose. Yet now, this impossible task was actually accomplished by the other party? Could this kid really be a once-in-a-century super genius among humans? The city lord thought to himself. He collected his energy and solemnly approached Sanchi, grabbing his arms. Then he pinched his abdomen and thighs, carefully sensing. There is a certain level of enhancement in his physical strength, and the potion is completely absorbed. The city lord was stunned, muttering to himself. It's true. The taste of the potion can be washed away, but the enhancement of physique can't happen so quickly. The truth is right in front of me. He pondered for a moment, then frowned at Sanchi and asked, Sanchi, how long did it take you to enter the meditative state today? And what was the extent of your improvement? Upon hearing this, Sanchi straightened his back and proudly reported, reporting to the city lord, I didn't disappoint you. I entered the meditative state in about an hour. As for the improvement, my mental attribute decreased by 2 points compared to yesterday, but there was an increase of 40 points. For strength, physique, and agility, there was only a 1 or 2 point improvement. Boom. The city lord seemed to be struck by lightning. His pupils instantly dilated, trembling slightly. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Are you saying, you learned the 3 demon techniques within an hour, and today's main attribute value only decreased by 2 points? The city lord asked with difficulty, his voice slightly hoarse. That's correct. Is there a problem? Sanchi asked uncertainly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. After a while, seeing that the city lord seemed to have no further reaction, Sanchi tentatively asked, City lord, how was my performance today? Was it all right? The city lord, with trembling hands, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and took out a lighter, trying several times before managing to light it. Finally, it was the black mist who steadied his hand and lit the cigarette. City lord, why are your hands shaking? Sanchi asked in confusion. It's too cold, the city lord mumbled vaguely. Sanchi glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window, thinking to himself, isn't it summer now? After taking several puffs, the city lord finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, all right, you can go back now. I need to use the training room next. Sanchi scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why the city lord was acting so strangely. Then I'll come back at 5 tomorrow. Yes, the city lord replied briefly. Okay, I'm leaving then. Sanchi turned and entered the elevator, pressing the button to go down. As the elevator display showed 1L, the city lord could no longer contain his emotions. Ha ha! The heavens have not abandoned humanity. With such a prodigious child, how can we not thrive? For someone usually so serious and composed, the city lord's face was now filled with uncontrollable joy. Sanchi's performance was beyond his wildest expectations. His comprehension, coupled with the increase in his main attributes, was simply unbelievable. 42 points on the first day, 40 points on the second? What does that even mean? Even the city lord himself, when he first used the demon potion, only saw an increase of just over 20 points. The second day's increase was halved. Yet even so, his performance was enough to amaze the human upper echelons and make him a key figure for cultivation. And Sanchi, he achieved twice that. It's no exaggeration to say that with his talent and understanding, as long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, becoming a city lord is practically guaranteed. He might even have a shot at reaching the legendary supreme realm. This time, you've truly struck gold, the Black Mist remarked, unusually refraining from their usual banter, looking with admiration in the direction Sanchi had left. Just average, still needs some mental training. The city lord replied, but his unconcealable smile betrayed his true feelings. The Black Mist's face turned away in exasperation, commenting, seriously, do you have to keep up the act? After leaving the city lord's mansion, Sanchi didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the Adventurers Guild. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly cleared the Scarlet Blood Nest dungeon, amassing quite a bit of equipment. Once inside the guild, he headed straight to the second floor and approached a burly man dressed like a blacksmith. Is this where I can sell my equipment? Sanchi asked politely. The blacksmith glanced up and nodded slightly. That's right, but let me be clear. We don't haggle here, and the prices are lower than the market rate. Make sure you're okay with that before selling. I've made up my mind. Please help me with an appraisal, Sanchi replied, quickly selecting all the equipment from his backpack. With a clatter, the equipment poured out like a waterfall, piling into a small mountain on the floor. This much. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow in surprise, showing a flicker of interest. He picked up a couple of items to inspect, but quickly lost enthusiasm. Most of this is just standard grade gear. There's a lot of it, but it's not worth much. If it weren't for the guild rules preventing me from refusing a transaction, I wouldn't bother with this. With a sigh, the blacksmith began tallying the items. 3 rare pieces, totaling 6,000 credits. 130 standard pieces, 300 credits each, totaling 45,000 credits. Give me your account number. With a beep, the system notification sounded, indicating the transaction was complete. Looking at the newly added credits in his account, Sanchi couldn't help but sigh. A week ago, he would have been thrilled with tens of thousands of credits, but now it seemed insignificant. The gold farming efficiency in low-level dungeons is too low. 5 days of work for this little, he muttered to himself. The blacksmith suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You gathered this much equipment in 5 days? Which dungeon were you running? Scarlet Blood Nest, Sanchi explained. I've run it hundreds of times over the past few days, but the drop rate is abysmal. Scarlet Blood Nest? The blacksmith mused. If I remember correctly, that's one of the toughest low-level dungeons, right? If you don't mind me asking, what's your talent level? Super's class. I knew it. The blacksmith's eyes lit up, and he eagerly grabbed Sanchi's arm. Brother, what's your profession? Mage. Magic swordsman. Neither. I'm a summoner. The blacksmith's smile froze. A summoner? That luck-dependent class. But he quickly regained his composure. Still, with a super's class talent and the ability to clear Scarlet Blood Nest easily, your skills must be impressive. After a moment of thought, the blacksmith lowered his voice. Brother, are you interested in earning some extra cash? Extra cash. Sanchi frowned. What kind of side job could a low-level adventurer like me get? I can't even take on guild missions. The blacksmith glanced around to ensure they were alone and pulled Sanchi into a side room. Listen, hey, race the deal. After a while, Sanchi understood the situation. It turned out the blacksmith was not just the owner of a blacksmith shop, but also a member of a wilderness clearing team. Recently, they discovered a dungeon in the wild that seemed to have mutated, and its situation was unclear. This outdoor mutated dungeon is already formed, but is only open to low-level professionals. Sanchi stood in the professionals' hall, carefully listening to the explanation given by the muscular man in front of him. The difficulty of these outdoor mutated dungeons is often off the charts, the muscular man said with a serious expression. For ordinary low-level professionals, entering is almost a death sentence. But you're different. The task was simple. Infiltrate the dungeon, locate the dungeon core, and bring it back. To ensure safety, they would provide an emergency escape device. As for the reward, successfully returning with the core would earn 1 million credits. Even if unsuccessful, providing detailed information would still garner 100,000 credits. Sanchi rubbed his chin, a shrewd glint in his eyes. A dungeon core's market value is at least 10 million, and if it's a special mutated dungeon, it could be worth over 100 million. Isn't 1 million too low? The muscular man gave a sly smile. Young man, only we know the location of this dungeon. While you have the qualifications to enter, you're not the only one with them. I don't think that's right. Sanchi shook his head in disagreement. The difficulty of outdoor dungeons is extremely high, and it's nearly impossible to clear without a supers level talent. In the 7th district, I'm the only one with a supers level talent in recent years. Previous supers level talent holders have already advanced to intermediate or even high-level professionals. Plus, the dungeon core only appears during solo challenges, so realistically, you can only choose me. The muscular man was taken aback by this, quickly pulling out his phone to verify. After repeatedly comparing the photo on his phone with Sanchi's face, his attitude softened noticeably. So it's you. All right, if the dungeon is confirmed to have mutated, we can offer you 10 million credits. That's the best I can do. 10 million, that's a decent price. Sanchi nodded in satisfaction. However, I hope to take action in 10 days. By then, I should reach level 20 and summon a second creature, which will increase the success rate. 10 days? Sure, a few days won't make a difference. The two quickly reached an agreement, added each other as friends, and then went their separate ways. Sanchi dragged his weary body back home. Although life potions could heal physical injuries, they couldn't eliminate the fatigue accumulated over a long day. After hastily eating a few bites, he went upstairs and lay down on his bed, soon falling into a deep sleep. The sun sets and rises again, day after day. Recently, Sanchi has been maintaining a strict routine, from the dungeon square to the city lord's mansion, and then back home. Each day, he first clears the dungeons at the square, then heads to the mansion for intense training, and finally collapses into bed at home. Though physically exhausted, he feels immensely fulfilled. On the third day, when the number of monsters Sanchi defeated finally surpassed 50,000, the long-awaited system notifications chimed in, bombarding him with a series of messages. Ding! Congratulations on completing optional task 3, earning 5 lottery chances. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the main quest. Defeat a level 40 or above outdoor boss. Reward, 5 lottery chances. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 1. Participate in the genius competition and achieve at least a top 3 result. Reward, 3 lottery chances. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 2. Reach level 30. Reward, 3 lottery chances. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 3. Equip 5 pieces of gear of at least extraordinary quality. Reward, 5 lottery chances. Sanchi furrowed his brows, contemplating these new tasks. The main quest was something new. He couldn't help but wonder if outdoor boss included those in outdoor dungeons. As for optional tasks 1 and 2, he decided to let things take their course without forcing it. However, optional task 3 posed a challenge. Acquiring 5 extraordinary quality pieces of equipment could cost over 1 million, and even then, the gear might become obsolete in a few months due to low-level requirements. After weighing his options, Sanchi decided to temporarily shelve optional task 3 and revisit it after advancing to an intermediate profession, ensuring the new gear would have a longer lifespan. Having sorted out his tasks, Sanchi eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready to dive into the much-anticipated lottery draw. System, I want to draw, he exclaimed impatiently. Ding! You currently have 5 lottery chances remaining. Would you like to draw now? The system prompted. Yes. Sanchi clicked the draw button without hesitation. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare level helmet, the apprentice mage's hat. The system continued. Please note, you have used 9 lottery chances. The next draw will activate the guarantee mechanism, removing common and rare quality items. With this notification, the virtual lottery wheel lost a significant portion of its options. Sanchi's heart raced. He knew the crucial moment had arrived. Taking a deep breath, Sanchi opened the system backpack and double-clicked the profession item designation ticket. Ding. You have used the profession item designation ticket. Please select the profession you wish to designate. Summoner. Sanchi declared firmly. Designation successful. For this draw, all non-summoner profession items will be removed from the prize pool. With the system's update, the lottery wheel's items were further reduced by more than half. Draw for me. Sanchi clicked the start button without a second thought. As the wheel slowly began to spin, Sanchi's heart hung in suspense. He silently prayed, God, Jesus, Jade Emperor, Buddha, please let me draw a summoning ticket this time. Summoning ticket, summoning ticket, summoning ticket. As the wheel gradually slowed, Sanchi's anxiety intensified. The pointer passed over an extraordinary level hat and a legendary staff, each time making Sanchi's heart skip a beat. But the wheel kept moving, and finally, the pointer landed on a yellow slot. Sanchi's eyes widened with excitement, his voice nearly bursting from his throat. Congratulations. You have obtained the legendary Ing Zheng summoning ticket. Sanchi was so excited that he couldn't help but dance around, his eyes sparkling with uncontrollable joy. He repeatedly checked the summoning ticket in his hand, unable to believe his luck. This wasn't just any summoning ticket, it was a legendary level ticket. He silently congratulated himself for the wise decision to save up for a guaranteed summon and use a profession-specific ticket. Initially, he would have been satisfied with a super rare summoning ticket, but to his surprise, he obtained a legendary one. Coupled with his talent to enhance a summoned spirit's quality by 3 grades, this meant he could directly summon a being of the Holy Spirit level. This was the highest known quality in the human world. Sanchi couldn't help but imagine, if a mythical level Lu Bu was already terrifying, just how powerful would a Holy Spirit level Ing Zheng be? Unfortunately, he hadn't reached level 20 yet and couldn't summon it for now. Reluctantly, he stored the summoning ticket back in his backpack and decided to use his remaining 3 lottery chances. He clicked the lottery button 3 times, skipping the animations, and the system notified him that he had received a rare heavy armor, 3 triple experience cards, and a rare standard long spear. Although the 2 rare equipment items weren't very useful, the 3 experience cards were quite nice. Sanchi nodded in satisfaction, stored the items, and continued towards the city lord's mansion. To reach level 20 as quickly as possible, Sanchi embarked on a frenzied dungeon clearing spree. Every morning, he would head to the dungeon plaza and, except for meal times, he would grind non-stop until 5 p.m. This unusual behavior worried Wang Zihao and Gong Wua, who thought he had been through some shock, and talked to him multiple times. Sanchi, amused and exasperated, explained the situation to them, putting their minds at ease. With the help of over 10 triple experience cards, Sanchi's experience bar surged at an astonishing rate. Finally, by noon on the 10th day, a golden light descended upon him, and he reached level 20. Congratulations, Brother Song. You can summon a second creature now, Wang Zihao exclaimed, more excited than Sanchi himself. Gong Wua stood beside him, smiling. I hope your luck continues, and you get a mythical level summon this time. Sure, I'll take your good wishes, Sanchi said as he bid them farewell and left the dungeon plaza, heading straight for the 22nd floor of the professional hall. This was the exclusive floor for summoners. After greeting the gatekeeper, he went directly into the room equipped with a summoning array. Sanchi took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and let his thoughts drift away from his body. With a faint hum, the array began to vibrate. In his consciousness, the awareness of countless summoned creatures or spirits from across the multiverse formed a colorful ocean, with his consciousness floating above it. He took out the summoning ticket, and the system immediately prompted for confirmation. Without hesitation, Sanchi confirmed. As the summoning ticket was used, an orange beam of light leapt from the ocean of consciousness and connected with Sanchi's mind. The system indicated that the summoned creature's quality was legendary, and then the divine summoning technique took effect, continuously enhancing the quality. Finally, the system announced, Congratulations. You have obtained Holy Spirit Ing Zheng. With a soft sound, Sanchi's consciousness was expelled from that space. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tall man dressed in magnificent attire standing before him. The man wore a sword at his waist and a crown on his head, exuding an aura of authority without any action. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng turned to Sanchi, bowed, and said, I am Ing Zheng, at your service, sir. Eagerly, Sanchi checked the attributes panel of his new summon. Summon Spirit, Holy Spirit, Ing Zheng. Level, 20. Quality, Holy Spirit. Strength, 500. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 2000. Equipment, Holy Spirit Imperial Jade Seal Sealed State. Seal, limited by the summoner's power. Ing Zheng has not fully displayed his strength. Until his power is fully unleashed, his level will synchronize with the summoner's level. Talents. 1. Land of the King. Ing Zheng establishes a domain with a 500-meter radius centered on himself, weakening enemies and enhancing allies within the area by 20 to 80. 2. Unified script. Ing Zheng can read any script and understand its meaning. 3. Standardized axles. Ing Zheng can designate 2 targets, forcibly equalizing their agility attribute for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. 4. Sweep across the 6 directions. Ing Zheng empowers up to 4 allies with a base spirit 500, granting explosive all-attribute boosts of 300 for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. 5. Terracotta Warriors. Ing Zheng uses earth and stone to form soldiers with base spirit 500, having all attributes at half of Ing Zheng's spirit power. Wow. Sanchi carefully examined Ing Zheng's skill panel and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this holy spirit-level summoned entity. The power of his 5 skills left him speechless. The skill Wang Tu could create a large-scale domain, producing completely opposite effects for allies and enemies, with at least a 20 increase or decrease. This means that even when facing a City Lord-level opponent, Ing Zheng can significantly influence their combat strength. Shu Tong 1. Although it doesn't directly enhance combat power, is a godlike conceptual skill. Any text, even encrypted messages from the demon race, is exposed before Ing Zheng. Even more astonishing is the Che Tong Gue skill. It can force 2 targets to have equal agility attributes, meaning it can bind a powerhouse with 10,000 agility to a weakling with just 1, effectively nullifying the opponent's speed advantage. Hung Sa Lu Ha is akin to a group berserk skill without side effects. Although its boost isn't as high as Lu Bu's Wu Mao, it can be applied to others, and the number of targets increases with the enhancement of mental attributes. Paired with the Bing Ma Yong skill, which summons dozens of all-around warriors with attributes over 10,000 and no fear of death, this combination makes Ing Zheng a formidable support-type summoned entity. Song Qi nodded with satisfaction. While Ing Zheng's raw combat power might not surpass Lu Bu's, his overall capabilities are significantly superior. He took out the mirror skill book given by Principal Shun and glanced at it. Now finding it somewhat lacking the attributes of the mirror images it creates aren't even as good as those of the warriors summoned by Bing Ma Yong. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to put the skill book back in his backpack, planning to consider it further in the future. He checked the time. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. It was time to head to the weapon shop for his appointment. This was a rare day off for him, and he had already reported this to the City Lord. Surprisingly, the City Lord not only didn't oppose it, but also encouraged him to go for field trials, as low-level dungeons were no longer offering him sufficient training. Song Qi stepped out of the room, and the guard immediately turned his head. "How's the quality of your second summoned entity, little guy?" "Not bad," Song Qi replied with a smile. "Also, thank you for the skill book, it helped me a lot." "I'm glad it helped. The skill book would have been wasted with me." The guard waved his hand. "Hurry up and improve your strength, don't let me down." Song Qi nodded in agreement, and then headed downstairs to the blacksmith shop to meet his appointment. In the City Lord's mansion, Fu Tianqi stood in front of a light screen, his expression as dark as iron. Displayed on the screen was an elderly man with completely white hair, but a vigorous spirit. Fu Tianqi's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "I'll say it again, Song Qi is a treasure of not only our 7th district, but the entire human race. According to the rules, with his talent, he should receive 3 bottles of origin water each month. Origin water is a precious elixir that can only be produced in the 1st district. More precisely, it is a rare resource extracted from beneath the 1st district, with effects far surpassing those of all other magical potions. Due to its extremely low production, it cannot meet large-scale demand. High-level alchemists have developed various magical potions by adding different drugs and magical creature essences to the origin water. In fact, the potions distributed to various districts are merely diluted and modified versions of the origin water. Meanwhile, to nurture true geniuses among the human race, a certain amount of pure origin water is stored each month." The old man in the light screen squinted, his eyes flashing coldly. "Fu Tianqi, I must reiterate, the talent of this Song Qi you speak of cannot be trusted based on your word alone. If the boy is truly as powerful as you claim, let him prove himself in the upcoming talent competition." Fu Tianqi was almost amused by his anger. He, a dignified city lord and one of the strongest warriors of the human race, was being doubted? He knew very well that the other party was being unreasonable, but as long as they insisted that Song Qi's talent was unconfirmed, he was powerless. Fu Tianqi glared at the other party for a long time, barely suppressing his anger. However, just as he was about to give up, there was a sudden static noise from the light screen, and the old man's image became blurry. When he reappeared, his attitude had completely changed. "Fu Tianqi, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the procedures must be followed carefully. But since you are the city lord of the 7th district, I suppose you wouldn't lie recklessly. Therefore, I will try to trust you this once. I'll arrange for 3 bottles of origin water to be delivered, and they should arrive by tomorrow." Fu Tianqi was stunned, unable to understand what had happened. Why had the other party's attitude changed so drastically? But the old man seemed unwilling to give him a chance to question further. ending the call hastily. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The screen fizzled out, leaving Fu Tianqi alone in the room, bewildered. Meanwhile, atop the most bustling skyscraper in the first district, the white-haired elder who had just spoken with Fu Tianqi approached a meditating young boy. His demeanor was respectful, yet his eyes were filled with confusion. The boy slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shining like gold. A faint, scorching aura radiated from his body, and an illusory sun appeared behind him, making him seem even more extraordinary and otherworldly, as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. Even the white-haired elder, a high-ranking professional, was momentarily dazed. Old Lu, you wish to ask why I would reduce my own share to send out the origin water, the boy asked calmly. The white-haired elder replied with concern. But what if Sanchi's talent is truly remarkable, and with those 3 bottles of origin water, he might compete for resources that should rightfully belong to you, young master? He wasn't worried about Sanchi defeating the boy, but rather that Sanchi's talent might gain recognition from the higher-ups, potentially diverting resources that would otherwise go to the boy. No matter, the boy said, his face serene, his voice exuding unparalleled confidence and poise. I intend to give him the chance to catch up, only for him to eventually lose sight of me completely. The boy's attitude moved the white-haired elder, who was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Young master, you are destined to reach the highest position. In the wilderness of the 7th district, Sanchi was being carried swiftly on the shoulder of a burly man. They headed westward, traversing the desolate landscape for a full hour before finally stopping in front of a cave. This is it. The burly man gently set Sanchi down. Sanchi didn't immediately raise his head. Instead, he leaned against the trunk of a nearby tree, closing his eyes to steady himself. The bumpy journey had left him a bit dizzy, and if it weren't for the continuous use of various potions enhancing his physique, he might have been sick by now. Once the dizziness subsided, he looked up to examine the cave entrance. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary cave, but upon closer sensing, he could detect a faint, eerie energy fluctuation within. So we just go straight in, right? That's right. The burly man replied with a serious expression. But I must warn you, the difficulty of outdoor dungeons is far beyond those within the district. Moreover, this dungeon might have mutated, and the creatures inside could rival those of intermediate or even high-difficulty dungeons. With that, he handed Sanchi a white stone. This is an emergency escape device. If you encounter danger, use it immediately, don't hesitate. As long as you don't die in there, everything will be fine. Sanchi noticed the man's unusual concern. Why are you so worried about my safety? The burly man gave a wry smile. Before our cooperation, I did some digging into your background. It turns out you're the only person in years in the 7th district with inscrayed talent, and you're the city lord's personal disciple, with access to the city lord's mansion and the 12 towers. If I'd known about your status earlier, I wouldn't have dared to trouble you. Feeling a bit awkward, Sanchi scratched his head and took the escape device. He had given his original one to his sister and needed a spare. Go on, young brother. And remember, if things go wrong, get out immediately. Sanchi nodded in agreement and turned towards the cave entrance. As his hand touched the entrance, the calm space suddenly rippled like water, a ring of strange light spread along his arm, and a strong force pulled him inside. With a thud, Sanchi fell from several meters high, landing heavily on the ground. Tisk, no wonder it's an outdoor dungeon. Even the entry is rough, he muttered, rubbing his sore backside as he stood up and looked around. Although the entrance was a cave, the scene before him was entirely different, a serene, idyllic plain. The ground beneath him was still yellow dirt, but just a few meters ahead, the terrain transformed completely. All around was a lush expanse of greenery and flowers, their delicate fragrance carried by the breeze to Sanchi's nose, intoxicating him. Not far away, a crystal-clear river split the landscape in two. Though the water was not shallow, it was as transparent as a mirror. On the other side was a dense and intimidating forest, its interior a mystery for now. Standing on the plains by the river, Sanchi furrowed his brow. The stark contrast between the two sides of the river put him on alert. He didn't rush into action, but instead carefully observed his surroundings. Strangely, there was no sign of any monsters within his line of sight. Could the monsters be hiding deep in the forest? Sanchi muttered to himself. Then, a more dangerous thought occurred to him. Or, could there be plant monsters lurking here? Plant monsters were known for their exceptional camouflage. They often appeared no different from ordinary plants until the moment prey entered their hunting range, when deadly traps would suddenly spring shut, killing the target instantly. Better not take that risk, Sanchi thought to himself. Better to be cautious. He decisively snapped his fingers. Snap. My lord. Sir. Lu Bu and Ingzheng appeared at his call. Lu Bu, holding his halberd, stood like a formidable guardian on Sanchi's left, while Ingzheng, exuding authority in his regal attire, stood with a sword on Sanchi's right. Scout ahead, Sanchi ordered. Pay special attention to the ground. I suspect there are plant monsters. Yes. They responded in unison. Lu Bu strode boldly into the grass, while Ling Zheng summoned 4 terracotta warriors, advancing in formation. Surprisingly, even as they delved into the forest across the river, nothing seemed amiss. Just as Sanchi was about to relax, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. "No, wait," he shouted sharply. "Lu Bu, Ing Zheng, dig up the roots of the grass and trees on both sides." Upon hearing this, they immediately drew their weapons and struck the ground with force. At that moment, a piercing sound erupted from beneath the earth. Fresh meat eat meat. Countless vines burst forth, and towering trees uprooted themselves, transforming into massive wooden figures several meters tall. Each step they took caused minor tremors, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. In an instant, the beautiful plain was overrun by a sea of monsters. 2 types of monster information appeared before Sanchi. Mutated bloodthirsty demon flower level 32, strength 311, constitution 525, agility 223, spirit 108. Skills: vine entanglement, regeneration, camouflage. Evaluation: mutated for unknown reasons, significantly stronger but partially lost sanity. Mutated giant treant level 38, strength 811, constitution 765, agility 96, spirit 34. Skills: camouflage, bark defense, regeneration, healing. Evaluation: mutated for unknown reasons, extremely strong physical defense, but vulnerable to fire attacks. Sanchi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Roar! Growl! A deafening roar erupted from the group of monsters. Surprisingly, these creatures demonstrated impressive tactical skills. Some launched a fierce attack on the surrounded Lu Bu and Ing Zheng, while others headed straight for Sanchi, clearly aiming for a decapitation strike. Facing the oncoming horde, Sanchi remained calm. With a contemptuous smile, he waved his right hand, and a halberd appeared out of thin air. Swish! A white beam sliced through the air, instantly freezing several flower demons in place. Flash! With system notifications of experience 2113, 1604, 2216, the grotesque mutated flower demons exploded, splattering green liquid everywhere. A skill prompt for Soul Link LV2610 appeared. This ability allows the summoner to share all attributes and skills with a designated summon creature for 30 minutes, with a 21 horde cooldown. The level 2 Soul Link, combined with Lu Bu's high attributes and professional combat skills, ensured Sanchi's invincibility in the dungeon. As I expected, Sanchi analyzed privately. After discovering I'm a summoner, they deliberately avoided my summoned spirits, trying to lure me in. But ordinary creatures couldn't have such intelligence. There must be 2 highly intelligent leaders among them. Noticing the rapidly increasing experience points, Sanchi had a thought. He still had a 5-fold experience card saved up, and if he used it now, each monster could provide nearly 10,000 experience points. He was currently at level 20, needing 1.1 million experience to reach level 21. By defeating around 100 monsters, coupled with the experience card, he could level up directly, saving days of dungeon grinding. The only downside was that the remaining time on the experience card would be wasted after this dungeon, with no other nearby dungeons to grind. After roughly estimating the number of monsters, Sanchi gritted his teeth and pulled out the 5-fold experience card from his bag. If it's wasted, so be it. Entering the intermediate dungeons sooner will earn more. With that, he decisively crushed the experience card. The system promptly announced, "Ding! You have successfully used the experience card. Current experience gain rate is 500. After confirming the status, Sanchi immediately commanded, "Lu Bu, Ing Zheng, attack." Understood. The 2 summoned spirits responded in unison. Boom. Creak. Each swing of the halberd sent with splinters flying, with the roars of giant tree creatures echoing incessantly. One colossal figure after another fell, their heavy crashes resonating. These mutated giant tree creatures, formidable enough to make lower-level adventurers despair, were mere toys in Lu Bu's hands, their agility of less than 100 posing no threat to him. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng stood amidst the sea of flowers, with 4 terracotta warriors standing guard. The shrieking mutated flower demons lunged forward, yet struggled to even approach. These 4 warriors, with all attributes at 1,000, formed a battle formation, shielding Ing Zheng at the center. Their spears, formed from condensed yellow sand, moved in perfect harmony, thrusting, retracting, and thrusting again with seamless coordination. With no fancy techniques, just simple thrusts, and more thrusts. The long spear in Sanchi's hands was like the scythe of death, each swing claiming the life of a flower demon. Bright green fluid splattered through the air, accompanied by the resounding cries of the flower demons. Experience 10534. Experience 10440. Experience 8149. The crisp system notifications kept ringing, and Sanchi was secretly delighted as he watched the experience bar soar visibly. The efficiency of taking down higher-level monsters was intoxicating. Suddenly, the path of the spear halted. A thick vine had tightly gripped his weapon. Looking up, a massive purple flower came into view, its dark purple eyes hidden within the petals glinting with a disturbing intelligence. The system promptly provided information. Monster, mutated bloodthirsty mother flower. Level, 45. Attributes, Strength 623, Constitution 1425, Agility 489, Spirit 611. Skills, Vine Entangle, Regeneration, Camouflage, Command. Evaluation, a mutated monster leader with unknown origins, possessing higher intelligence and physique than its kin. This was a meticulously planned trap. The mutated mother flower first used ordinary flower demons to wear down Sanchi's vigilance, then ensnared his weapon with the thickest vine while commanding surrounding flower demons to launch suicidal attacks. However, Sanchi did not panic. Instead, he displayed a confident, cold smile. A level 45 boss. Very well, let me show you true power. Reckless Fury, activate. A crimson glow erupted in Sanchi's eyes, and a fierce aura engulfed the entire scene. With a 500 boost to all attributes, his strength soared past the 5,000 mark. Rip! The spear easily broke free from the vine's grip, then swiftly slashed down. The massive body of the mutated mother flower was cleaved in two, dark green fluid gushing out like a fountain. A shrill scream had barely started when another strike permanently silenced it. Experience 41,330. Main quest complete, rewarded with 5 lottery chances. The flower demon horde, leaderless, descended into chaos, fearfully watching the terrifying human, not daring to approach. In the split blossom of the mutated mother flower, a faint glimmer caught Sanchi's eye. He pushed aside the sticky fluid to find a ring lying quietly twisted covenant. Sanchi gazed at the ring in his hand, carefully examining its features. This extraordinary quality ring, called the Twisted Covenant, had modest effects but decent attribute boosts. It could summon 2 level 40 mutant flower spirits for battle and possessed a mysterious fusion effect. The description at the bottom intrigued him. The flower spirits and tree spirits once pledged to protect the forest, but the giant tree was corrupted by power and tainted by the abyss's aura. Interesting, Sanchi muttered to himself. This instance actually has a backstory. Could the flower spirit be that mutant mother flower? And the tree spirit must be the giant tree man across the way. He glanced not far away, where the terracotta warriors, aided by Ying Zhang's domain ability, were pushing the flower spirits back with ease. Since things seemed under control here, Sanchi decided to head across. He leapt into the air, soaring over the river, and brought his Fengtian halberd down like a spiked club. With a loud crash, splintered wood flew as a several meter-tall giant tree man clutched its shattered head and fell with a thud. Whoa! Awesome, Sanchi shouted in exhilaration. Nothing beats the satisfaction of smashing with hard objects. Cutting vines just doesn't feel the same. He stood waiting for a moment, but the mutant giant tree leader didn't appear. Strange, isn't it targeting me? Or is there only one boss in this instance? He pondered briefly and decided to focus on the task at hand. Sanchi launched himself into the air again, launching a fierce attack on another giant tree man. Although not as agile as Lu Bu, his sheer attribute advantage allowed him to easily dispatch these monsters. The two worked seamlessly together, dramatically increasing their efficiency in defeating the creatures. The heavy thuds of falling bodies and the sound of wood shattering were continuous, accompanied by the rapid beeps of experience points being gained, stirring Sanchi's excitement. About half an hour later, as the last giant tree man fell, a golden light descended upon Sanchi, and he finally reached level 21. However, the expected completion notice and instance core were nowhere to be found. Could there still be a straggler? Sanchi wondered as he scanned the surroundings. All the giant trees lay fallen, and the plains were cleared of monsters. Dark green sap flowed everywhere, even turning the river green. Only he and his 2 summoned spirits remained. Sanchi searched thoroughly again, finally focusing on the central river, the only unexplored part of the instance. He approached the bank and tentatively dipped his hand into the water. Suddenly, a tremendous roar. A massive, moss-covered hand burst from the riverbed, accompanied by a torrent of water, striking directly at Sanchi's face. Flesh. The hoarse, deep roar was deafening, carrying an irresistible command. Sanchi was caught off guard, frozen in place, unable to move. Yet he remained calm. Be careful, sir, Ying Zhang softly warned, bringing his index and middle fingers together and lifting them upward. Instantly, countless grains of yellow sand gathered in front of Sanchi, forming a warrior from the terracotta army. Bang! The terracotta warrior took the blow heeding, half of its body shattering instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sanchi finally saw the true form of the last leader. It was a colossal figure, towering like a small mountain, estimated to be over 50 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in sturdy bark and moss, with branches forming its limbs. Wisps of black mist seeped from the gaps in the bark. Most eerily, a human face hung like a mask in midair, chilling to the bone. Sanchi quickly accessed its information. Monster, mutated tree spirit. Level, 47. Strength, 1987. Constitution, 2196. Agility, 135. Spirit, 69. Skills, tenacity, bark, camouflage, corrosion. Description, a tree spirit that, out of envy, willingly absorbed the power of the abyss. It gained immense strength but completely lost its sanity, reduced to a beast driven by instinct alone. After reviewing the information, Song-Chi was certain this was another monster leader in the dungeon. Lu Bu. Song-Chi needed no more words. Lu Bu understood instantly. He leaped up, his body arching backward, gripping his weapon tightly, resembling a fully drawn longbow. The Fongtian Huaji emitted a menacing crimson glow, a phenomenon that appeared only when he unleashed a sacrificial strike. Kill! Lu Bu shouted fiercely, bringing his weapon down with fury. Boom! The strike was earth-shattering. The mutated tree spirit's head was instantly reduced to splinters. The residual force of the attack continued unabated, causing the river to surge and splash, sending water hundreds of meters high, as if a massive bomb had exploded in the river. Immediately afterward, the familiar system notification sounded. Experience points 49730. Congratulations. You have perfectly cleared this dungeon. Please collect the dungeon core promptly. A crystalline gem descended from the sky, hovering in front of Song-Chi. But at that moment, Song-Chi did not rush to claim it. He knew that once he took the core, the entire dungeon would instantly shatter, and he would be forcibly ejected. Therefore, he deliberately left the core where it was and turned to approach the corpse of the mutated tree spirit. Song-Chi knelt down and began to search meticulously. He speculated that this monster leader might also drop similar equipment. Sure enough, after some searching, he found a hard object beneath its torso. His eyes lit up as he quickly withdrew his hand, revealing another ring in his palm. Ring, tainted affection. Quality, extraordinary. Required level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 50. Agility, 0. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 0. Effect 1. Summon 2 level 40 mutated tree men to fight for you. Effect 2. Fusion. Description, the tree spirit adored the flower spirit, willingly hollowing out its body to serve as the flower spirit's home for 100 years. Although their relationship remained only that of allies, it was deeply satisfied. How it longed for this life to continue forever, until one day, a stranger was personally invited by the flower spirit to spend the night inside. Song-Chi stared at the 2 rings in his hand, filled with confusion. He initially thought it would be a deeply moving epic of resistance, telling the story of tree spirits and flower spirits bravely defending the forest against foreign invaders. However, upon closer examination, he discovered that the reality was far from that. The truth of the story made Song-Chi chuckle wryly. In this forest lived 2 kinds of creatures, tree spirits and flower spirits. The tree spirit was deeply in love with the flower spirit, going so far as to hollow out its own trunk to provide shelter. However, the flower spirit was indifferent to the tree spirit's sacrifices and instead cohabited with a strange male, spending nights together. Was it all in vain? Song-Chi murmured to himself, at a loss for words over this unexpected plot twist. As expected, the devoted tree spirit eventually turned dark. It willingly embraced the power of the abyss, not only corrupting the flower spirit, but also transforming the forest they once protected into a hell overrun with monsters. Song-Chi let out a long sigh. Indeed, when all is lost, the devoted ones end up with nothing. Shaking his head, Song-Chi decided to focus on the 2 rings in his hand. Since their effect was fusion, it should be as simple as initiating it, right? He placed the rings on his left and right hands and silently thought, fusion. In an instant, the rings emitted a brilliant light. Before Song-Chi could react, the 2 white lights touched each other. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force compelling his hands together. With a crisp snap, the white light dissipated, and a book, no larger than the palm of his hand, appeared out of thin air, gently landing on the ground. Song-Chi looked at the scene before him in surprise. The 2 rings fused into a book. He bent down to pick up the book, examining the thick volume wrapped in purple leather. The book felt cold to the touch, yet it also gave off an inexplicable sense of unease. The cover bore no writing. Driven by curiosity, Song-Chi opened the book's information panel. Treasure, the 7 deadly sins envy. Quality, legendary. Applicable level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Effect 1, select a target. If any of the target's attributes are higher than the possessor's, the target is forcibly stunned for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The greater the difference, the longer the stun. Effect 2, the holder can issue a challenge to an enemy. If any of the opponent's attributes are higher than yours, they cannot refuse, and no one else can intervene, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 to open the door to the abyss. A smile spread across Sanchi's face. The fusion of two extraordinary quality rings resulted in a legendary quality piece of equipment, and it's a treasure-type equipment. He clearly understood that treasures were fundamentally different from other types of equipment. They had a very low chance of dropping from wild monsters, and were not restricted by profession, level, or attributes. This was undoubtedly a rare and invaluable piece of equipment. Even the number of items one can wear is unlimited. Sanchi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the implications of this. If he could find a way to wear all the treasures, even dozens of them, their effects would be activated and usable. No wonder rare treasures were priced at millions of credits, and legendary ones had never even been heard of at auctions. Sanchi's heart raced as he estimated the value of the book he held. If he were to auction it, even 1 billion credits might not suffice, and it would surely spark a frenzy among the elites of the city. But sell it? He shook his head, at least not now. His joy was evident as a wide grin spread across his face. Initially, he thought he might only merge a hero-quality item, but he was incredibly fortunate. What excited him even more were the two skill effects that came with this treasure. They were perfect. One was a powerful single-target control, and the other forced an opponent into an unknown duel. For a summoner, these were god-tier skills. Sanchi closed his eyes, envisioning scenes of using these skills. As enemies approached menacingly, he could effortlessly target their leader, pulling them into a duel. Then, he would summon his trusty aides, Lu Bu and Ing Zhang, and use the control skill to stun his opponent. The outcome was clear, a flawless execution combo. Just as Sanchi was lost in his delightful fantasy, Ing Zhang's voice brought him back to reality. Sir, the instance is over. How much longer are we staying here? Sanchi snapped back to his senses, remembering there were people waiting for him outside. Satisfied, he tucked the precious book into his coat and turned to grasp the instance core. A system notification sounded, announcing the impending closure of the instance. The countdown began, and Sanchi recalled Ing Zhang and Lu Bu, waiting silently. 3, 2, 1. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself back at the cave entrance. A burly man, anxiously waiting outside, quickly stood up, relief and concern mingling in his voice. Oh, young brother, you scared me to death. There was no sign of you for so long. I almost thought you were done for in there. If you hadn't come out, I was considering changing my identity and moving to another city. So how did it go inside? Did you get the instance core, or? Sanchi brushed the dirt off his pants, smiling as he pulled out the instance core. A special instance core, worth 10 million credits. The man's eyes lit up as he carefully took the core to inspect it. Once confirmed, his expression shifted from surprise to sheer joy. A special instance core, and related to the abyss. This meant that selling it could easily fetch at least 100 million credits. Great. As expected of the city lord's disciple, truly exceptional talent, the man praised, then scratched his head awkwardly. However, I only have about 1 million on hand right now. It might take a bit of time to gather the 10 million credits, at least until tomorrow. Sanchi waved it off nonchalantly. No worries, the fact that you were willing to give me an escape device speaks to your character. Tomorrow is fine. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This young man not only possessed incredible potential, but also had a commendable demeanor. For someone Sanchi's age, 10 million credits was a fortune, yet he seemed unfazed. The man knew he couldn't have been so composed at that age. In that case, let's head back, the man said, hoisting Sanchi onto his back. Staying out here for too long is dangerous. And you, as a future powerhouse of the human race, mustn't come to harm. This time, the man ran more steadily, carefully escorting the promising young talent back to safety. Over an hour later, Sanchi and the strong man returned to the inner city. The streets were bustling with people, and the two paused at a corner. Young brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the strong man said, a hint of urgency in his eyes. The payment will be in your account by tonight or latest by tomorrow morning. No problem, no rush, Sanchi nodded in agreement. The strong man cupped his hands, turned, and quickly disappeared into the throng of people. Watching his retreating figure, Sanchi could easily guess he was hurrying to find a buyer. Taking a deep breath, Sanchi headed towards the Adventurers Guild. It was time to update his professional information, as he had now reached level 21. However, to officially become an intermediate adventurer, he needed to pass a test. Only by passing the test would his information be updated, granting him access to the intermediate dungeon area. This requirement was recently introduced due to the high mortality rate in intermediate dungeons. For Sanchi, however, the test was a mere formality. 10 minutes later, Sanchi emerged from the guild hall, having completed the test smoothly. The sunlight hit half of his face, warm yet slightly glaring. He suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. After weeks of a relentless routine, he now found himself inexplicably idle, unsure of what to do next. Go to the city lord's mansion? No, he had taken leave today and likely hadn't prepared today's potions. Go home. It was only just after 4 in the afternoon, too early. Better find a place to sort out my thoughts, Sanchi muttered to himself. Too much has been happening lately, and I'm losing track. He walked into a restaurant, ordered a couple of dishes, and asked the owner for paper and a pen. Once settled, he opened his status panel. Name, Sanchi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 21. Experience, 43, 1252, 000. Strength, 13. Constitution, 36. Agility, 34. Spirit, 382. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, envy. Talent, divine summoning. Skills, summoning, soul link, life blessing. Sanchi scrutinized the panel, contemplating. His recent training had been effective, with his spirit attribute nearing the 400 mark. A high spirit attribute meant he could attempt to learn high consumption skills. Having just reached level 21, the 2 new skill slots were still unused. He picked up the pen and wrote the number 1 on the paper, beginning to consider the type and direction of skills. Given Lu Bu and Ing Zheng's formidable panels, support and attack skills were unnecessary for now, and he already had defensive skills. If the City Lord couldn't grant him early access to the advanced dungeon area, he might soon need to level up in the wild. Hence, he leaned towards choosing skills for escape or travel. His thoughts becoming clearer, Sanchi listed 3 key points on the paper. 1. Learn 2 consumable skills for escape or travel. 2. Ask the City Lord about ways to access the advanced dungeon area early. 3. If early access isn't possible, request a map of wild monster distributions from the City Lord. Next was the equipment issue. Sanchi almost immediately came to a conclusion. Did he urgently need new equipment? Sanchi stood in the adventurer's hall, holding a sheet of paper densely covered with plans. He carefully reviewed it and finally crossed out the equipment section. To him now, the attributes provided by low-level equipment were insignificant, and the only thing that piqued his interest was the system task of wearing 5 pieces of extraordinary quality equipment or above. However, there was no time limit on this task, so completing it sooner or later made little difference to him. It seems I only need to consider the choice of skills, Sanchi muttered to himself, putting away the paper and starting to enjoy his lunch. After finishing his meal, Sanchi re-entered the adventurer's hall. His goal was clear skill books. With a carefully prepared fruit basket in hand, Sanchi reached the 22nd floor and found the gatekeeper, Zhuang Mingjong, seeing Sanchi's appearance, couldn't help but look puzzled. Why are you bringing a fruit basket here? This isn't a hospital. Sanchi smiled and explained, don't joke with me, senior. I heard you're a top-notch summoner, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about summoner skills. Zhuang Mingjong was amused, took the fruit basket, and casually picked out a banana. As he ate, he said, sure, ask away. Sanchi seized the opportunity immediately. I want to know if there are any summoner skills related to escaping or traveling quickly. Zhuang Mingjong frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, there are 2 skills worth considering. One is called Fixed Point Leap, which allows you to teleport to any location within a 2-kilometer range that you can see. The other is Void Torrent, which lets you enter a void channel, making you immune to all damage, but when you exit, your position is random, and you will suffer from an 80 reduction in all attributes for a month. Sanchi's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, where can I buy these skills? Zhuang Mingjing pointed downstairs. With your status as an owner of an Ultras-level talent, just go to the high-quality skills shop at the Adventurers Guild. They have all the hero-level skill books, clearly priced. Thrilled with the information, Sanchi thanked him repeatedly and eagerly headed downstairs to explore further. Sanchi stood at the front desk of the professional hall, and the price list in front of him made him gasp. The Void Torrent was priced at 18 million credits, and the directed teleportation was 9 million credits, far exceeding his expectations. So expensive? Sanchi exclaimed, silently grateful for the 10 million credits he had earned today. However, reality hit him hard, mocking his naivety. Making money as a professional was easy, but spending it was even easier. After a moment of hesitation, Sanchi gritted his teeth. Wrap up the directed teleportation for me. Deduct the money from my credit card. He remembered the 10 million credit card given to him by the guild, which was in his parents' possession, yet still accessible to him. The receptionist gave him a sweet smile, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Please wait a moment. I'll get the skill book for you. She turned and went into the back room, soon returning with a book, which she gently placed in Sanchi's hands. Sanchi carefully inspected the skill book's details. Skill book, directed teleportation. Quality, hero. Restriction, summoner. Skill description, allows the user to teleport instantly to any location within sight, up to a maximum range of 2 kilometers, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Upgrades can reduce cooldown. Maximum level, LV10. After confirming everything was correct, Sanchi did not hesitate to use it. The system notification sounded promptly. Ding. You have successfully learned the skill-directed teleportation LV0010. Eager to test his new skill, Sanchi quickly left the professional hall. He looked around and, to avoid unnecessary trouble, targeted a deserted street corner nearby. Focusing intently on the spot beneath the streetlight, Sanchi silently commanded, "Teleport." Whoosh. Sanchi's figure vanished from the hall's entrance and reappeared near the streetlight, albeit slightly to the left, due to his initial use. He checked his physical condition and found no abnormalities aside from slight fatigue. Not bad. Sanchi nodded in satisfaction. The skill activated instantly with no side effects. The mental energy consumption is within an acceptable range. For the next 20 minutes, Sanchi made his way home, repeatedly using the skill to travel, both to test its consumption and to improve his proficiency. When he appeared in front of his home for the last teleportation, he felt noticeably tired but remained mentally clear. The third use brings noticeable fatigue, but it's still manageable, Sanchi thought, his gaze drifting to the second-floor windowsill. The window had a double-layer structure, with a screen outside that allowed a view inside. A new question popped into Sanchi's mind. If I see a part of a location, but there's glass or some transparent barrier in between, I wonder if I can still teleport there directly? With this question in mind, Sanchi didn't open the door. Instead, he stood still, eyes fixed on the second-floor windowsill. Up next was his skill effect testing phase. As a means of both escape and travel, Sanchi was determined to master directional teleportation thoroughly. He knew that in the face of real danger, the enemy wouldn't give him time to experiment. 10 minutes later, swish. Thud. Sanchi's figure suddenly appeared in the second-floor room, landing steadily on his feet. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The experiment was a success. Frowning in thought, Sanchi reached an initial conclusion. The skill seemed to require only a line of sight to activate, even if there was a physical barrier. This was his fourth use of the skill, and he was beginning to feel a slight headache, but it was still bearable. He gently massaged his temples, feeling a fatigue akin to an all-nighter. Based on his current state, Sanchi estimated that he could use the skill about 10 times at full capacity, but that would be the limit. To ensure subsequent activities, it was best to keep the usage to under 5 times. Today is experiment day, so pushing to the limit is fine, Sanchi muttered to himself, continuing his experiments. He stood with his back to the bathroom, holding a small mirror in his hand. This experiment aimed to verify whether he could teleport to a location seen through the mirror's reflection. The bathroom door was ajar, and from Sanchi's position, he couldn't see inside, but the mirror reflected part of the squat toilet. Taking a deep breath, Sanchi called out, "Teleport!" Swish! Hiss! A sharp pain pierced the back of his head, but his body indeed appeared above the bathroom's squat toilet. This was the 5th use of the skill, and the headache was noticeably stronger. Experiment result: teleporting via mirror reflection was feasible. Next, Sanchi decided to attempt teleportation using a photograph. He took a picture of the bathroom interior with his phone, then walked out and closed the door. Closing his eyes, he focused, trying to teleport using the photo resulting in a teleport to the same spot. Experiment failed. He opened the bathroom door and tried again, with the same failure. This was the 7th activation of the skill, and Sanchi felt like his brain was about to explode, his thoughts beginning to blur. The location in a photograph can't be used as a skill target. Continuing might cause real damage to my brain. That's enough for today, Sanchi panted, stopping the experiment. He concluded, this skill isn't suitable for long-distance travel yet, but it's very effective for escaping and short-distance moves. With 400 mental points, I can use it 10 times. After leveling up, using it hundreds or thousands of times consecutively should be no problem. For me, this is a huge win. Sanchi staggered towards his bedroom, his steps unsteady. He barely managed to turn the doorknob, his eyelids heavy. As soon as he entered, he collapsed straight onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly, with soft snores soon following. The next morning, Sanchi slowly awoke from a chaotic dream. Instinctively, he touched his head and realized that yesterday's pain had vanished. Reaching for his phone on the bedside table, the screen lit up to reveal a transfer notification. A promised deposit of 10 million credit points from the burly man yesterday had arrived as expected. With sleepy eyes, Sanchi deftly navigated his phone. He first settled the cost of the skills he had purchased the day before, then cleared the debts he owed his parents for their expenses. After calculating, he found he still had over 800,000 left. After a moment's thought, he transferred 500,000 to his sister, noting, for buying equipment. Almost immediately, his phone buzzed with a response from his sister, Songlan. Why suddenly transfer so much money? Sanchi smirked and teased. I've reached the age where I explode with gold coins. He then sent her a screenshot of the 10 million deposit. Songlan was evidently shocked by the staggering figure, replying with a surprised emoji. Xiaodeng, your big sister is quite pleased. But I hope you keep it up and next time give me actual gear. Also, since you're up, come down for breakfast. After breakfast, Sanchi headed straight to the dungeon plaza. He found Wang Zihao and Gong Wua and briefly explained his situation as a newly promoted intermediate professional. He could no longer lead them through low-level dungeons. The two seemed unsurprised, as if they had anticipated this. After a few words, Sanchi bid them farewell and turned towards the city lord's mansion. The elevator chimed as it stopped on the 12th floor. As Sanchi stepped out, he saw the city lord sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly gazing into the distance. Next to him lay a mysterious package. City lord, Sanchi called softly. Hearing him, the city lord turned his head, and, upon seeing Sanchi, smiled and waved him over. Ah, Sanchi, why are you here so early today? But it's just as well. Come closer. I have something good to show you. Sanchi approached, and the city lord stood up, patting his shoulder with a slight frown. Not seen you for a day, and you've leveled up again? Yes, I'm level 21 now and have passed the intermediate professional certification, Sanchi admitted straightforwardly. TSK, what a monster. The city lord couldn't help but remark. Even someone as experienced as him found Sanchi's rapid leveling hard to believe. In just over half a month, he had risen from a newly transitioned summoner to an intermediate professional. More astonishing was Sanchi's extraordinary talent, comprehension, and luck in summoning a mythical summoned spirit. Such qualities were simply perfect. The city lord had investigated Sanchi multiple times, always finding his talents almost unreal. Yet every check confirmed without a doubt. Sanchi was purely human, without a trace of demonic aura. By the way, the city lord suddenly recalled, what about your second summoned spirit? Have you summoned it? Or are you planning to wait? I've already summoned it. Please take a look, city lord, Sanchi said, summoning Yingzheng and opening the panel information for public view. Let me see. The city lord said leisurely, taking a sip of tea before getting up to examine it closely. A humanoid summoned spirit. Looks quite strong. Saint Yingzheng, its quality is Holy Spirit. Spit. The city lord sprayed his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. A Holy Spirit level summoned spirit. His expression shifted from nonchalance to shock in an instant. After scrutinizing the attributes panel, the city lord murmured, Strength attribute over 500? That's quite decent. The city lord carefully examined Yingzheng's attribute panel, his brow furrowing deeply. Both his physique and agility were over 1,000, which was quite standard for a Holy Spirit level summoned being. However, when his gaze fell upon the mental attribute, his pupils contracted sharply 2,100 points. This value far exceeded his expectations. What shocked the city lord even more was the talent section. 5 talents. He repeatedly confirmed in disbelief. Unified script was understandable, but standardized axles was simply inconceivable, being able to control regardless of power disparity. What on earth was all land under heaven? How could a summoned being possess a domain-like skill? Sweeping across the 6 directions and terracotta warriors were even more astounding. Group Frenzy without side effects and the ability to summon undead soldiers with attributes over 1,000? The city lord struggled to maintain his composure. Control, debuff, enhancement, attack, burst, defense, every functional skill was present. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his eyelids twitching slightly. If Yingzheng were an independent entity rather than a summoned being, he would likely be declared the new holy son of the human race by tomorrow. These skills completely disregarded level, power, and attribute differences, with both bonuses and debuffs being percentage-based. In high-level battles, this meant the human race's top-tier combat power could instantly be elevated several levels, while the demon race would be severely weakened. The city lord glanced regretfully at Sanchi. Unfortunately, Yingzheng couldn't participate in battles of that caliber just yet. However, he soon showed a look of appreciation. One mythical summoned being might be attributed to luck, but 2, with the second being Holy Spirit level? That was no coincidence. Sanchi, how many more surprises do you have for me? The city lord looked at Sanchi meaningfully, then sighed and handed him a package. Congratulations on summoning a Holy Spirit level summoned being. This is my gift to you. Sanchi happily received the package and quickly opened it. Inside were 3 thumb-sized special small bottles, with packaging as clear as glass, but with a frosted texture, and the lids specially crafted. From the outside, the water inside seemed no different from ordinary water. Sanchi turned to the city lord, puzzled. The city lord explained with a serious expression, this is the source water that arrived just this morning. Origin water. Sanchi was so shocked that he almost dropped the 3 bottles of water he was holding. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. Although he knew little about various potions, the name of origin water was legendary. According to human laws, it is one of the few items strictly prohibited from being sold, circulated, or used in any transactions. If discovered, the possessor would be considered a traitor to the race and face execution by all humans. Swallowing hard, Sanchi spoke with difficulty. Lord Mayor, you have been a great benefactor to me, but I can't get involved in something this dangerous. However, rest assured, I will not breathe a word of this to anyone. I'll pretend I never saw anything. With that, he carefully placed the 3 bottles back on the ground and slowly began to retreat. The mayor, seeing this, found it both amusing and a bit exasperating. He commanded in a deep voice, come back. Who told you I bought these? I went through a lot of trouble to get these from the 1st district for you. Hearing this, Sanchi stopped in his tracks, frowning in confusion. For me? The mayor nodded to confirm. That's right. Do you know what origin water does? Sanchi shook his head and admitted, I don't know. The textbooks only say it's extremely precious and a key reason why humans have developed 13 districts. They don't mention its specific effects or why it's banned. The mayor explained calmly. The effect of origin water is simple. It stimulates the potential of professionals and enhances all attribute values. Enhance all attribute values? Sanchi asked, puzzled. Isn't that similar to the potions I usually use? Of course not. The mayor shook his head. Origin water is indeed the main ingredient in various potions, but those potions combined with the 3 techniques of the demons can only enhance the main attribute values. Origin water, however, can boost all attribute values comprehensively. More importantly, he paused, the effect of origin water is at least 100 times that of the potions. 100 times, Sanchi exclaimed, quickly picking up the 3 bottles of origin water again. Does that mean just 1 bottle is worth 100 days of hard training? The mayor smiled, exactly. Why else do you think I would go out of my way to get these 3 bottles of origin water? It's to help you accumulate more strength before the genius tournament. He went on to explain that the tournament was only a month away from the career transition. For the geniuses of big families, it didn't matter much. They had been preparing for 18 years. But for a commoner genius like Sanchi, it was unfair, as a month wasn't enough to fully develop all potential and attribute values. To give Sanchi a better chance, the mayor had obtained the origin water in advance to shorten his training time and help him catch up with the progress of the big family science. All right, now that you understand, go and train, the mayor advised. By the way, drinking it directly is more effective, but it might be painful. If you can endure the 3 techniques of the demons, that's best. If not, just lie down. Sanchi bowed deeply, feeling moved beyond words. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will not let you down. The mayor chuckled lightly and waved him off. Good. I'll be watching closely. Sanchi held the source water tightly as he stepped into the training room. He took a few deep breaths and carefully unscrewed the cap, bringing it close to his nose. He sniffed to ensure there was no unusual odor before tentatively letting a drop fall into his mouth. Well, Sanchi smacked his lips. It looks, tastes, and feels just like regular water. Resolute, he downed the entire bottle of source water in one go. Just as he began to perform the required movements, an unexpected wave of pain caused him to freeze on the spot. It felt as though a searing flame ignited in his stomach, spreading through his intestines to his organs. Automate. This is unbearable. Are you trying to kill me, City Lord? Barely lasting 5 seconds, Sanchi collapsed heavily to the ground. His features contorted with agony as if every cell in his body was being forcibly split apart, with every inch of his skin screaming. The pain penetrated from the organ level to the microscopic, almost shattering his will. Sanchi writhed on the floor in agony, like a fish out of water on a hot skillet, his body twisting uncontrollably. No matter how he struggled, the pain remained relentless. Outside the training room, a face in the black mist showed concern. Fu Tianqi, this kid looks like he's in bad shape. Is he going to be okay? The city lord shook his head, don't worry. Although the process of using source water is painful, there's been no record of death. Some internal injuries have occurred, but that was due to users being unable to withstand the ordeal, the test and resorting to self-harm. We just need to keep an eye on him to prevent that. The face in the mist nodded, then asked, how long do we need to watch him? The city lord pondered briefly before explaining, the duration of source water's effects varies from person to person, typically lasting 4 to 6 hours. The higher the potential, the longer it usually lasts. But for this kid, I think we should assume 6 hours. The face in the mist agreed. Indeed, Sanchi's talent is truly remarkable. As time ticked by, Sanchi's condition continued to change. From initial violent thrashing and contorting, to foaming at the mouth and occasional spasms, he eventually stopped resisting entirely, lying on the ground with vacant eyes like a corpse. Only his heaving chest and the steam rising from his head silently testified to his continued existence, indicating that the source water was still at work. 6 hours later, a violent cough shattered the silence of the training room. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough! Sanchi rose from the ground as if resurrected, coughing violently until he spat out a bit of blood, finally calming down. I'm actually alive. His eyes were filled with terror, as the recent experience made him believe he had ingested poison. Instinctively, he reached for a healing potion to soothe his body's pain, but upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find no side effects typical of using such potions. On the contrary, he felt a newfound strength coursing through him. Curious, Sanchi touched his body and found his previously lean frame had become solid and full. Eagerly lifting his shirt, he was stunned by the sight clearly defined muscles and a dazzling 8-pack. What the? Sanchi stood in disbelief. Does source water have a cosmetic effect too? My physique has improved this much. His mind raced. So, how much have my strength and physical attributes increased? Sanchi stared at the impressive data panel in front of him. Strength had skyrocketed from 13 to 115, Constitution and agility had soared from 36 and 34 to 156 and 158, respectively, while his primary attribute, spirit, had climbed from 382 to a staggering 698 points. A total increase of 316 spirit points, plus an additional 698 unallocated free attribute points. This was the astonishing transformation brought by a single bottle of origin water. He instinctively touched the newly defined lines of his abdomen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As a summoner, he had long abandoned the pursuit of a perfect physique. After all, strength and constitution were not his primary attributes. Yet this bottle of origin water had unexpectedly granted him the ideal body he had always dreamed of. With this look and this physique, Sanchi rejoiced inwardly, imagining the sensation he would cause among the opposite sex after dressing up meticulously. Outside the training room, the city lord was intently reviewing the data on his tablet. To him, while this attribute enhancement was considerable, it was merely average. This subconscious double standard even surprised him, but he quickly rationalized that geniuses should be held to higher expectations. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord tapped on the window. Take a break, then continue later. Continue. Sanchi, absorbed in admiring his abs, walked out with a puzzled expression. City lord, continue with what? Of course, continue with the second bottle of origin water. The city lord replied in a calm tone. Sanchi's expression turned grim. City lord, I just finished the first bottle, and that pain. 2 bottles in one day. The city lord chuckled, too naive. You need to finish all 3 bottles today. 3 bottles. Sanchi was nearly in despair. Just the thought of undergoing that excruciating pain again made his insides ache. Noticing his reluctance, the city lord's expression softened. Sanchi, enduring hardship leads to greatness. I went through the same thing, and obtaining these 3 bottles of origin water was no easy task. If you miss this opportunity, it will be hard to come by again. Sanchi gritted his teeth. Finishing all of them in one day isn't impossible, but city lord, you have to agree to one request of mine. The city lord raised an eyebrow and smiled with interest at Sanchi. This was the first time in recent days that Sanchi had made a request of him. Sanchi rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He began recounting his outdoor adventure from the previous day, his voice barely able to contain his excitement. City lord, I went outside yesterday. I found that challenging monsters above my level not only offers rich experience, but also isn't too difficult for me. He took a deep breath, summoning the courage to ask, could you grant me early access to the advanced dungeons? I really want to improve. The city lord's expression turned cold instantly, replying irritably, no way. His voice carried a hint of impatience. I'm the city lord, not a wish-granting machine. The dungeon rules are the manifestation of the world's will. If I could change them at will, I wouldn't be staying in the 7th city. The 1st city would have invited me back to cherish. Just as he finished speaking, a sly glint flashed in the city lord's eyes. He teased, want to challenge monsters above your level? That's simple, just head outdoors. Average professionals choose dungeons, but truly talented ones don't spend much time in them. Sanchi shrank back a bit, muttering quietly, but I'm only level 21, and according to the rules, without a higher level professional leading, those below level 60 can't leave the city alone. The city lord waved his hand gently, his tone softening. That's easy. Come see me tomorrow, and I'll personally issue you a permit to leave the city. Sanchi's eyes lit up, but soon he looked puzzled again. But the outdoors is so vast, where would I find the monster gathering places? The city lord seemed prepared and answered without hesitation. Then I'll give you a map that details all the surrounding monster locations. Happy now? The gloom on Sanchi's face vanished, replaced by a satisfied grin. Haha, I'm happy, very happy. Seeing this, the city lord realized what was going on. Sanchi's reluctance to continue drinking was just a ploy to get the city leave permit and the map. However, he didn't mind, chuckling as he pointed at Sanchi. All right, since you're satisfied, let's get started. With that, the city lord handed Sanchi a second bottle of source water. His expression became serious. Remember what I told you about free attribute points helping you break through limits? You haven't used those points yet, have you? Sanchi nodded in response. I remember. I've saved all the attribute points. The city lord nodded in satisfaction and began explaining the precautions in detail. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if imparting an ancient secret. The first bottle of source water has nearly tapped out your potential. If you want the second bottle to have a similar effect, you'll need the support of free attribute points. He used a vivid metaphor to explain. If you think of potential as a spring, right now your spring is stretched to its limit. With your own strength alone, you can't stretch it further. Attribute points are like an additional force applied to the spring. The city lord's gaze became sharp, locking eyes with Sanchi. When you apply external force to the spring, your potential spring will fluctuate briefly and stretch again. But this extra potential is not stable and might disappear in a few hours. His voice turned even more solemn. What you need to do is seize the moment when the spring temporarily elongates and fully tap into this temporary potential fluctuation. Turn it into a permanent increase in the spring's length. Do you understand? Sanchi nodded seriously. I understand. He quickly processed the city lord's words in his mind. In simple terms, if his mental attribute value could theoretically only increase to 100 points, adding 1 point with free attribute points would cause a fluctuation, and his theoretical maximum mental attribute could increase to 110 points. But the extra 10 points are unstable and could disappear at any moment. What he needs to do now is raise his attribute value to the theoretical maximum before those 10 potential points vanish, making it impossible for them to disappear. Determination shone in Song Chi's eyes as he prepared to face the challenge. Song Chi carefully carried the second bottle of origin water back to the training room and sat cross-legged. He took several deep breaths to calm his nerves, closed his eyes for a moment, and finally made up his mind. He tilted his head back and drank the origin water in one go, leaving not a drop behind. Then, he quickly opened the panel and allocated 10 attribute points to strength, agility, constitution, and spirit in a 1:1:1:7 ratio, as meticulously calculated by the city lord. Although Song Chi initially wanted to put all the points into his spirit attribute, the city lord's words echoed in his mind. A person's spirit and body are inseparable. If the body's strength can't keep up, the enhancement of spirit attributes will also be limited. With such advice, Song Chi obediently complied. A few minutes later, the familiar pain set in, though it wasn't as intense as the last time. Song Chi's face contorted, yet he maintained his meditative posture. He was acutely aware that since the first bottle of origin water had already tapped into most of his potential, the effect of the second bottle was naturally less pronounced. The pain from the first bottle had crept in silently but penetrated deep into his bones, making his organs feel as if they were being scorched by fire. In comparison, although still painful, the burning sensation in his organs was significantly reduced this time. Song Chi exhaled deeply, frowning but persisting. As time ticked by, for hours later, Song Chi opened his eyes. Without even checking the panel, he immediately drank the third bottle of origin water and allocated another 10 free attribute points. Another 4 hours passed, and Song Chi slowly opened his eyes in the training room, exhaling a breath of stale air. He looked out the window and saw that night had completely fallen. Reflecting on his arrival around 7 in the morning and now seeing it was past 10 at night, Song Chi couldn't help but marvel at how time had flown by. However, this long period of cultivation had not been in vain. With the support of 2 bottles of origin water and 20 points of free attributes, his panel had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name: Song Chi. Profession: Summoner. Level: 21. Experience: 431252000000. Strength: 215. Constitution: 276. Agility: 278. Spirit: 991. Free attribute points: 1. Equipment: 7 Deadly Sins Envy. Talent: Divine Summoning. Skills: Summoning, Soul Link, Life Blessing, Directed Teleportation. Strength, Constitution, and Agility had each increased by over 100 points, and the Spirit attribute had skyrocketed, nearly reaching the 1,000-point threshold. It was almost catching up to Lu Bu's individual attributes. Yet, Song Chi was not blinded by this astonishing improvement. He was well aware that even if his attributes matched or even surpassed Lu Bu's, the gap in their strength was still vast. Lu Bu could easily pierce through 10 of him with one strike. After all, the power of a mythical summoned spirit isn't just reflected in the panel, but also in those jaw-dropping, terrifying skill effects. Song Chi roughly calculated that even if his potential was fully tapped, relying solely on free attribute points to break limits, each bottle of origin water could increase his main attributes by about 150 points. This figure was already enough to be shocking. Thinking back to a month ago, if someone had told him that an intermediate professional's base attributes could reach 1,000, he would have scoffed, thinking they had read too much street literature. Yet now, this fantasy had become a reality for him. Now, Song Chi found himself as the protagonist of the street literature he often spoke of. He looked at the empty bottle of origin water on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions. Those prodigies from the big families had access to such precious resources from a young age. How high must their attributes be? For a moment, Song Chi felt a wave of disappointment. Just then, the door burst open with a bang. The city lord strode in, holding a jug of wine, a hint of drunkenness on his face. He glanced at the empty bottle on the floor, nodded in satisfaction, and took a swig of wine. Don't worry, their attributes aren't necessarily higher than yours, the city lord said mysteriously after wiping his mouth. Origin water is something even the children of big families find hard to get in large quantities. Each bottle is recorded meticulously. Its effects vary for each person. You managed to raise your main attribute to 1,000 with just 3 bottles because of your high talent. Some people might drink 10 and still not reach that number. Song Chi suddenly understood, but then looked puzzled. I see. But, City Lord, Haven't you always said my talent was average? Achoo. The city lord was caught off guard, coughing violently as he choked on his drink. He had forgotten about downplaying Sanchi's talent to motivate him. Blushing, the city lord quickly pulled out 2 items from his pocket. Well, oh, here's the map and the city exit permit you wanted. With these, you can go out and fight monsters tomorrow. Sanchi thanked him, but pressed on with his questions. Thank you, city lord. But can you explain what you said earlier? Is my talent actually quite high? Were you deliberately trying to undermine my confidence? The city lord awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes darting around, before suddenly pointing out the window. Wow. Sanchi, look, it's already dark outside. You've been training so diligently. No wonder they say time flies when you're deep in practice. Sanchi squinted suspiciously at the city lord. The city lord, sweating, swallowed nervously. Training hard is good, but overdoing it isn't. Since you're done, hurry home so your family doesn't worry. Let me take you home. With that, the city lord summoned a cloud of black mist. Sanchi wanted to ask more questions, but the mist had already wrapped around him, lifting him toward the elevator. He looked up to see the city lord had stuffed his ears with black mist, pretending not to hear. Sanchi struggled to get down, but his legs were tightly bound by the mist. City lord, I know you can hear me. As a high-level professional, your senses are sharp. How could you not hear with just some earplugs? City lord, this kind of suppression education is wrong. City lord, you. Bang. The elevator doors closed, soundproofing effectively cutting off Sanchi's voice. The city lord finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, it's strange how quick this kid is to catch on. I barely said anything, and he already noticed something was off. A face appeared in the black mist, looking exasperated. I can't believe you. Why not just admit it and apologize? Why be so stubborn? The city lord remained calm, waving a hand dismissively. You don't understand. Do you think this kid wants an apology because he feels wronged? He lied despite his honest appearance. He even tried to take advantage of me the first time we met. If I apologize today, he'll definitely push further. I'd have to give him something for sure. The face in the mist stared at the city lord for a while before closing its eyes in resignation and dissolving into the air. I really don't understand you humans. On the first floor of the city lord's mansion, the elevator doors opened, and Sanchi was unceremoniously tossed out. He angrily shook his fist. Damn it. I was hoping to get the city lord to buy me a skill book. Didn't expect him to dodge the trap. Upon returning home, Sanchi informed his parents about his upcoming journey out of the city. To prevent them from worrying, he cleverly presented this solo wilderness adventure as a special training assignment from the city lord's mansion, emphasizing its guaranteed safety. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the mist into the courtyard. Sanchi, ready to depart, stood outside the house to say goodbye to his family. His mother carefully adjusted his collar while advising him. Son, make sure to work hard during this training. The city lord's mansion treats you so well, providing a house and money, and now they've arranged this special training for you. You must cherish their efforts. She paused, speaking earnestly. It's important to be grateful. You can choose not to accept others' kindness, but once you do, you must honor it. His father nodded silently beside her, his eyes filled with pride. Sanchi, you've made us proud. Normally, I should impart some life wisdom, but as someone who's worked in a factory all his life, I don't have grand insights to share. You're the most accomplished in our family, and instead of holding you back, I'd rather let you explore. Just remember, as a member of the Song family, strive to be an honest person. Sanchi chuckled. Mom, Dad, I'm just going for a few days of outdoor training, not a life and death journey. You're worrying too much. He turned to wave goodbye to his sister, Song Lan, who stood nearby. Sis, I'm off. All right, remember to come back safely. Song Lan replied succinctly. At the gate of the 7th district, Sanchi joined the crowd exiting, paying 500 credits to board a modified bus. Through the window, he finally had a chance to appreciate the wild landscape. The once bustling city was now overrun by magical creatures, with moss covering the uneven skyscrapers, some still intact, others broken and damaged. Occasionally, flying magical beasts would swoop between the rooftops, adding a touch of eerie vitality to the ruins. As he became lost in thought, a soft hand suddenly grasped his arm. Turning, he saw a provocatively dressed, strikingly attractive middle-aged female mage, her smile enchanting. Sanchi calmly withdrew his arm. Can I help you? The mage, unfazed, continued to smile warmly. Hey there, young man. You seem quite young. Are you here to level up too? Want to join our team? There are 5 of us, and our average level is above 65. Before she could finish, Sanchi interrupted. Sorry, I don't plan on joining any other team for now. Oh, that's a shame, the mage said with slight regret. Honestly, I quite like you. She didn't linger much longer. After glancing around, she quietly moved to sit beside another passenger. Sanchi paid no mind to this and turned his head back to enjoy the scenery rushing past the bus window. After more than an hour of bumpy travel, the bus finally reached its destination. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monster attacks, but the driver easily repelled them with a powerful fireball spell, clearly demonstrating his formidable skills. We've arrived at the endless snowfield. Hurry up and get off, the driver's voice urged, prompting the passengers to stand up and file out. As Sanchi stepped off the bus, the cold wind hit him, and he rubbed his hands together as his breath formed white clouds in the air. It's really cold. No wonder it's called the endless snowfield, he muttered to himself. This place is a gathering spot for humans, and just 3 kilometers ahead lies the territory of the monsters. The endless snowfield is the preferred training ground for most professionals who have just left the city. Once they reach level 60, professionals are forced out of the city and must train in the wilderness. The monsters on the outskirts of the snowfield mostly range between levels 40 and 70, which suits those around level 60 perfectly. However, the wilderness is complex, and the levels and activity ranges of monsters are not fixed. Occasionally, higher-level monsters between 80 and 90 appear, primarily concentrated in the inner layers of the snowfield. There have even been several monster siege incidents. Thus, most professionals treat this place as a temporary stop rather than a long-term residence. I need to find a place to settle down first, Sanchi surveyed the surroundings. Otherwise, there won't be anywhere to stay when I get back tonight. Within the gathering spot, there were a few rudimentary roads and scattered small shops and inns. The area was sparsely populated, with only a few figures wandering the streets. Sanchi circled the area and eventually chose an inn that appeared relatively clean. He took out 70,000 credit points and checked in. The room had electricity and an electric heater. Sanchi turned on the heater and carefully spread the map given to him by the city lord on the table for study. I'm here, he pointed to a prominent red dot on the map. The map was meticulously detailed, with precise depictions of the terrain and clear labels of the surrounding monsters' types and names. After pondering for a moment, Sanchi thought, given my current strength and level, I should aim to encounter monsters around level 50. Too low, and the experience isn't worthwhile. More than 10 levels higher would be too risky and not worth the trouble. His finger moved across the map and finally stopped at the upper right of the red dot. Here, the territory of the Icefield Snow Wolf Pack. The Icefield Snow Wolves have an average level of 45, with pack leaders usually around level 52, posing little threat to Sanchi. They are pack creatures, and finding one means finding many. More importantly, because of their lower level, professionals above level 60 tend to overlook them, leading to a population increase in recent years, making them relatively easy to find. However, Sanchi also noted the potential risks. This area is not only home to the Icefield Snow Wolves, but also the territory of high-level monsters like the Polar Magic Bear and the Blue Doublehead Ogre. He reminded himself to stay vigilant while hunting, to avoid being ambushed by other monsters. Sanchi pondered for a few more minutes, ensuring he hadn't overlooked any important details before carefully folding up the map. After deciding on his destination, Sanchi didn't set off immediately. He retrieved a pure white coat from his system backpack and carefully put it on. This coat not only provided warmth, but, more importantly, allowed him to blend perfectly into the endless white expanse of the snowfield. Sanchi's eyes became vigilant, fully aware that in this dangerous wilderness, threats came not only from monsters, but also from fellow human survivors. His experiences across 2 lifetimes had given him profound insight into human nature. Human nature is often the most counterintuitive thing, Sanchi mused. With the invasion of alien races and the rampage of monsters, the space for human survival was rapidly shrinking. In such a critical time, you might think people would unite against a common enemy. But the reality was quite the opposite. The scarcer the resources, the fiercer the struggle between people. Even when facing annihilation, some still think of how to seize one last opportunity. Conversely, when society is stable and resources are abundant, people tend to be more amicable. This is the principle of, when granaries are full, people know etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, they know honor and shame. Only in times of peace can there be tales of leaving doors unlocked at night, whereas in chaos, vigilance and preparedness become essential for survival. For this reason, Sanchi remained highly alert in the wild, able to resist even the allure of a beautiful woman. That was a big-breasted beauty, he thought wryly. It seems my willpower is as strong as steel. Half an hour later, Sanchi appeared on the outer edge of the endless snowfield. In the distance, a pack of Icefield Snow Wolves was hunting a few reindeer. 2 reindeer had already fallen, and the rest huddled together, fiercely resisting the wolves' attack. Sanchi emerged silently, thanks to his nearly 1,000-point mental attribute, allowing him to use directional teleportation repeatedly without mental exhaustion. He observed the scene keenly while opening his system panel to check the information. Monsters: Icefield Snow Wolves, level 45, strength 966, constitution 1033, agility 1148, spirit 843. Skills: bite, ice mist breath, frost blade, rapid digestion. Sanchi counted silently. A total of 12, looks like just a small squad. There should be a larger pack nearby. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Lucky me. Icefield Snow Wolves are pack animals, typically dividing into small teams for hunting. A group of 12 like this is likely a vanguard dispatched by a larger pack. Lu Bu Ingzheng. Sanchi called out softly. Bang! Bang! Two figures instantly appeared behind him. Master! Sir! Sanchi held a triple experience card, pointing forward. Without needing further explanation, the two immediately grasped his intent. Remember to leave one to go home, Sanchi added, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. This was not just a hunt, but a clever plan to lure bigger prey. The two of them exchanged a respectful nod before slowly walking into the distance. With a simple gesture, Lu Bu summoned his legendary weapon, the Sky Piercer, and his long-lost steed, Red Hair, emerged from the void, its mane blazing like fire and hooves swift as the wind. Even facing 12 equally formidable beasts, Lu Bu's expression turned serious. Ingzheng remained calm, raising his index and middle fingers slightly. In an instant, four terracotta soldiers materialized in front of him, armed with spears and eyes sharp as ever, ready to protect their emperor. They advanced in unison towards the pack of snow wolves. The duo made no effort to conceal their presence and were quickly detected by their adversaries. The snow wolves sensed the impending danger, abandoning their freshly hunted prey without hesitation. The 6 on the left are yours, all right? Need me to take a few more? Lu Bu mounted his horse with a playful tone, showing no fear even against foes twice his level and in greater numbers. Ingzheng smiled calmly. I have no issue. Just make sure not to exhaust all your skills now. We have a tough battle ahead, and we don't want to slow down the master's leveling pace. Lu Bu shot him a cold glance, scoffing, just a few beasts, not worth my skills. Let's go. With that, he snapped the reins, and Red Hair, in perfect sync, charged forward like a red lightning bolt. Boom. With a swing of his halberd, the air exploded with a sonic boom. The foremost snow wolf barely had time to react before its head was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. In an instant, a creature nearly as powerful as Lu Bu lay dead. Seeing this, Ingzheng wasted no time. With a push of his right hand, a powerful invisible wave swept across a 500-meter radius, filling the area with an ominous aura. The terracotta soldiers became more solid, while the distant snow wolves seemed to buckle under an unseen weight. All under heaven belongs to the king, Ingzheng declared, expanding his domain with a 500-meter radius, weakening foes within while strengthening allies. Attack! With a slight gesture, the terracotta soldiers accelerated. Though they appeared clumsy, their movements were swift and perfectly synchronized. A snow wolf opened its maw, releasing a frost blade laced with wind and snow. Two soldiers stepped forward without hesitation, using their bodies to block it. The other two seized the opportunity to advance, spears poised to strike. Thud! The snow wolf was pierced through the abdomen. Without missing a beat, the soldiers withdrew their weapons, reformed their ranks, and targeted the next snow wolf. Experience points rolled in. 46687, 45355, 45,017. Impressive, level 45 creatures give so much experience. Sanchi remarked, almost in awe. Normally, a single snow wolf would yield 15,000 experience points, but with a triple experience card, it amounted to 45,000. 10 wolves would mean 450,000 experience points. At level 21, needing 2 million experience to level up, he only needed to take down about 40 wolves. In lower-level dungeons, it might take a whole day to gain this much. Sanchi felt grateful for his decision. I knew coming out here to hunt was the right choice. If I'd stayed in the city, I might not even gain a level in a day. Soon, all 11 snow wolves were defeated, leaving only one whimpering and fleeing into the distance. Chase it! Without hesitation, Sanchi got up and followed. On the seemingly endless snowy plains, a limping snow wolf whimpered softly as it ran eastward, blood occasionally dripping from its mouth. Behind it, Lu Bu and Ingzheng followed on horseback at a leisurely pace, maintaining a careful 100-meter distance from the wolf, applying pressure without rushing to act. A few minutes later, a loud wolf howl echoed from the nearby mountaintop. Whoa! The injured snow wolf's spirit was suddenly invigorated, recognizing the voice of its pack's leader. This meant it was finally close to the main group. Whoa! It quickened its pace, eager to reunite with its pack. Just then, a whistling sound swiftly approached from behind. The snow wolf's fur bristled as it instinctively turned its head, but it was too late. The sharp Tongtian halberd sliced through the air, instantly beheading the snow wolf. Due to its rapid escape, the headless wolf's body slid across the snow for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Lu Bu rode forward on his steed, Chitu, emotionlessly retrieving the Tongtian halberd from the snow without glancing at the wolf's corpse. He had spared it only to locate the snow wolf's main base, and now that the goal was achieved, he naturally had to eliminate the threat. The small mountain ahead was occupied by a pack of snow wolves, roughly estimated to be over 200 strong. Ingzheng, riding his horse, approached Lu Bu and asked, General Lu, how should we divide this? Lu Bu let out a sinister laugh, his eyes brimming with battle spirit. Divide? Nonsense. It's every man for himself. Having been summoned here, he was fed up with bullying the weak day after day. Finally encountering a group of adversaries that could put up a fight, he was eager to unleash his fury. Chitu, let's go. At Lu Bu's command, Chitu neighed excitedly, raising its forelegs high before slamming them down. Boom! A shockwave rippled out as man and horse charged towards the wolf pack. Kill! Lu Bu's war cry was thunderous, with no intention of concealing his presence. The wolf pack soon noticed this intruder. The Wolf King raised its head, growling softly to issue commands. In an instant, dozens of snow wolves turned, forming a formation to attack this lone human. The Wolf King thought it was being clever. In its eyes, Lu Bu's speed wasn't particularly fast, nor did he seem to pose a significant threat. Thus, it only dispatched a small portion of the pack to confront him. However, it soon realized it had made a fatal error. Red lightning clashed with the pure white torrent at the base of the mountain. Boom! A bloody rain exploded in the sky. The formation of dozens of snow wolves collapsed almost immediately. Scalding wolf blood splattered everywhere, while the cold gleam of the halberd flashed briefly. The Tongtian halberd remained unstained by the blood. The Wolf King's assessment wasn't entirely wrong. Lu Bu's basic attributes were indeed similar to those of an average snow wolf. However, it overlooked a crucial factor. Having the same attribute values doesn't equate to having the same strength. Lu Bu's exceptional martial skills and extensive combat experience allowed him to easily crush these beasts, which relied solely on instinct. In gaming, some players can reach the highest ranks with a particular hero, while others can only manage to get to the lower tiers. Among these heroes, Lu Bu, who spent his life on the battlefield rarely meeting his match, is undoubtedly a champion of champions. Riding his steed Red Hair and wielding his halberd, Lu Bu charged into the pack of snow wolves like a red lightning bolt. His astonishing battle experience allowed him to effortlessly handle the beasts. With his halberd flashing and wolf blood splattering, dozens of snow wolves fell in the blink of an eye. However, such combat was far from satisfying for Lu Bu. He urged Red Hair forward with his legs, charging towards the Wolf King atop the mountain. The Wolf King, witnessing the slaughter of its kin by a human, let out an angry howl and opened its massive maw, beginning to gather the essence of snow and moonlight. A massive beam of moonlight formed in the Wolf King's mouth and was launched like a giant cannon. The air was torn apart with a deafening sound as the 10-meter-long beam shot towards Lu Bu. The pack of wolves followed suit, unleashing countless frosty blades from their mouths, pouring down on Lu Bu like a torrential rain. Yet, the coordination between Lu Bu and Red Hair was flawless. They maneuvered skillfully through the wolves' attacks, the halberd spinning a tight web of defense, allowing no attack to get close. Even amidst such a dense offensive, Lu Bu kept advancing towards the wolves, showcasing his incredible combat skills. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Zheng was also busy. Holding a sword, he ignored the hostile gazes of the scattered snow wolves around him. The sand horse he had been riding was gone, replaced by 4 terracotta warrior soldiers stationed at the 4 corners of the mountain, forming a siege. With Lu Bu drawing the wolves' attention, Zheng reached the base of the mountain, glanced up, and made a gesture. He nodded to himself. Yes, this distance should be enough to cover all the snow wolves. Domain activate. Zheng commanded in a low voice. Boom. An invisible wave of pressure swept out, and all the snow wolves suddenly felt the weight on them increase dramatically. The frosty breath they had been expelling halted midair, as if time itself had frozen. Lu Bu, seizing the opportunity, brightened with anticipation. Now's my chance. Bang! Red Hair pushed off the ground with all its might. Leaping several meters into the air with Lu Bu raised his halberd high, and the very space seemed to groan under the weight of his impending strike. A phantom figure, godlike yet demonic, began to take shape behind him, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Bu himself. The halberd was now wrapped in a thicker, more menacing purple lightning. As Lu Bu's aura surged, the Wolf King felt a chill run down its spine, instinctively sensing extreme danger. Run, the Wolf King's mind screamed. Although it couldn't comprehend the human's actions, its primal instincts warned it that the situation was perilous. It realized that if it took the blow heeded, it would be fatal. Howl! The Wolf King turned to flee but found its limbs moving sluggishly, as if beyond its control. In that critical moment, Lu Bu's attack descended. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the mighty halberd struck from above, like the wrath of a deity. Boom! The phantom of the halberd dissipated, and the mountain peak where the wolves had gathered was shattered, half of it obliterated. A small avalanche followed, burying the snow wolves unable to escape. Meanwhile, countless notifications of experience points gained filled the ears of Sanchi, who had been watching from afar. Experience 45,317. Experience 45,079. Experience 45,974. Experience 98,314. A white light descended upon Sanchi, and the death of nearly 100 snow wolves instantly elevated his level from 21 to 22. After leveling up, his experience bar filled halfway before stopping. Sanchi dusted himself off with satisfaction, thinking, 90,000 experience points? Looks like the Wolf King is dead. With the Wolf King gone, it's time for me to collect the loot. I hope these wild creatures don't disappoint and drop some extraordinary gear. A haunting wolf howl echoed through the mountains, signaling the end of the Wolf King's life. With their leader gone, the Snow Wolf pack fell into disarray, unable to mount an effective attack. Riding his steed, Red Hair, Lu Bu charged through the wolves, his halberd gleaming coldly as it claimed the life of each snow wolf it struck. A satisfied smile played on his lips, as if the battle had yet to satiate his thirst for combat. At the foot of the mountain, terracotta warriors controlled by Zheng were slowly tightening their encirclement. Enhanced by the power of sweeping across the 6 directions, these clay soldiers boasted attributes exceeding 3,000 points, far surpassing the snow wolves. More importantly, they felt no pain, allowing them to focus solely on the attack without concern for defense. With Lu Bu's relentless slaughter from above and the terracotta warriors' impenetrable blockade below, the mountain had become a massive slaughterhouse. Experience gained, 46,871. Experience gained, 44,913. Experience gained, 45,419. Bathed in golden light, Sanchi's level jumped directly to 23. He quickly calculated. Level 21 required 2 million experience, level 22 needed 3 million, and 100 snow wolves could provide 4.5 million experience points. With nearly 200 snow wolves present, he was likely to level up again. 3 levels in one afternoon. Sanchi couldn't help but marvel. This leveling speed is incredible. Reflecting on his tedious days of grinding dungeons in the city, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in his current situation. Clearly, dungeon grinding isn't for a genius like me. The wilderness is where I truly belong. As the battle on the mountain neared its end, with only a few stubborn snow wolves remaining, Sanchi began his loot collection task. In the game, this was a playful term for picking up dropped equipment, as most of the loot was of low quality and only fit for bulk sale. He meticulously searched through the snow wolf carcasses. Soon, he found a pair of bloodstained iron Butzskamen grade equipment with a required level of 45, which could fetch at least 1,000 credits. Next, he discovered a rare two-handed sword, usable by warriors, knights, and paladins, which could likely sell for tens of thousands of credits. Finally, he unearthed a common grade armor, not very valuable, but worth adding to his inventory nonetheless. Sanchi continued searching the mountain for equipment, skillfully checking every possible hiding spot for treasures. Thanks to the effect of the 3 bottles of primal water, he showed no signs of fatigue. However, the findings were disappointing. Most of the equipment was of ordinary grade, with only 4 rare items. As for extraordinary grade, there was none to be found. Feeling disheartened, Sanchi's gaze fell upon the body of the Wolf King at the mountain's summit. Wolf King, don't let me down, he murmured to himself, approaching it with anticipation. Reaching into the Wolf King's abdomen, Sanchi's fingers suddenly touched something hard and slender. His eyes lit up as he quickly pulled it out. A staff appeared in his hand, glowing with the distinct sheen of a hero-grade item. Sanchi's heart raced as he eagerly opened the information panel. Weapon, Snow Wolf King Staff. Quality, Hero. Suitable classes, Mage, Summoner. Required level, 30. Required attribute, Spirit, 300. Strength, 0 Agility, 0 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 150. Effect 1. Increases the user's Spirit attribute by 10. Effect 2. Enhances all summoned creatures' attributes by 20 when drawing power from ice and snow. Increased to 30 in snowy terrain. Effect 3. Increases the power of all ice magic or combat skills used by 50. Description. To surpass racial limits, the Snow Wolf King spent its life absorbing the power of ice and snow to strengthen its heart. Ultimately, it succeeded in transforming its heart into a prime crafting material. Sanchi paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. I didn't expect a hero-grade weapon that a summoner can also use. It's like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. He happily stowed the staff away, thinking to himself, although it requires level 30, with my current leveling speed, I should be able to use it in 3 days. Looking around, Sanchi noticed all the snow wolves had been defeated, and Lu Bu and Zheng were idly wandering at the mountaintop. He checked his experience bar, noticing it was just shy of leveling up, and the triple experience cards effect had worn off. So there were only about 180 snow wolves? I had such high hopes for you. Sanchi muttered, glancing at the snowy landscape around him. There aren't any other monsters nearby, so I'll have to search elsewhere. Just as he randomly chose a direction and prepared to move, he suddenly felt a weight on his body. A soft object pressed against him, accompanied by a sultry voice. Hey handsome, I've been looking all over for you. Sanchi felt his ears heat up as a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. An alluring woman in a red dress, with exaggerated curves, appeared behind him, gently biting his right ear. What should have been an intimate gesture filled Sanchi with terror, causing his hair to stand on end. Who? He exclaimed, his body tensing up, his senses on high alert. Get lost! Sanchi shouted fiercely, unleashing his life protection skill without hesitation. In an instant, a pale yellow shield spread out like ripples, repelling the woman in red. Sanchi then used his teleportation technique, his figure dissipating like smoke, reappearing at the edge of a distant cliff. The phantoms of Lu Bu and Ing Zheng were summoned back to his side, following him closely. Giggle. The woman in red's laughter echoed like silver bells atop the mountain. Why so tense, handsome? I won't bite. She hovered in midair, her feet off the ground, red dress billowing in the mountain breeze, laughing with abandon. Sanchi finally had the chance to scrutinize the woman's face. Surprise flickered across his features. Wasn't she the voluptuous beauty who had shared the bus ride with him and invited him to join her team? Her outfit was unchanged, a red low-cut robe enveloping her figure, with a plum blossom mark on her chest faintly visible, exuding an enchanting allure. How did she catch up to me? Alarm bells rang in Sanchi's mind as he ignored her mockery and began to analyze calmly. Recalling the recent events, she had appeared on his back without warning, as if out of nowhere, without any movement process. Could it be some sort of targeted teleportation skill? Sanchi pondered. But my path was completely random. Even I didn't know where I'd end up. She couldn't have known in advance. Unless she left a mark on me. The thought flashed through his mind, and Sanchi immediately raised his right hand to examine his arm. Sure enough, on the back of his elbow, there was a concealed plum blossom mark. Its location was tricky, nearly transparent and difficult to discern with the naked eye, emitting only the faintest spiritual fluctuation. Without deliberately checking, it was impossible to detect. Damn, I was careless. Sanchi cursed inwardly, immediately channeling his spiritual power to erase the mark. Meanwhile, the woman in red descended gracefully, walking lightly towards Sanchi with a teasing smile. You're so clever, handsome, to discover it so quickly. But unfortunately, it's too late. Her voice was sweet with a hint of smugness. It's interesting, I found that when I use my hand to leave a mark, it's often easily discovered. But if I touch you with my chest, you men always overlook it. Sanchi chuckled coldly, ignoring her taunt, and directly asked, So, why did you bother leaving a mark on me? I'm just a newbie fresh out of the city, without much valuable stuff. Even if you rob me, you won't gain much. Sanchi's mind raced, analyzing her intentions. From her words, he could infer that this wasn't her first time doing this. Is it some kind of survival tactic? A bandit in the wild? Targeting new adventurers just out of the city? Or is there another purpose? Suddenly, Sanchi flashed a playful smile, deliberately provoking. Or could it be, dear lady, that you're so desperate for a man that you wanted something to happen with me? If that's the case, you could just say Soy might not refuse. However, his words didn't anger her. The woman in red was not only unperturbed but smiled even more, approaching Sanchi with a mysterious, dangerous air in every step. Hey, don't be in such a rush, the woman in red said, her eyes filled with allure and her breath like orchids. If you join us, not only me, but every woman in our sect, except for the saintess, will be at your disposal. You could have a different one every day for over a year. If you insist on choosing me, I might just entertain you for a whole month. She spoke as she lowered her collar, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, her graceful figure teasingly visible, attempting to seduce him. Sanchi frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Your sect? He repeated, his tone cautious. What do you mean by your sect? Which sect are you from? He initially thought he was dealing with a random bandit, a situation he could handle. But if a cult was involved, things would get complicated. In today's world, where extraordinary powers were common, only one sect could be so active in human society, possessing significant power and numerous followers. And this sect's ways were notoriously twisted. Which sect are we from? I believe you've heard of us, the woman in red replied without directly answering. She extended her right hand, and a black mist emanated from her sleeve, filling the air with an eerie presence. This power was entirely different from the human way of professions. Soon, the black mist dissipated, revealing a peculiar wooden statue in her hand. Sanchi couldn't sense any extraordinary power from it, yet merely looking at it from a distance was unsettling. The statue was a strange idol, polished to a dark sheen. It resembled a human but had horns on its head and scales covering its limbs. The lower half of the statue was entwined with tentacles, also carved from wood, yet they seemed moist and ready to drip water. Upon seeing the statue's form, Sanchi's heart sank, and a foreboding feeling intensified. Of course, it's the demon worship cult, he thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. The demon worship cult, a unique human sect that worshipped otherworldly demons, was infamous as a cult in human history books. It was founded 80 years ago during humanity's darkest times by several human traders. Initially, the cult wasn't powerful, with its strongest member only at level 70. At that time, human traders were rampant, so the cult's founding went unnoticed. But who would have thought this overlooked cult would actually find a way to contact high-level otherworldly demons? In just 30 years, they attracted countless power-hungry individuals with genuine rewards and strength, rapidly rising to prominence. Now, they had become a terrifying cult with tens of thousands of followers. The 10th and 12th districts nearly failed to be established due to their interference. Sanchi was perplexed as to why the demon worship cult would target him. Did someone tip them off, intending to harm him? But aside from the city lord and his family, no one else knew of his whereabouts. Is it my family? As soon as this thought occurred, Sanchi dismissed it immediately. The city lord? Even less likely. With the city lord's status, if he wanted to act against Sanchi, it wouldn't require such a roundabout way. The only explanation left was that he was simply unlucky. By him, occult? Haha, I never expected to catch the attention of your esteemed group. What an honor. Sanchi forced a smile, though a flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. He glanced around, heart pounding, ready to face any potential danger. The woman in red stood elegantly in the snow, her long hair gently swaying in the cold wind. She explained leisurely. It's simple, really. You're young enough. Venturing out of the city suggests you're at least level 60. Being young implies you either have talent or come from a well-off family. Moreover, you're a summoner, a profession known for being well-funded. Her eyes glinted with greed. You are perfectly suited to offer everything to my lord. Suddenly, the woman's gaze shifted to the distance, as if receiving a signal. Her tone turned icy. All right, make your choice. Don't think of running away. Our people are already here. Sanchi followed her gaze, his heart sinking. To his left, a burly man in heavy armor was trudging through the snow, wielding a giant axe as tall as 2 men, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. On a nearby tree branch, an assassin dressed as a night stalker stood against the wind, his sharp gaze piercing Sanchi like a blade. Below the tree, a paladin with a golden hammer was praying devoutly, clutching a tome wrapped in tentacles, starkly contrasting with the holy light. Sanchi chuckled bitterly to himself. A warrior, a mage, an assassin, and a paladin who could pass as half a priest? Such a perfect setup, just to deal with a rookie like me who's barely left the city. The armored warrior impatiently interrupted Sanchi's thoughts. Kid, stop flattering yourself. We're here just to complete the leader's task. Recruiting you is just a side trip. Hurry up with your answer. We don't have time to waste here. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. Oh, by the way, here's a more desperate piece of news for you. All 4 of us are devout followers who've received our Lord's blessing multiple times. Although we're only level 65, with our gear, our main attributes exceed 2,000. The other 3 displayed smug expressions, clearly proud of having over 2,000 in full gear attributes as level 65 practitioners. However, Sanchi paused, frowning slightly. Wait a minute. 2,000. Fully equipped. Your main attributes exceed 2,000? So you say your main attributes are over 2,000, but what's the average? 2001 and 2999 are entirely different concepts. The armored warrior was momentarily speechless, seemingly not expecting such a question. He scratched his head, awkwardly counting on his fingers. On average, it's about 50 points over. So, your highest attribute is just over 2,000? Sanchi raised an eyebrow, a barely noticeable ease in his tone. The redrobed mage sighed in exasperation, slapping her forehead. Did you really just answer that? But no matter. She turned, her gaze sharp as a knife, locking eyes with Sanchi. All right, handsome, give your answer, join us, or become nourishment for the snowfields. You have 10 seconds. Before she finished speaking, a ball of roaring flames appeared in her palm, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. If Sanchi made any wrong move, she would attack immediately. Yet, at that moment, Sanchi's expression suddenly relaxed. He chuckled lightly. So it really is just over 2,000, huh? You should have said so earlier. The way they appeared was truly unexpected, with their allegiance to the demon cult and their 4-person team, nearly fooling him. The woman in red frowned in confusion, while Sanchi broke into a smile, radiating a sunny yet deadly aura. You can all go to hell. With a whoosh, a book-like piece of equipment materialized out of thin air in Sanchi's hand. Moving swiftly, he pointed a finger, and before the woman in red could react, a strange spatial distortion engulfed them both. Boom. In just the span of a breath, the space warped again. A downpour of blood rained down, the headless body of the woman in red falling from the sky, her head soaring high, eyes still wide with lingering terror. Sanchi sighed inwardly, acknowledging the terrifying effect of the 7 deadly sins, envy. It not only forced a stun on targets with higher attributes, but also initiated an unrefusable duel. Paired with Lu Bu's combat prowess, it instantly took down a major opponent. Looking at the gruesomely slain woman in red, Sanchi showed a hint of pity. Poor girl, don't blame me. I wanted to save you for last, but to be safe, you had to go first. Blame your teleportation skill. Although he disliked killing, he detested trouble even more. Since they were members of the demon cult, he needed to eliminate all 4 to prevent future threats. Red. Damn it. You dare kill Red. I'll make you pay with your life. The heavily armored warrior was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. His large axe gleamed with white light, wielding a double power attribute, and he swung it fiercely at Sanchi. However, with a metallic clang, his full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by the Tongtian halberd. Lu Bu stood firm, not retreating an inch. How is this possible? The burly man was incredulous, but the searing pain in his hands brutally reminded him of the harsh reality. Lu Bu's blood-red eyes burned with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. For 1,000 strength attribute, is that high? He was nearly driven mad. Allowing these weaklings to approach his lord while he was still present was a severe dereliction of duty. With your meager skills, you dare raise a blade against my lord? You deserve death. Lu Bu raised the Tongtian halberd high and struck down fiercely. It was pure, unadulterated power. Boom. A white shockwave exploded, snowflakes mingled with vaporized blood and flesh. The man who had just been shouting for Sanchi's life was now reduced to nothing. Not even a piece of intact flesh remained. With a clatter, a storage ring fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. The assassin perched on the tree branch and the paladin on the other side were both stunned. They were still looking for an opportunity to join the fight, but the warrior was already dead? The formidable warrior, known for his undeniable strength and balanced offense and defense, had been reduced to a mist of blood? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Where's the rookie professional that Hongi mentioned? Where's the so-called easy target summoner? The assassin asked quietly, his voice tinged with confusion. The paladin shook his head. If this is what he calls a rookie, then what does that make us? Realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, the assassin gracefully jumped down from the branch, landing beside the paladin. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Do you think if we apologize now, he'll let us go? The paladin was silent for a moment. Put yourself in his shoes. The assassin gave a bitter smile. Looks like we're done for. He jumped in place a couple of times, loosening up his muscles. If that's the case, we have no choice but to fight for our lives. The paladin looked at him in surprise. You're not running? I have a feeling I can't escape. The assassin shook his head, his gaze falling on Yingzheng, who stood beside Sanchi. That man's expression was indifferent, yet it made the assassin feel as though a sharp sword hung over his head, its edge almost grazing his skin. The paladin slowly opened his eyes, and the tome wrapped in tendrils in his hand burst into brilliant holy light. Holy light. Weapon blessing. Angelic guardian. Devotion aura. For skills were cast upon the two of them in quick succession. The assassin exhaled deeply, crouching low with his hands on the ground, his whole body like a spring stretched to its limit. The paladin gripped his golden warhammer tightly, took a deep breath, and charged towards Sanchi without hesitation. For the master, he roared, his heavy armor and fourfold enhancements leaving deep imprints in the snow with each step, producing a muffled sound. Yingzheng's attention was drawn to the paladin, but he quickly realized it was a feint. He turned his head and, sure enough, the assassin had already vanished. Not a bad plan, Yingzheng remarked calmly, then pointed into the air, but speed is useless in front of me. A ripple passed through the air, and the assassin, who had been moving at high speed, suddenly became visible in midair. To his horror, he found his body unresponsive, as if it had become 100 times slower, forcibly yanked out of his supersonic state. Damn it! What's happening? The assassin was panic-stricken. His prized speed had become sluggish. Yingzheng chuckled softly. Found you. With a lift of his finger, 2 terracotta warriors materialized around the assassin. Without any unnecessary words or explanations, the battle commenced immediately. The spears held by 2 terracotta warriors struck with the swiftness of venomous snakes, piercing through the assassin's throat and brain with a precise thrust. The assassin perished instantly, unable to utter even a cry of pain. For our lord. With his comrades, all fallen, the paladin, eyes bloodshot and seemingly oblivious, charged relentlessly at Sanchi. In that critical moment, a cold flash swept past from behind him. Lu Bu, having stealthily circled around, swung his halberd with unstoppable force, cleaving the paladin and his armor in two. Thus, the 4-member team of the demon cult lay defeated on the vast snowy plain. Sanchi stood there, slightly surprised to find himself unfazed by his first kill. There was no nausea or retching as he had expected, no scenes of dry heaving common in novels. Instead, an inexplicable thrill surged through him. Could I be a natural-born killer? He mused with a wry smile, quickly dismissing the thought. Time to collect the spoils. Sanchi rubbed his hands together eagerly, inspecting the belongings of these high-level, 65-tier professionals. He first took the storage ring from the paladin and picked up his heavy hammer. As expected, a level 60 extraordinary quality weapon. Just the quality alone was worth 500,000, and considering the level, it could easily sell for 1,000,000 credit points. The subsequent search brought even more delight. All 4 had weapons of extraordinary quality above level 60, and the redrobed female mage's cloak was of hero grade. Although the cloak's value was less than the weapons, it was still worth about 5 million credit points. Adding in other rare-grade equipment, the total value easily exceeded 10 million credit points, not counting the items inside the storage rings. A pure profit. Sanchi rejoiced inwardly, as this windfall could make him wealthy overnight. However, after encountering the demon cult followers, he had lost interest in further exploration. Better return to the city and report to the Lord, and ask for help in opening these storage rings. The residual mental imprints on the rings made them tricky to open. While a blacksmith could do it, the cost was high and required registration, which could expose his whereabouts. Asking the Lord for help was a safer option, especially since the rings might contain crucial information about the mission leader. By the way, Ingzhong, Songqi suddenly remembered something on the way back. Who did you bind the assassin to earlier? How did his speed decrease so much? I didn't see any slow creatures around. Ahem. Ingzhong coughed awkwardly, about to explain. Never mind, you don't have to say it, Songqi interrupted, having realized. But next time, it would be better to carry a chicken or a toad with you for better effect. Your advice is well taken, sir. Ingzhong nodded solemnly. The three of them gradually disappeared into the vast expanse of the snowy plain. As evening fell, Songqi stepped into the gathering place of the endless snowy plains. As night descended, the once quiet town came alive with the return of adventurers, filling the streets with shadows and the sound of chatter. He walked straight into the inn and sat down wearily. Waiter, 1 serving of rice, a plate of stir-fried beef, and a beggar's chicken. Songqi eagerly called out after flipping through the menu. Hurry up, I've been hungry all day. The waiter nodded in response and quickly headed to the kitchen. Before long, steaming dishes were laid out on the table. Although the taste was average, to a starving Songqi, it was a feast. He devoured half a beggar's chicken, 3 bowls of rice, and a plate of stir-fried beef before finally feeling revived. Full, Songqi said contentedly, letting out a satisfied burp and patting his round belly as he got up to pay. Just then, his attention was drawn to a few newly posted bounty notices on the central bulletin board in the hall. Waiter, what's this? He asked with a frown. These are private bounty tasks for the gathering place, the waiter patiently explained. They are funded by individuals and released after approval and guarantee by the gathering place's manager, Mr. Liu. While not official tasks, with Mr. Liu's guarantee, there's never been an issue of non-payment. Songqi nodded thoughtfully, examining one of the brand new bounty notices closely. It prominently displayed 4 photographs of the demon cult members he had dealt with that afternoon, along with an image of a storage ring marked with a plum blossom insignia. The task was straightforward. The team members went missing this afternoon, and an important item was lost. A reward was offered for any reliable information. Once verified, the reward would range from 100,000 to 1 million credit points, depending on the importance of the information. If someone could return the storage ring, they would also receive information on the location of a legendary treasure. The demon cult moves quickly, Songqi mused, narrowing his eyes. The 4 had only just died, and the other side had already posted a bounty. It seemed there must be some method within the cult to monitor the life and death of members. However, judging by the task description, they didn't seem to care about the 4's fate, but were particularly concerned about the storage ring. Willing to offer the location of a legendary treasure for a single storage ring? Songqi stroked his chin, deep in thought. The value of a legendary treasure could easily reach billions, just like the 7 deadly sins. Envy in his possession, which could be sold for over 10 billion credit points. Not only did they offer such tempting terms, but they also arranged for the most respected manager of the gathering place to act as an intermediary, ensuring that the transaction parties need not meet face-to-face. The considerate suggestion caught Songqi off guard. The other party had clearly realized he was aware of their identity and had even offered an enticing solution. If he wished, he could quietly hand over the ring to the settlement leader that night in exchange for detailed information about a legendary artifact. This was equivalent to earning millions of credits effortlessly, an irresistible temptation. Songqi found himself in an internal struggle, but ultimately made an unexpected decision to go upstairs and sleep. Why not take on this task? Although millions of credits was indeed a fortune, Songqi, after careful consideration, decided it wasn't worth the risk. Who could say whether the other party had set a trap, or whether the settlement leader was in cahoots with them? Songqi was confident that with his talent and effort, his future achievements would far exceed the value of a mere few million credits. However, the bounty notice did provide a piece of good news. The cult members seemed to have no idea what he looked like. Otherwise, they could have simply waited outside the settlement instead of issuing a bounty and alerting him. Songqi realized that the wisest course of action at this point was to keep a low profile, avoid drawing attention, and patiently wait for the return bus the next day. Back in his room, Songqi locked the door behind him. Still feeling uneasy, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, Lu Bu appeared in the room out of thin air. Just in case, Lu Bu, I need you to stand guard tonight, Songqi said cautiously. Lu Bu, far from complaining, perked up and solemnly promised, rest assured, my lord. I will not fail you. In the early hours, outside the endless snowfield settlement. Damn it. Who are you? Why are you attacking our team? An assassin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, half of his body shattered, frantically fled towards the settlement. Several professionals pursued closely. Stop pretending. Hand over the ring. One of the pursuers shouted harshly. Sneaking out of the settlement in the dead of night. Heading towards the city, who else could it be but you? Hand it over now, and we'll make it quick. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive fireball roared through the air, striking the assassin squarely in the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, half of his body instantly turning to charcoal, yet his escape speed remained undiminished. What ring? I have no idea, the assassin shouted as he ran. Infighting among professionals is strictly prohibited by the human race. How dare you ambush a professional? Such a heinous act. Aren't you afraid Elder Lu and the city lord will issue a bounty on you? A bounty? Elder Lu? Huh. The group behind him scoffed, clearly unfazed by the threat. Realizing words alone wouldn't deter them, the assassin gritted his teeth and continued to flee for his life, dragging his heavily injured body. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a tall figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was an elderly man with white hair, who gently extended his hand and pushed forward, softly uttering the words, "Retreat." Though his voice was not loud, the power it carried was like a thunderclap. The sound waves spread out tangibly, causing the assassins pursuing their target to stagger back several steps. The assassin's eyes lit up as he recognized the old man. As if grasping a lifeline, he stumbled forward and clung to the man's leg, sobbing, "Lu Lao? Finally, you're here." Having hovered on the edge of death for so long, the assassin finally broke down. He dropped all his defenses and wept like a child. The white-haired elder kindly patted his head and took a vial of potion from his robe. "Don't say anything. You're badly injured. Drink this potion first." The assassin bowed repeatedly, tears and snot covering his face. "Thank you, Lu Lao. Thank you." He took the potion and drank it in one gulp. This elder was none other than Lu Lao, the leader of the settlement, a high-level whisperer who had surpassed level 83 years ago. He was not only powerful, but also known for his trustworthiness and care for the younger generation. Lu Lao waited a moment for the potion to take effect, then sighed and asked, "Is that ring really not with you? Why was your team sneaking into the city at night?" The assassin looked puzzled. "Lu Lao, why are you asking about this too? I really don't know anything about a ring. We snuck out because we stole some things and were afraid of being caught. We're all thieves. We stole a lot today, but I've never seen any ring with a plum blossom design." Halfway through speaking, the assassin suddenly clamped his mouth shut, a look of horror in his eyes. He didn't understand why he was being so honest. When he looked up at Lu Lao, he saw the man had his palm open, facing his face. Lu Lao closed his eyes, speaking with a hint of regret, "Obliviate." In an instant, the assassin's eyes lost their luster, his pupils turning snow white. His body went rigid, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The three who had been repelled earlier approached, their tone dissatisfied. "Hey, why did you kill him? We hadn't even interrogated him yet." It seemed they were familiar with Lu Lao. Lu Lao explained, "I gave him a truth serum. After taking it, he couldn't lie. If he said he hadn't seen it, then he really hadn't. You were after the wrong people. Let his comrades have a swift end too. Don't take pleasure in the suffering of your own kind. Show some mercy." The leader sneered, ignoring Lu Lao's advice, and retorted, "If it's not them, then the culprit must still be in the settlement? Old man, this time is different. The chief has given a death order. We must retrieve the ring tonight, even if it means slaughtering everyone in the settlement. If you have the guts, go ahead and try." Lu Lao roared, unleashing an astonishing aura. His white hair stood on end, almost like a thunderbolt reaching the sky. As a master of secret incantations, Lu Lao focused on the cultivation of spirit and soul, and the pressure he released at this moment far exceeded that of others at his level. Countless intricate characters swirled around Lu Lao, containing profound mysteries and emanating a destructive aura. With eyes wide open and a voice like thunder, he declared, "Cult of the Devil, don't push your luck. I'm willing to cooperate with tonight's capture, but that's my limit. If anyone steps into the gathering place tonight, even if it's your leader, I will curse them without hesitation. Do you understand? Leave." With a furious shout, Lu Lao swung his hand, sending an invisible wave of force blasting outward. The three members of the Cult of the Devil were thrown hundreds of meters away, unable to resist. They barely managed to steady themselves upon landing, exchanging silent glances for a long time. "Boss, what do we do now?" one subordinate asked cautiously. "It seems we've really angered that old man named Lu. Should we sneak in tonight and take out a few of them?" Smack. The leader slapped him across the face. "If you want to die, don't drag me with you. If anyone dies, do you think he won't figure out it was us? Are you going to take the curse from me then?" Another member pondered for a moment and suggested, "Boss, why don't we gather more brothers and ambush the bus tomorrow morning? They killed the Red Squad, so they're bound to be in a hurry to get rid of the evidence. If they don't leave tonight, they'll definitely leave in the morning." Smack. The leader slapped him again. "Fool. You must be eager to serve the master early. Ambush the bus? Setting aside whether the old man would intervene, even if he doesn't, are you trying to expose our cult in the 7th district faster? And what status do you have? How many times a year do you enjoy the master's blessings? Is it worth risking your life? The two subordinates held their faces, not daring to speak further. The leader nodded in satisfaction and said solemnly, "In any case, report the situation to the leader and act according to his instructions. No matter how this turns out, it's not on us three. We just need to follow orders dutifully. This matter is too big for us to meddle in. Remember, it's not about achieving merit, but avoiding mistakes." With that, the leader, seemingly exhausted, waved his hand. "All right, let's go back and keep watch on that small path. Tomorrow morning, we'll report to the leader." The three turned silently, heading back to their original posts as the night deepened, enveloping their silhouettes. The night passed uneventfully in the settlement. At dawn, the crowing of a rooster outside woke Sanchi from his slumber. He blinked his sleepy eyes open, first thanking Lu Bu before retracting it. Sanchi got up, washed up quickly, and then went to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling back the heavy curtains. Instantly, bright sunlight poured in, warmly bathing his face. "Oh, another peaceful day," Sanchi said, hands on his hips, eyes closed, savoring the rare tranquility. He took a deep breath, letting the warmth of the sun seep through his body. After basking for a while, he opened his eyes contentedly and looked down. Just then, the first bus shuttling between the city and the settlement slowly drove in. Sanchi quickly checked his belongings, confirmed everything was in order, and went downstairs. He didn't rush to board but sat to the side, waiting patiently. Only after ensuring the first bus was safe did he leisurely get on the second one. Over an hour later, Sanchi finally returned to the 7th district. Without delay, he headed straight to the 12th floor of the city lord's mansion upon getting off the bus. Pushing open the door, he saw the city lord lounging in his chair as usual, a teacup in hand steaming gently. The city lord glanced at Sanchi and asked nonchalantly, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were going out to level up?" "It's only the second day." Sanchi said nothing more and directly took out the Cult of the Demon statue from his system backpack. The city lord's gaze fell on the statue, and his previously lazy expression became instantly serious. His brows furrowed as he recognized the statue's origin at a glance. The Cult of the Demon. The city lord sat up abruptly. "Where did you get this statue?" Sanchi pointed outside the city and answered succinctly, "At the endless snowfield settlement." For the next 10 minutes, Sanchi recounted his experiences in detail. The city lord, holding the eerie statue, fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. "The Cult of the Demon. These guys have extended their reach to the 7th district? And I haven't heard a word." The city lord paced back and forth, his brows tightly knit. "But from what you describe, it seems they haven't gained a foothold here yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be grabbing professionals off the street to join them. This suggests they're still in the early stages of development and extremely short on funds. That's good news for me." The city lord stopped pacing, his expression grave, and continued, "But the fact they've brought their master's bust here means they take the 7th district seriously, and I'm afraid things won't be peaceful under my rule from now on. Ugh, this is really troubling." Hearing this, Sanchi looked puzzled and asked, "City lord, this statue belongs to the demon clan, right? Who is it depicting? And what does a bust represent?" The city lord shook his head, his tone turning serious. "It's indeed a depiction of the demon clan, but as for who it is, that's not something you're ready to know yet. Anyone who names him will be known. Being targeted by him is not a good thing. Just mentioning the name will get you noticed?" Sanchi gasped, thinking to himself that this horned figure's power seemed exaggerated. He had only heard of such abilities in gods. Could this horned figure be a deity of the extra-dimensional demon clan? The city lord paused, then continued to explain. "The statue is a way for them to convey important orders, containing information only they can interpret. There are busts and full-body statues. A bust signifies covert operations, while a full-body statue means less caution is needed. But regardless of the type, the presence of a statue indicates a mission of utmost importance. As for this particular statue, aside from the special nature of the depicted figure, there's nothing particularly unique about it." Sanchi suddenly understood, murmuring, "I see." His gaze returned to the eerie statue, a chill creeping into his heart. Sanchi suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on the statue in his hand. The city lord's words had struck him like a bolt of lightning. The statue contained information that only they could decipher. A thought crossed his mind as Sanchi remembered Ing Zheng's remarkable, unified script skill. He eagerly reached out to the city lord. "Let me take a look at the statue." Upon receiving the statue, Sanchi immediately felt a series of minute bumps under his fingertips. These subtle protrusions were likely a form of tactile writing, similar to Braille. If so, Ing Zheng should be able to interpret them. Unable to contain his excitement, Sanchi snapped his fingers. In an instant, Ing Zheng appeared out of thin air, respectfully bowing. "Sir, what do you require of me?" "Take a look at this statue." Sanchi handed the statue to Ingzheng. Can you decipher the writing on it? Ingzheng took the statue, his fingers gently tracing over the bumps. His expression gradually grew thoughtful, eventually breaking into a knowing smile. As you requested, I have deciphered it. There are 3 lines of text on the statue. The first 2 are prayers, without much practical significance. The third line states that the gate of Obes is about to open, and the 4th key has appeared deep within the endless snowfield. The gate of Obes. A key. The city lord was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Such a name was scarcely known among humans, yet Ingzheng could reveal it, a testament to his extraordinary abilities. Sanchi was puzzled, having never heard of such a name. What is the Gate of Obes? Is it some special artifact crafted by a significant figure? The city lord answered first, his expression grave. The Gate of Obes translates to the Abyssal Gate. It's a channel to the world's negative will, and once opened, an endless army of demons will pour forth. At this point, the city lord's brow furrowed even more. But the problem is, shouldn't the cult of demon worship be devoted to outerworld demons? The demonic army from the Abyssal Gate and the outerworld demons are entirely different concepts. One is a negative entity spawned by the world's will. The other is an invader from beyond. Despite the many questions, the mention of the Abyssal Gate seemed to slightly ease the city lord's expression. He turned to Sanchi. Aside from this statue, did you find anything else on them? Sanchi nodded, waving his hand to reveal a heap of equipment between them. I brought back their equipment and storage rings. The city lord glanced at the disorganized pile of equipment dismissively. What can we learn from this junk? Give me the storage rings, I'll open them. He took the 4 storage rings from Sanchi, casually wiping away the mental imprints. With a whoosh, the contents of the rings spilled out, piling up together. The city lord carefully sifted through the items and soon picked out an old piece of parchment. The surface was as smooth as new, bearing a rudimentary map with 3 marked points. With the annotations nearby, it could barely be recognized as a map of the endless snowfield. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the hiding place of the 4th key. The city lord smiled with satisfaction, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Although we don't know what the cult of demon worship is up to, whatever the enemy wants to do, we must disrupt it. The Gate of the Abyss. Sanchi was taken aback upon hearing this, and the description of the 7 deadly sins. Envy immediately flashed through his mind. He widened his eyes slightly and asked tentatively, this sounds a lot like the description of the 7 deadly sins. Envy. I actually have a key. Are we supposed to stop the Gate of the Abyss from opening? Despite his reluctance, Sanchi understood the gravity of the situation. Faced with a threat that could endanger all of humanity, sacrificing a few small gains was a necessary choice. The city lord chuckled lightly at these words, stood up from his seat, and stretched lazily. Stop it. Why would we stop it? The Gate of the Abyss is a good thing. His tone carried a hint of amusement. Besides, the opening of the Gate of the Abyss is inevitable. Whether it takes a decade or just 3 to 4 years, it will be triggered by the world's will and open automatically. The city lord continued to explain. The more you try to prevent it, the more difficult it becomes to resolve once the Gate of the Abyss opens. But if you trigger it in advance, dealing with it becomes much easier. You can think of it as the world's will discharging its waste. His gaze fell on Sanchi. Those 7 keys are actually tickets to enter the Gate of the Abyss. An endless army of demons may sound terrifying, but in reality, as long as you are well prepared, how is it any different from an endless supply of experience points? You could even consider it a very special instance or quest. The city lord headed towards the elevator, speaking without looking back. So, keep that key of yours. It will be of great use in the future. Sanchi was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly collected his spoils from the ground and jogged to catch up with the city lord. Huh? You're going yourself, city lord? The city lord replied with a smile. It's more reassuring if I handle it personally. Besides, in 5 days, we need to head to the 3rd district for the genius competition. We can't afford to delay the progress of the only super S-class talent in our 7th district. Sanchi entered the elevator, took a moment to think, and then said, City Lord, wait for me a moment. I need to take care of the spoils and buy a skill book. Soon after, Sanchi returned to the gathering point in the endless snowfield. He sold the spoils, storage rings, and items he obtained from the 4 Cult of Demons members, totaling 24 million. Finally, he was able to purchase the Void Torrent skill book. With this life-saving skill, he felt more confident about both the upcoming mission and future monster hunts in the wild. However, this time, the City Lord did not appear beside him. According to the City Lord, the main goal of this mission was not merely to drive away the Cult of Demons members, but to uncover their purpose in searching for the Gate of the Abyss. Therefore, they needed to conduct operations on 2 fronts, one overt and one covert. The overt line was responsible for stirring the pot and drawing out the enemy leader, ideally capturing them alive to face judgment in the city. Sanchi was the perfect candidate for this role because the Cult of Demons members would never suspect that a practitioner they casually provoked could directly contact the City Lord. As for the covert line, the city lord himself would take charge. He would observe Sanchi from the shadows and watch for any suspicious individuals approaching him. Sanchi looked around, noticing that everything in the gathering point seemed normal, as if nothing had happened. But knowing the inside story, he understood that the calmer things appeared on the surface, the more vigilant he needed to be. The undercurrents had long been stirring beneath the surface. Sanchi exhaled a cloud of white mist, his gaze fixed on the tallest building in the center of the settlement, the residence of Lu Lao, the leader of the community. According to the description of the bounty task, this Lu Lao was likely connected to the cult of demon worship. Sanchi recalled the information provided by the city lord. Lu Lao, originally named Lu Renfu, was a cryptic master of at least level 80. He possessed an class talent called Iron Strokes and Silver Hooks, which increased the power of text-based skills by 30 and converted them into area attacks. This talent made Lu Renfu distinct from ordinary cryptic masters, as he excelled in combat skills. The settlement on the endless snowfield had faced multiple beast waves, including high-level magical creatures of level 80 or even 90. Yet, under Lu Renfu's protection, the settlement had never fallen. This was a testament to his formidable strength. Sanchi approached Lu Renfu's house, adjusting his expression to appear cautious. He gently knocked on the door. "Is Lu Lao home? I have a task I'd like to settle with you." A line of text suddenly appeared on the wooden door, and the peephole transformed into a human eye, scrutinizing Sanchi. Moments later, the door opened automatically, and a weary voice called from upstairs, "Come in. I'm on the second floor." Feigning hesitation, Sanchi stepped inside, and the door locked behind him as if to prevent his escape. This only deepened Sanchi's suspicions. He glanced around the room, noting its simplicity and sparse furnishings, with only a few basic appliances and incandescent lamps. The books on the shelves occasionally exuded an extraordinary aura, hinting at the owner's remarkable identity. Upstairs, Sanchi finally met Lu Renfu, a robust elder with graying hair and a small white beard. He was sitting in an armchair, lost in thought, with steam rising from the tea on the table. Seeing Sanchi, Lu Renfu snapped back to reality, smiling as he beckoned. "Are you here for the legendary treasure information? Come closer, child. Let me have a good look at you." Sanchi hesitated for a moment, but then approached the old man. Lu Renfu stood up, gently patting Sanchi's head, his voice filled with nostalgia and regret. "Such a promising child, with such strength at a young age. It's just a pity that for the sake of my child, I have to trouble you a bit. I'm sorry, but for the sake of my child, I must inconvenience you," Lu Renfu said, a gentle light in his eyes as he softly patted Sanchi's head. Yet, the air was thick with murderous intent, like an invisible blade that made Sanchi instantly alert. Sanchi's mind raced. The situation was unfolding completely differently from what he had scripted in his head. He had expected a cautious exchange of words, but Lu Renfu had abruptly dropped his facade. This sudden candor left him momentarily at a loss. "What? No, sir. This is a crime punishable by death." Sanchi suppressed his shock, trying to gather his thoughts. "You just came right out and said it? I haven't even taken out the ring, nor begun to coax anything out of you." Lu Renfu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Sanchi's reaction. Sanchi speculated inwardly, did the man never intend to let him leave alive? "Are you also a member of the demon cult?" Sanchi asked cautiously, feeling the weight of the situation. Lu Renfu smiled faintly. "It seems you know quite a bit. However, I haven't joined the demon cult. Our relationship is more of a collaboration. To be precise, it is my son who joined." This piqued Sanchi's curiosity. He recalled the information given by the city lord, which mentioned that Lu Renfu indeed had a talented son. That young man was expected to have a bright future, but after reaching level 50, he eagerly ventured into the endless snowfields, only to die mysteriously in the wilderness. "Your son?" Sanchi probed. "But rumors say your son has been." "My son is not dead," Lu Renfu interrupted, suddenly agitated, his eyes bloodshot and his voice trembling with emotion. "His body may have perished, but his soul remains. The demon cult has captured his soul. They promised me that if I help them, they can create a perfectly compatible body to bring my son back to life." Sanchi shook his head, speaking cautiously. "But Mr. Lu, even schoolchildren know that the demon cult's so-called resurrection is just a ploy to lure people into their ranks." Bang! Lu Renfu slammed his fist on the table with a loud crash. His eyes were red, veins bulging on his neck, his demeanor a mix of madness and desperation, like a gambler with nothing left to lose, betting everything on a last desperate chance. Lu Renfu's roar echoed through the room. His eyes red as hot tears silently fell. He shouted hoarsely, "What do you know? I saw my son with my own eyes." He accurately described the amusement park I took him to when he was 5, remembered the calligraphy he started at 8, and even recited the unique training methods I taught him. He cried in the hands of the demon cult, saying he didn't want to die and just wanted to hug me once more. Sanchi tried to interrupt several times, But Lu Renfu was lost in his own world, deaf to everything. Sanchi sighed, recognizing that while Lu Renfu probably knew he might be deceived, his longing for his son wouldn't let him abandon even a sliver of hope. It was like a drowning man clutching at straws, knowing they wouldn't hold but gripping them tightly nonetheless. After a long while, Lu Renfu regained some composure. He looked at Sanchi, his gaze softening from madness to one of reluctance and affection. You remind me of my son, young and promising. Your father must be proud of you. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't want to trade you. Feigning fear, Sanchi said, capturing me won't help. The ring isn't with me. I gave it to my teammate before coming. Lu Renfu shook his head and took out a vial. It doesn't matter. For the demon cult, knowing who has it is enough. Child, take my advice and drink this truth serum. I promise you a painless death in their hands. Sanchi sighed, picked up the vial, hesitated, and then asked, can you at least let me die knowing? What's hidden in the ring? What does the demon cult want? Lu Renfu looked pained, but nodded. Remember the reward for the bounty mission? The location of a legendary artifact. There's a parchment inside the ring, passed down by the demon cult Saintus, marking the hiding place and serving as the key. I don't know their exact purpose. I'm just a partner. Sanchi pondered. So the parchment is not just a map, but a key. By the way, when the demon cult members come, do you have any contact signals? Lu Renfu frowned, a bit impatient, but thinking of his son's unwillingness, he softened again. There's no signal, they'll come directly. Child, save some dignity for yourself, don't struggle. I promise you won't feel pain, that's my promise. Sanchi scratched his head. Mr. Lu, I'm actually a summoner. A summoner? That's indeed rare. So, Lu Renfu asked patiently, don't you want to see my summoned creature? Sanchi replied. Lu Renfu nodded indifferently. Want to resist? Go ahead. He was filled with unparalleled confidence. This was his stronghold, a fortress he had poured his heart and soul into creating. As a wordsmith, he had harnessed the power of words and language to turn this house into an impregnable fortress. This was his confidence in standing up to the demon cult. He believed that unless a city lord-level powerhouse arrived, he was invincible. Sanchi took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply, and a sly gleam flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, City Lord, if you don't show up, I'm really going to die. Lu Renfu was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion at Sanchi's unexpected outburst. Before he could react, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the room. Bang! A dense black mist shot through the window like an arrow, instantly shattering several rows of interwoven defensive runes. The symbols, which should have been unbreakable, crumbled like paper before the black mist, unable to offer any resistance. The black mist settled on the ground and slowly dissipated, revealing a tall figure clad in black armor. This person rose slowly, surrounded by an ever-flowing black mist, as if fused with the darkness. He removed his helmet, revealing a face that caused Lu Renfu to freeze in shock. It was none other than Fu Tianqi, the city lord of the 7th district. Lu Renfu's hand, holding a teacup, froze in midair, his pupils contracting sharply. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes, but upon a second glance, his mind exploded with confusion. What is going on? Did that child just summon the city lord? Lu Renfu muttered to himself, incredulous at the scene before him. So this is what you meant by a summoner? His mind raced, trying to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. A city lord, one of the leaders of the 13 districts, and among the most powerful of the human race, summoned by a child's mere words? How is this possible? Forcing himself to stay calm, Lu Renfu began analyzing the possibilities. Was it for a legendary treasure? No, the city lord wouldn't personally intervene for that. Was it to deal with the cult of demon worship? But they had only just arrived in the 7th district, and their actions were secretive, known to no one. Could the child have a special identity? Perhaps the offspring of a significant figure, with the city lord acting as their protector? As his thoughts raced, Lu Renfu suddenly became wary. He stood up, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, and sneered, ridiculous. Do you think getting someone to impersonate the city lord can scare me off? How naive. Before he finished speaking, Lu Renfu spread his hands, fingers pointing upward. In an instant, his extraordinary power surged, activating numerous restrictions. Countless black symbols flowed from every corner of the room, weaving into a net in the air. With a rumbling sound, the entire room seemed to tremble, and a terrifying pressure swept over. Lu Renfu rose into the air, surrounded by complex symbols, making him appear godlike. At that moment, he seemed to break through the limits of level 80, hinting at a strength rivaling those above level 90. However, in the next instant, everything shattered like an illusion. Foolishness, the city lord snorted, stomping his right foot down forcefully. Thud! An invisible wave instantly spread out. Crash! Like a storm sweeping through, the sea of symbols within the room was wiped away, and Lu Renfu's meticulously arranged formation crumbled effortlessly before the city lord. Several sealed windows shattered instantly, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Bookshelves, tables, and chairs seemed to be seized by an invisible hand and were flung outside through the broken openings. The cramped room suddenly became spacious and bright as sunlight poured in. At that moment, a small wisp of black mist, no larger than a finger, flew out from within the Lord's armor and went straight into Lu Renfu's mouth. Lu Renfu felt a tickle in his throat and immediately sensed that his once smooth, extraordinary powers were now clogged and sluggish. He could no longer maintain his levitating state and fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The Lord looked down at Lu Renfu with disappointment in his voice. So, can you now confirm that I am indeed the Lord? He shook his head. Lu Renfu, aren't you known for not tolerating any deceit? Back when you were younger, you were among those who fought fiercely against the Outer Realm demons. Who would have thought you'd fall so low as to collude with the cult of demon worship for such a ridiculous reason? A hint of regret flashed in the Lord's eyes. Facing this elder who had guarded the human race's stronghold for decades, he had initially intended to be lenient. However, given the involvement of the human race's greatest traitor group, the cult of demon worship had no choice but to handle the matter justly. Deprived of his extraordinary powers, Lu Renfu instantly aged 10 years. After a few violent coughs, he barely managed to lift his head and said with a bitter smile, "Cough, cough. So it really is you, Lord. The cult of demon worship's leader probably never dreamed you'd detect the anomaly here so quickly." He turned with difficulty to look at Sanchi, standing to the side. "But I still don't understand. Who exactly is this young man to be able to command you?" The Lord didn't answer. Instead, he took a truth serum from Sanchi and handed it to Lu Renfu. "Here, drink this. As you would say, retain some dignity for yourself." Lu Renfu hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on the serum. Then he laughed aloud, grabbed the serum, and drank it all in one go. The Lord silently watched him and began the interrogation. Name? Lu Renfu. Race? Human. Why collaborate with the cult of demon worship? Because I was too foolish. I believed they could save my child. And now? Do you still believe that? No, I don't. Lu Renfu replied with a bitter smile, realizing the undeniable truth in the face of the Lord's overwhelming power. What is the cult of demon worship's purpose here? To establish a branch in the 7th district and to find a legendary artifact. However, I don't know the artifact's specific effects or appearance. The Lord nodded, confirming it matched the information he had previously shared with Sanchi. What about their personnel and the location of their base? I only interacted with one leader and 24 high-ranking cultists, but 4 of them are already dead. As for their base, I only know they have a stronghold 10 kilometers to the east. Whether it's their main base, I'm not sure. The leader's name and abilities? I don't know the name, but their abilities seem related to fire. After about 10 minutes, the Lord finally concluded the questioning. He stood up and asked one last time. Is there anything else you want to confess? Tears glistened in Lu Renfu's eyes, filled with endless regret and guilt. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Renfu stood before the city lord, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with deep regret. I've lived my life with a clear conscience, loyal to the human race. Since childhood, I've taught my son that traitors to humanity are the most disgraceful. Who would have thought that in my old age, I would be blinded by foolishness? His voice choked, his face a canvas of pain and self-reproach. After a moment of silence, Lu Renfu looked up at the city lord, his eyes pleading. If possible, I wish my cause of death could be recorded as something other than betrayal, so I could face my son with some dignity in the afterlife. The city lord was silent for a long time, then finally shook his head, his tone regretful yet firm. I'm sorry, betrayal is betrayal. But I promise you, your achievements will be truthfully documented. Hearing this, Lu Renfu chuckled softly, a hint of relief in his eyes. Thank you, city lord. It's just part of the duty. Suddenly, Lu Renfu's gaze shifted to Sanchi, a gentle light in his eyes. He gestured for him to come closer, his voice warm. Child, could you come here for a moment? Sanchi hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward. Lu Renfu studied Sanchi's face intently, murmuring, so alike, truly alike. His eyes were filled with affection, as if looking at his own kin. Lu Renfu hesitated briefly, then decisively removed the storage ring from his hand and placed it in Sanchi's hand. He explained, inside there's a card with over 1 billion credits. The password is the initials of my name. I know money might not mean much to someone like you, but there's also my life savings, which I hope will be of help to you. Sanchi stood there, bewildered as to why Lu Renfu was giving him these things. However, Lu Renfu offered no further explanation, simply closing his eyes, as if ready to meet his fate. The city lord stepped forward, his fingertips emanating a black mist. He gently touched Lu Renfu's forehead, and in an instant, Lu Renfu's body went limp. And so, the man who had protected the human settlement for over a decade, repelling numerous beast hordes and participating in several wars against the outerworld demon tribes, a high-ranking secret language master of the human race, left this world forever. Sanchi took the ring, feeling a slight sweat in his palm. He examined it carefully and noticed that the mental imprint on the storage ring had been erased. When he peeked inside the ring, he gasped in surprise. Instead of the usual gear and weapons, it was filled with an array of items and talismans, each exuding the unique aura of a high-level enchanter. Sanchi's heart suddenly raced. Even the most ordinary item among these could fetch hundreds of thousands of credits on the market. Some were even worth millions, rare treasures with no market price. He roughly estimated the total value of these items to exceed 1 billion credits. Is this inheriting Lu Lao's legacy? Sanchi murmured to himself, his breath quickening. Although his sensitivity to money had decreased since becoming a professional, such a massive fortune still thrilled him. 1 billion credits could arm him to the teeth and even allow him to consider acquiring a set of legendary equipment. However, confusion quickly replaced his excitement. Hadn't the other party just threatened to kill him? Why the sudden change of heart, gifting such a generous legacy? What puzzled him more was why he was chosen. Didn't Lu Lao have any other heirs? 20 years had passed. Even if his son left no descendants, there should be other close ones, right? The city lord gave Sanchi a deep look and sighed. He was an enchanter and once a warrior against the external demon tribes that were left him with permanent serious injuries. Sanchi suddenly understood and couldn't help but feel a deep respect. The two of them tacitly tidied up the room, restoring it to its pre-battle state. Lu Renfu mentioned he had informed the cult of demon worship, and they had replied, but it was unclear who they would send. Half an hour later, a knock on the door awakened the two, who were resting with their eyes closed. The members of the cult of demon worship had arrived. The city lord got up to open the door and found 3 people who didn't seem to be of any importance. He felt a bit disappointed, as such small fry usually knew very little. However, the interrogation had to proceed. The city lord's armor emitted black mist, seeping through the door crack. Before the 3 cultists could react, their extraordinary powers were abruptly cut off. An irresistible force pulled them inside, making them fall backward with a thud. The process was as swift as lightning, leaving no room for resistance. The city lord manipulated the black mist to suspend the 3 and forcibly opened their mouths and throats. The 3 felt a cold tube insert into their stomachs, followed by a chilly liquid pouring in. These were the last 3 bottles of truth serum from Lu Renfu's storage ring. To deal with these cultists, the city lord couldn't be bothered to feed them one by one, opting instead to use the mist to form tubes and directly administer the serum into their bellies. The black mist dispersed, seeping into the bodies of the 3 cultists. The lord's voice was as chilling as ice. Now, you have only 3 seconds to answer each question. First question, besides yourselves, are there any other companions acting as hidden sentinels? The first cultist, still dazed from the potion's effects, looked bewildered. Huh? Wait, I'm not. Time's up, wrong answer. The lord unhesitatingly delivered a punch. Bang! The fist instantly pierced through the first cultist's chest, splattering blood and shattered organs across the wall. Strangely, a cloud of black mist immediately covered his damaged chest, barely keeping him alive. This was precisely the information Sanchi learned yesterday. A cult had special means to perceive the death of their members, so the lord deliberately spared his life. The man gasped painfully, the sound alone sending shivers down one's spine. The expressions of the remaining 2 shifted from calm to sheer terror. The lord turned to the second man. Before he could count down 3, 2, the man screamed in panic. No, no, no. Just the 3 of us. No one else followed. And there are no others patrolling around. Good. The lord relaxed slightly, continuing. Now, tell me your personnel deployment and action plan for coming to the 7th district. Remember, your companion will also be questioned, and the truth serum ensures every word you say is true. After a moment of thought, the second man began. We are members of the 4th group of the cult, led by priestess Xian. The group originally had 24 members, 12 of whom are above level 60, though 4 died yesterday. The other 12 are intermediate-level professionals at level 40. He continued in detail. We have 2 tasks: to search for legendary artifacts and establish a subcult in the 7th district. But after the Red Squad was killed yesterday, the leader abandoned the plan for the subcult. The cooperation with Lu Renfu was just to search for the parchment and to cover our tracks. She has already sent 17 people to the depths of the snowfield, including 5 experts above level 70 and 12 intermediate professionals, along with an artifact capable of corroding seals, though it might damage the sealed object. The leader remains at the base, and the 3 of us are responsible for liaising with Lu Renfu. The lord turned to the last man. Did he leave anything out or mislead us? No, absolutely not. We've told you everything we know. The third man shook his head vigorously. The lord frowned slightly. Xian? She's actually here? This is troublesome. Is she strong? Sanchi asked curiously. No. The lord shook his head. She's not strong, but she holds a high position in the cult. She's the second person, aside from the saintess, with prophetic abilities. A prophecy talent. Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Doesn't that mean she can foresee our every move? The city lord shook his head, a frown etched on his face, a hint of irritation in his expression. It's not that powerful. Her talent only allows her to vaguely predict the outcome of events. And the cost of this ability is extremely high even with the blessing of the demon worship cult's leader. Using it once a day is her limit due to her aptitude. The city lord's tone grew more serious. While prophetic talents are potent, they come with many restrictions. If overused, they could cause permanent damage to the soul. Sanchi picked up on the subtle change in the city lord's tone. City lord, it seems you know her well. How could I not know a traitor from the 7th district? The city lord replied through gritted teeth. 30 years ago, she was an emerging super-class talent in the 7th district, a key cultivation target just like you. But in just 2 years, she betrayed humanity and joined the demon worship cult. Song-Chi's interest was piqued. Why did she betray? Was she persecuted or oppressed? Oppressed, the city lord sneered. Are you joking? As soon as she appeared, her prophetic talent caught the attention of all humanity. Not just the 7th district, but across all of humanity. There were fewer than 5 people who dared to oppress her. The truth behind her betrayal is simple: she's a cowardly, self-serving rat. She foresaw humanity's bleak future and chose to betray us. That's all. Song-Chi awkwardly scratched his head, surprised by the unexpected answer. Behind him, 2 members of the demon worship cult pondered the revelation, finally understanding why their leader's attitude had suddenly shifted the day before abandoning their branch plans and turning from conservative to radical, sending treasures deep into the snowy plains overnight. Suddenly, they were struck by a realization. Wait. They exchanged glances. If the leader foresaw danger in contacting Lu Renfu, then by staying here, aren't the 3 of us just being sacrificed? The 2 finally realized, their eyes widening in shock. It made sense why their usually cautious leader hadn't provided any backup plans or warnings. It was because from the very beginning, they were intended as sacrificial pawns to buy time. Big brother, what should we do now? The person on the left looked tearfully at the one in the middle. The person in the middle sighed in despair. I've tried my best to steer you away from danger. But who could have guessed we were abandoned from the start? Perhaps this is the fate of small players. No matter how cautious and careful we are, the whims of powerful figures inevitably lead us to a predetermined fate. This sentence lingered in the air, as if declaring the destiny of the 3 men. The person on the left heard this and immediately showed a look of anxiety. He said urgently, Big brother, maybe we can surrender? I remember when I was a child, our teacher taught us that even if we rebel, as long as we sincerely repent, the human race will still accept us. The textbooks even gave examples of people who defected and returned, and they were properly settled. The man in the middle slowly closed his eyes, a sense of resignation in his expression. He said in a deep voice, Third brother, don't be naive. How do you prove you're sincere in your repentance? Where's your sincerity? Sincere repentance isn't about how sincere you are, but about how much value you have. And we are just pawns who don't even have the right to repent. These words were like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing the last hope of the man on the left. He finally fell silent, lowering his head without saying another word. The city lord approached the 2 with a composed stride, clapping his hands lightly. There was a hint of approval in his voice. Well said, your self-awareness is very clear. So goodbye. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers. The 3 men's heads exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. They died without any pain, without even having time to show a terrified expression. Seeing this, Song-Chi immediately stepped forward. With experience from last time, he skillfully collected 3 storage rings, 3 weapons, and a few pieces of equipment. His movements were so practiced that the city lord's face began to twitch slightly. The city lord even began to wonder what exactly Song-Chi had been doing in the wild, surely not just killing and looting. Song-Chi, however, was oblivious to the city lord's strange expression. Cheerfully, he finished collecting the items and stood up to ask, City lord, what do we do next? Should we go deeper into the snowy plains, or head to the temporary base to catch that group leader? He continued to explain, according to the route on the parchment, the hidden dungeon is located to the west of the gathering place. But the cult's base is to the east. The directions are completely opposite. If we travel together, once we choose one location, we might have to give up on the other. Song-Chi further analyzed. I think we should go west to stop them from getting the abyss key. After all, the opposing leader's talent is prophecy-based, and there's a high chance they've already fled. Even if we chase them, we might not gain anything. Comparatively, the dungeon seems more likely to succeed. However, the city lord shook his head, interrupting Song-Chi's reasoning. No, I don't want to give up on either. I want to personally deal with Xian, the human traitor, and I also want to seize the abyss key from the cult. He smiled slightly, patting Song-Chi on the shoulder. Here's the plan. I'll go after Xian, the human traitor. As for the 5 level 70 professionals in the dungeon, you take care of them. Song-Chi was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself, stammering. Who? Me. If I'm not mistaken, the storage ring Lu Renfu gave you should have quite a few tools and talismans, right? The city lord squinted and said, An advanced Enigma master dedicated his whole life to these achievements that are now in your hands. Even if you have no tactical skills and just throw everything out at once, with the power of these items, you could catch even a level 90 professional off guard, let alone a level 71. As he spoke, the city lord took out a skill book glowing with golden light from his robe and handed it to Sanchi. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Consider this skill book as compensation for your losses. Sanchi took the skill book, and information immediately appeared before his eyes. Skill book, Chiman Duanjia Heavenly Surge. Quality, Legendary. Restricted professions, Summoner, Priest, Mage. Effect, the user can unleash a powerful shockwave by consuming mental power, with its strength proportional to their mental attributes. It causes low damage but has a strong knockback effect. Cooldown none. Level cap, cannot be upgraded. A legendary skill book? Just for a shockwave. Song Chi frowned, feeling the effect didn't match its legendary quality. Clearly, this was more of a defensive skill, mainly used to create distance. Although it had an offensive nature, the effect was indeed underwhelming. It would be acceptable as a superlative level, but as a legendary level, it seemed to fall short. However, when he saw cooldown, none, his pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap, this is a god-tier skill. Song Chi's attitude made a 180-degree turn. The lack of a cooldown restriction instantly transformed this ordinary defensive skill into an extraordinary control skill. It's important to note that control skills are not limited to stunning and immobilizing. Knockback is also a highly effective control method. As long as the mental power consumption isn't too excessive, even if the single-use effect is somewhat lacking, this insane zero cooldown can allow it to dominate peers. This is something I prepared especially for you to participate in the Genius Tournament. The City Lord smiled. Its effect is almost on par with epic-level skills. How about it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Song Chi nodded repeatedly, feeling a warm flow in his heart. A legendary skill exclusive to summoners, like Soul Link, is priced between 80 million to 100 million credit points. And this top-tier legendary skill, available to 3 popular professions, is so overpowered that it wouldn't be achievable for less than 5 or 6 billion. If it were put up for public auction among the entire human race, the price could easily double. And the City Lord just gave it to him so easily? It's worth noting that even for an Enigma master above level 80 like Lu Renfu, his lifetime savings were only about 10 billion. This skill book, comparable to epic quality, was worth almost as much as his entire fortune. Song Chi glanced at the tools in the storage ring, then at the skill panel with Void Torrent and 2 great spirits, gritting his teeth. Don't worry, City Lord, I will definitely get the Abyss Key. Great. With your word, I'm at ease. The City Lord laughed heartily. Before his voice faded, he had already disappeared into the black mist. Not a hint of hesitation. Song Chi scratched his head and sighed. 5 level 70 professionals, I wonder how strong they are. Although I've agreed, I'm still a bit unsure. But why does the City Lord trust me so much? It was then he realized that the City Lord didn't seem to worry about the safety of someone with an SS grade talent like him. Letting him out of the city to level up was one thing, but now allowing him to challenge high-level professionals 50 levels above his own? If he wasn't concerned, why give him both the source water and a top-tier legendary skill book? If he was concerned, why let him take such a risk? Was there a backup plan, or was it truly just letting him loose? Song Chi pondered for a while and roughly understood the City Lord's intention. It was likely to temper his will, so he wouldn't be paralyzed with fear when faced with life-and-death crises in the future. Never mind, let's get to work. Song Chi pulled out the parchment to confirm the location, then disappeared from the room. With a thud, he landed on the snowy ground 2 kilometers away. Due to the 10-minute cooldown of directional teleportation, he immediately summoned Ing Zheng and had him conjure a terracotta warrior horse. Although Lu Bu was faster, riding on Lu Bu felt awkward, so he opted for Ing Zheng's mount instead. Deep within the endless snowy plains, the biting cold wind howled relentlessly. The ground was covered in a pristine white layer of snow, resembling a frozen world. Song Chi stepped into this frigid land, and despite his extraordinary physique as a professional, he couldn't help but shiver. As he ventured further, not only did the level of monsters increase, but the environmental temperature plummeted. However, Song Chi's eyes were fixed on a target several hundred meters away, the faint figures of the cult of demon worshippers. He decisively summoned Lu Bu, dismounted, and quickly cast a live shield on himself. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, Song Chi calculated potential hidden sentries or ambushes set by the enemy. Facing 5 high-level professionals above level 70, he couldn't afford to be careless. The higher a professional's level, the more challenging it became to advance, with the power gap between each level widening. Ascending from level 65 to 70 typically required 4 to 6 years of arduous training. Although the elite of the cult of demon worshippers lacked access to primordial water and various demonic elixirs, they benefited from their master's blessings and received different gifts each year. This time was enough for them to far surpass level 65 professionals in basic attributes. The improvement in equipment level further compounded the challenge. Most level 65 professionals donned rare-grade equipment, with the highest quality being extraordinary grade, while hero-grade gear was exceedingly rare. In contrast, level 70 professionals could easily assemble a set of extraordinary grade equipment and even possess 1 or 2 hero-grade items. Moreover, professionals who reached level 70 generally had outstanding talents, with a level and S-level talents being common among them. Sanchi, along with Ying Zheng and Lu Bu, cautiously circled around, finally choosing a small hill as a vantage point. He lay in the snow, meticulously counting the enemy's numbers. 1, 2, 3, totaling 17, matching the intelligence reports. This group was undoubtedly the cult of demon worshippers. The cultists gathered at the base of a steep cliff. Suspended in the air was a peculiar bottle-like object, continuously dripping purple liquid. Each drop briefly formed a semi-transparent hole upon hitting the ground, then vanished. However, as the dripping continued, the hole's disappearance slowed. Sanchi realized that this bottle was a treasure used by the cult to erode the seal. It seems I arrived just in time, Sanchi thought with relief. Is the entrance to the hidden dungeon below the cliff? He carefully observed the enemy's deployment. 12 mid-level professionals around level 40 surrounded the dungeon entrance, appearing quite ordinary. Meanwhile, 5 high-level professionals at level 70 patrolled the perimeter, maintaining a tight formation to ensure any danger would be immediately detected by the others. Among these 5 were 4 men and 1 woman, each wielding weapons clearly indicating their professions: warrior, shield warrior, paladin, priest, and ranger. 3 strong frontliners, a long-range attacker, and a healer. The priest and ranger were heavily protected in the center, making a breakthrough challenging. Narrowing his eyes, Sanchi began strategizing on how to break this formation. This battle promised to be difficult and perilous. The 7 Deadly Sins team was forced to pull a backline member, and Sanchi was deep in thought. Whether it was a cleric or a ranger, either would pose significant trouble for him. A backline that could continuously harass or heal would drastically reduce his chances of winning 1 against 4. I must find a way to deal with both backliners simultaneously, Sanchi thought as he opened the storage ring left to him by Lu Renfu to assess his supplies. There were plenty of offensive and defensive items to handle the 3 frontliners, and he could easily outlast them using the items. He quickly took out several talismans and adeptly attached them to himself: a concealment spell, a speed spell, a shield spell, and an earth dive spell, all in one smooth motion. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp of the demon worship cult at the base of the cliff, a burly shield warrior was patrolling out of sheer boredom. He was bare-chested, holding a shield as tall as 2 people, showing no discomfort even in the cold depths of the snowy plains, a testament to his impressive physical attributes. Runin, how much longer before the seal is broken? The shield warrior yawned, turning to ask the short-haired female cleric beside him. I've been guarding this since last night, and it's getting really dull. The female cleric stared expressionlessly at the cave entrance. The seal is already quite unstable. It could break in at most half an hour, or as little as 10 minutes. Of course, it might also fail and explode along with the dungeon. Hey, don't say such ominous things. The shield warrior's words were cut off by the ranger. Someone's coming. The ranger pointed into the distance. The 5 of them immediately went on alert, all eyes on the indicated direction. In the snow, 2 tall figures approached slowly, one wielding a long halberd and clad in ancient armor, the other draped in a black dragon robe and wearing a crown. Ancient people? Looks like summoned spirits of some summoner, the ranger said, drawing his bowstring taut. Instead of avoiding us, they sent their summons straight at us. This can't be good. The shield warrior raised his massive shield, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, and shouted, "Friends ahead, the demon worship cult is conducting business. If you don't want to die, clear the way." However, the 2 figures didn't stop. Instead, they laughed mockingly. Demon worship cult? The one formed by traitors of the human race? Traitors who would betray their own kind, and you dare demand we step aside? At these words, the faces of the 5 cult members darkened instantly. In their view, they were not traitors, but had chosen a more rational path to salvation. Facing the overwhelming power of the outer realm demons, their leader promised mercy to those who surrendered and even offered a paradise for the human race. Why resist to the bitter end and incur more casualties? The word traitor was like a searing brand to them. With tensions high, battle was imminent. The shield warrior was enveloped in an earthy yellow aura, his massive frame swelling instantly. His presence was like a formidable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, the paladin and priest worked in perfect harmony, casting spells in quick succession. Rings of holy light descended from the sky, weaving a net of protection and bestowing layers of buffs upon their allies. Charge! The shield warrior roared, launching himself forward like a blurred missile. Despite his seemingly cumbersome build, he moved with astonishing speed, shattering the sound barrier like glass and leaving a trail of expanding mist. The synergy of his terrifying momentum and velocity made his attack overwhelmingly powerful. Bring it on. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Lu Bu's eyes. Unleash Wumo. Instantly, his steed, Red Hair, appeared beneath him, his eyes burning a fiery red. Seeing this, Zheng retreated 2 steps, activating his skills, all under heaven, and sweeping across the 6 directions. Lu Bu's aura surged once more, his strength skyrocketing to a formidable level under the 800 attribute boost from Wumo, and sweeping across the 6 directions. Prepare to die, coward. Instead of retreating from the oncoming onslaught, Lu Bu charged forward. His sky piercer collided with the massive shield in a flash of sparks. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens. Everyone present instinctively covered their ears. The terrifying shockwave rippled outward, causing the surrounding snowy mountains to collapse in a series of chain avalanches. Lu Bu and Red Hair were blasted backward by the force, but quickly regained their footing. The shield warrior gasped, retreating several steps. His legendary shield, which he prided himself on, trembled like a flimsy sheet of metal, his hands nearly torn open, blood trickling down his palms. Where did this monster of a summoned spirit come from? The shield warrior thought in shock. A summoner capable of conjuring a spirit of this caliber must be at least level 80. How is there a level 80 summoner in the 7th district? Why were we not informed? What shocked him even more was that his strongest attack, bolstered by his team's buffs, had only pushed the opponent back a few meters, while he himself was also forced back. Without his teammates' support, he might have been overwhelmed. When did such a powerful summoned spirit appear in the 7th district? Runin, the shield warrior called out loudly as a green light enveloped him. His wounds began to heal rapidly, and he exhaled in relief, feeling grateful. With a healer on the team, they were sure to win in a battle of attrition. The warrior and paladin hurried to his side. Are you all right? They asked with concern. My hand's a bit hurt, the shield warrior replied briefly, raising his shield warily. He's strong, be careful. The 3 of them instinctively formed a battle formation, ready to face the formidable opponent together. Opposite them, Lu Bu had regained his composure. He sat high on his horse, looking down at the trio without a hint of panic. His horse, Red Hair, snorted, its blood-red coat gleaming, eyes showing a disdain almost human-like. Man and horse exuded an aura of arrogance, as if to say, just 3 against 1. What's there to fear? Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, too fast to track, aimed directly at Lu Bu's face. However, a terracotta warrior holding a shield materialized in the arrow's path in an instant. With a crash, both the terracotta warrior and the arrow shattered, leaving the arrow strike unsuccessful. The ranger frowned, looking into the distance, spotting the summoner's spirit in a black dragon robe staring back at him. It was clear that his every move had been anticipated and blocked. The ability to summon a barrier to intercept his swift arrow mid-flight indicated these opponents were not to be underestimated. The battlefield fell into a brief silence, both sides motionless. A single drop of melting snow fell, as if signaling something. Charge. Attack. As if on cue, both sides clashed at once. Lu Bu charged on Red Hair, meeting the 3 heathen. The deafening clash of metal echoed across the snowy plain like a symphony of war. The 4 were locked in fierce combat, waves of energy swirling around them. Seizing the moment, the ranger leapt into the air, lightly pulling his bowstring to release a rain of arrows. Among them were a few holy light projectiles from the priest. Zheng calmly raised his hand. Though he could summon only 4 terracotta warriors at a time, it seemed as if he had an entire army at his command. Each warrior intercepted an arrow, exploding upon contact, continuously replaced by another, forming an unbreaking line of defense. With the power of sweeping the 6 directions boosting him, Zheng's mental strength soared above 6,000, effortlessly handling the terracotta warrior's consumption. Not a single arrow from the rain reached the battlefield ahead, all stopped by the terracotta warriors at the perimeter. This time, neither side intended to stop. They kept attacking relentlessly. Zheng and the ranger were locked in a tactical duel, while Lu Bu and the 3 fought with wild abandon, their shouts hoarse yet unyielding. However, no one noticed a small mound in the snow quietly shifting towards the temporary camp of the cult of the demon. It had positioned itself right behind the priest and the ranger. Crash! A pair of sharp eyes peered out from beneath the snow. It was Sanchi, who had used a tool to burrow under the snow and sneak around in a large circle. Carefully, he poked his head out, trying to get his bearings, only to find the area dimly lit. The short-haired priestess who had been right in front of him moments ago was nowhere to be seen, arousing his suspicion. Cautiously, Sanchi turned his head to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, a pair of sleek, black-stockinged legs caught his eye. He froze for a moment, then looked up, locking eyes with the short-haired priestess. An awkward tension filled the air. Well, Sanchi stammered. If I said I'm not a pervert, just here to kill you, would you believe me? Before he finished speaking, a sharp, high-pitched scream echoed throughout the camp. Several beams of golden light enveloped the priestess, who, in a panic, quickly cast various defensive spells on herself and dashed toward the ranger. Alas, it was too late. A Fontian halberd suddenly appeared in Sanchi's hand, his pupils glowing red like the distant Lu Bu. With the skill Soul Link LV2910 activated, he transformed from a summoner into a fearsome berserker. Despite his lack of combat experience, the fate of the fragile priestess was sealed in close quarters. Sanchi leaped into the air, a faint demonic silhouette appearing behind him. To ensure a lethal strike, he unleashed his most powerful sacrificial blow without hesitation. With a shhh sound, a red arc slashed through the sky. The priestess's defenses crumbled like paper, and her body was torn apart by the devastating attack. Just as the priestess fell, an arrow whistled through the air. Bang, 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 7 times in succession. The script on Sanchi's body was shattered layer by layer. Fortunately, the last layer of the spell finally exhausted the arrow's power. TSK, this is bad. Sanchi inwardly cursed. Seeing his comrade fall, the ranger remained unusually calm. He cast a cold glance, fired another arrow at Sanchi, and then, with a flash of green light beneath his feet, disappeared from the camp. Sanchi effortlessly cleaved the arrow with his halberd, calmly spreading his palm. The 7 deadly sins appeared in his hand. Holding the book in one hand and pointing at the distant ranger with the other, he shouted, "Get in here." Whoosh. After a strange spatial ripple, the ranger, Sanchi, Zheng, and Lu Bu all vanished from their spots. The 3 who had been battling Lu Bu were left grasping at air, bewildered. The shield warrior was the first to react, exclaiming, "How did they suddenly disappear? Did that summoner escape? Wait. No. Renan and Zhang Wei are in danger." He hastily turned back, only to find the camp soaked in blood and the priestess brutally slain. The burly man with a giant shield roared in fury and charged into the camp. With just one look, his eyes reddened. The priestess' death was too gruesome to bear. Her entire lower half was missing, leaving only shattered remnants, and the snow was stained a glaring red. His lips trembled, and his hands shook as he cradled what remained of the priestess in his arms. "Renan," he howled to the sky, overwhelmed with grief. "Damn summoner. I'll make you pay with your life." Bang! The shield warrior smashed the ground with his fist, quickly burying the female priest's body with practiced skill, leaving no trace behind. As he stood up, he decisively pulled out a vial of blood-red potion. "Don't. No," the warrior and paladin shouted in horror. "You can't drink the ember potion. It might not kill the enemy, but it'll definitely kill you." They reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Without hesitation, the shield warrior uncorked the vial and drank it in one gulp. The potion took effect almost instantly. His body began to emit heat, and his skin turned a deep red, like a boiled shrimp. Thud! A deep, drum-like heartbeat echoed from within him. With each beat, his muscles convulsed, and his entire body swelled slightly. In just half a minute, his already massive frame expanded to the size of a small giant. "I sensed spatial fluctuations earlier," the shield warrior analyzed gravely. The summoner didn't use a teleportation skill, but a spatial one. Since Zhang Wei was pulled in too, it wasn't an escape skill. Skills that pull enemies into another space usually reappear where they disappeared. "We'll wait for him here." He bent down to pick up his shield, which once covered him from head to toe but now barely shielded his waist. The warrior and paladin exchanged a resigned glance and stood silently beside him. Minutes later, the space twisted again. With a pop, the headless corpse of the ranger and Sanchi appeared. Sanchi, having used a soul link skill and entered a reckless state, overwhelmed the ranger with his 5,000-point attributes, delaying his use of the 7 deadly sins to stun the opponent. As soon as Sanchi reappeared, he was met by a fierce wind. He turned sharply to see a massive shield inches away. Behind it was the shield warrior's face, twisted with rage. "Die!" the shield warrior roared. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless barrage of blows sounded like popping corn. Layers of spell wards around Sanchi appeared and shattered one by one. Bang! The final defensive spell broke, and Sanchi was sent flying by an overwhelming force. His body shot backward like a cannonball, exceeding the speed of sound, crashing into a distant snow mountain. The avalanche didn't even have time to occur before the small mountain split in half. "My lord! You dare, scoundrel!" Lu Bu charged with fury, his eyes wide with rage at seeing his lord struck down. His battle spirit and anger erupted like a volcano. "Prepare to die." Behind Lu Bu, the shadow of a demon god solidified. Boom! The giant shield clashed fiercely with the halberd. A terrifying shockwave spread out from the two, causing the ground to collapse into a massive crater. The snow for kilometers around was swept away by the force. In the face of such a terrifying collision of power, the warrior, paladin, and even Zheng could barely maintain their footing, unable to do anything more. The power behind this strike was unimaginable, yet the shield warrior managed to block it. Although his face was flushed and his breathing was heavy, his shield remained steadfast, successfully withstanding Lu Bu's earth-shattering blow. Ying Zheng's eye sharpened as he turned to look behind him. He saw Sanchi lying on the ground, evidently ambushed. His brow furrowed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since someone dared to attack his teacher, there was no need for further words. He drew his sword, its blade gleaming coldly. With a slight lift of his finger, a rustling sound suddenly filled the air. Whoosh! 4 terracotta warriors materialized out of thin air, majestic and imposing. Ying Zheng personally led them into battle against the warrior and the paladin. In an instant, the battlefield was once again engulfed in smoke and the clashing sounds of metal were incessant. In the distance, amidst the shattered debris of a snowy mountain, Sanchi lay in ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His chest burned with pain, as if his internal organs were pounded by a heavy hammer, sending waves of agony piercing through his mind. He struggled to breathe, each inhalation tugging at his broken ribs, bringing new waves of pain. Damn, I plastered 50 defensive spells on myself, and still couldn't block it. Sanchi thought in shock. These were defensive spells crafted by an 80th level spellmaster, 50 of them, and they were all shattered by a single shield strike. He was relieved that he still maintained his soul link and the state of recklessness. His 5,000 constitution points barely allowed him to withstand this lethal attack. Spell. Healing. Sanchi painstakingly opened his storage ring, his trembling fingers retrieving several healing spells, which he carefully placed on himself. As the spells took effect, he felt a warm energy flowing through his body, alleviating the severe pain. After a while, Sanchi managed to catch his breath. He forced himself to stand, staggering back to the vicinity of the battlefield, vigilantly assessing the situation. Ying Zheng was holding up well. Even though he was outnumbered, his combat prowess was formidable. With the assistance of the 4 terracotta warriors, he handled the situation with relative ease, his sword movements swift and graceful. However, Lu Bu's situation was different. Despite his attributes surpassing the 8,000 mark, he was struggling. Sanchi focused his gaze and noticed that the shield warrior had somehow switched from wielding a single shield with both hands to wielding 2 shields, one gold and one black. Each swing of these shields was like a roaring hurricane, their power terrifying. Even Lu Bu had to retreat frequently to avoid their force. Sanchi roughly estimated that the opponent's strength had likely exceeded 10,000. But he also noticed something amiss. The shield warrior's state seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. If I remember correctly, he was initially about the same height as Lu Bu, but now he's 2 heads taller. Sanchi pondered. Lu Bu is over 2 meters tall, so this shield warrior must be around 3 meters now. Moreover, the shield warrior's muscles had expanded to a frightening degree. Previously, he was muscular but still resembled a typical strongman. Now, his muscles looked like bundles of explosive dynamite. His biceps were thicker than his head, and several areas of skin had torn, with blood seeping out. Clearly, this is some sort of berserk state, Sanchi analyzed. But how long does this skill last, and what are its side effects? After contemplating for a moment, Sanchi sighed and took out the ring given to him by Lu Lao. No, I can't drag this on any longer. Lu Bu's state of recklessness only lasts 10 minutes, and at least 5 or 6 minutes have already passed. Once Lu Bu's skill ends, I really have no chance of winning. He looked at the ring in his hand, murmuring with some reluctance. What a pity. I was hoping to sell it for some money. With that, Sanchi retrieved 5 talismans at once. Unlike the previous spells, these talismans were on golden yellow paper. The characters on the paper were no longer black, but a crimson red, with faint hints of extraordinary power flowing through them. Each talisman contained the lifelong essence of Lu Renfu. The power within each was equivalent to a full-strength strike from an 80th level spellmaster. In the entire storage ring, there were fewer than 50 of these talismans, making them incredibly precious. Sanchi took a deep breath, clutching the talismans in his hand, ready to plunge into this life-and-death battle. Sanchi focused his energy, channeling extraordinary power into 5 talismans worth millions of credit points. The words weakness, sluggishness, cripple, obliterate, and impact burst forth with dazzling light. With a flick of his wrist, the talismans flew through the air, transforming into vivid red characters aimed directly at the shield warrior. Caught off guard, the shield warrior was struck heat-in by the talismans. Instantly, his hulking frame visibly shrank, his movements slowed as if he were trapped in a quagmire. This was the might of an 80th level spellmaster's full-force attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sanchi retrieved another set of 5 talismans from his storage space. The words guard, inspire, agility, heal, and sharpness shimmered in the air, infusing Lu Bu with a crimson glow. Lu Bu felt a warm surge coursing through his body, instantly dispelling his battle fatigue. His weapon, the Sky Piercer, was enveloped in a thin layer of blood-red light, creating a furious storm with each swing. His aura returned to its peak. The shield warrior, tracing the talisman's path, spotted Sanchi and roared with bloodshot eyes. You dare come back? Watch how I crush you into pulp this time. But Lu Bu wasn't about to let him get close. Don't be mistaken, your opponent is me, he declared, bringing his halberd down, forcing the shield warrior to turn and defend. Get lost, the shield warrior shouted, swinging his shields. Yet, he was no longer the same. His previous marginal advantage was now undermined by 5 negative effects, while his opponent was bolstered by 5 enhancements. Lu Bu easily parried the opponent's strikes with one hand on his halberd. The shield warrior stared in disbelief. Impossible. I've even taken the Ember Potion, risking my life. How can I still not defeat you? Damn it, I'm going to smash you into pulp. He stepped forward with a roar, the ground shattering beneath him, cracks spreading for dozens of meters. Die, he bellowed, his shield slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, the force like blades. Previously, Lu Bu might have struggled to withstand such an attack. But now, he merely smiled calmly. Enough. With a deft maneuver, he wedged his halberd into the gap between the shields, and, with a slight twist, sent one shield flying with a resounding thud. Lu Bu pulled back his horse, raising his halberd as a demonic apparition appeared behind him. With his stamina restored, he was ready to unleash another all-out strike. You were a worthy opponent, but unfortunately, this time, victory comes too easily for me. Farewell. The Sky Piercer and the demon's giant halberd descended simultaneously. The shield warrior stood in a daze, transfixed by the looming shadow of the weapon. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the ground, and as the dust settled, all that remained of the shield warrior was a pool of dark blood. Despite consuming the Ember Potion, which boosted his strength at the cost of his life, the strongest member of the 5-person team couldn't withstand the enemy's powerful attack. The warrior and the paladin were thrown into a panic. The only thought in their minds was to escape, but it was too late. A red lightning bolt flashed, and 2 heads flew into the air as the mighty steed, Red Hair, snorted. Lu Bu had appeared behind them without warning, his halberd dripping with fresh blood. Without the shield warrior's defense, they were no match for Lu Bu, who was now fully unleashed. Thus, all 5 senior members of the Cult of the Demon were vanquished. Sanchi approached from a distance, stopping in front of 12 trembling mid-level adventurers. They didn't even dare to entertain the thought of fleeing. Sanchi picked up a stone and knocked them out one by one, sending each into a deep slumber. Finally able to catch his breath, Sanchi let out a long sigh. Phew, that wasn't easy, but we've finally dealt with this bunch. He rubbed his still aching chest and remarked, taking on enemies 50 levels above me is definitely pushing it. Sanchi knew that without the generous gift from old Lu, facing this team alone would have been a near-death experience. Especially the maneuver of sneaking behind them. Without old Lu's high-level concealment spell, he wouldn't have been able to approach the ranger known for his keen senses. Despite some twists and turns, victory was achieved in the end. With a look of anticipation, Sanchi licked his lips. Now comes my favorite part, the loot. With 5 level 70 adventurers, their gear shouldn't be too shabby, right? Don't let me down, members of the Cult of the Demon. Sanchi first headed to the hidden dungeon, quickly retrieving the artifact that was corroding the seal. It was a heroic level functional artifact, with minimal attribute bonuses, but a unique effect of corroding specific seals, and even a chance to detonate them. The higher the seal's level, the longer the unsealing process would take. Next, he approached the remains of the shield warrior, rather, the pool of blood. 2 large shields and a storage ring lay quietly on the ground. Sanchi picked up the golden shield and checked its information. Weapon name, Shield of Sophia. Quality, Legendary. Applicable classes, Shield Warrior, Warrior. Required level, 60. Required attributes, Strength, 300, Constitution, 300. Attribute bonuses, Strength, 1100, Constitution, 800, Spirit, 50. Effect 1. Reduces damage received by 15. If the shield successfully blocks the damage, the reduction increases to 30. Effect 2. When used as the primary weapon, Constitution increases by 30. When used as a secondary weapon, the shield size reduces to 50 of the original, and Strength and Constitution each increase by 10. Description: forged by Master Blacksmith Gavros, named after his daughter Sophia. Its fame led to his daughter being nicknamed Shield Sister, straining their relationship. It's a legendary item, as expected. Sanchi felt relieved. He had a hunch about the shield's extraordinary quality the first time he saw it, and now it was confirmed to be a legendary weapon. A level 60 legendary shield, usable by popular classes, could fetch at least 1 billion credit points at auction, depending on the bidder's financial clout. This single piece of equipment was enough to cover the expenses of the various items used earlier. Everything acquired from this point on would be pure profit. Happily, Sanchi stowed the shield in his system backpack, secretly pleased. Hee delightful. This was the 3rd time Sanchi had looted corpses. He crouched down, his fingers deftly moving over the bodies, more practiced now than the previous times. Except for the missing shield warrior's body, the other 4 lay quietly in their original places. He meticulously examined the equipment on each corpse. The legendary shield was undoubtedly the greatest find, followed by the ranger's longbow and the priestess's staff, both of which were hero-level items estimated to be worth around 10 million credits each. As for the Paladin's weapon, a transcendent-level book that only reduced damage and extended the duration of buffs, it seemed rather unimpressive. Glad I didn't listen to my teacher and become a paladin, Sanchi muttered to himself while collecting the gear. Otherwise, I'd still be a punching bag at level 70. The total value of the 5 people's equipment was staggering, conservatively estimated at 60 to 80 million credits, and with the legendary shield, the total value was close to 200 million credits. This not only compensated for previous losses, but also netted him a tidy profit. After gathering the equipment, Sanchi didn't forget to clean up. He carefully placed the 4 bodies into the pit originally occupied by the priestess, filling it with soil as he said, "Can't take without giving back. Now that I've taken their gear, they deserve a resting place. I do have standards." Next were the bodies of 12 intermediate-level professionals. Initially, Sanchi thought he might find equipment worth a few 100,000 credits at most on these lower-level professionals, but he was surprised by an unexpected discovery. Each carried an emergency escape device, and one even had a legendary weapon. This legendary item, called the Staff of Thousand Changes, could be equipped at just level 35 and offered impressive attribute bonuses: 10 agility, 10 constitution, 50 spirit, and 350 base attributes. But its real uniqueness lay in its 2 effects. One enhanced all attributes of summoned mechanical creatures by 30, and the other allowed the user to consume all spirit to randomly summon 1 to 6 mechanical puppets ranging from level 20 to 70, lasting an hour. Sanchi stroked his chin, deep in thought. Pricing such a unique legendary item was challenging, entirely dependent on luck. With a stroke of good fortune, summoning 6 level 70 mechanical puppets would be a godsend for intermediate professionals, easily crushing various dungeons. But if luck wasn't on his side, and only 1 level 20 puppet was summoned, it would be a disaster. This item's potential varies too much, Sanchi calculated silently. If I find the right buyer with good luck, it could sell for 70 to 80 million. If no one is interested, I might have to sell it for just 2 or 3 million. Sanchi quickly tallied up the spoils. A legendary weapon worth 40 million credits, 12 emergency escape devices valued at 6 million, plus other miscellaneous items, totaling approximately 50 million credits, he calculated silently. He was pleasantly surprised to have gathered such a substantial amount of loot from these mid-level professionals, far exceeding his expectations. As he organized the items, a thought began to form in his mind. Recalling the experience of obtaining the 7 deadly sins in a previous instance, Sanchi's eyes narrowed. If the 7 deadly sins truly serve as the key to the abyss, then the difficulty of these instances should be at the same level, he mused. He vividly remembered encountering level 40 monsters in that low-level instance, which suggested that the creatures in this mid-level instance were likely around level 60. Ah, I see. Sanchi realized, finally understanding the plan of the cult of the demon. Instances of this caliber were challenging for even a team of mid-level professionals, let alone a solo attempt. The purpose of equipping these 12 individuals with legendary weapons and emergency escape devices was clear. They were meant to enter the instance in turns, hoping to summon a mechanical golem by chance. If they failed, they would immediately retreat, allowing the next person to try. As long as one of them could summon a level 70 mechanical golem, they could clear the instance and acquire the treasure of the 7 deadly sins. But now, all of this belongs to me, Sanchi thought with a wide grin, already planning how to splurge on the 250 million credits worth of loot. Although the inheritance left by old Lu was substantial, it had specific purposes. In contrast, he could spend the proceeds from selling these items without any reservations. After binding the 12 individuals together with rope, Sanchi did not rush to execute them. They posed no threat to him, and interrogating them might yield more valuable information. Carefully inspecting the scene to ensure nothing was overlooked, he took out a parchment and headed towards the sealed instance. As the parchment approached, the already fragile seal emitted a crisp sound. Crack! Like delicate glass, the seal shattered instantly. Sanchi finally got a glimpse of the true entrance to the dungeon, a hole nestled at the base of the cliff, or more precisely, a pit lying flat on the ground. The surface of the pit was covered with a strange transparent film, resembling a giant soap bubble, through which the bottomless darkness below could be vaguely seen. Cautiously, Sanchi reached in and immediately felt a weak, yet persistent pull trying to draw him in. Confirming it was indeed an intermediate-level dungeon, he didn't rush to jump in. Instead, he took out several healing spells and cast them on Lu Bu and Ying Zhang. Although they appeared unscathed after facing an assault from level 70 advanced professionals, Sanchi knew better than to be complacent for the upcoming battle against level 60 and above boss-level monsters. Then, Sanchi leisurely took out some pre-prepared biscuits and jerky, enjoying them while sharing with Ying Zhang and Lu Bu. Only when he confirmed that their skill cooldowns were completely reset did he recall them, approach the dungeon entrance, and leap in without hesitation. Bang! This time, Having learned from past mistakes, Sanchi landed steadily on one knee, successfully avoiding an embarrassing fall. Once he steadied himself, he immediately began to survey his surroundings carefully. Before him was a peculiar amalgamation of two decayed palaces with contrasting styles. Sanchi stood at the junction of these two palaces. On the left was a once glorious, luxurious palace, now desolate. Weeds spread unchecked, and the former structures were reduced to ruins, with moss and vines relentlessly consuming every inch of stone and brick. Wandering amidst these ruins was a group of eerie monsters. Most had decayed bodies, leaving only bare bones, while a few retained rotting flesh. These creatures were clad in uniform armor, wielding spears, carrying bows on their backs, and moving fluidly as they patrolled the area. If not for their terrifying appearance, they could almost be mistaken for ordinary people. Sanchi quickly checked the information on these creatures. Monsters, Ancient Kingdom Guards. Level, 55. Strength, 1,684. Constitution, 1,617. Agility, 1,010. Spirit, 899. Skills, Spearmanship, Archery, Alertness. Description: once the guards of the ancient kingdom's king, they were transformed into monsters indiscriminately attacking anyone after being corrupted by abyssal forces. Turning to the right, Sanchi noticed the palace there was noticeably more modest. The monsters here were also in a state of decay, but they carried long swords at their waists. Though their gender was hard to discern from their appearance, the armor and clothing suggested they were female in life. He checked their information. Monsters, Ancient Kingdom Sword Maidens. Level, 52. Strength, 700. Constitution, 713. Agility, 1,600. Spirit, 1,525. Skills, Lightfootness, Swordsmanship, Alertness. Description: once the attendants guarding the ancient kingdom's queen, they were transformed into monsters indiscriminately attacking anyone after being corrupted by abyssal forces. Each type of monster dutifully guarded its own area, distinctly separate, without any interaction. Seeing their formidable attributes, Sanchi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Sanchi gazed at the scene before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Monsters over level 50, with individual stats exceeding 1,600? He pondered to himself. No wonder they're from a special dungeon. Their strength is indeed astonishing. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed two distinct types of monsters: the Guardians and the blade-wielding maidens, each protecting the king and queen respectively. This arrangement intrigued him. Why weren't the rulers together? Could there be more to this situation than meets the eye? The time has come. Sanchi stood at the center of the grand hall and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the figures of Lu Bu and Ying Zheng solidified. Ying Zheng, you take care of the monsters on the right. Lu Bu, handle those on the left. Make it quick, and remember, these monsters have main attributes over 1,500. Give it your all. Understood. They responded in unison, each heading towards their designated targets. Sanchi swiftly took out a triple experience card and crushed it. Monsters at level 50 must offer substantial experience, an opportunity not to be missed. On the right battlefield, Ying Zheng commanded 4 terracotta warriors to form ranks, simultaneously deploying a domain that covered a vast area. The blade-wielding maidens shrieked piercingly, their decayed faces twisted grotesquely as they swarmed forward. Ying Zheng smirked slightly, his sword tip touching lightly. In an instant, the attributes of the 4 terracotta warriors skyrocketed from 1,000 to 3,000. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Spears rained down, each strike precisely piercing the monsters' skulls. The defensive line formed by the terracotta warriors was impregnable, repelling the attacking maidens like moths to a flame, swiftly driving them back. Sanchi's experience panel began to flicker wildly. 180,000. 180,000. 180,000. With a flash of white light, he was delighted to find that the remaining 600,000 experience points he needed were filled in an instant. One monster grants 180,000 experience. Base experience is 60,000. Sanchi quickly calculated. This means that by defeating just a few dozen monsters of this level, I can level up. However, he soon calmed down. While it's a staggering number for me, for a level 50 professional, it's not much. They need to defeat thousands, or even tens of thousands of monsters of the same level to level up. Clearly, grinding monsters step by step isn't the way forward. To develop quickly, one must dare to take risks. On one side, Ying Zheng commanded 4 terracotta warriors as if directing a vast army, forming an impenetrable battle formation. As the halberds swung, the demonic creatures fell like leaves in the autumn wind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Bu, like a red lightning bolt, charged into the opulent palace on his steed, Red Hair. Lu Bu's tactics mirrored those of Ying Zheng. He did not rush to kill. Instead, he galloped through the lavish palace, intentionally creating a ruckus to draw the attention of the demons. With his incredible speed, the guards with bows and arrows couldn't aim accurately, and those with spears were left chasing after him in vain, completely under his control. Lu Bu's goal was clear: gathering the enemies. As more guards amassed, he finally halted. Surrounded by demons, the guards charged with their spears, while those at a distance readied their bows to shoot down the intruder. Almost there, Lu Bu said calmly, showing no signs of tension despite being surrounded. Now, unleash the storm. In an instant, a silver-white ring flashed through the air. The surrounding demons seemed momentarily frozen, and then their heads slid from their necks in unison. A red blur darted through the demon horde, leaving a trail of fallen foes in its wake. A notification of experience 240,000 repeatedly appeared, leaving Sanchi, who had just reached level 24, in shock. In less than a minute, his experience bar was almost full again. Wow, this is amazing, 240,000 experience points each. Not even a minute, and I'm leveling up again, Sanchi exclaimed. Before he finished speaking, Yingzheng struck again. Another flash of white light, and Sanchi had reached level 25. He stood there, stunned by the incredible speed of his level-ups. Less than a minute, and he had gained 2 levels. Considering that his current experience requirement was in the millions, this was unbelievable. For an average mid-level player, leveling up typically took months. But for him, it was a matter of minutes. Sanchi looked around, noticing that about half of the demons remained. He calculated that with the experience from the 2 demon leaders, reaching level 26 was definitely within reach. A bold idea emerged in Sanchi's mind. If level 50 demons offered such high experience points, wouldn't level 61 start at hundreds of thousands? Maybe he could explore the wilderness to find level 60 demons to level up? However, after some thought, he abandoned the idea. The endless snowfield, although a training ground for level 60 players, had demons that were mostly spread out. Moreover, the main attributes of level 60 demons were at least 2,000 and above, and without Lu Bu and Yingzheng activating their skills, defeating them would be challenging. Even with skills, due to the scattered nature of the demons, finding the next group could be time-consuming after finishing one. Sanchi sighed in frustration at the low efficiency of defeating monsters. He quickly calculated, realizing that at this rate, the cooldown for his skills would be up, wasting the valuable time of his experience card. If I can't easily take down level 60 monsters, I might as well farm snow wolves, he muttered to himself, frowning. But is there a place where level 60 monsters gather in groups? Sanchi took out the map given by the city lord and studied it carefully. His eyes scanned the map until a location caught his attention. Level 68 monster, rock-eating earth dragon. His eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. These huge monsters live in families in the desert. However, a note on the map made him gasp. A leveling area for level 80 to 90 adventurers. This meant it was crawling with level 80 monsters. Going there to level up is suicidal. Sanchi shook his head with a bitter smile. Maybe once I summon a 3rd spirit at level 40, I can give it a try. For now, I'll stick to farming snow wolves. He tried to reassure himself. With the triple experience card, even a snow wolf gives over 40,000 experience points, which isn't bad. A few minutes later, the last blade maiden fell to the terracotta warrior's spear with a faint puff sound. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed around. From beneath the right palace, a towering female figure emerged from the ground. Standing 3 meters tall, she was strikingly beautiful, clad in half armor and wielding a knight's sword, exuding an aura of valor. If not for her astonishing height, one wouldn't be able to tell she was a monster just from her appearance. Sanchi quickly brought up the information panel. Monster, Queen Diana. Level, 58. Strength, 813. Constitution, 150. Agility, 5,276. Spirit, 1,000. Skills, Sprint, Knight Swordsmanship, Blitz. Description: the Great Queen embodies the spirit of chivalry with a pure and flawless heart. Even after losing her sanity to the abyss, she remembers her duty to protect her people and prevent the kingdom's downfall. The leader, Diana, immediately stood out upon her appearance. Unlike the other maidens who focused on the terracotta warrior, she locked eyes with Yingzheng in the back. Her expression remained unchanged, but a hint of blue light flashed beneath her feet, and a breeze surrounded her. In the next instant, with a whoosh, Diana became a blur, moving too fast for the eye to track. White shockwaves burst through the air as she charged straight toward Yingzheng. So fast, Sanchi's eyes widened in shock. No wonder she's a boss-level monster, with agility over 5,000. She's almost rivaling Lu Bu in his reckless state. And she has Sprint and Blitz, both clearly speed-enhancing skills. Sanchi analyzed internally. This assassin-type monster with extreme speed is a nightmare for fragile backliners. Despite sacrificing Constitution, her speed is unparalleled even among level 60 monsters. However, Yingzheng in the distance remained calm. He glanced awkwardly at Sanchi and murmured, "Ahem, sorry sir. I have to trouble you again." Yingzheng pointed into the distance, and the queen's blurred figure suddenly appeared. She was only 10 meters away from him, with her sword tip nearly touching his throat. Yet, that short distance became an insurmountable chasm for her. Two terracotta warriors instantly materialized on either side of the queen. Without hesitation, they thrust their spears, precisely piercing her head. She fell without any struggle or resistance. Despite her incredible speed, her meager defense left her vulnerable. In the distance, a white light shone above Sanchi's head, boosting his experience points by 640,000. This massive gain propelled him from level 25 to 26, with his experience bar advancing significantly. Sanchi marveled at the rapid leveling, thinking that with Lu Bu's battle still ongoing, plus the king's experience points, his experience bar would likely be halfway filled again. He calculated that by finding a pack of snow wolves to grind afterward, he could level up 3 times today. Sanchi approached the queen's corpse and inspected it carefully. As expected, a silver glowing ring lay quietly in her palm. He picked up the ring and examined its attributes. Ring, oath kept. Quality, extraordinary. Required level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 300. Spirit, 10. Effect 1. Summon 2 level 55 sword-wielding maidservants to fight for you. Effect 2. Fusion. Description. The queen admired the hero who saved the country and vowed before the gods to stay by his side for life, dedicating everything to him. Yet she never anticipated that her hero would be so corrupted by power. Sanchi stored the ring in his bag, certain now that the hidden equipment in this dungeon represented another of the 7 deadly sins, which served as the 7 keys to open the abyss gate. He pondered whether all the keys must be collected to open the gate, or if a certain number would suffice. He recalled the queen's background, noting she was once a virtuous woman who deeply admired the hero who saved the nation. However, once the hero ascended to the throne, he became unrecognizable to her. Sanchi shook his head, muttering to himself about not understanding such romantic notions. Meanwhile, the battle in the opulent palace was nearing its end. Lu Bu swung his halberd, sweeping it across. The last guard was sent flying by the terrifying force, crashing heavily against the wall, his bones shattering instantly. Lu Bu exhaled deeply and surveyed the scene. The grand hall was littered with the dismembered limbs of the guards, a gruesome and bloody sight. The last monster had fallen, and Lu Bu cautiously emerged from the main hall onto the plaza. He looked around, but did not see the expected monster leader. Just as Sanchi was puzzled, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire palace to tremble. A deep, resonant voice emanated from beneath the earth, as if from the depths of hell. Along with the voice, an endless stream of blood and crimson liquid surged from below. Blood, sacrifice, eternal life. With this deafening roar, the entire ground was upheaved. A massive humanoid creature slowly rose from the ground, its size large enough to cover the entire palace. It was a colossal male figure with a rugged face, wearing a crown. Even with only half its body visible, its height reached several hundred meters. A system prompt appeared. Monster, King fallen into the abyss. Level, 60. Strength, 4,317. Constitution, 6,431. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skills, Gigantification, Smash, Immortal Body. Description. As the kingdom was on the brink of collapse, a hero emerged to single-handedly overthrow the decayed aristocracy. Amidst the cheers, he ascended the throne, with his young and beautiful queen by his side. He once ruled diligently and for the people, until age and death inevitably approached. Sanchi quickly analyzed the monster's attributes. Wow, over 6,000 constitution, but its agility and spirit are very low. Looks like a stationary type monster that can't move freely. He noticed that the king seemed unable to fully stand, possibly due to some restriction or immobilized lower body. For Lu Bu, a monster with such obvious weaknesses was like a sitting duck. As Sanchi predicted, events unfolded accordingly. Flesh, the king roared, swinging his massive hands towards Lu Bu. Yet Lu Bu easily leapt into the air, a phantom of the demon swiftly forming. His halberd sliced through the air, descending rapidly. Bang! The king's head shattered like a giant watermelon, crushed by the halberd. Dark red blood burst forth, splattering across half the plaza. Boom! The enormous body, having just risen, collapsed again with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the sky. System prompt. Experience points 9,000,000. The fallen king, combined with the experience from the previous elite guards, filled most of Sanchi's experience bar. With this, all monsters in the dungeon were completely eradicated. Subsequently, a crystal-clear gem emerged from the ground, hovering before Sanchi. System prompt. Congratulations. You have perfectly cleared this dungeon. Please collect the dungeon core promptly. Sanchi glanced at it, but did not immediately collect it. He sighed, thinking to himself, a special dungeon core worth 1,000,000,000 credit points. If I could fix this dungeon and farm it for 10 days to half a month, I'd gladly spend 1,000,000,000. This leveling speed is just too addictive. Though only a few days remained before the genius tournament, if this dungeon allowed Sanchi unlimited farming, he was confident he could reach level 40 in just a few days. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. Progress in field dungeons is saved, and once cleared, they disappear, unlike city dungeons that can be refreshed indefinitely. Sanchi shook his head. He knew that bringing back the special dungeon core could create another special dungeon, but its difficulty would revert to normal mid-level, and such level 60 monsters would not appear again. Sanchi left the replica's core in place and cautiously approached the king's corpse. Amidst the ruins, a ring glinted faintly, catching his attention. He bent down and picked up the extraordinary ring labeled Forsaken Innocence from the rubble. The ring's attributes immediately appeared before Sanchi: 300 agility, 50 spirit. It also had 2 special effects: the ability to summon 2 level 55 ancient royal guards for combat, and a fusion capability. As Sanchi examined the ring, the story behind it began to unfold in his mind. Once, this kingdom was ruled by a corrupt aristocracy. A heron one other than the deceased king before him rose up and overthrew the entire noble class. A young, beautiful, and pure-hearted lady knight was captivated by the king's bravery and eventually married him. Initially, the king was indeed a wise ruler. However, as time passed, the shadows of aging and death began to loom over this once fearless hero. He gradually succumbed to darkness, casting an evil spell and slaughtering his own people in a desperate bid for immortality. In the final moments, the queen stepped forward, sacrificing herself to destroy the king's spell and save the people of the kingdom. Yet, she too was tainted by the abyssal powers, falling into a curse of neither life nor death alongside the king. Ironically, this seemed to fulfill the queen's promise to always stay by the king's side. Sanchi thoughtfully retrieved the first ring, recalling a previous story of fable about envy. He speculated that this new tale might symbolize greed, another of the 7 deadly sins. An intriguing thought crossed Sanchi's mind. Could each of the 7 deadly sins correspond to a unique story? Were these stories based on real events, or were they purely fictional? In a world besieged by demonic forces, schools paid little attention to cultural education, leaving the origins of these stories a mystery. Sanchi decided to consult Gong Wua. He remembered how she had once deduced the source of his soul link with just a single skill, showcasing her remarkable knowledge and deductive abilities. If these stories of the 7 deadly sins were indeed rooted in reality, he could actively seek out the hidden replicas. This idea thrilled Sanchi. What might be a tormenting challenge for others was a rare opportunity for him. Not only could he gain vast amounts of experience, but he could also acquire replica cores and legendary treasures. It was a perfect chance. Lost in the promising prospects, Sanchi chuckled to himself for a moment before snapping back to reality and refocusing on the task at hand. Sanchi was eager to test the effects of the 7 deadly sins. He forcefully collided his 2 ring-wearing fingers together, and the rings flew off, merging in midair. With a blinding flash, a heavy book suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed on the ground with a thud. The book's cover was as black as envy from the 7 deadly sins, devoid of any text or unnecessary decoration. Even just lying there, it evoked a sense of discomfort. Sanchi bent down, picked up the book, and quickly opened the information panel. What met his eyes was a series of astonishing attributes. Artifact: 7 deadly sins greed. Quality: legendary. Required level: none. Required attributes: none. Strength: 0. Agility: 0. Constitution: 0. Effect 1. Select a target. Reset the cooldown of one of their skills to 0. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Effect 2. Select a piece of equipment. Reset one of its effects to 0. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Evaluation: a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 to open the gate to the abyss. Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the information before him. The artifact could refresh skill cooldowns? Not only that, Effect 2 could refresh equipment effects. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, even imagining he could endlessly exploit bugs by repeatedly using Effect 1. However, upon closer inspection, he realized Effect 2 could only refresh one effect. Although it couldn't loop infinitely, the power of the artifact was still astonishing. Sanchi nodded in satisfaction and began contemplating the artifact's practical applications. Greed combined with envy meant he could pull enemies into an unknown space twice consecutively. This would significantly simplify taking down the back line when facing a team of high-level professionals like the 5-member squad he encountered today, eliminating the need for elaborate maneuvering. If he chose not to use equipment effects, he could refresh Lu Bu's recklessness skill consecutively. This way, Lu Bu could unleash his skills 3 times in a row, extending the original 10-minute burst to an impressive 30 minutes. This was undoubtedly a qualitative leap, greatly enhancing his combat endurance. Content with his acquisition, Sanchi stored the artifact away. While its effect might not be obvious against weaker opponents, it could instantly turn the tide against equally matched adversaries, becoming the key to victory. After tidying up, Sanchi realized it was time to leave. He turned to the dungeon core, easily storing it in his backpack. The system immediately prompted, "Congratulations. You have obtained the special dungeon core. Please note, the core has been collected, and this dungeon world will forcibly eject everyone in 10 seconds." 10 seconds later, Sanchi and his companions were transported back to the snowy plains. He immediately checked his panel. Triple experience card, 1 hour 33 minutes and 6 seconds. Seeing he had an hour and a half left on the experience card, Sanchi decided not to waste this precious time. However, he wasn't in a rush to find the city lord. He knew well the limits of his own strength. Battles of that level were far beyond his current capability. A city lord level existence. Even the aftermath of their battle could be deadly to him. Rather than take unnecessary risks, he decided to wait patiently for the city lord to resolve the issue and seek him out. After some thought, Sanchi decided to use the skill book given by the city lord. He took out the book and chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned Chimin Duanjiatianshou. With the system notification, Sanchi felt a strange power surge within him. He then took out a map and studied it carefully, his gaze falling on a nearby area. It was a region where snow wolves roamed, not too far away. Sanchi decided to try his luck there, hoping to hunt a wave of snow wolves before the experience card expired, and also test the power of his newly acquired skill. Having made his decision, Sanchi put away the map and signaled Zhang to summon a few sand horses. They carefully placed the 12 unconscious members of the demon cult on the horses' backs, and the group set off across the snowy plains, embarking on a new adventure. Half an hour later, Sanchi and his group finally arrived at the area where the snow wolves were known to roam. From a distance, they could see a considerable pack of snow wolves, roughly estimated to be around 200 to 300 in number. Although some experience card time had been wasted, the opportunity to fight these creatures again made the journey worthwhile. Sanchi nimbly dismounted from his sand horse, followed closely by Zhang and Lu Bu. With a quick glance at the snow wolves, the two understood each other without words and charged forward. Sanchi, quick on the uptake, shouted, "Leave one wolf for me. I want to test my skills." "Rest assured, master," they responded, disappearing into the vast snowy expanse. In the next moment, the air was filled with the howls and cries of the wolves, deafeningly loud. Before the snow wolves could react, many had already fallen onto the snow. Sanchi felt a warm surge throughout his body as his level jumped to 26. Simultaneously, the levels of Zhang and Lu Bu, his summoned spirits, also reached 26. At this point, even without using skills, their natural attributes far exceeded those of the snow wolves. Coupled with their superior combat techniques, the battle was akin to two ferocious tigers charging into a defenseless flock of chickens. Each strike claimed multiple snow wolf lives, throwing the entire pack into a state of panic. Experience points 46,871. Experience points 44,913. Experience points 45,419. In just a few minutes, the bodies of hundreds of snow wolves stained a large area of the snowfield a shocking red. Sanchi's level up effect flashed overhead once more, and he reached level 27. However, the experience points required for the next level had soared to an astounding 7 million. Looking at this increasingly steep experience requirement, even Sanchi felt a twinge of anxiety. He mused to himself, "In the coming days, I might only manage one level up per day. While that's still quite fast, going from abundance to scarcity is hard to adjust to." If ordinary mid-level professionals heard Sanchi's humble brag, they might be tempted to punch him. "We'd be overjoyed to level up once a month, and you're complaining about leveling up once a day." Fortunately, the 12 mid-level professionals nearby were all unconscious and couldn't hear his musings. Even if they were awake, Sanchi wouldn't be intimidated, as ordinary mid-level professionals were no longer a match for him. As Sanchi was lost in thought, Lu Bu and Zhang returned, with Lu Bu holding a snow wolf by the tail. "Master, here's the live wolf you wanted." With that, Lu Bu casually tossed the snow wolf in front of Sanchi. The snow wolf appeared unharmed, despite some bloodstains on its fur that clearly weren't its own. It neither tried to escape nor attack, but instead cowered with its tail between its legs, clearly terrified. Sanchi remained unfazed. As long as the wolf was unharmed and had high enough vitality to withstand damage, it was fine. He slowly extended his hand, aimed at the snow wolf's head, and softly chanted, "Chimin Duanjia, Tianchong." In an instant, a powerful surge of energy burst from his hand. The pure white energy wave turned into a sword, striking the snow wolf's head with lightning speed. The snow wolf, as if hit by an invisible hand, spun and was sent flying backward. The snow wolf's limbs flailed wildly in the air, shooting out like a cannonball. Sanchi watched the white blur intently until it turned into a small black dot on the distant snowfield. He roughly estimated that the wolf, as tall as a grown man, had been knocked back about 300 meters. No wonder the effect of having a mental attribute just over 1,000 is so powerful, Sanchi thought to himself. Even a snow wolf with a similar physique struggles to withstand it. If it were a creature with a physique of 2,000, it could probably be pushed back dozens of meters. However, when he saw the snow wolf land and immediately whimper away without any sign of injury, he frowned. The damage effect is still underwhelming. He shook his head. Even a direct hit to the head fails to cause substantial harm. I can't rely on this move for damage output. Having tested the power, Sanchi decided to assess the energy consumption. He turned to face the vast snowfield, raised his hands, and began to gather his strength. In the next moment, his hands seemed to transform into a semi-automatic rifle, with white blasts continuously shooting out. Bang, bang, bang. The air echoed with a series of explosive sounds. 10 shots, 20 shots, 50 shots. Sanchi unleashed his skill tirelessly. It wasn't until the 150th shot that he finally stopped, rubbing his slightly aching forehead. After 150 shots, there's a noticeable sense of fatigue, he analyzed, which means with a mental attribute of 1,000, I can use Tianchong continuously about 300 times. However, to maintain mental clarity, 200 shots would be the limit. Sanchi was quite satisfied with the skill's effect and consumption. The energy cost isn't too high, making it suitable for both control and defense. Coupled with Soul Link, boosting the mental attribute to over 3,000, this skill could be used almost indefinitely, he silently praised. It's no wonder the City Lord chose this skill for me. It's perfect for both offense and defense. Then, Sanchi took out his phone to check, but the screen still showed no message from the City Lord. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. I wonder how things are going on the City Lord's side. But he quickly realized it was getting late. The snowfield isn't safe at night. I should head back to the settlement. Sanchi mounted Ing Zhang's sand horse and ambled towards the gathering place, still pondering the City Lord's safety and the potential of his new skill. Sanchi didn't enter the settlement directly. He cautiously let Ing Zhang take the 12 securely bound captives inside first, settling them in Lu Lao's house. Although their arrival caught some attention, since they headed straight to the settlement leader's residence, and the news of Lu Lao's passing hadn't spread yet, onlookers quickly dismissed their curiosity. After all, it wasn't unusual for Lu Lao, as the peacekeeper of the area, to occasionally capture a few lawbreakers. Once everything was arranged, Sanchi leisurely made his way into the settlement alone. He first enjoyed a hearty meal at a restaurant and then rented a room at an inn. Lying on the bed, he idly scrolled through his phone, waiting for news from the City Lord. However, even deep into the night, there was no notification on his phone. The next morning, a piercing phone ring woke Sanchi from his slumber. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and reached for his phone. The screen displayed an incoming call from the City Lord, and the time was just past 6 in the morning. Hello. Sanchi's voice was still tinged with sleepiness. Where are you? I didn't see you at the dungeon. I've returned to the settlement, Sanchi replied, sitting up. The dungeon's been cleared, and I've got the abyss key. What about you? There was a brief silence on the other end before the City Lord's slightly weary voice came through. Chased her all night, but she got away. The demon cult values her highly, giving her several epic-level items, all geared for escape and survival. But I managed to injure her, so the demon cult shouldn't dare make any moves in the 7th district for a while. Sanchi nodded thoughtfully, then remembered the City Lord couldn't see him and asked, By the way, I captured 12 members of the demon cult. What should I do with them? Just leave them at Lu Renfu's house, the City Lord replied calmly. A new settlement leader will be taking over this afternoon, and he'll handle sending them back to the district. As for you, stay there and level up. Remember to return to the district in 4 days. I'll take you to participate in the Genius Tournament. Sanchi hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, but I want to return to the district now. Could you pick me up on your way? His system backpack was filled with items that urgently needed to be turned into cash, and he felt uneasy until they were converted into money. After a brief consideration, the City Lord replied, Sure. In that case, bring the 12 demon cult captives with you, and I'll take them back as well. Sanchi agreed readily, no problem. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Adventurers' Hall in the 7th district. Bang! Sanchi was unceremoniously dropped from several meters high in front of the Adventurers' Hall. He crouched down, waiting for the numbness in his feet to subside. As expected, it's faster to travel with the City Lord, Sanchi muttered to himself. If he had taken the bus, he would have to wait until 8 to depart and spend over an hour on the road. By the time he reached the district, it would be past 9:30. But now, he had arrived at his destination by 6:30 in the morning. Perfect timing. Once I sell my items, I can catch the first bus back to the endless snowfield. Not a minute wasted. Sanchi praised himself. I truly am a master of time management. With that, he stepped into the Adventurers' Hall. First, he sold all the miscellaneous items and equipment below legendary level, earning a total of 1.5 billion credits. This amount was higher than he had anticipated. As for Lu Lao's storage ring and inheritance, Sanchi decided to keep them as a backup. Then, Sanchi proceeded to the auction hall on the 30th floor. The auction house in the Professionals' Hall operates entirely online, eliminating the need for a physical auction venue. As Sanchi entered the hall, He glanced at the busy staff. They were diligently appraising various items and meticulously entering the information into the system. Sellers could set a starting bid and a buyout price, and the system would automatically initiate the auction. Sanchi took out his phone and opened the auction house app. The screen displayed a plethora of auction items, each available for bidding for up to 7 days. He noted that if no bids exceeded the starting price, the item would automatically be unsold. If someone opted for the buyout price, the transaction would be completed immediately. The auction house also offered alert services. Sanchi saw a notice stating that users could register specific needs and receive SMS notifications when related items were listed. He nodded to himself, thinking this was indeed convenient. Soon, Sanchi approached a cute staff member with a professional smile. "Hello, I'm here to consign some items," he said. The staff member responded politely. "Sure, please place the items on the platform and fill in the starting price. Once everything is confirmed, the auction will start automatically." Sanchi nodded and took 3 items from his backpack: the Shield of Sophia, the Wand of 1,000 Transformations, and the treasure used for breaking seals. He carefully placed them on the platform and set the starting prices at 80 million, 20 million, and 10 million respectively, without setting a buyout price. Although hero-level treasures usually sell for 50 million credits, the treasure for breaking seals had a significant drawback: a 50 chance of exploding along with the seal and the sealed object. Sanchi was uneasy, worried that even 10 million might be hard to achieve. After checking the items carefully, the staff entered their information into the system. "Sir, your items have been successfully entered and will automatically go up for auction in an hour. Is there anything else you need?" Sanchi nodded. "I'd like to buy some items. If I win an auction for equipment from another district, how long will it take to receive it, and where should I pick it up?" The staff member smiled and explained. "Sir, regardless of where the auction item is located, we can deliver it immediately to a designated location. Once the system notifies you of a successful bid, you can go to the storage department on the right to collect your item." After thanking her, Sanchi didn't head to the storage department immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the auction house app. Seeing over 100 million in his account, he smiled with satisfaction. Enough to buy a full set of hero-level equipment, he thought. Reaching level 30 before the Genius Tournament should be achievable, so I'll buy level 30 gear. He found the search function and entered the criteria: Profession Summoner, level 30, Quality Hero level, Type Weapon. After clicking Confirm, hundreds of results appeared instantly. Sanchi settled into a comfortable spot and began carefully selecting the equipment he desired. Sanchi meticulously scanned through the equipment list, his eyes reflecting a clear determination. His strength now heavily relied on his 2 summons, Lu Bu and Ying Zhang, both of whom were already immensely powerful. Thus, he wasn't looking for ordinary weapons to enhance himself, but rather for gear that could directly boost the combat prowess of his summons, particularly those offering percentage-based enhancements for long-term benefits. His fingers swiftly glided over the screen, skimming through the attributes of various equipment. Dragonbone Staff, Earth Fiend Staff, Iron Serpent Staff, none of these fit his needs. Perhaps due to the rarity of summoners, or other level 30 summoners preferring fixed attribute boosts, Sanchi soon pinpointed a set of equipment perfectly suited to his requirements. Spirit Sword, Spirit Helmet, Spirit Amulet, Spirit Armor, Spirit Leg Guards. He murmured to himself, carefully verifying the attributes of each piece. These 5 pieces of hero-grade equipment had remarkably consistent effects, all enhancing the overall attributes of humanoid summons. The weapon increased by 20, the helmet by 10, the amulet by 5, the chest armor by 10, and the leg guards by 5, totaling a 50 boost to Lu Bu and Ying Zhang's attributes. Although not a game-changer, this effect was satisfactory for Sanchi. After all, these were merely level 30 hero-quality items, incomparable to legendary treasures like the 7 Deadly Sins. Additionally, he was pleased to find that this set could also boost his mental attributes by over 500 points, significantly enhancing his survivability. Sanchi quickly calculated the total cost: 26.5 million credits, averaging over 5 million per piece. Considering the discount for a one-time purchase, this price was within an acceptable range. As for the Snow Wolf King's staff, he decided to keep it as a backup, ready to switch if he ever needed to venture into snowy terrains. Without hesitation, Sanchi proceeded with the payment. As the system notification chimed, his attention shifted to the skill book list. Compared to equipment, skill books of the same quality were exorbitantly priced, with most hero-quality ones exceeding 10 million, some even nearing 100 million. Sanchi contemplated his options. He already had survival and escape skills like Void Surge and targeted teleportation, defensive ones like Chiman Duanjia and Life Blessing, and Soul Link, which could be considered a semi-defensive skill. What he needed now were offensive skills, and for him, augmentation skills were synonymous with attack skills. However, hero-quality augmentation skills had limited potency, capped at a 50 increase, with a duration of only 5 minutes. Stroking his chin, Sanchi decisively adjusted the filter from hero to legendary. Instantly, Dozens of skill books appeared on the screen, but the staggering prices, starting at 200 million credits, made him gasp. Upon closer inspection, even the cheapest was no less than 200 million credits. The highest bid even reached 1.5 billion. Sanchi was taken aback. This price far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't afford the starting bid, let alone buy it outright. He shook his head with a wry smile and thought to himself, forget it, skill books are out of the question for now. I'll wait until I have more money to buy a legendary skill book. After all, skill slots are limited, and quality over quantity is the way to go. With a sigh, Sanchi closed the auction program. He then headed to the storage department, where he collected 5 pieces of equipment from the staff and casually stowed them in his system backpack. As he descended the stairs, he mused, making money. For professionals, there's never enough money to be made. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. It would be nice if someone just appeared out of nowhere and gifted me a few legendary skills or a few billion credits. After finishing his errands, Sanchi found a small shop to have breakfast, then boarded the bus heading back to the endless snowfield. This journey was uneventful, no encounters with flirtatious women or any other odd occurrences. He arrived safely at the gathering point, booked a room at an inn, and set out for the area where snow wolves roamed, beginning his monster hunting journey. Time was tight, with only 4 days left until the genius competition. Although he had learned from the city lord that the talents from the top 3 districts were vastly superior to those from other areas, Sanchi was uncertain about their true strength. He calculated, if I can reach level 30 and equip that set of hero-level gear, it should increase my chances. As long as I make it into the top 3, I can complete the system's task. Riding his sand horse, Sanchi pondered, perhaps I could find a chance to ask the city lord about the strength of the top 3 district talents. If it seems too challenging, I might sell some of Lu Lao's charms to buy a legendary skill book. Suddenly, he heard distant wolf howls. Sanchi reined in his horse, looking cautiously at the 2 attendants beside him. Without needing to speak, Lu Bu already turned his red-hair horse and dashed towards the sound. Moments later, Lu Bu's voice came back. My lord, it's a wolf pack, but not a large one, only a few dozen. Sanchi said with some disappointment. Only a few dozen? You can handle them. Just catch up with us afterward. He wasn't willing to use a triple experience card on just a few dozen snow wolves. Understood, Lu Bu replied, pulling the reins and charging into the wolf pack. Sanchi and Ing Zheng continued onward, hoping to find a larger group of wolves. In the days that followed, Sanchi was fully immersed in his monster hunting journey on the endless snowfield. He left at dawn and returned at dusk, his experience cards rapidly depleting under the intense hunting sessions. Finally, on the afternoon of the 4th day, after another large group of snow wolves fell to Lu Bu's spear, a brilliant white light appeared above Sanchi's head. Ding! The system notification sounded. The system has detected that you have reached level 30. Optional task 2 is completed. Congratulations. You have earned 3 lottery chances. Sanchi quickly equipped the heroic set. Another system notification followed. Ding! The system has detected that you are wearing 5 pieces of equipment exceeding extraordinary level. Optional task 3 is completed. Congratulations. You have earned 5 lottery chances. You currently have 13 lottery chances remaining. Now I can really enjoy this. Sanchi rubbed his hands together excitedly. He had saved the 5 lottery chances from the main quest reward to enjoy a larger draw at once. Now, the moment for indulgence had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, Sanchi commanded the system, start the draw. In Sanchi's mind, the familiar gigantic lottery will slowly appeared. The system prompted him whether to draw immediately, and he eagerly pressed yes 9 times in a row. The wheel began to spin, but Sanchi couldn't wait any longer and double-clicked to skip the animation. The system popped up with 9 consecutive notifications. Congratulations. You have received 3 5x experience cards. Congratulations. You have received 10 3x experience cards. Congratulations. You have received 5 3x experience cards. Congratulations. You have received 2 profession item selection coupons. Congratulations. You have received a rare grade armor, which Helena's panties. The final notification sounded. Ding. You have drawn 9 times in a row. The next draw is guaranteed to exclude all items below the extraordinary grade. Sanchi quickly reviewed the rewards. Apart from the experience cards and profession item selection coupons, everything else was either rare or common grade, basically useless. However, a slight smile appeared on his face, revealing a just as expected expression. Being an experienced card game player, he knew that games with guaranteed mechanisms usually meant it's hard to get good items without it. Therefore, he had pinned all his hopes on the 10th draw. Without hesitation, Sanchi crushed the profession item selection coupon. The system immediately responded. Ding. You have used the profession item selection coupon. Please choose the profession you want to specify. Summoner. Sanchi decisively answered. Specification successful. In this draw, all non-summoner profession items will be removed from the prize pool. This draw is guaranteed, and all items below the extraordinary grade will be excluded. Sanchi took a deep breath, clicked draw, and then immediately skipped the animation. Drawing for you. Congratulations. You have drawn an epic skill book, Song of Life. Sanchi's body jolted, his eyes wide open. Epic. Holy crap, he muttered incredulously, as a surge of joy overwhelmed him. In the current human society, epic items are rare treasures that exist only in legends, considered strategic resources. With trembling hands, Sanchi eagerly opened the skill book information. Skill book, Song of Life. Quality, epic. Restricted to summoner, priest, paladin. Skill description, cast Song of Life centered on the user. Allies within the range of the song recover 10 of their health, mental strength, and stamina per second. The skill's range diameter is half of the user's mental attribute value in meters, lasting 300 seconds with a 48-hour cooldown. Maximum level, cannot be upgraded. Sanchi stood frozen, his eyes nearly bulging out, repeatedly exclaiming, "Holy crap." His mind raced, quickly realizing the true value of this skill in his hands. For others, it might just be a powerful area healing skill, but for Sanchi, its potential was far greater. His thoughts immediately drifted to Lu Bu's sacrificial strike, starting to envision how to combine this newly acquired skill with it to create even more astonishing combat effects. This skill is Lu Bu's most powerful burst ability. At full strength, he can use it a maximum of twice in a battle, typically conserving his strength by using it only once. Each time he performs the sacrificial strike, it consumes about 50 of his stamina. However, with the Anthem of Life, the situation changes dramatically. This skill restores 10 of his health and stamina every second, allowing Lu Bu to use the sacrificial strike repeatedly, without hesitation. Imagine unleashing a high-damage burst skill every 5 seconds. Lu Bu's fighting style transforms instantly, becoming wild and unstoppable. If he had mastered this skill earlier against the high-ranking members of the demon cult, the battle would have been much easier. Lu Bu's attack pattern flashes through his mind. He leaps from afar, his halberd slicing through the air, instantly taking down an enemy. As he lands, another powerful move knocks down yet another foe. He strikes from left to right, a relentless storm of sacrificial strikes raining down. In just 25 seconds, the entire elite team of the demon cult would be completely annihilated. Even more astonishing is that Sanchi's Soul Link skill adds a new dimension to the battle. Although his combat skills don't match Lu Bu's, anyone can wield sheer destructive power. Lu Bu's recklessness, combined with Ying Zheng's sweeping attack, results in an incredible 800 boost to all attributes. With terrifying base stats, all attributes easily surpass the 10,000 mark. At this moment, two Lu Bus with attributes over 10,000 stand on the battlefield, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light, their halberds poised to strike. Behind them, two demonic shadows appear every 5 seconds, heralding the impending destructive blow. Each swing of the halberd could trigger a minor earthquake. This berserk state lasts for 300 seconds, enough for the two of them to destroy everything from the city gates to the city walls, even leveling a 100-meter-high hill. Faced with such power, how many opponents can stand their ground? Without hesitation, Sanchi clicked the use button. Holding on to a skill book of this caliber for even a second longer made him anxious, as if even the falling snowflakes were eyeing it greedily. Conveniently, he had just reached level 30, with an open slot in his skill bar. The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the Anthem of Life. Nice. Sanchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had some doubts about making it to the top 3 in the Genius tournament, but now it seemed a sure thing. He calmed his excitement a bit and checked the time on his phone. It was past 3 in the afternoon. The last return bus was set to leave at 6, so it was time to head back. With that, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the gathering point, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. At the entrance to the 7th district, a vehicle filled with passengers came to a slow stop. End of the line, everyone off, the driver's shout echoed through the cabin. The passengers began to rise and disembark in an orderly fashion. Among them was Sanchi, who stepped into the district and quickened his pace towards the city lord's mansion. The elevator doors opened, and Sanchi stepped onto the 12th floor. Inside the spacious office, the city lord was leisurely reclining in a chair, gazing out at the cityscape beyond the window. Beside him stood a young man, Chu Xiaojiang. Upon seeing Sanchi's arrival, the city lord slowly stood up, scrutinizing him. Why is a summoner dressed like a warrior? The city lord asked curiously, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sanchi shrugged, calmly explaining. It's the heroic spirit set, a hero-grade gear that boosts all attributes of summoned creatures. This is just how it looks. I can't do anything about it. Indeed, the heroic spirit set's weapon was a one-handed sword, and the armor was plate rather than robes. Sanchi, already tall and imposing, looked even more striking in his silver-white armor. The city lord nodded in understanding and then said, All right, now that everyone's here, let's get going soon. Sanchi was taken aback and asked, are only 2 of us representing our district in the genius tournament? The city lord explained, in theory, I could choose 5, but those who can't even pass the test would only bring shame to the 7th district. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh right, this is Chu Xiaojiang. The one you mentioned might be colluding with outsiders. But don't worry, I've checked, and he has no connections with them. The city lord turned towards the elevator. Besides, I need to get some identification documents. You 2 wait here for a bit. With that, he left. With the city lord gone, an awkward silence enveloped the office. Sanchi had no intention of engaging with Chu Xiaojiang, so he ignored him. However, this time, Chu Xiaojiang's attitude had changed remarkably. Chu Xiaojiang approached Sanchi with a fawning smile. Brother Song? I was wrong before, please forgive me. Though surprised by the change in Chu Xiaojiang's demeanor, Sanchi remained expressionless, responding with a cold grunt. Undeterred, Chu Xiaojiang retrieved 2 bottles of light blue potion from a storage ring. I heard your parents used to work in a factory? Things are different now than before the apocalypse. The work intensity is high, and safety measures are lacking. Your parents must have inhaled some toxic gases over the years, leaving hidden injuries. Even though we're all professionals now and physically fit, old age can still bring after effects. Those issues need early treatment. Finally, Song-Chi turned his head, impatiently asking, so, what's your point? Song-Chi was about to leave when Chu Xiaojiang suddenly stopped him, holding 2 bottles of crystal-clear elixirs. Brother Song, these are specially crafted healing elixirs for your parents, made by a senior alchemist from my family, Chu Xiaojiang said, his face full of eagerness and his eyes shining with anticipation. Song-Chi frowned as he looked at the softly glowing elixirs, feeling a bit skeptical. Elixirs made specifically for my parents? Chu Xiaojiang nodded enthusiastically, a broad smile on his face. Yes. A few days ago, I visited your home under the guise of a classmate, bringing along our family's level 85 senior alchemist. He carefully assessed your parents' health, and then crafted these elixirs with great care. He went on to describe the benefits of the elixirs. These elixirs can not only help your parents eliminate hidden injuries and detoxify their bodies, but also improve their appearance and prolong their lives. They'll definitely look years younger. Hearing this, Song-Chi scrutinized Chu Xiaojiang with a frown, thinking to himself, how shameless can this guy get? Just days ago, he was ready to fight me, and now he's trying to curry favor? Still, the mention of the elixirs reminded him that he should indeed pay more attention to his parents' health. A thought crossed his mind, and Song-Chi pondered. Maybe once I level up more, I can take my parents out to hunt monsters? Even a slight increase in their stats would be beneficial. With this in mind, Song-Chi asked, my sister is a warrior and has been raiding dungeons for years. She must have her share of hidden injuries too, right? Chu Xiaojiang showed no sign of displeasure at this, and instead beamed even more. Don't worry, Brother Song. Your sister wasn't home that day, but I'll make sure to have an elixir specially prepared for her as well. He carefully handed the 2 bottles to Song-Chi, who hesitated for a moment before accepting them. He knew that while there were plenty of healing elixirs available on the market, none could match the effectiveness of these custom-made ones, especially those crafted by a level 85 senior alchemist. Thank you, Song-Chi said briefly. Don't mention it. I'll be counting on you in the upcoming tournament, Chu Xiaojiang replied with a smile. Song-Chi replied non-committally, though his demeanor had noticeably softened. Seeing Song-Chi's reaction, Chu Xiaojiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since learning how much the city lord valued Song-Chi, he had been looking for a chance to make amends. However, he also understood that someone as esteemed as Song-Chi likely wouldn't lack ordinary gear or skills. If anything, he might be missing rare legendary items. The problem was, where would Chu Xiaojiang find so many credits? Legendary items could cost tens of millions, even billions, which was far beyond what he could afford. Even his own highest quality equipment was only of the heroic tier, and offering something of that level would be meaningless to someone like Song-Chi. Scraping together millions for an apology? It would be financially crippling, with no guarantee of effectiveness. So, Chu Xiaojiang decided to change his approach. After careful consideration, he focused on Song-Chi's family. Using his status as a prominent member of the Chu family, he spent a considerable sum and called in a few favors to persuade the family's senior alchemist to craft the elixirs specifically for Song-Chi's parents. A level 85 senior alchemist is not someone money can easily hire. Of course, Chu Xiaojiang knew he could have settled for a level 60 alchemist to treat Song-Chi's parents. For minor ailments, the difference in treatment between a level 60 and a level 85 alchemist is negligible. This way, he wouldn't have to call in favors, and it would be much cheaper. But the issue wasn't the slight difference in treatment effectiveness. It was that the status of a level 85 alchemist better demonstrated his sincerity. It also made it harder for Song-Chi to refuse. Even if the improvement was just one better, it was still the superior choice. In the end, Chu Xiaojiang's extra efforts paid off, as it turned out to be a worthwhile investment. After presenting the gifts, Chu Xiaojiang sensibly retreated to a seat on the side, refraining from forcing any conversation. The room once again fell into silence, with a subtle awkwardness hanging in the air. A few minutes later, the elevator chimed, breaking the stillness as the city lord stepped out, casting a glance at the two of them. "All right, let's get going," the city lord said. "Is there anything you need to tell your families? The Genius Tournament isn't a short event." Chu Xiaojiang shook his head, as the news of his participation had already spread throughout his clan, and everything necessary had been communicated. Sanchi, however, raised his hand. "I have a few things to discuss with my parents." The city lord nodded in agreement. "Then go ahead. I'll wait for you with Chu Xiaojiang at the gate." "No problem," Sanchi replied before hurrying home. After a brief conversation with his parents and watching them take their medication, he left. When Sanchi arrived at the gate, the city lord and Chu Xiaojiang were already waiting on a large, floating black mist, big enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people lying down. Curious, Sanchi reached out to touch it, finding that although it appeared misty, it was surprisingly solid, like a soft sofa. "Stop touching it and get on," the city lord urged. "Annoy this thing, and no one will take you to the first district." "This thing?" Sanchi was taken aback. "It has consciousness." The city lord didn't explain, simply waving his hand as a wisp of black mist lifted Sanchi and placed him on the mist. A transparent circular barrier then appeared around them. "Hold on tight." The city lord's words were barely out when a powerful gust erupted, sending dust flying. The three of them, along with the mist, vanished in an instant. Caught off guard, Sanchi and Chu Xiaojiang bumped into the barrier. Once the speed stabilized, they managed to sit upright. The city lord began to explain. "It takes 4 hours to fly from the 7th district to the 1st district. If you have any biological needs along the way, I'd suggest holding it in. Otherwise, don't blame me if you're thrown off." He paused before continuing. "Now let me introduce the format and schedule of the Genius Tournament. This competition is jointly organized by all the high-ranking members of the human race, with each district allowed to select up to 5 participants. The specific number is determined by each district's city lord." Under the city lord's detailed explanation, the two young men gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of the Genius Tournament. The duration of the competition is uncertain, ranging from 10 days to a month, primarily depending on when the last participant is eliminated. The competition is divided into 3 rounds: survival, team, and individual, in that order. In the survival round, participants are randomly placed in a designated wilderness area, typically lasting about a week, though the exact duration may be adjusted based on actual conditions. Contestants earn points by defeating monsters of varying levels, with higher-level monsters yielding more points. To increase the challenge, some high-level monsters are deliberately placed in the area, offering even more points if defeated. Rankings are ultimately determined by the total points accumulated. The city lord added. Of course, the wilderness area will be thoroughly surveyed by the strongest of the human race to ensure there are no anomalies before it's selected. At the competition venue, 5 powerful city lords will oversee the event, with dozens of high-level professionals above level 90 monitoring the entire process to ensure the absolute safety of the participants. While cooperation between contestants is allowed, any form of infighting or fighting is strictly prohibited. Every participant is a carefully nurtured future star of humanity, and losing even one would be a painful blow to the higher-ups. The city lord continued to elaborate on the competition rules. The individual matches will follow a random draw system for unknown duels. Winners will advance, while losers might have a chance to be revived based on the judge's decision, ultimately earning points according to their ranking. The team competition requires districts to form teams of 2 to 5 members to compete. Hearing this, Chu Xiaojiang frowned and stepped forward. "City lord, we only have 2 participants. Isn't that a disadvantage?" The city lord nodded slightly. "Indeed. But rest assured, the fewer members in a team, the higher the points for the same ranking. For instance, within the top 10, a 5-member team might earn 10 points, while a 2-member team could get 40 points. Chu Xiaojiang still appeared concerned. "But since it's a talent competition, the strength gap between participants shouldn't be too wide, right? 2 against 5 seems risky." The city lord sneered. "Talent? You're too naive. The gap between top talents and ordinary talents is like a chasm. The first district always splits its 5 members into 2 teams, even fiercely competing for the 2-member team slots. Why? Because their strength is astonishing. They prefer to compete as solo teams to earn more points. And it's not arrogance. Even when split, they still rank among the top." These words awakened Chu Xiaojiang, who looked at Sanchi with admiration and amazement. The city lord dared to bring only the 2 of them, clearly confident in their abilities. Chu Xiaojiang was well aware of his own capabilities despite his good background and S-level talent. He was merely an ordinary genius. The source of the city lord's confidence was obviously someone else. "So, I'm just here to make up the numbers?" Chu Xiaojiang thought with a bitter smile. He had thought being selected for the talent competition was a turning point in his life, but reality hit him hard before it even began. Looking at Sanchi again, he noticed his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the city lord's high praise. What a strong mindset, to be so indifferent to such compliments. Chu Xiaojiang wondered. If it were me, I couldn't remain so composed. Is this the gap between us? Even my mental state is far inferior. However, what he didn't know was that, due to the lack of signal in the sky preventing him from using his phone, Sanchi was lost in thought, dreaming about spending money. He hadn't heard a single word the city lord had said. After a while, Sanchi murmured softly. 100 billion seems too little, maybe a trillion? No, let's make it 10 trillion. Wasn't there a company in the past that had 2 trillion in debt? For hours later, after the city lord repelled the monster horde for the 6th time, the first district finally emerged before everyone. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang couldn't help but marvel at the scene, which far exceeded their expectations. The scale of the first district was astonishing, at least 10 times that of the 7th district. Even from several kilometers away, the vibrant neon lights were clearly visible, dazzling in their brilliance. Magical airships weaved through the sky, with various aerial vehicles bustling about, and skyscrapers stood in dense rows, seamlessly connecting the sky and the earth. Powerful individuals flew through the air, and despite the seeming chaos, the traffic was well organized. At that moment, a dozen trucks carrying heavy magic defense arrays drove out of the city. The extraordinary energy emanating from them was so intense that even those in midair could clearly sense it. However, as soon as they were covered with black cloth, this energy vanished without a trace. Having seen modern society, Song Qi was initially amazed by the sight, but quickly composed himself. In contrast, Chu Xiaojiang seemed to be in a futuristic world, continuously expressing his admiration. If the first district could be compared to a top-tier modern metropolis, then the 7th district resembled a remote village, with a gap between them that spanned eras. As Song Qi glanced over the outskirts of the city, he noticed that the industrial area here was completely different from that of the 7th district. Typically, industrial areas would be filled with stench and wastewater, with rivers severely polluted. Yet, the industrial area before him was not only clean and tidy, but the adjacent river was also crystal clear. City Lord, does the first district not have heavy industry, or do they have different pollution control methods? The industrial area doesn't have any pollution at all. Song Qi couldn't help but ask. The city lord shook his head and explained, neither. It's simply that there are enough high-level professionals. So many that they can afford to deploy them to clean the streets and rivers. I see, Song Qi realized. Indeed, many problems boil down to whether resources are sufficient. All right, it's time to go down, the city lord said, glancing below and guiding the black mist to descend in front of the gate. After presenting his identification to the guards, a stylishly dressed young woman appeared to lead the three of them to a hotel called Imperial Luxury. Despite the somewhat tacky name, the hotel's opulence was breathtaking. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang each received a room, while the city lord mysteriously disappeared upon entering the city, his whereabouts unknown. Once in his room, Song Qi took a refreshing shower and then lay comfortably on the bed, taking out his phone to watch videos. As expected of the first district, even the internet speed is much faster, without any lag, he exclaimed in amazement. The smooth video experience brought back memories of the unencumbered enjoyment he hadn't experienced in a long time. Song Qi was mindlessly scrolling through local videos when a series of suggestive content caught his attention. Wow, he exclaimed, frowning at the screen. What's the difference between those pants and a mask? They cover less than underwear. The woman in the video had a stunning figure and was dressed provocatively, leading Song Qi to marvel at the openness of the largest city of the human race. The human race is already so dangerous. It's one thing not to serve the country, but to engage in such activities? He criticized righteously while quickly bookmarking the videos for further critique. In just a few minutes, Song Qi had bookmarked several videos that needed criticism. No wonder this is the largest city of the human race. It's so depraved. He continued scrolling until a video of a youthful-looking busted streamer caught his eye. His heart raced as he read the video description. Is there a brother staying at the Emperor Hotel willing to take me in for a night? Song Qi perked up. In this world, there were no beauty filters, which meant she was genuinely. No way, he shook his head vigorously. As a new generation genius of the human race, I have a responsibility to help these misguided girls. A strong sense of justice surged from his gut, urging him to take action. Just as he was about to act, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, are you here for the Genius Tournament? We're from the 10th District and would like to discuss an alliance. Song Qi paused, pants half on. The 10th District? An alliance? He thought for a moment before deciding to open the door after getting dressed. Standing outside was a tall, blond man in a gold-trimmed robe, exuding elegance and possessing striking features though not quite as striking as Song Qi's. Hello, I'm Lean Maynard, the man said with a slight bow, politely inquiring. Would you be interested in forming an alliance with us in tomorrow's survival match to take on competitors from the top 3 districts? I'm Song Qi from the 7th district, Song Qi replied, puzzled. Isn't the survival match supposed to prohibit internal conflicts? Lin smiled and explained their strategy. Allies could team up to hunt monsters and ambush non-allies to steal points, promising compensation as well. What a disgusting tactic, Sanchi thought with disdain, also finding the idea naive. In the face of absolute strength, numbers meant nothing. Sorry, I'm not interested, he declined firmly. Lin didn't insist, bowing slightly before leaving. After watching him disappear, Sanchi hurriedly grabbed his phone and headed downstairs, only to return to his room with a scowl soon after. Damn it, he shouted, tossing his phone onto the bed in frustration. How can someone waste a skill slot just to beautify themselves in this world? The night passed quietly. In the morning, City Lord Fu seemed to appear out of nowhere, waking up Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang, who were still asleep. He led them to a towering building in the center of the city. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a well-built man. This man was dressed in loose training clothes and was accompanied by 4 energetic young men. He brightened up upon seeing them and greeted with a smile. Hey, old Fu, old Tian, long time no see. City Lord Fu responded with a smile, clearly indicating they were long-time acquaintances. The man called Old Tian glanced at Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang, a hint of envy in his eyes. I heard yesterday that you're only bringing 2 people this year. I didn't believe it until I saw it myself. You must be confident about winning the genius competition. Not at all. It's just that there weren't any other suitable candidates, City Lord Fu replied modestly, then asked, how are things in your 4th district? What else? The usual, City Lord Tian replied with a wry smile. We barely manage with 3 to 5 super-level contestants each year. As long as we get one in the top 10, the resources we receive won't be too few. City Lord Fu nodded thoughtfully. I heard that someone with the surname Li is competing this year. Being close by, have you heard anything about his current strength? Not exactly sure, City Lord Tian shook his head. But he's definitely ridiculously strong. Old Nia and Vivian from the 2nd and 3rd districts have given up competing for 1st place. That impressive? City Lord Fu was surprised. Aren't they usually keen to compete with the 1st district? City Lord Tian chuckled dismissively. Come on, someone born with a profession can't be compared to ordinary people, especially considering his background. But I heard he's planning to restrict his strength to level 25, which has somewhat motivated old Nia and Vivian. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the 2 city lords went their separate ways. However, the conversation piqued Song Qi's curiosity. He leaned in closer to City Lord Fu and quietly asked, City Lord, who were you talking about? And what does being born with a profession mean? City Lord Fu looked at them in surprise before realizing. Ah, you don't know about this? It was quite the sensation over a decade ago. But you were just born then, so it's understandable. He paused and explained. The young man with the surname, Li is named Li Zong, a descendant of Emperor Li Heir. Emperor Li Heir? Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang gasped, their breaths catching. He was the legendary figure who emerged during humanity's darkest hour, repelled the extraterrestrial demon tribe, created extraordinary professions, and paved a new path for humankind. So, being born with a profession means. City Lord Fu nodded in confirmation. Yes, it means exactly what it says. Li Zong's birth was destined to be extraordinary. When he was born, instead of crying like other babies, he was remarkably quiet. Even more astonishing was that when the nurse tried to gently pat his bottom as per usual, a mysterious, extraordinary force suddenly erupted, pushing the nurse back several steps. This anomaly quickly caught the attention of the human race's higher-ups. After thorough testing, they were amazed to discover that this infant was not only born with an awakened profession, but also possessed an austere talent. The revelation was so astounding that the specifics of his profession and talents were classified as top secret, known only to the old city lord of the 1st district. Wait, Chu Xiaojiang interrupted, puzzled. Even the profession details are confidential? Does that mean his profession isn't on our known list of professions? Exactly, the city lord nodded solemnly, then disclosed various speculations about Li Zong's profession. Some say he can freely use any profession's skills and equipment. There are rumors his growth rate is dozens of times that of ordinary professionals. Others believe that just the leakage of his profession's name would drive the foreign demon tribes to attack him at any cost. For this reason, the human leaders had no choice but to completely seal off most of his information. Wow, the 2 couldn't help but exclaim. This indicated that Li Zong not only had an 18-year head start in his professional growth period, but that the strength of his profession had reached an unfathomable level. Although the truth of these rumors was hard to gauge, the tight information lockdown by the human leaders suggested his power was indeed far beyond ordinary. More importantly, as a descendant of Emperor Li Heir, the cultivation resources available to him were undoubtedly far superior to those of others. With such advantages, he's probably already above level 60 as a high-level professional, Chu Xiaojiang remarked. No wonder the people from the 2nd and 3rd districts chose to give up from the start. If he doesn't intentionally suppress his power, this genius competition would be a foregone conclusion for everyone else. Song Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, his life story is almost like something out of a myth. As they conversed, the three arrived at the registration point. The city lord completed their registration, and the staff member took out a mysterious bamboo slip-like artifact, gently tapping it above their heads, causing two small black beads to fall. These are life tokens, the staff explained, not only your anti-counterfeit tickets for the competition, but also life-saving talismans. If you encounter a lethal danger during the competition, the life token will automatically activate a defense array, capable of withstanding a full-strength attack from a level 90 expert, with healing effects comparable to the water of life. Now, swallow them in front of me. Sanchi and Chu Shaojiang swallowed the life tokens without hesitation. The staff then handed them two booklets. These are the rules and format of the genius competition. I suggest you take some time to read them carefully. All right, you may go. The three of them exited the building and stepped back onto the bustling streets of the first district. Mayor Fu glanced at his watch and said softly, it's only 8 a.m. The competition starts at 1 p.m., so there's plenty of time. You two can do as you please for now, just make sure to check in at the competition site by noon. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. As Song Qi and Chu Shaojiang took their first steps, the mayor suddenly paused and turned back with a stern reminder. Oh, and one more thing. You are not allowed to go to the succubus bar. The two strolled leisurely down the wide street, with Chu Shaojiang sidling up to Song Qi and asking softly, Brother Song, where are we headed next? Song Qi sighed with exasperation. Can't you do something on your own? Why do you always have to follow me? Chu Shaojiang chuckled. Well, I did offend you before, Brother Song. Let me cover your expenses today as an apology. Song Qi sighed internally, but considering the two precious potions Chu Shaojiang had given him before, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. So he tacitly allowed Chu Shaojiang to tag along. They wandered aimlessly through the streets of the first district, sometimes stopping to admire the towering skyscrapers, other times ducking into alleys to sample local delicacies. Song Qi was surprised to find an abundance of meat, a rarity in the 7th district, readily available here. Street-side restaurants boasted free-range chicken and beef as their specialties, with some even serving magical creature meat. On just one street, there were 3 or 4 restaurants specializing in magical creature cuisine, indicating that the breeding of such creatures in the first district was quite developed. Song Qi, curious, tried several and found the flavors exceptionally delicious, yet the prices were even lower than that of ordinary chicken in the 7th district. The disparity in living conditions between the two districts is staggering, Song Qi thought to himself. If it weren't so far, I'd want to bring my parents here to live. But thinking about it, our current living standard isn't too bad. Both being professionals with hearty appetites, they visited several restaurants and had multiple meals, but were still only half full. As they continued to eat and walk, they eventually realized it was nearing noon and headed towards the competition site. 110 kilometers outside the western suburbs of the first district, a flash of light in the teleportation array revealed Song Qi and Chu Shaojiang. Many contestants had already arrived, including the blonde man who had sought an alliance with Song Qi the previous night, now surrounded by a group, indicating successful negotiations. They did not see their own mayor. After waiting at the teleportation point for about half an hour, a loud voice echoed from above, silence. A middle-aged man, holding an ornate staff and dressed in white robes, descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of the crowd. He surveyed the area and announced loudly, all contestants, come forward immediately and line up according to district order. Those not in place within 3 minutes will be considered to have forfeited. Hearing this, the contestants who had been chatting in small groups quickly gathered and lined up as instructed. Seeing that most of the participants were present, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. He held a scepter and struck the ground 13 times. With each strike, a strange magic circle blossomed on the ground, eventually forming 13 separate formations. Contestants, please stand on the formation corresponding to your assigned district, he announced, his voice loud and authoritative, echoing throughout the venue. Though the contestants were already familiar with the rules, he meticulously reiterated, the first round is a survival match. The competition area is the region of about 10,000 square kilometers behind you. He pointed to a vast map in the distance and continued, you earn points by defeating monsters. The higher the monster's level, the more points you gain. Most monsters in the field range between levels 30 and 50. His gaze swept over each contestant as his tone grew serious. If you find monsters of this level challenging, I suggest you withdraw now. He paused briefly to let the information settle, then added, to increase the challenge, we have also released 10 high-level monsters over level 60, the most powerful being an 80-level abyssal flame demon. Noticing the surprise and concern on their faces, he smiled slightly. Although your booklets contain maps of monster distributions, they are not fixed. So, be vigilant during your hunts to avoid unexpected eliminations. He continued to explain the rules. Contestants may cooperate, but points are awarded only to the person who lands the fatal blow. Even in collaboration, agree on the distribution of points in advance. His tone became more severe. If you overestimate your abilities and are defeated by a monster, activation of the life talisman will count as elimination. The match lasts a maximum of 10 days and ends early if all monsters are eliminated or all contestants are out. At the end, we will rank based on points to determine the final results and competition scores. Finally, with an undeniable authority in his voice, he declared, killing among contestants is strictly forbidden this round. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification, a return to your original district, and the revocation of all human privileges. Understood. Understood. The contestants responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and tension. Very well, he nodded in satisfaction. Then let us begin. With a slight wave of his scepter. In an instant, the 13 formations burst into dazzling white light. In that intense glow, all the contestants vanished as if they had never existed. The competition had officially begun. In the midst of the towering mountains and wild forests, swoosh. A flash of white light appeared, and Sanchi materialized out of nowhere. He immediately summoned Lu Bu and Ying Zheng, who appeared instantly by his sides. Sanchi cautiously surveyed the surroundings and found the initial location to be relatively safe, with no trace of monsters nearby. Looking up, he saw a massive white sheet floating in the sky, densely covered with the names of all the contestants, each followed by a 0. This was clearly a system for real-time score tracking. Turning around, Sanchi noticed 2 other contestants appearing simultaneously on his right. One of them remained vigilant, not approaching rashly. The other, however, seemed relaxed and walked over to Sanchi with a smile. Hello, I see you're a summoner. How about teaming up? We can split the points equally. The young man was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, with his most striking feature being his golden, radiant eyes. Although his appearance was average, he exuded an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. His smile was sincere and enthusiastic, as if he had no defenses and simply wanted to help a fellow summoner. Sanchi was taken aback. He noticed that the young man's casual attire was genuinely ordinary clothing, not some special gear disguised as everyday wear. This meant the other contestant wasn't wearing any equipment at all. Even Sanchi himself had dutifully donned his heroic spirit outfit. Sanchi thought to himself, this guy is either extremely confident or just plain naive. But given the caliber of contestants in the genius competition, the likelihood of him being naive was slim. So, he was more likely very confident in his abilities or part of the alliance movement that happened yesterday. After pondering for a moment, Sanchi politely declined. Thanks for the offer, but I prefer to go solo. Oh, I see. The young man nodded, looking slightly disappointed. That's a shame. I was hoping to make a friend. Make a friend. Sanchi was momentarily confused. Now? During the competition? Yeah. The young man sighed and explained. I'm from the 1st district, and I've been strictly supervised since I was young. Every day, it's either training or drinking all sorts of potions. I have people following me whenever I leave the house, and every action and word is tightly regulated to maintain authority. It's hard for ordinary people to approach me, let alone make friends with peers. This competition finally gave me a bit of freedom, so I wanted to take the chance to make a friend. Suddenly remembering something, the young man quickly added, Oh, if you agree, I can handle the fighting. You just need to focus on defeating the monsters. How about it? It's a fair deal, right? Sanchi looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Yet another child who lost their childhood due to high parental expectations. Describing friendship as a deal, he didn't know whether to call it naive or what. But from the sound of his story, he seemed to be from a prominent family. On second thought, Sanchi realized that children from such families probably didn't need his sympathy. After all, they were born with resources that 99% of people could only dream of. Thinking about it, being born into such a family and trading a childhood for a lifetime of wealth and status seems worth it. Sorry, I sympathize with you, but not now. Maybe in the future, if there's a chance, Sanchi said calmly, then turned and walked away. The young man's face fell as he turned to leave, but was suddenly stopped by an excited stranger. Are you young Master Li Zong? The stranger asked, his voice trembling with excitement. I recognized you immediately. In the entire 1st district, only you have such unique golden eyes. If you don't mind, I'd genuinely like to be your friend. Li Zong, the young man, slowly turned around, his dazzling golden eyes first scanning the stranger with curiosity, then locking onto him. The stranger immediately straightened up, trying to present his best self. However, within less than half a minute, he was sweating profusely, his throat dry. Li Zong gently closed his eyes, shaking his head in disappointment. You can't be my friend. Why? The stranger asked, stunned, then a bit annoyed. If a summoner can be your friend, why can't I, a dignified mage? And I'm even in steer talent. It has nothing to do with that, Li Zong explained bluntly. You can't keep up with me. The gap between us will only widen over time until there's no connection left. We're destined for different worlds. Forcing it would only multiply the dangers you face. Being friends with me is not beneficial for you. With that, the young man turned and left. leaving the mage standing there, stunned and disheartened. Meanwhile, Sanchi had barely walked 100 meters when he encountered his first magical creaturia black-furred violent ape, resembling a monkey, covered in thick, dark fur. Magical creature information. Name, black-furred violent ape. Level, 45. Strength, 1,204. Constitution, 1,130. Agility, 1,148. Spirit, 511. Skills, Bite, Frenzy. Upon seeing Sanchi, the ape went into a frenzy, emitting a sharp screech as its body swelled to twice its size. It picked up a boulder to hurl, but a flash of silver streaked by, and the ape's head was severed, flying into the air. Lu Bu's figure appeared beside it. Having reached level 30, Lu Bu's attributes had all surpassed the 1500 mark, making dealing with a mere level 45 ape a trivial task. In the sky, the number behind Sanchi changed from 0 to 5. Indeed, the white paper in the sky is a treasure for tallying points, Sanchi confirmed as he looked up, then took out the map booklet provided by the organizers. It detailed the distribution of magical creatures and the locations of high-level ones. After encountering the ape, Sanchi quickly pinpointed his location near the area of violent apes between two connected mountains. What excited him more was that not far to the right was a level 70 magical creature. Good luck, my first target is right there, Sanchi smiled. For other contestants, creatures above level 60 might be obstacles to avoid, but for him, they were simply points delivered to his doorstep. Whether it was a random placement by the organizers or intentional, Sanchi couldn't tell. As he moved forward, he observed his surroundings carefully. He noticed that almost every area where creatures were active had a corresponding high-level monster, as if it had all been meticulously arranged. In this area, a high-level creature known as the Abyssal Demon Ape had been placed at the center of a group of rampaging apes. This creature, tainted with abyssal energy, not only resembled the rampaging apes in species and appearance, but also possessed formidable strength, making it likely to become the new king of the ape group in a short time. Sanchi frowned as he thought, envisioning a terrifying scenario. The group of rampaging apes, originally averaging level 45, could be infected by the abyssal energy due to the influence of the Abyssal Demon Ape. This not only meant that the black-furred rampaging apes might get infected, but more frighteningly, these apes could potentially advance to above level 50. Looking around, he realized that other regions faced similar situations with their creature groups. Even level 30 creatures, once infected with abyssal energy, could potentially leap to level 40 powerhouses. Sanchi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing the organizers didn't intend for just any talent to pass easily. At this moment, Sanchi recalled how Chu Xiaojiang, to avoid embarrassment in the team competition, had informed him in advance about certain details. Over the past month, Chu Xiaojiang had used family resources to gain unlimited access to instances. He had been frantically joining instance runs, sleeping only 4 hours a day, desperately leveling up. Finally, a day before the talent competition, he barely reached level 25. Although he didn't have access to primordial water, Chu Xiaojiang was allocated 3 bottles of the all-demon potion. Supported by his family, he consumed a total of 8 bottles over the month, using one every 4 days on average. Combined with various herbal essences, these 8 bottles produced double the effect, boosting his base agility attribute to 200 points. Additionally, his hero-level equipment provided a 300-point primary attribute bonus, bringing his total agility to an impressive 500 points. With such attributes, Chu Xiaojiang could easily hunt level 30 creatures. When facing level 40 creatures with attribute values between 600 and 700, he could barely hold his own using skills and talents. However, level 45 creatures were completely beyond his capability. These creatures, with attributes often exceeding 1,000, had a significant advantage over Chu Xiaojiang. Even if the creatures weren't highly intelligent, their overwhelming attribute superiority was enough to cover any deficiencies. Sanchi nodded thoughtfully. If we consider Chu Xiaojiang as the lower limit of talent competition strength, then the average contestant's strength should allow them to hunt level 45 creatures. A few outstanding individuals might even be able to hunt level 50 creatures or barely hold their own against level 61s. He continued his analysis. In this round of the talent competition, the organizers might focus on 2 types of talents. The first type are those like me, with extraordinary strength capable of breaking conventions. Such individuals are naturally their key development targets. The other type are those with leadership potential, Sanchi explained. Ordinary talents find it difficult to tackle high-level creatures alone, making alliances the only viable option. Facing groups of creatures, especially those with high-level ones among them, it's impossible to break through solo. Only by forming teams and using battle formations to counter high-level creature assaults can they hope to succeed. However, Sanchi also recognized the potential issues with this strategy. Every participant in this competition is a standout in their respective areas. No one would willingly let others share the points after they have worked hard to defeat a high-level creature. In these challenging times, The real test is who can unite the team and maintain morale. Sanchi contemplated that even those with less than exceptional potential might still receive some resources after the competition. He ventured deep into the forest and suddenly paused, his gaze shifting to the right. Shadows moved among the trees, accompanied by a chorus of roars. It was a troop of raging apes, numbering around 200, foraging freely and seemingly unaffected by the abyssal aura. A troop of raging apes? Looks like I've reached the central area, Sanchi observed intently. In this region, it's not unlikely to encounter other ape troops. Now's the perfect time to use an experience card. Without hesitation, he took out a triple experience card and crushed it. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Your experience gain rate has increased to 300 for the next 2 hours. With a wave of his arm, 7 gusts of wind suddenly surged forth. Lu Bu and his red hair horse became a blur, followed closely by 6 terracotta warriors in a standard charge formation. Since Song Qi reached level 30, Yingzheng's mental attribute had increased to 3,000 points, raising the limit of terracotta warriors from 4 to 6. Boom. Crash. A crimson lightning bolt sliced through the forest, cutting the ape troop in half before they could react. A dozen apes instantly turned into experience points, flowing into Song Qi. Experience points 48,000. Experience points 48,000. Experience points 48,000. After a brief silence, the ape troop erupted in furious roars. This area had been their territory since ancient times, never before challenged by another creature. Nearly 100 apes went berserk, their muscles swelling and fur thinning as their strength attribute doubled to an impressive 2,400 points, far exceeding Lu Bu in his normal state. Faced with this scene, Lu Bu was not intimidated. Instead, he smiled wryly. Now this is a bit more challenging. With red hair's hooves off the ground, Lu Bu weaved through the ape troop like a swimming dragon. The halberd's cold gleam flashed with each strike, effortlessly tearing through the apes' iron-like muscles. Despite their immense strength, the apes couldn't even touch the hem of Lu Bu's garment. Blood barely touched the halberd's blade before sliding off like dew, leaving no trace. Lu Bu mused to himself, with the master's power growing, the seal on the halberd might soon be partially broken. With a series of sharp thuds, 6 spears sliced through the air, each one piercing the skulls of their enemies with precision as the terracotta warriors launched their attack. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. A thunderous roar echoed as a gigantic beast, a rampaging ape, swung its massive fists, each as large as an adult human, smashing 2 terracotta warriors into dust. But its moment of triumph was short-lived as the remaining 4 warriors lunged forward with their spears, skewering the frenzied creature. This scene seemed to ignite the ferocity in the other rampaging apes. Seeing a chance to shatter these eerie clay soldiers, they broke away from Lu Bu's encirclement and charged towards the terracotta warriors. From a distance, Yingzheng raised his hand with a calm expression. Instantly, the destroyed warriors reassembled, and 6 formidable figures stood tall once more on the battlefield. Facing the oncoming horde of apes, they remained unflinching, their spears continuously claiming lives. Thud, thud, thud. Another 6 apes fell. However, the apes' assault grew more intense, countless massive fists raining down, reducing the 6 warriors to powder in an instant. The apes roared in deafening triumph, pounding their chests and leaping about. Yet their celebration was abruptly cut short. The familiar sound of spears rang out again, and several apes dropped dead before they could even react. The 6 terracotta warriors, somehow, had returned to their pristine state once more. The battlefield was now split into 2 contrasting scenes. On one side, dust swirled around the repeatedly destroyed and reborn 6 warriors. On the other, Lu Bu was engaged in a near one-sided slaughter. A torrent of experience points flowed into Song Qi like shooting stars. These berserk apes had lost all sense, refusing to retreat despite the heavy casualties. In just 10 minutes, over 200 apes had fallen, their blood staining the forest within a radius of several dozen meters, even covering ancient trees in a dark red hue. This massacre had earned Song Qi over 9 million experience points, filling his experience bar almost completely. Glancing at the leaderboard, he was pleased to see himself at the top with 1,032 points. As expected of me, Song Qi thought with satisfaction. Although the strength of Li Zong at level 25 was still unknown, with the mighty Lu Bu and Yingzheng by his side, he was confident in his ability to outpace anyone in enemy kills. However, as he continued to browse the leaderboard, he was surprised to find that the second place had already reached over 800 points and was still rising. But upon seeing the name, he felt reassured it was Li Zong, the powerful contestant the city lord had mentioned, who had intentionally suppressed his strength for the competition. At this rate, he'll catch up in a minute. No, I can't let that happen if I want to get more primal water. Song Qi quickly gathered the equipment dropped by the apes and headed towards the central area. High above the forest a few minutes earlier, several powerful figures sat suspended in the air. Their forms, appearances, and even apparent ages varied greatly, yet each exuded an aura that commanded respect. The city lords gathered together, each displaying their unique aura. Some leisurely sipped tea, exuding an air of wisdom, while others lay in midair, surrounded by snacks, and holding a soda, resembling typical homebodies. However, each one present was among the top forces of the human race, far beyond what appearances suggested. City Lord Fu sat meditating with his eyes closed, surrounded by other powerful figures. In the center was an ancient bronze mirror, its frame yellowed but no less magical. The mirror clearly displayed images of dozens of contestants, annotated with their names, districts, and real-time scores. With a simple wave of the hand, the strong ones could switch viewing perspectives. Suddenly, the homebody among them excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, old folks, stop daydreaming. Look, there's someone named Sanchi who has actually surpassed Li Zong and taken first place. His speed in defeating enemies is even faster than Li Zong's." On the mirror, one side showed Lu Bu and Yingzheng battling a group of violent apes, while on the other, Li Zong was fighting through a cluster of colorful pythons. Both were rapidly increasing their scores, but Sanchi remained in the lead. "Sanchi is from the 7th district? Is he one of yours, old Fu? To surpass our human race's saint? That's impressive," someone marveled. Only then did City Lord Fu open his eyes, glancing at the mirror with an unmistakable look of pride. "That kid Sanchi, his talent is indeed remarkable. Though he's just a summoner, his actual combat ability rivals most primary combat professions," he added humbly. But this survival competition just happened to play to his strengths, with two excellent combat forces acting simultaneously, allowing him to temporarily take the lead by chance. The other strong figures congratulated him, with someone candidly saying, "Oh, you're too modest, old Fu. With this kid, you're guaranteed at least a top 5 finish in the talent competition, right? The 7th district won't have to worry about resources this year." Exactly, to surpass Li Zong is no accident. His talent must be among the elite. Right, old Mu? Someone turned to the white-haired elder seated in the middle. This elder was the only human who had briefly kept pace with the great Emperor Lier. Though he had retired to a secondary role due to insufficient strength, he remained the city lord of the 1st district and Li Zong's guardian. He was genuinely happy for City Lord Fu and felt hopeful for the future of the human race. "Xiao Fu, this child's performance is indeed outstanding. The 7th district should nurture him well. With his current talent, he deserves first-tier treatment. As for the final outcome, it will depend on his performance." Old Mu's words left everyone present astonished, while City Lord Fu's face lit up with joy, unable to hide his inner delight. The treatment for talented individuals among humans is divided into 4 levels: 3rd-tier talent, 2nd-tier talent, 1st-tier talent, and top-tier talent. These are not the ordinary geniuses often mentioned by the residents of the 7th district, but rather talents recognized across the entire human race. Unlike those who barely qualify as district-level geniuses by relying on various magical potions, this level of talent enhances their strength by directly consuming the water of origin. Previously, City Lord Fu applied for 3rd-tier talent treatment for Sanchi, which entitled him to 3 bottles of water of origin each month. A 2nd-tier talent receives 5 bottles monthly and the opportunity to select a legendary item from the human treasury. The benefits for a 1st-tier talent are even more generous: 7 bottles of water of origin per month, along with the choice of an epic item or skill. Now, Sanchi is about to enjoy the benefits of a 1st-tier talent. As long as he avoids major mistakes in the next 2 rounds of assessments, this status will be secured. More importantly, being a 1st-tier talent implies the potential to become a city lord-level powerhouse. Sanchi's reputation will elevate from being a genius of the 7th district to a future city lord-level figure, a status that will attract countless individuals to offer him credit points, and even renowned high-level professionals will vie to become his right-hand allies. Of course, potential is just that, potential. Over 200 individuals have been rated as 1st-tier talents, but fewer than 30 have ultimately become city lord-level powerhouses. The rest either perished in the wild or have yet to fully develop. As for top-tier talents, City Lord Fu and other city lords have not considered this category for now. This level requires demonstrating unimaginable talent and potential, so strong that it necessitates special discussion, with the possibility of breaking through the human limits and reaching the theoretical ultimate realm. Currently, only 3 individuals in the entire human race have been rated as top-tier talents, including Li Zong and Elder Mu. A rare gathering of city lord-level powerhouses, with Elder Mu present, created a harmonious atmosphere. Everyone congratulated City Lord Fu on finding a promising talent. However, before long, a city lord dressed in a nerdy fashion suddenly pointed at the bronze mirror and exclaimed, "Li Zong's score just suddenly increased by 1,000 points. He has surpassed Sanchi again, widening the gap significantly." This news did not surprise the others, as they seemed to have anticipated Li Zong's capabilities. Even the usually composed Master Fu remained calm. Li Zong being surpassed? Nothing unusual about that. It would be more surprising if someone didn't surpass him. Sanchi briefly outshining him was enough to prove his own strength, deserving of recognition as a top-tier talent. Old Mu shook his head slightly, looking a bit helpless. 1,000 points? It seems he defeated a level 70 high-tier monster. This kid, didn't I tell him to hold back a little, give others a chance to catch up? It seems my words went in one ear and out the other. Others around him chuckled knowingly. Someone whispered, in Li Zong's eyes, this might already be him holding back. After all, when we were at level 25, taking down level 60 monsters was no big deal. For him to handle a level 70 monster is quite reasonable. The others nodded in agreement. Wasn't everyone present once an extraordinary talent among thousands? Who hadn't fought against opponents dozens of levels higher? For geniuses, battling beyond their level is commonplace. However, someone added, facing a level 75 monster at level 25 might be a bit of a struggle for him. As for an 80-level Abyssal Flame Demon, that would definitely be a significant challenge. Old Mu agreed, saying, I think so too. As levels increase, the gap in strength between each level becomes more pronounced. Whether it's a professional or a monster, their strength escalates exponentially. Level 70 is a watershed. Before that, even a 10-level difference isn't too drastic. But from level 70 onwards, every 5 levels mark a qualitative leap. A level 75 can easily defeat a level 70, and an 80 will crush a 75. The reason is quite simple, Old Mu continued. The leveling process is a filtering one. For human professionals, it filters out those lacking talent or resources. For monsters, it filters out those with impure bloodlines or limited potential. He stated plainly. In other words, those who reach high levels, whether monsters or professionals, have been able to fight beyond their level since their lower levels. You think you're strong for defeating a level 50 monster at level 20? By the time you reach level 80, you'll find that everyone at that level has done the same, and some have even taken down level 60 and above. Your legendary equipment, once a source of pride, becomes standard at this level. Achievements, talent, equipment that once set you apart are now commonplace. Old Mu made a comparison. It's like a county's top exam scorer who worked tirelessly for years to finally get into a top university. They think they're the cream of the crop among hundreds of thousands of students, expecting to stand out in college. But upon introducing themselves in the dorm, they find 2 of their 3 roommates were top scorers in their cities, and the other has lived near the university since childhood, confident of getting in since age 6. That's about the gist of it. As they chatted, the usually reserved city lord suddenly exclaimed while watching the bronze mirror, wow, another 1,000 points. Old Mu frowned. Did Li Zong take down another level 70 monster? No. The city lord shook his head. No. Old Mu asked in surprise. Oh, I understand. Someone must have formed a team and successfully collaborated to defeat a high-tier monster. I'm impressed. I didn't expect someone to organize a team capable of challenging high-tier monsters in such a short time. Such a person deserves to be called a commander. Even if their talent is slightly lacking, they could be worth investing some resources in. He leaned in to examine the bronze mirror closely. Let me see. The one who earned 1,000 points is, huh? Old Mu was initially stunned, then rubbed his eyes, confirming again and again, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. His voice rose several octaves. It's Sanchi, who's soloing monsters. Sanchi? The kid trained by Old Fu? He managed to defeat a level 70 monster? That's quite remarkable. In front of the bronze mirror, the city lords exchanged surprised glances. With a wave of his hand, Elder Mu enlarged the image of Sanchi, displaying it for everyone to see. In the footage, Sanchi stood proudly atop a tree, surveying the battlefield. The mountain peak had been flattened by the aftershocks of the battle, riddled with craters from violent impacts, and stained with pools of black, foul blood. The corpse of a towering abyssal demon ape, over 10 meters tall, lay on the ground, its body neatly sliced from its right shoulder down to its left thigh, a gruesome sight. Looking up, Sanchi's 2 summoned spirits were fighting the remaining demon apes. However, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. It was more of a one-sided slaughter. The annihilation of the demon ape group was just a matter of time. The one that died was an abyssal demon ape, a level 72 monster. Elder Mu mused after a pause. It seems like it was a tough fight. With a grand gesture, Elder Mu rewound the scene by 10 minutes, stopping 5 minutes before the battle began. At this moment, Sanchi was still searching for monsters, and had yet to encounter the abyssal demon ape. This kid took down a level 70 abyssal demon ape in just 10 minutes. Elder Mu said in astonishment. His potential seems to exceed my expectations. The other city lords showed keen interest, except for Lord Fu, who smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated everything. Fast forward 5 minutes. Elder Mu commanded again. In the footage from 5 minutes earlier, Sanchi was still roaming around, not yet facing any opponents. Defeating a level 70 monster in 5 minutes. The curiosity of the onlookers turned into shock. This level of skill definitely warrants the treatment of a top-tier genius. Elder Mu's brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly serious. Advance another 2 minutes. 3 minutes prior, Sanchi had just encountered the group of demon apes, but had not yet engaged with the abyssal demon ape. He took down a level 70 monster in 3 minutes? Someone asked incredulously, turning to Lord Fu. Old Fu, what level is your kid at? Did you really boost him to level 40 in just a month? Lord Fu replied with a smile. Only level 30, not as exaggerated as you think. Level 30? The crowd gasped. Fighting above his level by 40 levels and resolving it in 3 minutes? This skill, this talent, even among top-tier geniuses, is exceptional. Even in the first district, Sanchi could probably reach the top of the pyramid. At this point, the city lords were beginning to feel uneasy. Could it be that Lord Fu had truly found a treasure? The lords from the top-ranking districts felt a growing sense of urgency. The genius competition not only affected the resources for the participants, but also determined the annual resource distribution from the first district to each area. This was why the lords were so invested in the talents from their districts. Before the group could recover from their astonishment, Elder Mu waved his hand once more. 2 minutes forward. A minute ago, a thunderous roar emanated from the bronze mirror, as if tearing through space. On the screen, Song-Chi's 2 summoned spirits finally broke into the center of the violent ape horde, forcing the abyssal demon ape out of its cave. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, the intensity of which was heart-stopping. The city lords watched the scene intently, expressions of astonishment evident on their faces. The abyssal demon ape had just emerged from the cave. This meant the entire battle concluded in just under a minute. Before they could express their amazement, the screen continued, revealing an even more shocking scene. The confrontation lasted only a few dozen seconds before Song-Chi's summoned spirit, dressed as a warrior, suddenly leaped into the air, a massive shadow emerging behind it. A colossal spear shadow descended like a meteor, rendering the abyssal demon ape powerless, splitting it in two in an instant. This led directly to the victory scene they had initially witnessed. The city lords, including Mu Lao, were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds seemingly frozen. Moments later, the conference room erupted into a clamor, akin to a marketplace filled with gossiping women. Oh my god, not a minute, it was 33 seconds. I just counted. The battle between his summoned spirit and the abyssal demon ape lasted only 33 seconds. One of the city lords exclaimed excitedly. A sharp intake of breath followed. Less than a minute? Only half a minute. How is this different from an instant kill? Killing a level 70 monster at level 30 is something we can do. But to fight at such a level and keep it under 30 seconds? Honestly, even among us city lords, none of us could have done that in our youth, another city lord remarked. Suddenly, someone remembered another key figure. What about Li Zong? What's Li Zong's record? The recluse city lord immediately replied. No need to look, it was 54 seconds. I just checked. He was more than 20 seconds slower than this Song-Chi. This news caused another uproar in the room. Li Zong, surpassed again? Someone shouted in disbelief. Does this mean this Song-Chi's current display of power exceeds that of Li Zong? Another top-tier genius? Someone asked incredulously. Who is Li Zong? A city lord excitedly explained. He's the only descendant of Emperor Li Heir, born with extraordinary power, possessing a unique class, and treated as the top genius of the human race. Not to mention, under Mu Lao's supervision, he has been trained by countless strong individuals since childhood. Even when he suppresses his strength to the level of a 25-year-old, everyone believed he would leave others far behind. Someone tried to find a reasonable explanation. Perhaps he used some epic artifact or a powerful temporary burst skill? Mu Lao shook his head. Equipment and skills are part of one's strength, but it doesn't overshadow his potential. I observed closely. That Song-Chi kid didn't use any skills or equipment. It was purely the strength of his summoned spirit. He turned to Lord Fu, noticing the latter smiling at the ongoing debate. Mu Lao seemed to understand something and said, All right, everyone calm down. Let's have Lord Fu explain it to us. He must have anticipated this situation. Feigning surprise, Lord Fu replied, Oh, Mu Lao, you jest. I had no idea this kid could surpass Li Zong. I'm just as surprised. Mu Lao impatiently interrupted. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell us, what quality are the 2 summoned spirits of this kid? Epic? Or perhaps mythical? Lord Fu finally chuckled. Well, his luck is indeed remarkable. The warrior that slew the demon ape is indeed a mythical level summoned spirit. Upon hearing this, everyone understood, followed by a chorus of exclamations. So it's a mythical level summoned spirit. No wonder. Mythical level. Didn't expect someone could actually summon such a quality spirit. Truly the highest theoretical class. Fu, you lucky devil. Even being cursed, Lord Fu maintained his cheerful demeanor. Mu Lao's breathing quickened as he asked, Are both of them mythical level? Oh, not both. Lord Fu quickly clarified, fearing any misunderstanding. Mu Lao showed a look of disappointment, laughing at himself. Of course, having 1 mythical level is already impressive. How could there be 2? Perhaps the dire situation of the human race has made me desperate for solutions. He nodded and continued. What about the other one? Lord Fu replied. It's a sacred spirit. Mu Lao, question mark. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, their movements suspended in place. The forced smile on Elder Mu's face looked even more awkward. Holy spirit level. One of the city lords stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. City Lord Fu nodded calmly in confirmation. Yes. Do you know what you're saying? Another straightforward city lord couldn't help but stand up, his voice carrying a clear tone of skepticism. We've seen mythic-level summoned spirits before, even though no one has ever successfully summoned one. But a Holy Spirit-level summoned spirit? Our people only have 2 pieces of Holy Spirit-level equipment. Skills of that level are unheard of, and now you're telling me that a 30-level child has summoned such a quality spirit? He took a deep breath and added sarcastically, what next? Are you going to tell me he's some kind of chosen one favored by destiny? City Lord Fu shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. I never said that, but I did have that thought. He paused before continuing. He got a mythic-level summoned spirit at level 1 and a Holy Spirit level 1 at level 20. Honestly, even he was skeptical until he saw the stats of these spirits himself. But that's the reality. All right, quiet down. Elder Mu raised his hand to stop the city lord who was about to speak again, then turned to City Lord Fu. I trust you wouldn't lie about something like this. However, it's quite extraordinary. Without seeing it myself, I can't help but have doubts. After all, the Holy Spirit level is the highest quality our people have encountered. City Lord Fu nodded slightly. The Holy Spirit level isn't the upper limit of this world. It's just that the highest we've seen so far is Holy Spirit level equipment, so that's where the records end. Elder Mu pondered for a moment before asking. By the way, are there many who know about the quality of his 2 summoned spirits? Not many, City Lord Fu replied, shaking his head. In the entire 7th district, only I and a school principal know about his mythic level summoned spirit. As for the Holy Spirit level 1, I was the only one who knew until now. Now, everyone here knows. Elder Mu nodded, his expression serious. Everyone here is a city lord, so it's fine if you know. But this information must not leak out further. He looked around the room and continued. As city lords, you're among the highest ranks of our people. City lord level power holders may not always be trustworthy, but a city lord must be. The 13 city lords' lives and powers are, to an extent, bound to our people. They're almost impossible to betray. After a moment of silence, Elder Mu spoke again. Also, after all the competitions are over, have that kid, Sanchi, come see me. I need to conduct a comprehensive evaluation to determine if he deserves the treatment reserved for top-tier talents. At these words, everyone present gasped in shock. Evaluating whether someone qualifies as a top-tier talent? Was a 4th top-tier talent about to emerge among their people? The eyes of the crowd were filled with astonishment and anticipation. Elder Mu, have you really decided? Someone cautiously asked. A Holy Spirit level summoned spirit, if its abilities are outstanding enough, might indeed deserve such a spot. The other city lords cast envious glances at City Lord Fu. If Sanchi were chosen, not only would he rise to great heights, but the status of the 7th district would also be elevated. Such an opportunity would tempt any city lord. The entire 7th district will benefit from this. City Lord Fu's eyes widened with a joyful smile spreading across his face. Sanchi continuously exceeded his expectations, bringing him surprise after surprise. When he initially trained Sanchi, he merely hoped he would make it into the top 10 of the genius competition. But now, Sanchi was not only almost certain to earn the title of a top-tier genius, but there was also hope that he might become the 4th top genius in human history. The mere recognition as a talent scout made him brim with pride. He straightened his back and patted his chest firmly. Rest assured, Elder Mu, as soon as the competition is over, I will personally bring him to you. In the forest, the bodies of the berserk apes were piled high, occupying a substantial part of the hillside. After checking the panel, Sanchi nodded in satisfaction. This battle alone had propelled him from level 30 to level 33 without any pause. With the boost from the triple experience card, each berserk ape provided 48,000 experience points. The first group of 200 berserk apes brought in 9 million experience, and the second group, led by an abyssal berserk ape, numbered 500, with the level 70 abyssal berserk ape alone providing 12 million experience, totaling nearly 40 million experience points for him. This is a leveling paradise, Sanchi thought with delight. Although the experience from berserk apes was similar to snow wolves were hard to find, and one might not encounter 2 groups in a day. Here, the berserk apes were concentrated in one area, practically delivering experience on a silver platter. The surprise of discovering high-level magical creatures above level 60 was akin to opening a mystery box. He opened a small booklet to carefully study the map. The area with the berserk apes was cleared, followed by a zone with creatures ranging from levels 30 to 40. To the left and right were areas with creatures of similar levels, while high-level creatures were around level 70. The central region housed level 50 creatures and abyssal flame demons. The entire competition map was structured in 3 layers, with the central area having the highest level creatures, decreasing in level towards the perimeter. Sanchi glanced up at the leaderboard in the sky. Although he was currently in first place, apart from Li Zong in second place, other contestants' scores were also rising rapidly. I can't delay. I need to gain more before they clear out all the creatures. He put away the booklet and decided to advance along the right route, clearing all creatures along the way before heading to the central area to challenge the final boss. For these geniuses, defeating creatures 20 levels higher wasn't difficult, especially for the elites from the first 3 districts, who were likely already eyeing the creatures in their 40s. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act before they did. Sanchi circled the gathering place of the violent apes briefly, catching a glimpse of a few players engaged in skirmishes with scattered apes. He glanced at the triple experience card on his wrist, noting he had half an hour left. Looks like the apes here have dispersed. I should move on. Sanchi frowned slightly, a hint of disdain playing on his lips. After slaying hordes of monsters, he had developed a taste for more challenging foes. Unless they were high-level monsters above level 60, a few scattered ones failed to pique his interest. Without hesitation, he patted the sand horse beneath him and raced toward the next monster gathering area. Clouds of yellow dust rose under the horse's hooves, and the wind roared past his ears. Minutes later, Sanchi reined in his horse. We're here. He signaled the sand horse to stop at a small hilltop. The 3 of them and the horse stood silently, overlooking the scene below. As far as the eye could see, crude watchtowers dotted the area, surrounded by a wooden fence enclosing a vast, makeshift camp. Several hulking, green humanoid monsters patrolled the area, their muscles gleaming under the sun. Sanchi activated the semi-transparent information interface in front of him. Monster, Goblin Scout Warrior. Level, 48. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1200. Agility, 1250. Intelligence, 1100. Skills, shooting, stone throwing, quick digestion, eagle eye. Yes, this is the Goblin Gathering area. Sanchi confirmed with a nod. There were 6 areas on this level, with monster levels ranging from 40 to 50. 3 of these areas had high-level monsters, but the Goblin Camp was not one of them. Scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, Sanchi found no sign of other players. This was expected. Goblins were the least favored opponents among professionals when levels were equal. Regardless of their level, goblins possessed a certain degree of intelligence. More importantly, they always appeared in groups, living as a tribe with highly social habits. Most goblins could skillfully use tools. The ability to use tools combined with social habits meant that when goblins reached a certain number, they formed structured combat units with different attributes. This allowed them to utilize troop combinations, showcasing combat power far beyond other monsters of the same level. Fortunately, goblins capped at just over level 50. If they reached levels of 70 or 80, they would pose a significant threat to humans. Sanchi's gaze fell on the center of the camp, where a flag with what looked like ghostly symbols fluttered at the highest point. Similar flags waved on many wooden rooftops, symbols of goblin identity. Counting carefully, Sanchi noted, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, a total of 9 flags. The red flag represented the Goblin King, while the 8 yellow flags symbolized the 8 centurions. This suggested there were about 800 goblins in this group. It seems they've sensed a threat and instinctively gathered together. Sanchi mused, a cold smile curling his lips. Convenient for me, saves a lot of time. He quickly checked the remaining time on his experience card. Triple experience card, 14 minutes and 11 seconds. 14 minutes left. Let's make this quick, no need to hold back on skills. Sanchi commanded with a wave of his right hand. Go. Understood. Upon hearing this, Ingzheng and Lu Bu slightly bowed before charging forward. Lu Bu's eyes glowed faintly red as he activated his skill, unleashing his power instantly. Lu Bu's current level is 33, with his attributes reaching an astounding 1699 points. However, this is just the beginning. With the terrifying 800 boost activated, Lu Bu's attributes soar instantly to 14,000 points, almost reaching a staggering 15,000. This attribute value is enough to completely crush the level 70 Abyss Demon Ape from before. Suddenly, a faint silhouette of a demon god forms behind Lu Bu, and a phantom of a massive halberd, hundreds of meters tall, appears in the sky. Following Sanchi's command, Lu Bu unleashes an absolute, devastating strike without hesitation. Countless goblins in the camp look up at the sky, unable to comprehend what is happening before the phantom halberd, wrapped in purple lightning and unmatched power, crashes down. Boom! In a deafening explosion, a shockwave rises skyward, and dust fills the air. The crude camp is instantly obliterated by the impact. The wooden fences tied with vines are blown apart in an instant. The entire area shakes violently, as if a small earthquake has occurred. Nearby, the contestants mistakenly believe a high-level monster is passing by, and they hold their breath, scrambling to find cover. Simultaneously, the sound of gaining experience points rings in Sanchi's ears like raindrops. Experience 52,000. Experience 52,000. Experience 52,000. Experience 240000. Following this, a beam of white light emerges above Sanchi's head, and his level successfully rises to 34. The Goblin King in the camp doesn't even have a chance to appear before being reduced to dust in its own tent, leaving no complete body behind. All goblins at the attack center are annihilated, while only those on the camp's outskirts, though blown away, barely manage to survive. However, Ingzheng does not spare these survivors. Wielding his sword with a gentle wave, 6 terracotta warriors materialize, forming 6 conjoined cavalrymen who charge in different directions. Their targets are the goblins that were blown away but survived by chance. Kill. Quack. At this moment, the goblins finally realize the danger, but it is too late. They don't even dare to think of resisting and attempt to flee. Yet, Ingzheng strikes again. Bang! A vast domain spreads out, further reducing the speed of the already slow-moving goblins. The 6 terracotta warriors, now transformed into reapers, relentlessly harvest the lives of these green-skinned creatures with their lances. After landing, Lubu quickly scans the surroundings, ensuring no monsters are left alive, and then joins in the pursuit. In the final minute of his triple experience card, Sanchi launched a brutal massacre in the goblin camp. Amidst the flashing of blades, over 800 goblins, along with their king, fell under Sanchi's sword. Each goblin contributed over 50,000 experience points, flooding towards him like a tide, instantly granting Sanchi over 40 million experience points. As the last goblin fell, Sanchi felt a surge of power within him. He not only reached level 34, but his newly refreshed experience bar was nearly full again. Sanchi couldn't help but feel smug. This leveling speed is insane. If no one else participates, I might just reach level 40, summon a third spirit, and sweep all my enemies. Feeling proud, Sanchi glanced at the leaderboard. His name was boldly displayed at the top. Sanchi, 3,115 points. Following closely behind was Li Zong with 2,140 points, and in third place was Lin Maynard with 1,416 points. Li Zong is really keeping up, Sanchi thought. But with his skills, those points are reasonable. His gaze lingered on the third name, Lin Maynard? The one who approached me about an alliance that night? I didn't expect him to be so formidable. I wonder if he achieved this alone or with a team. Sanchi didn't dwell on this question. He pulled out a small booklet, confirmed the location of his next target, and continued on his hunting path. For him, this survival competition was a rare opportunity to level up. Where else in the wild could he find such dense clusters of high-level monsters? Compared to his ranking, he was more concerned about hunting more monster groups at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, a once lush forest had transformed into a blazing inferno. The young man who had once spoken to Sanchi stood in midair, his gaze sweeping the horizon. Seeing his points no longer increase, he gently pressed his right hand down, and the towering flames were extinguished in an instant. Within a few hundred meters, ancient trees were reduced to charcoal, and the ground was charred black. Strangely, just a few hundred meters away, the trees remained vibrant, showing no signs of the scorching heat. The young man's face showed no trace of gloom or anger. Instead, he wore a brilliant smile, as if meeting an old friend. Indeed, having Lu Lao give him 3 portions of the source water was the right decision. Otherwise, even if I won this competition, it wouldn't be a fair victory. I really look forward to facing him officially. On the outermost edge of the survival arena, a small team of about a dozen people was clearing out level 30 monsters in the vicinity. The team leader, a short-haired blonde youth, wore a faint smile. Whenever they encountered a small group of monsters, he would casually wave his staff, and the monsters would be instantly sliced to pieces, the entire process graceful and composed. This powerful leader was none other than Lin Maynard, the one who initiated the alliance movement. For him, level 30 monsters were trivial and posed no challenge at all. At this moment, a towering blonde man approached Lin. Standing at a massive height of 2.5 meters, he was clad in shining armor that gleamed under the sunlight. He bent down, bringing his large frame closer to Lin's ear, and whispered, "Brother, I've gathered some intel. That guy named Song Chi from the 7th district is a prodigy, a summoner by profession. Chu Xiaojiang, from our team, hails from the same district." Lin nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What about the quality of his summoned creatures and his skills?" The burly man frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. "Well, it seems no one really knows. I've asked everyone in the team, but Song Chi wasn't well known before, so no one paid much attention to him. As a result, there's hardly any detailed information about him. If it weren't for Chu Xiaojiang, we might not even know his identity and profession." However, a hint of anticipation flickered in the man's eyes. He made quite a splash in this survival competition, and he's bound to attract a lot of attention. Perhaps in the next team match, we can gather more useful intelligence. Lin nodded in agreement, and then pulled out a bottle of pale purple potion from his coat, handing it to the man. Chu Xiaojiang did a good job. Consider this diluted potion of many demons as my reward. The man accepted the potion and suddenly remembered something, speaking up again. Oh, by the way, brother, Chu Xiaojiang just found 2 more magical creature camps and gave me their locations. Including the previous ones, he's found 5 in total. Should we give him the reward now or wait until we confirm the scale of the camps? As he spoke, the man took out a marked map from his coat and respectfully handed it to Lin. Lin accepted the map, raising an eyebrow in slight surprise. Oh, this Chu Xiaojiang is quite diligent. If I recall correctly, he found this one as well? And now 2 more. Lin's lips curled into a smile, and he retrieved 2 more bottles of undiluted potion from his coat. As for the reward, of course, we must give it. And this time, not only will we give it, but we'll do it grandly and generously. The man took the 3 bottles of potion, not storing them in his storage ring, but clutching them in his hand. He turned around and, after taking a couple of steps, began shouting loudly, Chu Xiaojiang. Has anyone seen Chu Xiaojiang from the 7th district? His reward is here. 3 bottles of potion of many demons, not a single one missing. If anyone sees him, tell him to come and claim his reward. Lin carefully examined the map, confirmed the direction, and led the team onward. As the grandson of the Lord of the 10th district, Lin was acutely aware of the responsibilities he bore. The 10th district was an extremely underdeveloped area, far inferior to the 7th district. Established only a little over a decade ago, it lacked even a complete industrial system and was plagued by poverty. For rapid development, support from the 1st district was crucial. However, resources were limited, and the 1st district couldn't distribute them evenly. In this world dominated by extraordinary powers, the value of geniuses was immensely elevated. The district that could discover more geniuses would receive more resource allocation. Thus, the rankings in the annual talent competition became a vital indicator for resource distribution by the 1st district. Lin felt the weight of his responsibility deeply. He carried not only his personal honor, but also the hope for the development of his entire district, affecting the future happiness of millions of residents. As for his own abilities, Lin was confident. He believed he was no less talented than those from the top 3 districts. In the upcoming individual competition, he was determined to break into the top 10. He was well aware of the gap between himself and geniuses like Li Zong, so he didn't have high expectations for his ranking. The team competition was even more worrying, as District 10 lacked depth and his 2 teammates were weak, almost guaranteeing a crushing defeat. Faced with this situation, he pinned his hopes on the survival competition. However, monsters above level 40 remained an insurmountable challenge for him. Unlike other strong competitors, he couldn't effortlessly cut through hordes of monsters, and prolonged battles were beyond his capability. Following the conventional approach of hunting solitary level 40 monsters might barely place him in the top 10, but his overall score would likely suffer. After careful consideration, he decisively set his sights on areas with lower-level monsters. He understood that not all geniuses from the less developed districts were as extraordinary as he was. Many so-called geniuses were merely there to make up the numbers, struggling even against level 40 monsters and barely coping with level 31s. These less capable contestants, though lacking in combat prowess, were more than adequate as scouts. Thus, he cleverly proposed an alliance, which was essentially a strategy to recruit them as his informants. He used magical potions as bait, persuading these weaker contestants to scout the way for him. Given their slim chances of achieving outstanding results, they readily accepted the proposal, seeing it as an opportunity to earn more potions. Although a single level 30 monster only contributed 1 point, their sheer numbers made up for it. If he could eliminate them all, his score could reach nearly 10,000. Even with other competitors around, he only needed to take out half to easily surpass 5,000 points. Events unfolded as he had anticipated. Enticed by the magical potions, the locations of various monster camps were quickly revealed. He was either exterminating monsters or on his way to the next monster gathering spot. Within just 2 hours of the competition starting, his score had skyrocketed to 1,400 points, second only to Sanchi and Li Zong. The emergence of Sanchi actually played to his advantage. With 2 contestants capable of amassing large scores, the average score of other participants was significantly lowered, solidifying his ranking. If everything went as expected, he had a strong chance of finishing in the top 5 in this survival competition. As time went by, the survival competition became increasingly intense. On the leaderboard, Li Zong and Sanchi were like 2 runaway horses, far ahead of the other participants. Their scores had surpassed the 9,000 mark, creating a steep gap compared to the 3rd place, who had only 3,000 points. Meanwhile, Lin quietly slipped to 4th place, unnoticed. Li Zong's reputation had already spread throughout the arena, whereas Sanchi was like an unexpected dark horse, relatively unknown. Some spectators even mistakenly thought Lin, who was diligently slaying low-level monsters on the sidelines, was Sanchi, marveling at his rapid score increase. This misunderstanding was quickly cleared up, but it only served to heighten curiosity about the mysterious dark horse, Sanchi. While everyone speculated about who was better between Li Zong and Sanchi, the two unexpectedly encountered each other at the last monster gathering area. They started from the same point, one on the left and one on the right, fighting their way around the circular monster zone to meet on the opposite side. Li Zong immediately recognized Sanchi, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes, and he laughed heartily. Brother Song, we meet again. Sanchi's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself. So the weirdo who wanted to befriend me from the start was Li Zong? If I had known, I might have gone along with it and cleared a few more areas. He internally sighed, thinking, if I could do it over, perhaps giving up the first place wouldn't be such a bad idea. Reflecting on the frenzy of the past half-day, Sanchi's score skyrocketed from 3000 to 9000, equivalent to killing 1,200 monsters above level 40, gaining an astounding 60 million experience points. This round, his level jumped directly from 34 to 36, just 4 levels shy of summoning a third spirit. To think he had just reached level 30 when he entered this area. If he could monopolize this last monster area, coupled with the level 80 Abyssal Flame Demon, he might even reach level 40. Gaining 10 levels in one day, this outrageous speed of leveling up was becoming addictive for Sanchi. With a hint of hope, Sanchi tentatively asked, did you fight your way here from that side? He secretly hoped the other hadn't cleared everything, so he could pick up the leftovers. Li Zong responded with a smile. Of course. Just now, I was wondering, with Brother Song's score rising so quickly after you left, were you challenging me from afar, trying to compete in monster killing speed? It seems I was right. Luckily, I didn't disappoint you, Brother Song. Although it was a bit strenuous, I managed to keep pace. As he said this, a look of exhilaration appeared on his face. Indeed, whether in competition or life, having a rival adds to the enjoyment. Sanchi pursed his lips, thinking, did he really clear them all? I guess there's no need to search further. He said with some resignation. Besides, who was challenging you from afar? I just got addicted to grinding monsters. Searching for a group of monsters in the icy wilderness is no easy task. Sometimes the entire day yields nothing. As Sanchi pondered this, Li Zong once again warmly addressed him as Brother Song. Although they had only met twice, this familiarity puzzled Sanchi, but he always reciprocated kindness with kindness. This is the last monster gathering spot, Sanchi said, looking ahead. There's an 80-level Abyss Flame Demon inside. Do you think you can handle it? Li Zong shook his head. With my level 25 strength, I can only manage monsters around level 70. Anything stronger is beyond me, although I can handle a few moves. That's convenient. Sanchi's eyes lit up. It's also challenging for me to handle an 80-level monster alone. How about we team up? Team up? How would that work? Li Zong was intrigued. Sanchi pointed towards the monster camp and explained in detail. We'll go in together, with my summoned spirit leading the charge to stir up the monsters. You provide support from the side, and when the 80-level flame demon appears, we'll both attack. Whoever takes it down gets the credit. Li Zong chuckled lightly at this. Brother Song, I may not be savvy in social matters, but I'm no fool. We can cooperate on the 80-level flame demon, but for the other monsters, let's rely on our own skills. He hesitated slightly. Besides, surpassing me in the genius competition might not be beneficial for you. Before he finished speaking, a phantom sun appeared behind Li Zong, and he slowly rose into the air, flying towards the camp. Surpassing you isn't beneficial? What does that mean? Sanchi scratched his head, pondered for a moment, then jumped onto his sand horse, racing in another direction. Any further delay, and the group of level 50 monsters would be wiped out by the other side. This massive amount of experience points is indeed hard to monopolize, Sanchi thought to himself. If I can capture a few thousand level 50 monsters, giving you the first place wouldn't matter. Above the forest, several city lords were left speechless with shock. Sanchi and Li Zong's performance throughout the afternoon was as efficient as harvesting wheat, completely shattering their expectations. The survival match, originally estimated to take 10 days, had its central monster groups nearly wiped out by the duo's speedrun approach. At this rate, we might get off work early today, one city lord joked, recovering from his astonishment. However, another city lord disagreed. Finishing today might still be challenging. The 80-level Abyss Flame Demon possesses intelligence comparable to humans, unlike those mindless beasts. Even if they join forces, they might end up in a prolonged battle. The other city lords nodded in agreement. Unless Li Zong is willing to elevate his strength from level 25 to level 35, their chances are slim. Upon reaching the central area, Sanchi was greeted by an unusual volcanic crater. This crater was surprisingly low, only a few dozen meters high, and surrounded by piles of black rocks, clearly not formed naturally. As an experienced adventurer, Sanchi immediately realized that this was likely a creation of an abyssal flame demon, who had transformed the area using extraordinary powers to suit its needs. Surveying the surroundings, the scorched yellow grass and the variously shaped igneous rocks silently spoke of the changes this place had undergone. The signs indicated that the transformation was recent, suggesting that the level 80 Abyssal Flame Demon was likely sleeping within the crater. Whether this is a blessing or a curse, I can't tell. Sanchi mused with a wry smile as he took out his map to carefully mark the location. After a moment of contemplation, he decided on a cautious strategy to clear out the smaller creatures around the area before challenging the landlord. Turning around, the group of three bypassed the crater and continued onward. A few minutes later, Sanchi pulled the reins of his horse, invigorated by the sight before him a large number of creatures had appeared in view. They were lizard men with skin like heated iron rods, standing on two legs, with their lower bodies crudely covered in leaves and rags, wielding shiny black stone weapons as they roamed between tribal-like camps. Quickly opening his information panel. Magma Lizardmen. Level 55. Attributes: Strength 1600, Constitution 1600, Agility 1100, Spirit 800. Skills: Magma Manipulation, Scorching Breath, Obsidian Crafting, Fire Attribute Resistance. From horseback, Sanchi roughly estimated 5 camps, each with about 100 lizardmen, totaling around 500. Each level 55 creature offered 60,000 experience points, and with the triple experience card in effect, over 90 million experience points. The figure made Sanchi's blood race. From battling zombies worth 20 experience points a month ago to this massive haul, the leap was unbelievable. Glancing at his level 36 status, with experience more than halfway full, this gain was enough to propel him straight to level 38, bringing him closer to the level 40 threshold. This isn't just a survival game. It's an upgrade paradise. Sanchi chuckled as he crushed a triple experience card. Let's start. With a roar, Lu Bu and 7 terracotta warriors charged forward like sharp arrows, piercing the enemy lines. The lizardmen's roars were abruptly cut short as red shadows flashed by, and countless heads accompanied by intense fire elements soared into the sky. Lu Bu targeted densely packed enemies, while the terracotta warriors spread out to ensure no target was missed. Experience notifications popped up repeatedly. 210,000. 210,000. 210,000. Great. Even more than expected. Watching the experience bar rise rapidly, Sanchi couldn't stop grinning. Each lizardman provided 70,000 experience points, making level 38 a definite achievement. On the battlefield, Lu Bu moved like an unstoppable whirlwind, cutting down enemies wherever he went. With Sanchi's level 36 power, Lu Bu was elevated to the same level, boosting his basic attributes to 1849 points. Combined with the 50 bonus from the heroic spirit set, Lu Bu's attributes soared past the 2,700 mark, far surpassing the level 55 lizardmen. Meanwhile, the 7 terracotta warriors summoned by Yingzheng also joined the battle. Though few in number, each demonstrated astonishing combat prowess. The molten lizardmen screeched in anger, their unique language echoing across the battlefield. However, the disparity in strength was too great. Not only Lu Bu, but even the terracotta warriors moved so swiftly that the lizardmen struggled to keep up. 8 figures darted back and forth, reaping lizardmen lives like the scythe of death. Seeing their regular attacks fail, a group of lizardmen decided to use their special abilities. They opened their mouths wide, gathering extraordinary power to spew scorching lava in a chaotic attempt to catch their enemies off guard. Yet, this attack backfired, causing significant friendly fire instead. Heavy lava splattered everywhere, hitting their comrades and eliciting cries of pain. Witnessing this, Sanchi was taken aback. Hey, what's with these lizardmen suddenly committing suicide? Do they have a tradition of suicide when they can't win? Don't do that. I won't gain any experience if you off yourselves. Fortunately, the lizardmen quickly realized the futility of their attack and ceased their efforts. Sanchi breathed a sigh of relief. As the battle dragged on, the lizardmen's morale subtly shifted. From initial anger to growing helplessness, seeds of fear began to take root. Watching more of their kin fall, a panic akin to facing a natural disaster spread rapidly among them. Finally, a collective panic triggered a full-scale retreat. Countless lizardmen screamed and fled in all directions, some even abandoning their weapons in a desperate bid to escape the death zone. A few apparent leaders tried to halt the chaos, but their shouts went unheard, and they too joined the fleeing masses. However, whether in blind charge or scattered retreat, death awaited them. About 10 minutes later, the entire lizardman camp lay in ruins. A white light flashed twice above Sanchi's head in quick succession, and he successfully leveled up to 38. The prompt 38,210,000 appeared 3 times, filling Sanchi with joy. Things are settled on my end. I wonder if Li Zong has anything left over there. Sanchi looked up, trying to see how the other battlefield was faring. Sanchi's points just broke the 20,000 mark, and he was secretly pleased. However, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of Li Zong's score on the leaderboard over 18,000, almost reaching the 19,000 threshold. He quickly calculated that each level 55 magma lizard was worth 20 points, meaning Li Zong had eliminated nearly 500 of these creatures. Impossible, Sanchi exclaimed, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief. How can he be so fast? Reflecting on his own summoned heroes, Lu Bu and Ing Zhong, he realized that their combined speed in defeating enemies barely matched Li Zong's pace. Sanchi had been confident, planning to quickly finish off his area and move on to seize other creatures. But now he saw he had been overly optimistic. No wonder he's a descendant of the great Emperor Lier, a natural-born genius with a top-tier profession. Sanchi chuckled wryly. This guy is a monster. With a sigh, Sanchi decided to stop searching for scattered creatures and instead headed towards the marked lair of the flame demons. He and Li Zong had nearly cleared this gathering spot, leaving only stragglers that he was too lazy to hunt down. Meanwhile, the golden flames on the plain were gradually dying out. These eerie flames had left the lizardmen's bodies unharmed, but their eyes were lifeless, pupils pale, clearly dead beyond doubt. The golden flames seemed to specifically target souls or spiritual entities rather than physical bodies. Li Zong wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the golden flames dissipated. Even with his power suppressed to level 25, eliminating over 500 level 50 creatures in a short time was still somewhat taxing. However, he hadn't wasted much time. Looking up at the leaderboard, Li Zong saw his score had reached 19,000, but Sanchi still held the top spot. He paused to observe, noticing that Sanchi's score continued to fluctuate for several seconds before finally stabilizing. Sanchi's strength truly doesn't disappoint, Li Zong quietly admired. Even with my effort, I couldn't widen the gap much. I might even say I lost this round. He analyzed the situation. Sanchi is a summoner, likely lacking wide-range attack capabilities. This means he's defeating creatures one by one with summoned spirits, yet he's only slightly slower than me by seconds. This realization ignited a strong sense of competition in Li Zong. He recalled something Elder Mu had said. In the direst situations, heroes emerge among the people. Li Zong felt he must not become arrogant, even though he had been unmatched among his peers and at his level since birth. For the first time in 18 years, Li Zong experienced a surge of emotion known as competitive spirit. The opponent he had long awaited had finally appeared, someone who could match his strength. However, a thought suddenly crossed Li Zong's mind. I only used my level 25 strength. Am I underestimating Sanchi? If he knew this, would he feel disappointed or regretful, thinking he didn't have a fair fight with me? Li Zong was momentarily conflicted. Ultimately, he decided, perhaps I should appropriately increase my level and strength to align with Sanchi's. I believe Sanchi would also look forward to an evenly matched duel, right? After defeating the lizard men, Sanchi quickly returned to the vicinity of the low volcanic crater. The terrain here was quite unusual. The crater was steep, yet only about 30 meters high, equivalent to a 10-story building, making it seem out of place. This is it, Sanchi said with a serious expression, suspecting that the abyssal flame demon might be lurking below. Ing Zheng immediately summoned 7 terracotta warriors, who moved in perfect unison to climb up the crater. Upon reaching the top, they paused briefly before jumping into the magma one by one. The sound of splash, splash, filled the air as the scorching magma sent up large splashes. These terracotta warriors had nearly 2,000 points in constitution, allowing them to withstand the 1,000-degree heat of the magma for a short period. However, it wasn't long before Ing Zheng frowned and said, "Sir, the area below the crater isn't large, only about 100 meters square. My terracotta warriors have thoroughly searched it, but found no trace of any demonic creatures." Nothing. Sanchi was taken aback and then fell into thought. The origin of this crater was suspicious. Such a small scale couldn't have formed naturally. Could it be that the flame demon used this place as a temporary resting spot and then left? Or is this a ruse to mislead enemies? Sanchi carefully examined the surroundings. Although the lava lizard men had lava in their name, they didn't possess the ability to create such a small volcanic crater, nor would they bother to construct such a terrain. Clearly, this crater was likely the work of the flame demon. As an 80-level monster, the abyssal flame demon possessed considerable intelligence. Given its history of being captured by human warriors, it was reasonable for it to adopt a 3 burrows for a cunning rabbit strategy. Yet, strangely, after searching for over 10 minutes, Sanchi hadn't found any other craters nearby. This sense of incongruity grew stronger, and Sanchi vaguely sensed something unusual, but he couldn't quite figure it out. After pondering for a while without any results, he decided to let it go for now. Never mind, let's check elsewhere. Maybe Li Zong has found something. Just as he was about to mount his sand horse and leave, Li Zong arrived, stepping on flames, holding a compass, with an illusory sun hovering behind him. From his relaxed demeanor, it was clear he hadn't encountered the abyssal flame demon either. What a coincidence, Brother Song, Li Zong said with a smile as he landed and put away the compass. According to the compass guidance, the flame demon should be in this direction. It seems you haven't found it either? How about we join forces? Sanchi was about to agree when he suddenly paused. Wait, did you say you used the compass to divine that the flame demon is in this direction? That's right. Li Zong nodded. To be precise, the compass detected the presence of the abyss in this direction. Considering that other high-level creatures from the abyss in the competition map have been cleared, this aura must belong to the flame demon. Just as Sanchi was about to leave, he suddenly paused, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. He quickly turned around, his gaze once again locking onto the volcano crater he had previously searched to no avail. Wait, he exclaimed with a hint of excitement in his voice. The flame demon, being a pure elemental life form, should be able to transform into its corresponding material form, right? Li Zong, though not entirely understanding Song Qi's intent, nodded in confirmation. Yes, that should be possible. Then that's it. Song Qi smiled confidently, with a wave of his right hand. A mysterious book appeared out of thin air, its pages gently flipping in the breeze. He turned to Li Zong, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Thanks for the crucial information, Li. Without it, I wouldn't have known when I'd find the abyssal flame demon. But now, he added with a playful tone, this boss is mine to conquer alone. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Song Qi pointed at the volcano crater. In an instant, a spatial ripple emerged, and Song Qi, Ying Zheng, Lu Bu, along with all the lava within the crater, vanished without a trace. Li Zong was momentarily stunned but quickly pieced things together. I see. So the lava in that volcano is the true form of the abyssal flame demon? Initially, Song Qi wasn't sure of its location, but after receiving two key pieces of information from me, he immediately figured it out. He reached forward tentatively, only to encounter an invisible barrier, which sent a ripple of transparent waves through the air. High above, several city lords watched the scene unfold, expressions of surprise on their faces. Elder Mu leaned closer to the bronze mirror, observing carefully before explaining. It's not a rule-level skill, just a rather advanced magical transfer skill. He gently stroked the mirror, and after a ripple passed over its surface, it settled, revealing a scene of a semi-grassland, semi-forest area, the very map where Song Qi once acquired the 7 deadly sins. In the image, Song Qi was facing off against a massive mass of lava. The city lords shook their heads at the sight. One city lord remarked, this youngster dragged the abyssal flame demon into an isolated space just to secure the monster for himself, without considering whether he could handle it. City Lord Fu smiled wryly. Young people, with their high talent, tend to be overconfident. But with a life talisman on him, there's no need to worry too much. Let him take it as a lesson. The abyssal flame demon, not only an 80th level entity, but also an extremely rare elemental creature, was of legendary summoning quality. It possessed not only high intelligence, but also a skill set matching its power. More importantly, it was enhanced by an abyssal aura, making its strength formidable. While Song Qi boasted a mythical level and a saint-level summoned beast, his potential was indeed impressive. However, his current level was too low, making the defeat of the abyssal flame demon a daunting task. None of the city lords present held much hope for Song Qi succeeding in this challenge. In the duel arena, scorching lava snaked across the plain like golden rivers. Wherever it flowed, flowers and grass instantly turned to ash, and the air shimmered and distorted from the intense heat. A surge of molten rock poured into the riverbed, causing the entire stream to boil and churn, sending up clouds of white steam. Stop pretending. Since I could pull you in here, it means you're not just some lifeless entity. Show yourself, abyssal flame demon. Song Qi called out, standing 200 meters behind Lu Bu and Ying Zheng, his gaze fixed on the ever-shifting mass of lava. A deep sigh emanated from the lava mass. Then, the lava that had cooled into black rock began to flow backward and reformed into a massive figure. In an instant, a nearly 100-meter-tall abyssal flame demon stood before Song Qi. Song Qi quickly pulled up the creature's information panel. Monster, abyssal flame demon. Level, 82. Strength, 5,100. Constitution, 6,200. Agility, 2,400. Spirit, 6,000. Skills, flame armor, elemental body, meteor of heaven, magma spit, inferno ring, scorching domain, soul burn, void flame, crown of fire, intimidation, abyssal corrosion. Hiss. Song Qi drew in a sharp breath. The sheer number of skills was even more than his own. Yet the abyssal flame demon did not attack, speaking instead with a resigned tone. Human, I have no intention of fighting you. I know you brought me here to test the so-called potential of human geniuses. You surely have life-saving artifacts. I can harm you, but not kill you. However, you are no match for me either. The flame demon extended a finger, allowing it to rapidly weather into black rock. See this? It's my elemental body. I can transform my body into scattered stones while maintaining my sensory abilities. Through this power, I've understood the current situation and gauged your strength. I must admit, for your level, your prowess is impressive, but it is still far from enough for me. If you don't believe me. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the demon, and molten rock surged within. Armor forged from fire enveloped its entire body, and a crown of flame hovered above its head, turning its previously bare torso into an impregnable fortress. Now, you can take another look at my attributes at full strength. Sanchi reopened the information panel. Monster, Abyssal Flame Demon. Level, 82. Strength, 5100-5100. Constitution, 6200-12400. Agility, 2400. Spirit, 600-01-2000. What the? Song-Chi was utterly shocked. This creature's strength had directly surpassed the 10th standpoint mark. Song-Chi stared in shock at the data panel in front of him. His physical attributes had skyrocketed to over 18,000, tripling in value. This number even surpassed Lu Bu's stats when he activated his full power and swept across the battlefield. In other words, even if Lu Bu gave it his all, he might struggle to inflict any real damage on the entity before him. Is this the true power of an 80-level monster? Song-Chi couldn't help but gasp. Although textbooks mentioned that after level 60, every 10 levels represented a qualitative leap, the difference between a level 60 and a level 70 monster was only a few times. Yet, this level 80 monster was dozens of times stronger than a level 70. He realized clearly that with such power, a single flame demon could easily annihilate a battle formation of hundreds of level 70 monsters. The flame demon, noticing Song-Chi had finished reviewing the data, retracted its armor and crown. Human, don't think that only you can use skills. We flame demons also inherit a unique skill system, it said, pausing momentarily. I've participated in countless such competitions and faced many of your joint challenges. But to this day, no one has survived a single move from me. How about we coexist peacefully? The flame demon proposed. I promise not to attack you if you pretend not to notice me. I just want to survive. Song-Chi raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. So, you're a regular in the genius competition? The kind that appears every year? He asked tentatively. Are all level 80 monsters this powerful, or are you an exception? What's the essential difference between above and below level 80? The flame demon looked surprised, seemingly taken aback by these questions, but answered earnestly. After level 80, those of us you call monsters gain intelligence equivalent to adult humans. Not only do our attributes increase significantly, but we can also create and use skills based on our characteristics. Simply put, before level 80, we are beasts. After level 80, we gain wisdom. That's the fundamental difference. I see, Song-Chi said, understanding dawning on him. Thanks for clarifying. If you genuinely wish to coexist peacefully, I'm open to that. The flame demon was overjoyed. Really? Of course, as long as you're sincere, Song-Chi replied, then shifted his tone, pointing behind him. However, do you think I haven't noticed the magma stirring beneath? The abyss represents the world's negative will, and anything with abyss in its name is already infected, destined to become extremely violent and bloodthirsty. Do you think I would trust an abyss flame demon? The abyss flame demon fell silent for a moment, a sorrowful expression crossing its face. So, you still refuse to trust me? Since that's the case, I'll break your limbs. With a thunderous boom, the magma behind Song-Chi erupted violently, striking at his limbs and spine like venomous snakes. The flame demon finally tore off its facade, revealing its hideous and twisted true form. Scarlet magma poured from its mouth like diseased drool. The once regal armor and crown reappeared on its body, and now there was no trace of sanity left, only a crazed, maniacal demon. A lowly ant like you dares to drag me to this place? To humiliate the great flame demon race like this? The flame demon roared. So what if you found out? I will pin you to the ground with magma, making you neither able to live nor die. I will make your soul wail in eternal torment. Bang! Lu Bu appeared just in time behind Song-Chi, smashing all the magma into pieces with a single strike. A look of understanding flashed in Song-Chi's eyes as he sneered. I see. You've been playing nice with me all this time just to catch me off guard and bind me, preventing me from triggering the life talisman by suicide, all to satisfy your sick desire to torture. A Fontian halberd appeared out of thin air, and Song-Chi grasped it, exhaling deeply. Lu Bu and Ing Zheng stood on either side of him, facing the flame demon without a trace of fear in their eyes. Soul Link, activate. Recklessness, activate. Sweep across the 6 directions, activate. With each of Song-Chi's shouts, his and Lu Bu's aura surged, and their pupils gleamed with an eerie red light. 2 towering demonic figures appeared behind them, even larger than the flame demon. Just their charging power caused the ground to sink like rubber. Song of Life, activate. Boom. Heavenly music resounded across the sky, the earth shattered, and dust filled the air. The figures of Lu Bu and Song-Chi vanished in an instant, and white shockwaves burst through the air as they broke the sound barrier. Facing me, Hedon? You're courting death. The abyss flame demon shrieked as it rushed forward, black flames burning with the power to scorch souls gathering in its hands. But in the next moment, the abyss flame demon's consciousness was forced into a stupor, and the black flames in its hands dissipated into nothingness. From above, Sanchi held a halberd in one hand and an open book in the other, looking down coldly. Artifact, 7 Deadly Sins. Envy Effect 1, select a target. If any of the target's attributes exceed those of the owner, it will be forced into a dazed state. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The Abyssal Flame Demon was momentarily stunned, but the battle was far from over. Ingzheng raised his right hand, and a domain centered on him expanded instantly. All under heaven, a powerful skill that weakened enemies within its range while enhancing allies. The Flame Demon's attributes dropped by another 20, while Songqi and Lu Bu's attributes increased by 20, surpassing even the highest attributes of the Abyssal Flame Demon. Two massive phantom figures of demon gods slowly emerged with Songqi and Lu Bu's movements, their long halberds raised high. In the next instant, a thunderous boom, boom, echoed as the phantom halberds attacked from both sides, crashing down heavily. Under this terrifying brute force, the flame demon's molten body shattered into countless red droplets that splattered everywhere. The river was split in two by the strike, with towering water columns clashing against the airborne lava, creating a piercing sizzle. White mist quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Songqi landed steadily and quickly checked his experience bar. However, it remained unchanged. Despite 2 sacrificial strikes, he hadn't managed to completely kill this final boss. Songqi sighed inwardly, acknowledging the Abyssal Flame Demon was indeed a formidable opponent. He speculated that the demon likely used an elemental embodiment skill to absorb most of the damage. This skill was not unfamiliar to Songqi. Many elemental beings naturally possessed such abilities, and the effects varied depending on the elemental form. For a being like the Abyssal Flame Demon, composed purely of liquid magma, it likely reduced damage, burned enemies, and enhanced fire-based spell power. Failing to deliver a fatal blow, Songqi immediately retreated to a safe zone. Yet, the next moment, the furious roar of the Abyssal Flame Demon echoed across the battlefield. Damn insect! Its previously shattered magma body reformed instantly, returning to its original state. The Flame Demon thrust its hands forward, sending out a scorching ring of fire that spread rapidly in all directions, igniting everything in its path. The river, tens of meters wide, seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the Abyssal Flame Demon's domain's skill-scorching realm, a massive area attack unleashed in its rage. However, just as the fire ring was halfway through its expansion, the Flame Demon's action suddenly paused. With a resounding thud, its mind was once again plunged into excruciating pain, causing the half-released fire ring to vanish instantly. In the distance, Songqi held a book in each hand. These were his treasures, the 7 Deadly Sins, Greed. One effect allowed him to reset the cooldown of a chosen target's skill to 0, while another effect let him reset a chosen equipment's effect to 0. Both effects had a 24-hour cooldown. Songqi first nullified Ingzheng's domain, allowing the Flame Demon's attributes to surpass his own again. Then, using Greed, he reset the cooldown of the Envy's stun effect, stunning the Flame Demon once more. Meanwhile, the effects of the Hymn of Life were still active, allowing him to recover the stamina used in the sacrificial strike in just 5 seconds. Songqi quickly stowed away the 2 treasures, gripping his halberd tightly, counting down in his mind. 5 seconds flew by. He leaped into the air, and the phantom figures of the demon gods appeared once more. Simultaneously, Ingzheng's domain enveloped the area again, adding immense power to this deadly strike. Take this and die. A deafening explosion shook the earth as if the sky were collapsing. Songqi and his summoned heroes attacked from both sides without mercy. The newly formed body of the Flame Demon was once again shattered, leaving the once dry riverbed unrecognizable. For consecutive blasts created a massive crater in the center, filled with scorching magma, resembling a fiery lake. Songqi landed back on the ground, breathing heavily. The power of the Song of Life quickly revitalized him, restoring his strength. He frowned and said, "Still not dead? TSK, truly worthy of an 80-level monster." The familiar sound of experience points being gained had yet to ring out, indicating that the Abyssal Flame Demon was still clinging to life. Sure enough, the surface of the magma lake started to surge again. Songqi didn't dare to be careless, quickly retreating while casting a protective shield of life's blessing around himself. He was well aware of his limits and wouldn't take any risks, even with just a 5-second window. With Ingzheng and Lu Bu on the front lines, he didn't have to worry too much. From the moment he entered this area, Songqi had taken every precaution to ensure his survival. "You insignificant insect, you've succeeded in angering me." The Flame Demon's voice was filled with fury. Perhaps it was the Abyss's corruption, the torment of long imprisonment, or both, but the Flame Demon's reformed humanoid shape was grotesquely twisted. Its neck was crooked, one eye bulging while the other shrank, and red magma dripped from the corner of its mouth, sizzling as it hit the ground, releasing black smoke. Although Songqi's 2 combined attacks hadn't been fatal, they had clearly inflicted significant damage on the Flame Demon. Boom! Lu Bu leaped into action, charging at the flame demon without hesitation. For Sanchi, this was a 5-second lull, but for Lu Bu, it was merely a brief moment when his ultimate ability was unavailable. His combat prowess was still enough to confront the abyssal flame demon Hedon. Scorching domain. The flame demon waved its hands, and a ring of fire spread rapidly. This time, Sanchi was powerless to stop it. The forest dungeon was instantly transformed into a hellscape, with endless flames consuming everything, even melting the hard rocks in the intense heat. Sanchi felt his attributes decreasing, while the flame demon's aura grew stronger. The fire ring also had a powerful repelling effect. Suspended in midair, Lu Bu found himself unable to find footing, caught by the force of the push. The flame demon's cheeks puffed up, and a torrent of black flames spewed forth, engulfing Lu Bu in an instant. Void flames. Boom. Lu Bu felt as if the black flames pierced through his skin, beginning to burn his internal organs. Helpless, he paused his attack, summoning extraordinary power to resist the corruption of the void flames. Before Sanchi could react, the flame demon's gaze pierced through Lu Bu and Ying Zheng, locking directly onto him. As a creature of intelligence, the flame demon knew all too well that the summoner was the primary target to eliminate. It extended a finger dripping with magma, pointing straight at him. Soul, ignite. With a flick of the abyssal flame demon's finger, Sanchi was struck by an invisible force, causing him to clutch his head in agony, crying out, "Master! Sir!" The sudden turn of events made Lu Bu and Ying Zheng's expressions change drastically as they launched a furious attack on the flame demon. However, the demon merely wore a sinister, confident grin, his voice dripping with disdain. "I admit your summoned spirit is indeed strong, but unfortunately, your physical body is far too weak. Feel it, insect. The agony of a soul being scorched. I hope you can hold on a bit longer." His arrogant laughter echoed through the air. Above the forest, a group of city lords watched the battle with bated breath. Elder Mu observed the shifting tide of the battle with a tumultuous heart. When Sanchi had dispersed the flame demon's form twice, he was Thrillita summoner below level 40, managing to corner the level 80 abyssal flame demon to such an extent was an achievement nearly rivaling that of Li Zong. But when the flame demon unleashed its special skill, Elder Mu's spirits plummeted. It was too much to hope for. With his current strength, he's still a step behind in facing an 80-level abyssal creature. Soul Scorch is a killer move of the flame demon clan, specifically targeting those with weak physical bodies. Another city lord chimed in. "It's a pity. A summoner's body is always their weakness. Those two previous assaults have already depleted nearly 70% of the flame demon's life force. 2 more would secure victory. If Sanchi were a warrior or a mage, with this level of power, he wouldn't be held back by this move. But alas." Elder Mu sighed and added, "This move directly attacks the soul, with damage scaling based on the power disparity between the two sides. It has limited impact on warriors or mages with robust attributes, perhaps weakening their combat ability slightly. But for a summoner, it's simply devastating." The red-haired female city lord, having received Elder Mu's instructions, was ready to intervene at any moment. "Understood. As soon as he can't hold on, we will rescue him immediately, prioritizing his mental state. This child has extraordinary potential. He must not fall here." 30 seconds passed, and Sanchi continued to scream hoarsely, never fainting. This display of willpower made Elder Mu nod in approval. To endure for so long without losing consciousness, his determination is commendable. With this, my last concern can be laid to rest. Another minute went by, and Sanchi's heart-wrenching cries persisted as he tenaciously resisted the torment of the soul scorch. The approval in Mu Lao's heart vanished completely after witnessing the next scene. "Ah!" Sanchi's cries of agony echoed continuously through the space. 2 minutes passed, and he was still screaming at the top of his lungs. 5 minutes later, his cries not only persisted but grew even louder. This bizarre scene made Mu Lao furrow his brows. He glanced back and forth between Sanchi and the abyssal flame demon, quickly noticing something amiss. The once formidable abyssal flame demon was now being driven back by the combined assault of Lu Bu and Ying Zheng. Within the dual space, the tide of battle had completely turned. Ying Zheng's unified chariot ability severely restricted the demon's movements, preventing it from escaping Lu Bu's fierce attacks. Behind Lu Bu, the phantom of a demon god appeared repeatedly, each time launching a deadly strike. An ultimate move every 5 seconds, unleashed more than 60 times in succession. The once towering 100-meter demon had been reduced to a writhing pool of magma. In its final moments, the abyssal flame demon kept its gaze fixed on Sanchi, who was writhing on the ground in the distance. Filled with confusion, how could this human withstand its attack for so long? Could it be that his skill actually... Boom! Splat! With one final strike, Lu Bu's phantom spear shattered the demon's body completely. This time, the scattered magma could no longer coalesce, only quietly igniting the grasslands and gradually solidifying into rock. A system notification popped up. Experience points 180 million. As this massive influx of 180 million experience points surged into Sanchi, two beams of white light also enveloped him. The death of the abyssal flame demon finally brought an end to Sanchi's agonized cries. Ugh! Phew! Sanchi sat up abruptly, gasping for air. After carefully checking himself and confirming he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whoa! I really thought I was done for. I didn't expect the Song of Life to heal even soul burns. It turned out that the Song of Life's 10 per second healing rate instantly countered the damage caused by the soul burn. Sanchi's pain was real, but the damage was continually negated. I need to visit the auction house and find a skill book for soul defense, Sanchi mused. This time, the Song of Life saved me, but I might not be so lucky next time. He cautiously opened his attribute panel, and upon seeing that he had reached level 40, he couldn't help but cheer. Nice. The experience from an 80-level monster is indeed substantial. In the next moment, a flash of light transported Sanchi and his companions back to the competition arena. Li Zong, who had been waiting, approached with a smile and clasped his hands in congratulations. Brother Song, congratulations. You are truly the rightful winner of this survival match. The match is over? Sanchi inquired. There are a few wild monsters left on the outskirts, but the rankings are set. Li Zong pointed to the sky. Sanchi looked up to see his score on the leaderboard had reached a whopping 30,000, far surpassing Li Zong's 19,000. The 10,000 points contributed by the abyssal flame demon made Sanchi's eyes light up. After a quick calculation, he realized that, along with his previous points, he now had a total of 30,000 points. Looking around, all the monsters had been cleared, giving him a glimmer of hope to finally surpass Li Zong. The pressure from that elusive gap had been weighing on him for a long time. Just as he was secretly celebrating, a familiar system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed optional task 1. You are awarded 3 lottery draws. You currently have 6 lottery chances remaining. Optional task 1 is completed. Sanchi was slightly taken aback, recalling the task requirement to rank in the top 3 in the Genius Tournament. He suddenly realized that just placing in the top 3 in any round counted as task completion. With this task completed, the task indicators on the system panel all dimmed. Immediately, a series of new system notifications sounded. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the main task. Kill at least 10 wild monsters above level 80. Reward, 5 lottery draws. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 1. Participate in the second round of the Genius Tournament and achieve at least a top 3 ranking. Reward, 4 lottery draws. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 2. Reach level 60. Reward, 5 lottery draws. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 3. Equip 5 items of at least legendary quality. Reward, 5 lottery draws. Staring at the new task list, Sanchi frowned. Kill 10 monsters above level 80? Just one flame demon almost took my life. This task will have to wait until I'm level 60 to have any hope of completing it. He continued to browse through the other tasks, noting that tomorrow's team match might give him a chance to complete optional task 1. As for tasks 2 and 3, there was no rush. Looking at the lottery interface, Sanchi thought to himself, at level 40, I unlocked the 3rd summon slot, but I don't have a summon ticket. Now with 6 chances, maybe I'll get lucky. He clicked the draw button 6 times in a row, and the system notifications followed. Congratulations. You have received a 3x experience card 10. Congratulations. You have received a 3x experience card 5. Congratulations. You have received a 10x experience card. Ding. You are 3 draws away from a guaranteed prize. Keep going. Although he didn't get the summon ticket he hoped for, the unexpected 10x experience card was a pleasant surprise, which lifted Sanchi's spirits. A 10x experience card? That's a nice bonus. He happily accepted the reward. With a casual attitude towards the lottery, this outcome was already quite satisfactory. Sanchi stood in the center of the camp, his gaze sweeping over the other participants. He appeared remarkably calm, as if the life and death trial he had just endured was nothing more than a game. If anyone asked, he would simply joke that the system's lottery was far more generous than the gacha games he played in his past life. Li Zong, noticing Sanchi's stillness, hesitated before speaking up. Brother Song, since you came first in the survival match, for your safety, I might have to show a bit of my strength in the upcoming team and individual matches. Sanchi, just exiting the lottery interface, looked puzzled. What do you mean? Did I miss something? Before he could finish speaking, countless beams of white light descended from the sky, instantly teleporting all the participants back to the camp. Dozens of talented contestants landed simultaneously, stirring up a cloud of dust. Several participants who had been eliminated by the monsters were already waiting there, most looking embarrassed, unable to face their teammates. Chu Xiaojiang, however, was unfazed. He hurried over to Sanchi, clutching a few bottles of purple potion. Brother Song, this is your share. Sanchi took the potions, confused. What is this? Demon elixirs? And some are diluted. Why are you giving me these? Chu Xiaojiang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Hee, brother Song. You were amazing just now. A lot of people were asking about you. I claim to have top secret information and made some money on the side. Since we couldn't transfer money in the competition area, they paid with these diluted potions. Don't worry. I didn't reveal anything that couldn't be easily found out. All the potions are here, 13 in total. Want to count them? Song Chi shook his head, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He saw through Chu Xiaojiang's Naturia complete opportunist. A month ago, to curry favor with the principal, he had targeted Song Chi without reason. Now, to please Song Chi, he shamelessly deceived the other contestants. Yet, Song Chi couldn't help but admire Chu Xiaojiang's initiative and clear self-awareness. After a moment's thought, Song Chi pushed the potions back. These are no use to me. You keep them. Chu Xiaojiang accepted gladly. Thanks, brother Song. With that, he stood obediently behind Song Chi. Moments later, a man in white, holding a staff, descended from above. He slammed the staff into the ground and shouted, "Silence!" A loud thud echoed as the staff hit the ground, and the previously noisy camp fell silent. The man in white surveyed the crowd and announced, "The survival match has ended early due to the monster death rate exceeding 99. Everyone's rankings have been determined. I will now distribute the points based on your ranks." He paused, his gaze landing on Song Chi. First place goes to Song Chi from the 7th district. The first place goes to Song Chi from the 7th district, with a score of 30. As soon as the examiner's voice fell, the venue erupted. Although the results were already known, hearing it announced was still shocking, causing the contestants to gasp. Everyone turned their attention to Song Chi. The 7th district? That's unprecedented. The top spots have always been dominated by the first 3 districts. This year, a dark horse emerged. A dark horse isn't surprising. Every few years, a few geniuses pop up. But this time is different, one contestant said seriously. Li Zong, a descendant of Emperor Lier, is the top contender from the 1st district. Given his status, he should have swept the competition. If anyone had dared to say Li Zong would lose before the competition, they'd have been considered crazy. But now, indeed, another chimed in. Li Zong's fame has been on the rise for years, with official backing. The 1st district even has a fan club for him. When this news spreads, even if they say it was just bad luck, his supporters might not take it well. Bang! The examiner on stage banged his staff, and his authoritative voice rang out, "Silence." An invisible force swept across the room, and all the students felt a buzzing in their minds before quickly regaining clarity. The noise abruptly stopped. Continuing with the results, 2nd place, Li Zong from the 1st district, with 25 points. 3rd place, by Yuan Jun from the 1st district, with 20 points. 4th place, Lin Maynard from the 10th district, with 15 points. The examiner continued. The top 5 in this survival contest start at 30 points, decreasing by 5 points each. Places 6 to 15 start at 9 points, decreasing by 1 point each. Beyond 15th place, no points are awarded. The examiner raised his staff. The competition is now over. Everyone, please return to your districts promptly. The group competition will be held tomorrow at noon in the central area of the 1st district. See your participant handbook for specific locations and times. Goodbye. With that, he waved his staff and disappeared. Immediately, the venue burst into even louder commotion as many contestants rushed to surround Song Chi, the one who defeated Li Zong. Can you share some training tips? Your monster-killing speed is incredible. Do you often train in the wild? I heard you're a summoner. Can I see your summoned creatures? Is it true that people in the 7th district can't afford meat? Strange, this guy looks so ordinary. Song Chi frowned. Hey, it's one thing to say I can't afford meat, but calling me ordinary is too much. It's a personal attack. Do I really look that plain? He glared at the person who spoke. Just you wait. Don't let me catch you in tomorrow's team competition. Song Chi's provocative words had barely left his mouth when Chu Xiaojiang stepped forward like a bodyguard, waving his hands to part the crowd like Moses parting the sea. Excuse me, everyone. Chu Xiaojiang's voice was loud and commanding. You're blocking the way. Brother Song has had a long day and needs to get home and rest, so please make way. Brother Song, after you. With Chu Xiaojiang's assistance, Song Chi passed through the crowd like a VIP, reaching the teleportation array. He instinctively glanced back at Li Zong, only to find a completely different person. The friendly Li Zong he had spoken to was gone, replaced by a proud and aloof figure, basking in the cheers and admiration of those around him. Is this what he meant by maintaining authority? Song Chi scratched his head, frowning slightly. Why act like someone else? Is there some purpose behind it? Unable to figure it out, he shook his head and stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of light later, Song Chi was back in the bustling city. Night had fallen, but life in the 1st district was just beginning. Neon lights and street lamps illuminated the streets as if it were daytime. The streets were crowded with people, lively and full of energy. Just then, Song Chi's phone chimed with a notification. Ding! Your account has received 180 million. He took out his phone and saw that an item he had auctioned off had sold. It actually sold for nearly 200 million. Song Chi's eyes lit up. That's a pleasant surprise, 50 million more than I expected. After sending Chu Xiaojiang off, Song Chi opened his phone map and headed toward the first district's professional hall. He wasn't there to summon a third spirit, just Yith was 4 draws away from the system's guaranteed prize, and he felt confident about entering the top 3 in tomorrow's team competition. Securing a top 3 spot would grant him 4 more draws, ensuring a guaranteed win. His purpose this time was to find a skill that could defend against soul attacks, preparing for tomorrow's competition in case someone used soul targeting skills. Soon, Song Chi arrived at the auction area. After browsing for a while, a legendary skill called Soul Guard caught his attention. Skill book, Soul Guard. Quality, legendary. Range limitation, none. Skill description. This is a passive skill that automatically activates a soul shield when the user is targeted by soul attacks, blocking all damage. The shield strength is based on the user's mental strength, capable of resisting soul attacks up to 15 times the user's mental attribute. Maximum level, cannot be upgraded. A pure defensive skill, and the asking price is 80 million? Song Chi exclaimed. So cheap? But it makes sense. It's purely defensive and only protects against soul attacks. It's reasonable for it to be cheaper. If it were an offensive soul skill, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. But for a soul defense skill, it depends on demand. After all, soul targeting skills are so rare that few people would waste a skill slot on it. Without hesitation, Song Chi decided, I'll buy it. It might be a waste for others, but for me, as long as it can save my life, it's a good skill. Soon, the skill book was delivered to him by a staff member. Holding the skill book, Song Chi felt filled with anticipation and confidence for tomorrow's competition. After learning the skill, Song Chi returned directly to the hotel. Although the soul burn from the abyssal flame demon hadn't caused him any physical harm, he couldn't shake off the mental fatigue. After a quick shower, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after a casual breakfast, Song Chi crawled back into bed and began scrolling through short videos. It wasn't until almost 11 that he lazily emerged from his room. At that moment, an unexpected scene caught his eye. Chu Xiaojiang appeared in the hallway, drenched in sweat. His clothes were soaked, and steam was rising from his head, evidence of an intense training session he had just finished. You've been training? Are you always this diligent? Song Chi asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Xiaojiang looked up and, upon recognizing Song Chi, immediately put on a fawning expression. Oh, it's Brother Song. I just got up early and thought I'd train hard to improve my skills and level up, so I don't hold you back. How many bottles of demon potion did you use today? Song Chi asked thoughtfully. I only used 2 bottles. Do you need some, Brother Song? Chu Xiaojiang quickly offered a handful of potions. This response startled Song Chi. 2 bottles of demon potion meant at least 6 hours of training, and it was only 11 now, so this guy must have started around 5 in the morning. What surprised him even more was Chu Xiaojiang's nonchalant demeanor, clearly accustomed to such a routine. Song Chi couldn't help but reassess this young man he had previously dismissed as a sycophant. With clear goals, strong action, and a willingness to endure hardship, he fit the mold of an archetypal antagonist in a novel. However, with a system at hand, Song Chi wasn't too worried. Keep the potions for yourself. It's time to head out, Song Chi said, waving his hand. Don't worry, I'll change and be right there. Soon, the two followed the map to the competition venue. The team event was held in a building in the first district specifically for professional duels. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, like an ordinary residential building. But once inside, Song Chi was amazed by the vast interior space, with just one floor spanning tens of thousands of square meters. The competition rules were simple. Participants were grouped by district, with each team consisting of 2 to 5 people. Teams were divided into high and low score groups based on their survival match rankings, with the matchups decided by a draw. As the first place team in the survival match, Song Chi's team naturally entered the high score group and drew the second position, set to compete against the team that drew the second position in the low score group. Winners advanced, losers were eliminated. This setup was clearly designed to prevent equally matched high score teams from facing off too early. In the end, a total of 14 teams, including 2 from the first district, completed the draw, with no team getting a bye. Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang's first-round opponents were a team from the 13th district. Once the draw was completed, the match began immediately. To give the contestants ample room to showcase their skills, the spacious venue hosted only 2 matches at a time. The first match was between Song Chi's team and the team from the 13th district, while the other competitors moved to the spectator area. As Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang stepped onto the stage, 4 opponents approached them, 3 men and 1 woman. They respectfully cupped their hands in greeting and introduced themselves. 13th district, Lu Qingfu, level 28, shield warrior. Kai Qingli, level 28 mage. Yan Yunjin, level 26 priest. Guo Qianyu, level 28 assassin. Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang returned the gesture and introduced themselves. Chu Xiaojiang, level 25 assassin. Sanchi, level 40 summoner. Level 40. This number struck like a thunderbolt, causing the four opponents to change expressions instantly. Not only them, but even the powerful figures in the audience, including Lord Fu, looked on in disbelief. They had been focused on Song Chi's summoned spirits, overlooking his level. In their view, reaching level 30 in a month was already the limit. Level 40 was unheard of. Old Fu, what's going on? How did your kid level up so fast? One of the lords couldn't help but ask. I didn't expect it either. Lord Fu, though equally surprised, smiled knowingly. When Lord Fu mentioned that Song Chi went into the wilderness to hunt monsters at level 20, the other lords widened their eyes even further. But what shocked them more was yet to come. Lord Fu continued to recount Song Chi's solo venture into the snowy plains, where he defeated 5 level 70 cult of the demon followers. This is indeed true, confirmed Elder Mu, nodding. He even single-handedly defeated an 80 level abyss flame demon. With such strength, I believe it now. Hearing Elder Mu's words, the other lords finally understood, each marveling at Lord Fu's good fortune. Some regretted that such a genius hadn't appeared in their own district, even expressing a willingness to give up their lordship to guide such a prodigy. Meanwhile, the match on the stage had already concluded. Song Chi's summoned Lu Bu had merely swung the Fengtian Hua Ji lightly, and the four opponents were knocked unconscious without any resistance. The first round of the competition ended surprisingly quickly. Song Chi had initially been anxious about his performance, but once he participated, he realized his worries were unfounded. Apart from Li Zong, the gap between him and the other competitors was vast, with almost no one able to match his skill. The second round began swiftly, and Song Chi drew a formidable opponent from the 3rd district. Despite facing this well-regarded team, he remained calm and composed. The competition process was already second nature to him. Step onto the stage, exchange brief pleasantries, and then decide on a strategy based on the opponent's strength. Against strong teams, he would summon both Lu Bu and Ying Zheng while casting a life protection spell on himself. Against weaker teams, summoning just Lu Bu was sufficient. We summoners really have a knack for strategy. Song Chi thought to himself, impressed by the simplicity and efficiency of his tactics. After several intense rounds, Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang made it to the finals as expected. Their opponents were equally unsurprising, a team comprised of Li Zong and another assassin. Will the contestants please take the stage? The announcer's booming voice echoed throughout the arena, marking the moment everyone had been waiting for, the final showdown. All the competitors paused to watch, eager to witness the peak battle between these two equally matched geniuses. In previous matches, Li Zong and Song Chi had demonstrated remarkable consistency, stepping onto the stage, defeating their opponents within half a minute, and stepping off, all with swift precision. Li Zong slowly ascended the stage, exuding pride and indifference, his hands clasped behind his back. You're quite impressive, he remarked. There aren't many peers who catch my eye, but you're one of them. I hope you won't disappoint me. He then turned to his teammate. Step down for now, I don't want you to get hurt. His teammate jumped off the stage without hesitation, surprising Song Chi. Was Li Zong always this arrogant and commanding in front of others? Even more surprising was that the surrounding audience seemed accustomed to this, as if it was Li Zong's natural demeanor. Song Chi exchanged a glance with Chu Xiaojiang, who understood and gracefully exited the stage as well. The team competition had suddenly transformed into an individual duel. The audience gasped in amazement. This Song Chi is truly remarkable. Even Lord Li Zong acknowledges his talent. The entire arena fell silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Song Chi heard Li Zong's voice in his mind. Brother Song, I must apologize to you in advance. With a deep sense of apology in his voice, Li Zong said, although I would love to have a fair fight with you, the outcome of the survival match was unexpected. For your safety, I must end this match quickly. Song Chi furrowed his brows, contemplating the meaning of these words, but Li Zong had already taken action. His hands dropped to his sides, his knees slightly bent, and a cold gaze fixed on Song Chi. Let's begin. Bang! The bricks of the arena shattered instantly as Li Zong's figure vanished, leaving a howling wind in his wake. Ying Zheng reacted immediately, pointing a finger, but it unexpectedly had no effect. Li Zong briefly reappeared, a hint of surprise on his face, before accelerating and moving even faster. This was clearly not movement relying on attributes, but some special spatial displacement technique. This is bad. Sir is in danger. Ying Zheng quickly used sweep across the 6 directions, boosting all of Song Chi's attributes to over 10,000. Yet, it was all in vain. Swoosh. Song Chi's vision blurred as a slender index finger pressed against his forehead. Brother Song, this is a rule I comprehended at level 60. I'll try to demonstrate it clearly, as a token of apology for this unfair match. I hope you gain some insight. Before the words were finished, Song Chi felt the space around him ripple like water, with Li Zong's finger breaking the stillness. The entire world began to spin rapidly. No, he suddenly realized. It was he who was spinning. He tried to control his body, but found his limbs sealed. Thud! With a dull sound, Sanchi was thrown heavily out of the arena. As he propped himself up, he realized he was touching the floor below. The winner is Li Zong. The announcer's excited voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as expected of young Master Li Zong. Even after the survival match loss, his strength still dominates. So powerful. Young Master Li Zong, I'll have your babies. Sanchi was still in shock. Did I just lose like that? Checking his body, he was surprised to find no pain. This shocked him even more. Being able to win instantly without causing any harm indicated an unimaginable gap in their abilities. Nearby, Lu Bu and Ing Zheng looked embarrassed. They hadn't even seen how Li Zong approached Sanchi. What puzzled Sanchi even more was the rule Li Zong mentioned. He recalled seeing a black ring resembling a nine-palace Bagua diagram entwined around Li Zong's finger as he was struck. Bagua diagram? Is the rule this skill? No, he said it's a comprehended rule. What is a rule exactly? At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing optional task 1, earning 4 lottery draws. You currently have 4 remaining draws. Detecting that you have met the minimum draw count, would you like to start the draw now? Sanchi quietly left the competition arena, his silhouette carrying a hint of disappointment. Chu Shaojiang dared not approach to comfort him and instead followed obediently behind. Lord Fu, the city governor, sighed from his elevated position, descended, and patted Sanchi on the shoulder. Sanchi, your opponent changed professions 18 years before you, gaining far more experience. It's normal to lose. Don't be too discouraged. The city governor was worried that this defeat might demoralize the young prodigy, who had experienced smooth sailing thus far. So he personally offered words of comfort. Sanchi nodded in response, expressionless. I understand. Thank you, Lord. Leaving the arena, Sanchi feigned deep thought as he headed toward the practitioner's hall. Having lived 2 lives, he would not be disheartened by such a setback. His earlier loss was merely for show. He pondered Li Zong's words, suspecting that his outstanding performance in the survival match had attracted attention from the cult of demon worship or the extraterrestrial demons. Li Zong's overwhelming victory was likely intended to lower his perceived threat level in the eyes of the enemy. As Sanchi walked, he contemplated the rules Li Zong mentioned, which seemed to be some kind of skill that required comprehension. Although Li Zong promised to demonstrate as clearly as possible, aside from that Bagua diagram, Sanchi couldn't discern anything else. Before he knew it, Sanchi arrived at the entrance of the practitioner's hall. He looked up briefly and stepped inside, heading straight for the summoning array room. Once inside the sealed summoning chamber, he opened the lottery interface. He refrained from drawing outside, fearing he might laugh out loud and arouse suspicion if he won something valuable. System, start the draw. Sanchi silently commanded in his mind. In his consciousness, a massive roulette appeared. Without hesitation, Sanchi tapped 3 times. Beep beep beep. Congratulations. You have obtained a standard weapon, a regulation spear. Congratulations. You have received a triple experience card. Congratulations. You have received 2 triple experience cards. Please note, your next draw is a guaranteed prize draw. Sanchi took out a career item selection coupon and chose the summoner profession. The items on the roulette instantly reduced by more than half. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and clasped his hands together, repeatedly praying. Jade Emperor, Buddha, Guanyin, 3 pure ones, Pangu, Jesus, Zeus, Kratos, Saitama, the One-Punch Man, please bless me. If you could personally descend, that would be great. If not, even an avatar would do. I promise to serve you well. The roulette slowed down, and the pointer gradually moved toward an orange-yellow section. Sanchi cautiously opened one eye, and was momentarily stunned. The system's pleasant notification sounded. Congratulations. You have obtained an epic summoning ticket. DXIN. Sanchi's pupils dilated, and he stood in disbelief for a while. Then, he was so excited that he danced around, tears of joy almost spilling out. Holy crap! DXIN. Emperor DXIN. DXIN. Also known as the notorious King Zhou, husband of Daji, the ruler infamous for his extravagant and tyrannical ways. Yet, he was also the last human emperor of the human race, whose status was equal to that of the heavenly emperor despite his lack of divine power. After him, the highest rulers of the human race began to call themselves the Son of Heaven. DXIN's era marked the dividing line between the mythological era and the historical era. Before him was the mythological era of the human race, and after him, the Zhou dynasty entered the era of recorded history. The value of this summoning ticket far exceeded Sanchi's expectations. As Sanchi grew older, his perspective on DXIN underwent a significant transformation. Initially filled with disdain, he came to admire DXIN after gaining a deeper understanding, which reflected a renewed recognition of history. Before his time travel, Sanchi had noticed that scholars had begun to reassess DXIN's legacy. Upon reviewing historical records from the Zhou dynasty, The accusations against DXIN primarily focused on three areas. The first accusation was hens crowing at dawn, a saying that originated from DXIN appointing women to high positions, for which he was criticized for listening to women's words. However, historical records show that long before DXIN, there was a female general named Fu Hao who fought for the Shang dynasty for over a decade, conquering more than 20 neighboring states and greatly expanding the territory of Shang. From a modern perspective, DXIN's appointment of women was not a mistake, but rather an innovative move. The second accusation involved the sacrificial system. DXIN reformed the traditional human sacrifices, replacing them with animals, and used the rituals meant for the heavenly emperor to honor his ancestors. He proposed the idea that my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, challenging divine authority with human rights. This reform laid an essential foundation for Chinese civilization, preventing the kind of theocratic excesses seen in the West over the following millennia. The third accusation was killing virtuous ministers and favoring petty people. The most famous example is the execution of Baigon for his remonstrations. However, upon closer examination, the so-called petty people were actually low-status commoners and slaves. DXIN broke the tradition of selecting officials only from noble families, implementing a merit-based system. The individuals he promoted, such as Fei Zhong, Fei Lian, and Yi Lai, significantly contributed to the prosperity of the Shang dynasty. In the later Three Kingdoms period, the renowned Dian Wei was even referred to as the ancient Yi Lai. Meanwhile, the virtuous ministers were officials from noble families who attacked DXIN out of self-interest. After uncovering these historical truths, Sanchi couldn't help but reflect. DXIN may have indeed been ruthless, but he was far from an incompetent ruler. His numerous reforms demonstrated a vision ahead of his time, though history has often obscured them with a veil of bias. Under the rule of the last monarch of the Shang dynasty, King DXIN, everyone was equal before the law. Whether commoners or noble families, anyone who broke the law faced the death penalty without mercy. He pioneered several historical firsts, selecting officials from the common people, asserting human rights over divine rights, successfully abolishing the millennia-old aristocratic hereditary system, repeatedly conquering foreign forces, and achieving unification of the North and South. DXIN was not only politically astute, but also possessed extraordinary physical strength. He once had a massive bronze cauldron cast and challenged all the lords and warriors, promising rich rewards to anyone who could lift it. In the end, no one could move the cauldron except DXIN himself. Sanchi gazed at the legendary last human emperor before him, involuntarily gasping and feeling his heart race and limbs tremble. Although DXIN's power might not rival that of the gods, his mere identity as the human emperor was enough to inspire awe in Sanchi. He walked to the center of the formation and sat cross-legged, his consciousness gradually sinking into the familiar sea of summoning. Countless summoning spirits' consciousnesses streaked by like meteors, and at the instant he called out, Human Emperor DXIN, a consciousness swiftly flew to him, merging into his mind. The contract was completed in that moment. A system notification immediately sounded, epic quality obtained through this summoning. Under the influence of divine summoning, the quality increased, finally stabilizing at the origin level. This grade, surpassing the Holy Spirit, shocked Sanchi deeply. As the contract completed, Sanchi was ejected from the consciousness space. Before him appeared a burly man clad in mink fur with a partially exposed chest, none other than the human emperor, DXIN. Sanchi promptly checked the summoned spirit's information. Origin DXIN. Level 40. Base attributes. Strength 8,500. Constitution 8,500. Agility 4,000. Spirit 4,000. Equipment. Origin 9 Cauldron sealed state. Special note. Due to the summoner's power limitation, DXIN's full strength is not yet unleashed, and his level will rise and sync with the summoner. Innate skills. 1. Human Emperor. As a human emperor on par with the heavenly emperor, immune to all negative states from lower-tier existences. 2. Abolish sacrifice. Gained from abolishing human sacrifices, immune to all prophecy, foresight, probing, and curse skills. 3. Hen. Can actively draw enemy fire, cooldown time 1 minute. 4. Bearing the cauldron. Damage taken is halved, and stored damage can be reflected within 1 minute, skill interval 10 minutes. 5. Talent. Grants teammates a 30 damage reduction. 6. Severe punishment. Attacks always deal true damage equal to 5 of the target's health. What the heck? Sanchi's voice suddenly rose, each exclamation sharper than the last, echoing in the air. His chest heaved violently, as if he'd forgotten how to breathe for a moment. Suddenly, his mouth curled into an uncontrollable grin, breaking into a clear laugh that grew wider, as if it might split his cheeks. Is this the primordial level panel? He stared at the data before him, his eyes glinting with disbelief. 8,500 points in both strength and constitution numbers, surpassing even an abyssal flame demon at level 80. What shocked him further were the innate skills Xian couldn't be detected or sensed by any means. This meant that Sanchi, linked by soul to Xian, shared this protection. Any attempt to spy on or curse Sanchi would indirectly affect Xian. As for whether there might be an extraterrestrial demon race surpassing Xian in rank, Sanchi shook his head. Although Xian's power couldn't match that of the gods, his status as the human emperor placed him on par with the celestial emperor. Across the myriad worlds, entities surpassing such a rank were exceedingly rare. These skills. Sanchi studied the other abilities on the panel carefully. The Holding the Cauldron skill offered a 50 damage reduction and could store all damage taken within a minute to counterattack. The Severe Punishment skill guaranteed a 5 life force loss for the target with each attack, combined with the provocation effect of the Hen skill. This wasn't just any ordinary tank, but a terrifying mechanism monster. Sanchi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, envisioning battle scenarios, an enemy taunted by the Hen skill, forced into close combat with Xian. Not only could Xian mitigate half the damage, but each counterattack could sap 5 of the opponent's life. Even a City Lord level warrior, without timely healing, would fall after 20 punches. More frightening was the Holding the Cauldron skill, which could accumulate all damage taken within a minute. This meant that even if the enemy survived the initial onslaught, they would face an even more terrifying counterattack. Xian could unleash the accumulated damage in a single devastating blow. Although the only talent skill isn't as dramatic, this group damage reduction effect. Sanchi pondered. Not only could Xian himself reduce damage, but when present, his teammates could also enjoy a 30 damage reduction. If this effect could stack with the Soul Link, his survivability would be greatly enhanced. Sanchi clenched his fist lightly. Although he wasn't adept at offense, he was now thoroughly confident in his defensive capabilities. This combination of skills would open up a whole new world of combat for him. The skill set of Xian is absolutely perfect for him. Flawless, Sanchi exclaimed as he assessed the result of the summoning, his face breaking into an uncontrollable grin of delight. Lost in his joy, he suddenly looked up and met Xian's scrutinizing gaze. You there? Xian frowned. For a moment, I thought the one who summoned me was a fool. You've been grinning like an idiot for a full 5 minutes. What's on your mind? Caught off guard, Sanchi awkwardly scrambled to explain. I was just admiring your majestic presence. I like the sound of that. Xian nodded with a smile, his expression softening slightly. It was only then that Sanchi had the chance to closely observe the last ruler of the Shang dynasty before him. Unlike Zhong, who wore elaborate robes and a crown, Xian's attire was unexpectedly rugged and simple. He wore a rough fur cloak, bare-chested beneath it, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles like a work of art. His open garment exuded a free-spirited, unrestrained aura, more akin to a wandering hero than a monarch. All right, kid, Xian waved casually. Call on me if you need anything. But it seems there's nothing more now, so I'll be on my way. Sure. Take care, Sanchi replied. But before he could finish, Xian's figure had already vanished from the room. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, Sanchi left the room. This summoning gave him new ideas for the upcoming individual match. Previously hesitant about going all out against Li Zong, he now made up his mind. Li Zong was likely a decoy carefully arranged by the human high command, deliberately making a spectacle to draw the attention of the alien demon tribes, thereby creating space for other human talents to develop. Damn, I've been fed up with Li Zong showing off in front of me all the time, Sanchi thought with a newfound confidence gleaming in his eyes. From now on, I'll bear half of the demon tribe's focus for him. Let's see how he keeps up his act in front of me. The threat of the alien demon tribe? If Li Zong can handle it, so can Sanchi. From now on, no one is allowed to show off in front of Sanchi. In the basement of the city lord's mansion in the 1st district, there was a large, nearly 1,000 square meter secret chamber that was eerily quiet. The walls were lined with white bricks from top to bottom, and the only decoration in the empty space was a painting hanging on the west wall. Li Zong was sitting cross-legged, focused on his breathing exercises in front of the painting. Suddenly, the door of the secret chamber made a slight click sound as Mu Lao entered. The city lord of the 1st district, with his head full of white hair and a sparse beard, casually sat down behind Li Zong. Sensing Mu Lao's arrival, Li Zong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Did you use the rules during yesterday's match? Mu Lao asked straightforwardly. His strength is formidable. To defeat him without resistance, I had to use that move, Li Zong replied calmly. Oh, how does he compare to you, at level 40? Mu Lao inquired. It's hard to say. Mu Lao was taken aback at first, then realized. So even you aren't confident of defeating him? You two are evenly matched? Wow, this young man named Sanchi is incredibly talented. Li Zong, having been closely protected since childhood to avoid demonic interference, wasn't skilled in social interactions and always spoke plainly. When he said he wasn't confident, he truly meant it, not out of modesty or arrogance. You sense the presence of rules at level 40. Did you sense any rule aura in him? Mu Lao pressed on. Li Zong thought for a moment and shook his head. Not in him personally. But his summoned spirits did have a faint aura, though not to the extent of mastery. This response left Mu Lao stunned. It wasn't surprising that Sanchi himself didn't have a rule aura, given that he was only level 40 and had changed professions just over a month ago. But the fact that his summoned spirits exhibited rule aura was puzzling. Mu Lao pondered. If the summoner hasn't comprehended the rules but the spirits have, does it reflect Sanchi's high or low aptitude? After much deliberation, he concluded, maybe halfway. Oh, right. Mu Lao suddenly remembered the main reason for his visit. I came to tell you that you can participate in tomorrow's match as usual. The secret communicator informed us that the demonic tribe's curse killings have completely stopped, truly and entirely ceased, with no further actions. Hearing this, Li Zong did not relax, but instead frowned. They were frantically cursing last night, and now it's completely stopped. Not even a test curse? That's too illogical. The demonic tribe was relentless last night, so how could they suddenly stop within a day? Even if they thought their judgment was wrong, the demonic tribe has enough resources to afford a test curse on a human prodigy. Upon hearing this, Mu Lao also fell into deep thought. It's not just you. I also find it unusual, Mu Lao said, furrowing his brows with a somber tone. Given the demon clan's nature, even if they knew Song Chi's talents were average, they might only lessen their attacks, but would never completely cease their probing curses. Yet this time, they've stopped more thoroughly than ever before. He took out a tortoiseshell from his storage ring, its surface covered with charred cracks, and a few drops of dark red blood still fresh. I suspect the demon clan might be plotting something bigger in secret, which is why I've arranged for many secret keepers to strengthen his defenses. I've come to you hoping you can divine his fate. I've already added the blood essence. You can use it right away. As Li Zong accepted the tortoiseshell, a pained expression crossed his face. Your injuries haven't healed, and the blood essence required by this tortoiseshell is too draining for you. If you don't consult with me first next time, I won't use it even if you've already added the essence. His tone was firm. You know I never lie. Mu Lao was about to say, I don't have many years left, but when he met Li Zong's determined gaze, the words caught in his throat. All right, I get it. I'll discuss it with you next time. Let's just use it this time. The elder Mu Lao seemed a bit embarrassed. Only then did Li Zong begin to cast the spell. He held the tortoiseshell flat in one hand, while the other formed a sword-like gesture, his fingertips glowing faintly yellow as he traced mysterious symbols in the air. With the final stroke, a massive symbol suddenly appeared in the space. Seal. With a booming sound, the symbol slammed onto the tortoiseshell. The shell trembled violently, and strange light seeped from its cracks. Just as Li Zong was about to sense the information, the tortoiseshell suddenly shattered, bouncing up to the ceiling before crashing heavily to the ground. The divination failed, Li Zong said gravely. Someone has placed at least a rule-level shield around him. Rule level? Mu Lao was astounded. It can't be his summoned spirit. That creature hasn't mastered the rules yet. None of our human city lords have such abilities either. Could it be a powerful being with a grudge against the demon clan, lending Song Chi a hand? Then it's certain, Mu Lao said, surprisingly relieved. Though we don't know who helped, the demon clan must have their eyes on this child. They'll only assume that the human race is fully protecting Song Chi. If the previous curses were appetizers, the main course is yet to come. At the same time, I'm sure there was a demon clan spy among yesterday's contestants and staff. Mu Lao chuckled lightly. Knowing where the enemy is beats searching aimlessly. He dusted off his robe and turned to Li Zong. Regarding tomorrow's match, I hope you can hold back a bit, ideally battling Song Chi for 300 rounds. Is it to lure the enemy out, or to test his limits? Both. Just do what you think is best, Mu Lao explained. The goal is to push him to his limits. The more intense, the better. I want to see his potential. Since he's already been targeted, we might as well make it public. Another genius could boost the morale of the entire human race. The conversation between the two remained a secret known to no one else. As Mr. Mu stepped into the office, a groundbreaking piece of news about the genius competition was quietly brewing, ready to erupt. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually subsided. However, the sudden ringing of countless journalists' phones shattered the calm. They awoke from their warm beds, hurriedly left bustling street stalls, and rushed back to their offices to work overtime on their articles. The office lights blazed, and the sound of keyboards clacking filled the air. With a flurry of hastily written articles and videos being released, information spread exponentially. An unbelievable piece of news swept across the online world like a storm. Countless people were so stunned by the news that they couldn't sleep, tossing and turning all night. Li Zong's diehard fans were particularly outraged, venting their dissatisfaction on social media, accusing the media of resorting to sensationalism and abandoning professional ethics. Before long, the first light of dawn quietly broke the horizon. Song Chi's alarm went off promptly, and he groggily reached out to turn it off, forcing himself to sit up despite his drowsiness. He yawned widely, recalling Chu Xiaojiang's teachings, and resolved not to indulge in sleep, but instead to improve his skill level in directional teleportation. Directional teleportation LV6 allows the user to instantly move to any location within their line of sight, up to 2 kilometers away, with a cooldown time of 4 minutes. Currently, Sanchi's proficiency is at 14,100, and there's still a way to go before reaching the maximum level, LV10. Once he reaches the maximum level, he will be able to teleport without cooldown, greatly enhancing his safety. Sanchi forced himself awake, got up, washed, and only then picked up his phone. It was already 7 a.m., but a pop-up notification immediately caught his attention. Shocking. A dark horse from the 7th district, with strength that surpasses Li Zong. Frowning, Sanchi clicked on the sensational article and quickly scrolled to the bottom. The article concluded with, "After all this, you're probably wondering who this person is, right? Yes, this super genius from the 7th district is none other than Sanchi." Seeing his name prominently displayed in the article, Sanchi was stunned. Even more shocking was that 8 out of 10 recommended articles were about him. Although the titles didn't directly name him, they clearly described him. Incredible. Li Zong suffers his first defeat since birth. Even Li Zong praises this man. Do you know who he is? The legend of invincibility at the same level is broken, and it's he who shattered Li Zong's undefeated record. Sanchi's mind raced. Wasn't the information about the genius competition supposed to be strictly confidential? Why was it suddenly leaked en masse? Although he was no longer afraid of the demon clan's curse with DX protection, the exposure of information still made him uneasy. After a brief consideration, he suspected it might be intentional by the authorities. Yesterday, they were trying to keep him low-key, and today they made a complete turnaround to make him famous? Such a drastic contrast made Sanchi wonder, what happened last night? Could it be that DX's abilities had already been detected? From Sanchi's perspective, yesterday, Li Zong was willing to break his self-restraint to instantly defeat him, aiming to reduce his significance in the eyes of the demon clan. But today, they were helping him gain fame, deliberately revealing some information. This huge contrast can only mean one thing. The human high command has realized that the demon clan's curse is ineffective against him. That's why he could act so fearlessly. Sanchi frowned slightly, pacing back and forth in the room as he pondered the current situation. Although the other party was unaware of DX's existence, they had evidently discovered part of the truth through some means. He stopped and tapped his fingers on the table. Are they trying to groom me into another Li Zong, or do they want me to share Li Zong's burden? Lacking critical information, he couldn't make an accurate judgment. Sanchi shook his head and quickly changed into his outdoor attire. Despite the internet being flooded with news about him, fortunately, his photos hadn't been leaked, allowing him to maintain a normal rhythm of life. He clenched his fists, silently repeating today's goal, to advance his targeted teleportation to level 7. At noon, Sanchi appeared in front of the hotel. Looking fatigued, he took out a vial from his pocket and let 2 drops of the water of life fall into his mouth. Instantly, his exhaustion vanished, and he felt invigorated. This precious item was given to him upon his first meeting with the city lord, and with the first vial not yet finished and a second in reserve, it would sustain him through the upcoming intensive training. Good. The cooldown time has been reduced to 3 minutes. Sanchi nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, I can max out the skill within a week. After a quick wash, he headed straight to the competition venue, continuously using his skills on the way to improve his proficiency. As he pushed open the venue doors, he felt numerous eyes turn toward him. Most of the competitors' expressions were filled with curiosity and envy, though a few held a glint of jealousy. Chu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up as he quickly approached. Brother Song, the news of you defeating Li Zong somehow got out, and now the media is. I already know, there's no need to worry. Sanchi interrupted, raising his hand as he walked toward the draw table. He casually picked a ball, which read, Group A, number 48. You'll be up in the 4th round today, so just be here by 3 p.m., the registrar explained while noting down the details. This round of individual matches was massive, with 6 groups of competitors per match and a losers bracket, spanning 3 full days to showcase the contestants' abilities. Sanchi glanced at the competitor list, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. His first-round opponent was none other than Li Zong. A smile crept onto his lips. Interesting, they really want to help me make a name for myself. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.